Jiang Qiyu finds herself transformed into a minor character within the pages of an entertainment industry novel, serving as a mere foil to the main character, a false heiress. Ultimately, her antics will lead to her being sold into the foreign black market, where she meets a tragic demise, gossip system. The host merely needs to silently consume gossip to accumulate explosive value and alter the final outcome. Jiang Qiyu scoffs, I refuse. Whether I perish early or late, I shall drive everyone to madness before my end. A familial recognition banquet. The duplicitous heiress Jiang Xiren approaches with a feigned apology, only to find herself unceremoniously kicked into the water by Jiang Qiyu. Do you genuinely consider yourself a simple-minded fairy? Were you not the one who secretly provided my father with a room key for that little star? Father, the CEO. Upon the arrival of the popular young actor, the object of the original character's infatuation, Jiang Qiyu approaches him with a fierce demeanor. Do you dare to entertain thoughts of sharing my mother's bed, hoping to avoid 2 decades of hardship? Mother, the acclaimed actress. Introducing a fraudulent investment scheme to my elder brother, only for it to culminate in catastrophic failure, resulting in losses exceeding 100 billion. One investor, driven to ruin, sought vengeance and met his end at my brother's hands. Thus, a once great investment prodigy falls from grace. What a pity. Elder brother, the genius investor. Sigh. The fates of my other brothers are scarcely more favorable. The entire family exclaims, what is so wrong? Do enlighten us. Jiang Qiyu continues her wild antics on variety shows unabated. Initially, the online community harbored disdain for her. Yet they soon found themselves captivated by the sight of a pure-hearted leading lady frolicking in nature and a popular, rugged male star donning alluring women's attire while dancing. Netizens, we love to watch. We crave to see. We want to watch every day. As Jiang Qiyu indulges in her chaotic revelry, she notices her 5 brothers' personas crumbling entirely, leading them to treat her with increasing kindness. The arch-nemesis regards her with an oddly curious gaze. Chapter 001. The Juicy Revelation. Ding. A juicy tidbit has emerged. While voraciously indulging at a banquet, Jiang Qiyu rolls her eyes and continues to grasp a small cake. Moments later, however, her eyes widen with excitement. Vocal. The son of the Tang Group CEO is not his biological child. It appears he is an unexpected father. The son is not his, but rather, good heavens, what a scandalous ethical dilemma. The son calls him father, yet he should be addressing the boy as younger brother? No wonder he was perplexed when he took his son for a paternity test, and the results were inconclusive. You must admit, this is quite intriguing. Jiang Qiyu casts a sympathetic glance at a portly man who is raising a toast with a dapperly dressed CEO. The corpulent gentleman remains unfazed, yet the suave executive's ears perk up at the mention of the scandal. What is that sound? Jiang Nanshan surveys the area, finding no one addressing him. However, with narrowed eyes, he turns to his close friend Tang Mingze and inquires, why didn't your wife accompany you today? As Jiang Qiyu happens to pass by, she overhears this question and silently scoffs. How could his wife be present? She is likely at home, lounging with the young baby on the sofa. Such a play, Jiang Nanshan. The wine glass in Jiang Nanshan's hand nearly slips from his grasp. Goodness! How thrilling! He then calls out to a girl brushing past him, wait a moment. All eyes at the banquet suddenly turned in this direction. The illustrious president of the Jiang Corporation unexpectedly called out to an obscure yet attractive young actress. What a surprising turn of events. He appeared youthful, though he was actually over 60. Furthermore, his wife was a long-reigning actress of great renown, and his sons were all remarkably accomplished, with his only daughter also making her mark in the entertainment industry. This girl looked to be of a similar age to his daughter. How peculiar! At this moment, Jiang Xiren also noticed the commotion and quickly approached. Jiang Nanshan, unbothered by the gazes of others, simply inquired, what is your name? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Jiang Qiyu had been transmigrated into this world for several days and was merely a minor celebrity. Today, her agent had cast her into this gathering of capital moguls to enhance her visibility. For the first time, she felt the weight of so many eyes upon her. Yet Jiang Qiyu remained composed. She had experienced countless scenes in her time-traveling adventures. This was just a trivial matter. She had forcibly taken the hearts of handsome men across various worlds, and this was her just reward. My name is Jiang Qiyu. What of it? Is he interested in this beauty? That simply won't do. While you are not unattractive, your age is far too advanced for my taste. Jiang Nanshan was taken aback. He had not perceived her self-absorption before. At that moment, he realized he could hear the girl's innermost thoughts. Yet, the expressions of those around them remained normal. Was he the only one who could hear her? Ha! He always knew he was the chosen one. The rotund businessman, Tang Mingze, wore an amused expression, nudging Jiang Nanshan's arm and whispering, "Tone it down a bit." His grin widened. "Oh dear. Your wife and daughter have arrived." One could easily detect the schadenfreude in Tang Mingze's voice. What could be more entertaining than witnessing a good friend being chastised by his wife? Jiang Nanshan rolled his eyes at Tang Mingze, his words caught in his throat. With so many people around, he ultimately took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Tang Mingze. Unsure whether the thoughts he had heard were genuine, Jiang Nanshan decided to verify. Upon receiving the message, Tang Mingze's eyes bulged in disbelief. What did this mean? Could his wife be unfaithful? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Yet when he looked at Jiang Nanshan, he saw not a trace of jest, only grave seriousness. Tang Mingze recalled having tried to video call his wife earlier, only to be met with silence. He shouted in alarm, threw down his wine glass, and bolted towards the exit. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Jiang Qiyu thought, "Goodness. That startled me. What has gotten into Tang Mingze? His mental state seems even more unstable than mine. What a character. But why did that handsome old man call out to me? Could it be that he truly has an interest in me? If he were willing to engage in a platonic relationship and grant me $1 million a month, I might consider it." Jiang Nanshan regarded the youthful girl before him, who bore a striking resemblance to his daughter, and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet her thoughts were rather unsettling. After all, he was a man of integrity. He offered a faint smile. "It's nothing, you." However, before Jiang Nanshan could finish his sentence, a delicate voice interrupted him. "Daddy, I don't feel quite well." Jiang Nanshan's attention immediately shifted, his expression turning to one of concern as he grasped Jiang Xiren's hand. "Come, let Daddy take a look. Where does it hurt?" At that moment, the seasoned actress Su Renmin, adorned in high heels, approached. Upon hearing Jiang Xiren's words, she too expressed her worry. "Let mommy have a look." Everyone present was acutely aware of Jiang Nanshan and Su Renmin's deep affection for their youngest daughter, and countless envious gazes converged upon Jiang Xiren. In this scenario, Jiang Qiyu was rendered invisible. Jiang Xiren touched her forehead, yet her peripheral gaze subtly lingered on Jiang Qiyu, an icy glint flickering in her eyes. How did she appear? Wasn't it still too early for the recognition? Could it be that the system had relayed erroneous information? Jiang Qiyu, however, paid no heed to the neglect, devouring the 2 small cakes in her hands, preparing to fetch 2 more. Yet the system's voice chimed in once more. "Ding! A juicy gossip." Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes dramatically, mentally retorting, "You useless system. All you do is regurgitate trivial gossip. You should know that my previous system was brimming with skills, several of which could have directly ensnared handsome men to my bed. Are you even competent? You need to strive to upgrade and catch up with my previous system." The gossip system, taken aback by the sudden onslaught from its host, felt aggrieved. "I am quite useful too. While I unveil gossip, you quietly indulge, amassing explosive points. Once you gather 100,000 points, you can rewrite your grim fate of being sold to the foreign black market." Jiang Qiyu arched an eyebrow. "Just see if I pay any attention to you. Amassing 100,000 explosive points? She might as well perish in the attempt," the system interjected. "This pertains to your own gossip. Explosive points. 200. It's quite the scoop." Jiang Qiyu's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "My own gossip? Well then, I shall indulge a little. Vocal. My biological father is actually Jiang Nanshan of the Jiang Corporation, and my mother is the renowned actress Su Renmin." This revelation left Jiang Qiyu somewhat bewildered, her exquisite eyes involuntarily drifting towards Jiang Nanshan and Su Renmin. Simultaneously, both Jiang Nanshan and Su Renmin turned their gazes toward her. Chapter 002. My eyes have become filthy. Jiang Nanshan had already discerned that the voice resonated from Jiang Qiyu, his pupils constricted in an instant. How could this be possible? Su Renmin was oblivious to the source of the sound, searching around in confusion. Yet, being a renowned actress, she masked her surprise upon noticing the lack of reaction from others. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiren sensed her parents' unease. In a rush, she cried out in pain, "Mom and Dad, my stomach hurts terribly. Please accompany me to the hospital." Just as Su Renmin was about to speak, her attention was once again captivated by the voice. Jiang Qiyu continued to munch on her melon seeds. "I was swapped at the hospital. That day, a multitude of paparazzi and media gathered to witness the birth of the actress's daughter. Doctors and nurses were overwhelmed, unable to perform their duties. Coincidentally, a servant from the Jiang family was also in labor that day. Seizing the opportunity, she exchanged her child with the actress's. The actress took care of the servant's child, but the servant, unwilling to reciprocate, sold me to the countryside. In the countryside, my adoptive parents treated me poorly, constantly beating and scolding me, and on my coming of age, they intended to sell me for a ghost marriage. Finally, I managed to escape and worked in an electronics factory until a talent scout discovered me, leading me into the entertainment industry. Jiang Nanshan involuntarily loosened his grip on Jiang Ziren's hand. How tragic. Had his biological daughter truly endured such a harrowing ordeal? Su Renmin's eyes widened in shock. Where was this voice emanating from? She glanced at her husband, who was fixated on a young girl. Her gaze followed suit, and upon seeing the girl's face, bearing a striking resemblance to her own youthful visage, her hand slipped from Jiang Ziren's grasp. Jiang Ziren suddenly felt a profound sense of crisis. Could her parents have uncovered something?
Impossible.
Yet, as she scrutinized Jiang Qiyu's features, her heart skipped a beat. It was undeniable. They shared blood. But shouldn't her recognition happen 6 months later when the agency would unveil her as the next little Su Renmin? Jiang Qiyu, under Su Renmin's gaze, blinked in confusion while internally exclaiming, "Is this my mother?" The national actress Su Renmin. She is absolutely stunning. No wonder she was hailed as the most beautiful in the entertainment industry in her youth. Even in her 50s, how dare she maintain such beauty? Her skin is flawless. And her figure is enviable. What if I spontaneously spun around in place, knelt, and presented her with flowers while kissing her with a rose in my mouth? No woman remains indifferent to compliments. Su Renmin unconsciously straightened her back, flicking her long hair. Regardless of the circumstances, this girl had discerning taste. Jiang Nanshan stood rooted, his lips twitching. What did this mean? Was he not handsome? Hadn't he been the most dashing and domineering CEO in the capital during his youth? At that moment, Jiang Nanshan noticed Su Renmin's barely suppressed smile, realizing she, too, could hear the girl's inner thoughts. Regardless of the truth, this little girl could not be allowed to leave tonight. Jiang Nanshan spoke. "Jiang Qiyu, after the banquet, we have a late-night snack. Would you care to join me?" Jiang Qiyu's eyelids twitched. "Oh dear, you really mustn't develop feelings for me. Even Plato wouldn't approve. This is incestuous. I can be peculiar, but I shouldn't be that peculiar." Jiang Nanshan. What on earth is this girl thinking all day long? Su Renmin nearly laughed out loud. The little girl is simply adorable. If she were truly my daughter, having endured such hardships yet remaining so cheerful is indeed a rarity. Just as Jiang Qiyu was about to speak, Su Renmin chimed in, "Little one, we find you quite delightful. I'm going too. Shall we go together?" Invited by the stunning beauty, Jiang Qiyu's mouth reacted faster than her mind. Yes, let's go together. Jiang Nanshan. His sense of defeat was palpable. The overlooked Jiang Ziren. How did she not know there was a late-night snack? She whimpered, pressing her hand to her forehead. "Mom and Dad. My stomach hurts. I want to go to the hospital." Jiang Nanshan glanced at her, comforting. "Be good. I'll get you a hot water bottle at the restaurant." Though this child was a servant's, they had raised her for 20 years. The bond ran deep. The specifics would be addressed once the investigation was complete. Jiang Ziren bit her lip, drawing blood. This Jiang Qiyu was indeed a troublemaker. She absolutely could not let her steal her parents away. Everyone watched, astonished at how events had unfolded. What they thought would be a scandal turned out to be mere affection from elders towards their juniors. How dull. But could they go for the late-night snack? The answer was, of course, no. This was a fashionable soiree, and those present aimed to curry favor with the immensely wealthy Jiang Nanshan and the high-profile actress who was both a wealthy matron and a luminary in the entertainment industry. Yet few could catch their eye. Jiang Qiyu's manager, Li Lin, was waiting downstairs for her. When the banquet concluded, and Jiang Qiyu still had not appeared, she hurriedly made a phone call. As soon as the call connected, Li Lin grumbled, "You haven't already eaten and slipped away, have you?" In the past, getting Jiang Qiyu to attend various gatherings was like pulling teeth. Otherwise, with her looks, she wouldn't have remained obscure in the industry for a year. Recently, she seemed to have woken up and started attending. But all she knew was how to eat. It was infuriating. Jiang Qiyu chuckled, "I'm still hungry, Sister Lin. I'm planning to grab a late-night snack." Li Lin was speechless and retorted angrily, "Did I bring you here just to eat?" At that moment, Jiang Nanshan, seated beside Jiang Qiyu in the extended Rolls-Royce, took her phone from her hand. With a snap, he ended the call. Jiang Qiyu. Truly the magnificent, cool, and domineering CEO. Jiang Nanshan. There's no need to emphasize the word old. On the other end of the call, Li Lin. Who was that speaking just now? In the next moment, realizing who it was, Li Lin could not help but burst into laughter. Who would have thought? When Jiang Qiyu finally made a move, it would be such a grand one. She hastily sent a WeChat message to Jiang Qiyu. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Sitting nearby, Jiang Ziran watched the unfolding scene, her fingers digging into her palm. She inquired of the system, which, surprisingly, had no answers. During the late-night snacks, Jiang Nanshan and Su Runmin did not exhibit much emotion, merely serving her an abundance of dishes. Jiang Qiyu relished the meal, entirely oblivious to Jiang Ziran's increasingly dark expression. As the late-night feast was drawing to a close, Jiang Nanshan received a call from Tang Mingze.
Ah, how did you find out about this?
Jiang Nanshan's expression hardened as he stepped out of the private room, whispering, I also know that your child is your father's. You should call him brother. Tang Mingze's response was abruptly cut off by the sound of a loud thud, clearly indicating he had fainted from shock. If her inner thoughts were indeed accurate, then she was his biological daughter. Tears threatened to spill from Jiang Nanshan's eyes. At that moment, Jiang Qiyu was also observing him, and Jiang Nanshan felt his heart leap to his throat. Was his daughter about to acknowledge him? Yet, in the next instant, he heard Jiang Qiyu say, Jiang, there is something large in the corner of your eye. Chapter 003. Do you not like me? Jiang Nanshan lowered his head, turned his face, and discreetly wiped the corner of his eye. Su Runmin wore an expression of disdain, lamenting how a grown man could still embarrass himself so. Jiang Qiyu, while gnawing on a chicken leg, was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. It's all thanks to my mother. I adore her wit. Back when my father pursued my mother, he often staged chance encounters beneath her building and even bought an apartment directly above hers, hosting wild parties at night just to entice her to knock on his door. Su Runmin exclaimed in disbelief. So you intentionally orchestrated that? You kept me up all night. She pinched Jiang Nanshan's thigh with force. Jiang Nanshan grimaced in pain, internally pleading, Please don't say another word. But my mother was a top-tier star in the entertainment industry back then. How could she have been moved by him? Little did she know he employed a cunning scheme. He secretly had my mother's beloved pet, a small white dog, pregnant. Then he adopted the puppies, ending up with 5. This act of kindness charmed my mother, and thus he won her over. So that explains why the little white dog gave birth to a litter of spotted puppies. It was your doing. She slapped Jiang Nanshan's back with a resounding force. Jiang Nanshan howled in agony. Ah, this is unbearable. She truly is my daughter. She spares no mercy when it comes to her father. However, my mother was also a formidable woman. It's hard to hide love for one person, but loving 10 at once is much easier to conceal. From Monday to Sunday, she dated a handsome man every day and randomly selected 3 days to work overtime. It was all meticulously arranged. Upon hearing this, Su Runmin's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! How did you come to know such a well-guarded secret that even the paparazzi failed to expose back then? She then locked eyes with Jiang Nanshan, who was giving her a death stare. The gaze seemed to convey disbelief, as if saying, Is this for real? You need to clarify this today. Su Runmin had a firm grip on Jiang Nanshan and with a slight shrug, communicated through lip movements, I have declared my love for you. But I never claimed to love you exclusively. Jiang Nanshan was taken aback, coughing in agitation. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Ziran, oblivious to the underlying tension, quickly handed over a tissue. Dad, what's wrong? Jiang Nanshan accepted the tissue, shaking his head. It's nothing, just choked. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu silently laughed to herself, thinking, haha. Did he choke on his own saliva? How foolish. Jiang Nanshan pondered, what if I suddenly wished to disown this connection?
Yet,
even if my wife had numerous suitors back in the day, she ultimately chose to marry me. He felt a sense of indignation. However, how could he obtain a strand of hair from this child for a paternity test? He glanced at Jiang Qiyu, noticing her abundant hair, contemplating discreetly plucking a couple of strands. Unaware of the potential peril to her hairstyle, Jiang Qiyu was preoccupied with thoughts of establishing a familial bond. Yet, her mind was unfocused. She lacked clarity. After finishing her meal, she stood up and straightforwardly declared, There is something I need to discuss with you. She was aware that currently, she was living in the company dormitory, where 3 or 4 people were vying for a single toilet. She could no longer endure such a miserable existence. She yearned for a spacious home and the luxury of having a toilet all to herself. Jiang Nanshan and Su Runmin exchanged alarmed glances, fully believing Jiang Qiyu's earnest sentiments. Her earlier words rang true. Some secrets are not easily uncovered. Jiang Qiyu turned to the nearby Jiang Nanshan and solemnly declared, "You may find it hard to believe, but I am your daughter." Jiang Nanshan.
Surenmin.
Jiang Ziren. Jiang Nanshan was stunned, grappling with the sheer absurdity of the situation. He wondered whom she took after in terms of intellect. Realizing her blunder, Jiang Qiyu's mouth twitched as she attempted to clarify. Jiang Nanshan quickly stood, grasping her hand. "Little girl, you must have misspoken. You meant to say that I am your father, correct?" Jiang Qiyu. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Su Runmin, unable to bear the sight of the father-daughter duo any longer, intervened, pulling Jiang Nanshan aside and taking Jiang Qiyu's hand with tears in her eyes. "My child, I feel an immediate connection with you. I knew you were my daughter." Jiang Qiyu. "Is it really that simple? Isn't this a tad too easy?" Jiang Ziren was equally bewildered. Even if they were to acknowledge a familial bond, it shouldn't be so casual. These parents were utterly foolish. While she thought this, her expression betrayed a look of astonishment, her voice soft and quivering. "Ah, Mom and Dad, what are you saying?" She asked your daughter?
Then what about me? Who am I?
At this point, Jiang Ziren's voice carried a hint of despair, and her delicate, pale appearance evoked sympathy. Jiang Nanshan and Su Renmin were momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by the unfolding drama. She is indeed thoughtful, obedient, and understanding. Moreover, being replaced is not her fault. Jiang Nanshan grasped Jiang Qiyu's hand with one hand and held Jiang Ziren's hand with the other, bringing their hands together. "You are both my daughters. From now on, you shall be good sisters." However, before Jiang Ziren could react, Jiang Qiyu flung Jiang Ziren's hand away as if she had encountered a contagious virus. "Stay away! Stay away! Stay away! I certainly do not wish to be sisters with a green tea who might sell me to the black market abroad." Jiang Nanshan and Su Runmin exchanged a glance. This was impossible, right? Ziren was still very kind. Surely, she would not engage in such actions? Father has no better fate. Because he disapproved of some of her later choices, she believed he was stuck in old-fashioned thinking and looked down upon women. So she colluded with his private doctor to have him committed to a mental institution. Mother's fate was even more tragic. During filming, the wires were tampered with, resulting in her falling and becoming paralyzed from the waist down. She could never walk again. How could a once dominant leading actress endure such a fate? Not long after, she took her own life. How tragic. Hearing these heartfelt confessions, both Jiang Nanshan and Su Runmin felt a tremor in their hearts. Could this be true? Were these actions really committed by the daughter they had doted on for 20 years? They both lowered their heads, simultaneously deciding to remain cautious. As Jiang Ziren's hand was released, tears welled in her eyes. "Sister, do you not like me?" She felt the need to maintain a good image in front of her parents while plotting her next move. Just a simpleton from the countryside, she was not difficult to deal with. Jiang Qiyu looked at her, baring her silver teeth. "Yes, I have a phobia of dense crowds.
Especially those with many eyes on me."
Jiang Ziren. Chapter 004. Wipe away the spit. She also gained 1,000 explosive points. The system watched in astonishment as the host, who had slept in a bunk bed last night, now occupied an ultra-luxurious room with a 4-meter-wide bed and 2 toilets. It was momentarily bewildered. It could not comprehend how this had happened. Jiang Qiyu sprawled on the grand bed, exclaiming, "System, did you see that? This is your host. An absurdly powerful host. But do not fall in love with me, as there will be no outcome." The system responded, "The plot has deviated somewhat from its intended course. Many changes are likely to follow. How could your reunion go so smoothly?" In truth, Jiang Qiyu found it rather strange how smoothly her reunion had progressed.
Yet,
she couldn't be bothered to ponder it, as long as the outcome was satisfactory. At that moment, the system relayed a message: "System upgrade. The system mall has been unlocked." After uttering this, the system itself was stunned. It could truly upgrade? Jiang Qiyu wore a smile. "See? By following the powerful me, you too shall become strong." The system scratched its non-existent head, suddenly invigorated.
Ding.
There's news. A servant, after disabling the surveillance, is stealing gold jewelry from Su Yingho's dressing room. Jiang Qiyu, startled while bedridden, sat up in alarm. She understood the art of thievery. The system observed Jiang Qiyu rising from the bed with a sly smile and anxiously inquired, "Host, what are you up to? You could simply enjoy the drama and accumulate excitement points. Please don't create chaos. I lack the skills to protect you." Jiang Qiyu tossed her hair, dismissing the notion of needing protection from a useless trinket. The system persisted in its pleas. Do not venture out.
Please.
Alas, why must it encounter such a disobedient host? Ignoring the system, Jiang Qiyu exited the spacious room. The dressing room must surely be on the third floor. She swiftly ascended the stairs and soon spotted a sliver of light seeping from a door, a light not of ordinary illumination, but reminiscent of a flashlight. Without hesitation, she approached and kicked the door open with a forceful thud. The commotion startled Aunt Wang, who was clandestinely pilfering gold jewelry inside. Before she could react, a barrage of blows greeted her.
Slap, 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 slap.
The system could only observe in disbelief as this host truly went mad when faced with adversity. Wang Chunhua, despite her nearly 200-pound weight, found herself utterly defenseless, her hands dropping a cascade of gold.
Ah!
Who dares strike me? The noise from the dressing room soon drew the attention of Jiang Nanshan and Su Rinmin, who hastily emerged to turn on the lights. She is the biological daughter of the Jiang family. This was the very girl they had once sold. Covering her face, she swiftly turned the tables, exclaiming, "Madam, sir, this young lady was sneaking around in the dressing room. I entered to investigate and was assaulted by her. Sir, madam, you must take my side." Jiang Qiyu was taken aback by the audacity of the maid's accusations. She retaliated with a resounding slap. "Think carefully before you speak. Just look at what you hold.
Gold.
Glorious, shining gold." Wang Chunhua finally realized she was clutching a golden necklace, her fingers unwittingly adorned with several golden rings. Her eyes widened in shock, yet she continued to protest, "Sir, madam, I swear it wasn't me." In a frantic attempt, she tried to remove the gold from her hands, but to no avail. Jiang Qiyu approached, rifling through her pockets, and produced a substantial handful of gold jewelry to present to Jiang Nanshan and Su Rinmin, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Look!
So much stolen treasure. At that moment, the system interjected, "Host, perhaps you should wipe your mouth." In the living room, the butler and Jiang Ziren had also arrived. Wang Chunhua knelt on the floor, while a large platter brimming with gold lay on the nearby table, all confiscated from her, even 2 golden rings hidden in her bra. Bewildered, Wang Chunhua wondered when she had ever concealed such items. It was as if she had encountered a ghost. Jiang Qiyu would certainly not divulge to Wang Chunhua that she had placed a money-absorbing device on her while striking her. Gold seemed to drill itself into her being. Purchased from the system store with 100 explosive points. Despite Jiang Nanshan's typically gentle demeanor in the face of such matters, the commanding aura of a domineering CEO inevitably emerged. "Aunt Wang, considering how well our Jiang family has treated you, why would you resort to theft?" Jiang Qiyu sat nearby, crunching an apple, striving to resist the temptation to gaze at the pile of gold. What could possibly motivate her? For the sake of her biological daughter, Jiang Ziren, Jiang Nanshan and Su Runmin exchanged glances. After all, 2 decades had passed, and many servants had traversed the Jiang household. Some left after only a few days, while several had remained for years. Who would have imagined that it would be Aunt Wang before them? Yet, when she applied for the position, she claimed her husband had passed away and that she had a young son to support. How, then, had she become pregnant? Aunt Wang has never been an easy opponent. While her husband lay in a hospital bed, she strayed with the spouse of another patient. To her surprise, a fleeting night of passion resulted in a pregnancy. Upon discovering this, she approached the steward again, and yet another encounter ensued. This steward still mistakenly believes Jiang Ziren to be his biological daughter, treating her with unmatched affection. Everything of value is bestowed upon Jiang Ziren, while the scraps that fall to the ground are picked up for her to eat. Jiang Nanshan and Su Rinmin. "Ah, you. Stewardly." With evidence and witnesses at hand, Wang Chunhua cannot attempt to feign innocence. She cast a sorrowful glance at her biological daughter, Jiang Ziren, and confessed, "Sir, madam, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. I beg for your forgiveness." Jiang Ziren's fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. What was this useless person doing? How could she possibly be the daughter of such a woman? Had she not secretly conducted a paternity test beforehand, she would never have believed it. Nevertheless, Jiang Ziren stepped forward, her voice soft. "Mom and Dad, surely Aunt Wang must have her reasons. She has worked for our family for so many years and has always been good to us." Jiang Nanshan glanced at Jiang Ziren, discreetly sighing. Perhaps she remained unaware that this woman was her biological mother. With a gentler tone, Jiang Nanshan replied, "I know how to proceed." Jiang Ziren then cast a glance at Jiang Qiyu, who was leisurely munching on her apple. Did she truly consider this place her home? What a wretch. A malicious glint flickered in her eyes as she said, "Sister, you too. Even if Aunt Wang took something, you shouldn't have struck her, right? She is quite elderly, and we should respect our elders and care for the young." Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes, and an apple core struck Jiang Xiren's forehead. Am I to feel pity for a thief? Why didn't you express that sooner? If you had, the journey of Tang Sung and his disciples would have been unnecessary, filled with hardships and tribulations. The scripture should have been penned by you. You could have embarked on your quest directly. Truly, you are a living bodhisattva in this world. Chapter 005. Just wait for me to come down. Jiang Xiren was left speechless by the retort, looking towards her father, who usually dotes on her the most. However, Jiang Nanshan chose to feign ignorance, diverting his gaze. Su Runmin now regarded Aunt Wang with the conviction that Jiang Qiyu had been treated too lightly. What a malicious woman. It was bad enough that she had assisted in raising her daughter, but to sell her own flesh and blood was unconscionable. After enduring so much suffering, enraged, she declared, "Let us report this to the authorities." Lacking evidence from that time, she yearned for proof. If only she could substantiate her claims, she would see this wicked woman imprisoned for life. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Wang Chunhua prostrated herself on the ground, pleading, "Madam, please do not involve the authorities. I was momentarily confused. Indeed, I have my reasons. I urgently need a substantial sum. My son requires surgery. I truly did not intend to steal." Having served as a maid in a wealthy household for decades, Wang Chunhua was not lacking in wit. She quickly aligned her words with Jiang Xiren's. At that moment, the butler also interceded, saying, "Sir, madam, Aunt Wang has had her difficulties. Please show some leniency." Although Jiang Nanshan recognized the charade, the bond of 20 years between master and servant weighed heavily on him. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Dismiss her. She shall never return to the capital. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking compassion." This butler, Li, would eventually face dismissal as well, though only after a suitable replacement was found. There were numerous household matters that still required his attention. Su Renmin understood Jiang Nanshan's kindness. After all, there was no evidence concerning past events. She did not wish to pursue the matter further today, but she needed to seek out proof. Her heart ached for Jiang Qiyu. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Jiang Qiyu, she discovered the latter had tilted her head and fallen asleep, snoring softly. Su Renmin mused. Wasn't she just cursing a moment ago? With a sigh, she whispered, "If you've fallen asleep, then so be it. I intended to give you all this gold." Asleep? Who is asleep? Mom, who are you talking about? Jiang Qiyu's eyes widened like saucers as she turned to Su Renmin. Su Renmin noted the 10 large gold necklaces adorning Jiang Qiyu's neck, rings on all 10 fingers, and gold on all 10 toes, radiating pure joy. Jiang Nanshan and Su Renmin watched her in sorrow. This child, merely delighted by a few pieces of gold jewelry. She was ecstatic. Perhaps they should buy her more tomorrow. Should they even procure her a golden bed? When arranging her room, she had mentioned a preference for a chamber with 2 toilets. She might very well appreciate golden toilets. Jiang Xiren, witnessing all of this, felt her teeth grinding in frustration. How dare she receive such a fortune in gold without cause? Cursed fate. She queried her system. Can you not cause Jiang Qiyu to meet an untimely end? The system remained silent for a moment before replying, "Host, I am a strategy system, not a killing system." Jiang Xiren had awakened her system half a year ago. The system informed her that she was the protagonist of this world. As long as she followed its directives, she could ascend to the pinnacle of this realm, enjoying boundless wealth and glory. She had enchanted all 5 of her brothers, and now she possessed whatever she desired. Her parents had even allowed her to enter the entertainment industry. With their resources, she would soon be at the zenith of fame. Yet here emerged her biological sibling, Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Xiren, consumed by anger, retrieved her phone and sent a WeChat message. "Did you not contact Jiang Qiyu today?" Aware that a familial recognition was imminent, she had preemptively arranged for a man to approach Jiang Qiyu and manipulate her. Jiang Qiyu had been exceedingly obedient, avoiding any social gatherings to curry his favor, and had recently contemplated withdrawing from the limelight entirely. She believed that as long as she remained inconspicuous, recognition would be impossible. Little did she anticipate the turn of events that unfolded today. Narrowing her eyes, Jiang Xiren sent a voice message. "Brother Nansheng, are you ignoring my words? I am so distressed." Upon hearing her voice, He Nansheng's heart softened, and his thoughts became muddled. "All right," he replied. Outside the villa, Butler Lee observed Wang Chuanhua's swollen face with deep concern. He kissed her plump lips and vowed, "Hua Hua, if you leave, I will take good care of our daughter. I will certainly avenge you. I will drive that woman out of the Jiang family." Wang Chunhua, weighing nearly 200 pounds, nestled in Butler Lee's embrace, sobbing softly. The next day dawned swiftly. Jiang Qiyu, having slept soundly with gold in her arms, was roused by a persistent knocking at the door. She turned over, attempting to continue her slumber. Outside, Jiang Nanshan stood, eager to share good news. The testing results he had dispatched the previous night had arrived. Jiang Qiyu was indeed their child. His primary concern was that Jiang Qiyu might feel out of place in this home, failing to regard it as her own. However, it seemed that would not be the case, allowing him to prepare for the family recognition banquet with peace of mind. It wasn't until noon that Jiang Qiyu finally awoke, having been stirred by an urgent need to relieve herself. Sitting on the toilet while browsing her phone, she discovered numerous missed calls and unread messages, all from her so-called boyfriend. Indifferent, she was about to dismiss them when one call came through, and in a moment of clumsiness, she answered. A deliberately husky voice emerged from the other end. "Baby, you finally answered. Without your affection, I feel like a mere chicken." Jiang Qiyu frowned, perplexed. "What chicken?" He Nansheng's deep voice followed, condemned to a life of solitude by love. Jiang Qiyu nearly choked on the apple she had eaten the previous night, exclaiming, "You are so cheesy. I thought you were a greasy chicken." In this modern age, how could the original owner have fallen for such corny lines and become love-struck? From the original owner's memories, she learned that He Nansheng had always enjoyed reciting these cliché romantic phrases, which only made her more enamored. It was an exhilarating romance, one where they exchanged silence without a word. He Nansheng sensed something was amiss with Jiang Qiyu. Typically, she would respond to such words with a shy laugh. "Come out now, I'll take you to eat. I'm waiting downstairs at your dormitory." Jiang Qiyu stretched lazily, replying, "All right, just wait for me to come down." After hanging up, she promptly blocked the number. He Nansheng waited for half an hour, but when he attempted to call again, he found he could not get through. This was his last number, and with no other option, he resorted to calling Jiang Ziren. Upon hearing his predicament, Jiang Ziren frowned and replied, "It's fine. In a few days, our family will host a kinship banquet. You should come and find a way to take her away." He Nansheng was taken aback.
Huh?
"A kinship banquet? Who are we recognizing?" Jiang Ziren's tone turned cold. Jiang Qiyu. He Nansheng, Chapter 006, I have already blocked Dad. The Jiang family's kinship banquet was grand. Attendees included Jiang Nanshan's esteemed friends from the business world and prominent figures from the entertainment industry. Ordinary individuals simply did not meet the threshold. Jiang Qiyu's agent, Li Lin, could only secure an invitation due to Jiang Qiyu's immense fortune. She never anticipated that Jiang Qiyu would ascend to such heights in this manner. While other starlets climbed into the beds of wealthy elites, she had directly inscribed her name into the family lineage. Upon seeing Jiang Qiyu, Li Lin trailed closely behind her, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Is that the owner of Huaying Entertainment? The legendary martial arts superstar? The award-winning director? Incredible! I could never have dreamt of mingling with such high-profile figures." It is worth noting that many seasoned artists have long ceased attending red carpets and grand ceremonies, often appearing in public only a handful of times throughout the year. To gather so many first-tier stars and business magnates all at once, only the Jiang family could achieve such a feat. This was not solely due to wealth. The illustrious Su Runman also had numerous friends. Jiang Nanshan hovered within a few meters of Jiang Qiyu, eager to hear her thoughts and to see which young men had dated his wife in the past. He was ready to confront them. However, Jiang Qiyu's mind was far from her mother's former lovers. Her sole focus was on the delectable offerings before her. Not even Su Runmin could persuade her to engage socially. Look at this Australian crab. This fresh caviar. This deer antler. Delicious. Jiang Nanshan, after observing for a while, ultimately relinquished his efforts and picked up his phone to check messages. He sent WeChat messages to several of his sons, urging them to make time to attend the kinship banquet. Meanwhile, a group named Exclusive Adoration for Little Sister Ranfan was buzzing with conversation. The eldest, "Are you all really not coming today?" The fourth, "I checked her information. I still have doubts about whether she's my sister. Even with the paternity test, I still find it hard to believe." The third, "Not going." The second, "My sister can only be Ranfan." The fifth, "Same here." The eldest, "Dad has already called me 5 or 6 times. I suppose I should go and assess the situation." The second, safe travels, no need for farewells. The third, I've already blocked Dad. The fifth, please keep the reporters informed. Jiang Yifan smiled. You have misjudged the situation. Jiang Nanshan. Su Renmin was engaged in conversation with guests, oblivious to the absence of her sons. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Meng Qian is here. All thanks to our Su Yingho." Upon hearing this name, Li Lin's eyes widened. Who is Meng Qian? He is the most renowned and trending film emperor in recent years, having won 5 prestigious awards by the age of 26, making him the youngest 5-time film emperor in the history of the entertainment industry. His disposition is remarkably aloof. He seldom engages in private events, never gracing the red carpet, and one can only catch a glimpse of him at award ceremonies or in the cinema. Li Lin slapped Jiang Qiyu on the back, exclaiming, "Goodness, your connections are truly eye-opening." Jiang Qiyu retorted, "Does that sound like an insult to you?"
Ding.
A juicy tidbit. Meng Qian is the principal antagonist of this narrative, harboring unrequited love for the female protagonist, a veritable maniac. Today marks their first genuine encounter. The protagonist will inadvertently slip by the poolside, causing both to tumble into the water, drenched. This incident will stir something within the antagonist, igniting a passion for the female lead. Jiang Qiyu frowned. What sort of revelation is this? Hardly thrilling. Just a glitch from a Mary Sue novel. Wait, there's more. The protagonist will accidentally touch the antagonist's abs, leading her to blush and flee in embarrassment. Her eyes sparkled at that. Jiang Qiyu harbored 2 great passions in life, an adoration for wealth and a fondness for handsome men, often regarded as greedy and lecherous. She popped a piece of imported chocolate into her mouth and glanced towards the newcomer. One must indulge in delicacies and appreciate handsome faces alike. The arrival was clad in a pristine white suit, tall and statuesque, with the top button of his white shirt fastened, exuding an aura of icy reserve akin to a flower atop a lofty peak. Further inspection revealed a small mole adorning his throat, adding an alluring touch of sensuality. Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow. Wait, that mole. As she directed her gaze upward, she beheld a visage sculpted by the divine, with captivating, soulful peach blossom eyes that were both striking and enchanting. Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes. Goodness! Why does this face grow increasingly familiar? The system continued its monologue. However, the protagonist becomes enamored with the sensation of the antagonist's abs, often touching him inadvertently, leading to the misconception that she harbors feelings for him, consequently deepening her affection. Jiang Qiyu scarcely registered the statement as her mind aligned the features of Meng Qian with those of a pitiful male supporting character she had encountered in her previous worlds. Each time, she had rectified the narrative, aiding these unfortunate souls in their growth, ultimately empowering them to win the affections of the female lead, after which she would gracefully withdraw. Sometimes, he was a neglected young prince in ancient times, at other times, a bullied illegitimate child in a wealthy family, or even a half-beast regarded as an outcast. Occasionally, when progress lagged, she would direct the system to summon these unfortunate characters for a lesson in self-improvement. To her astonishment, in this tale, he had risen to such heights, becoming the formidable antagonist. A peculiar sense of familiarity washed over her when Meng Qian glanced her way. Jiang Qiyu instinctively smiled back, revealing a wide grin showcasing her prominent canine teeth. Meng Qian, when Su Renmin sent Meng Qian an invitation, she harbored little hope that he would attend. Yet, upon seeing him now, a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes. It is worth noting that her greatest aspiration has always been to have a son who could inherit her legacy and become a celebrated actor in the entertainment industry. However, her sons proved to be rather ineffectual, none possessing any talent in this regard, which is why she held a particular fondness for Meng Qian. She often fantasized about him becoming her son-in-law. Previously, she had contemplated introducing her daughter to him. You may wonder why she did not wish for her daughter to inherit her legacy. It was simply because she had only one daughter and wished for her to be happy and free to pursue her own desires. As she approached Meng Qian, Su Renmin gently tugged at Jiang Qiyu. Yet before she could manage to do so, she observed her adopted daughter, Jiang Xiren, gracefully making her way over to Meng Qian, greeting him with a warm smile. "Hello, Meng Yingdi, I often hear my mother speak of you." Having entered the entertainment industry for half a year, Jiang Xiren had rapidly ascended to become one of the top young stars, thanks to her various resources and connections. Today, she donned a dazzling white gown adorned with diamonds, appearing as pure and ethereal as a fairy. Those unaware might mistake her for the main attraction of the event. Indeed, it was evident that much of the attention was focused on her. although she was an adopted daughter. The years of pampering had ensured that she would not easily relinquish such affection. After all, they had been in the banquet hall for quite some time, and it was apparent that Su Runmin had not prioritized introducing her biological daughter, suggesting that perhaps she was not deemed presentable. As onlookers witnessed Jiang Ziren and Meng Qian standing together, many felt that they were a perfect match. However, Meng Qian merely cast a cursory glance at Jiang Ziren and replied, "Hello." Chapter 007. I only have one sister, Ran. With one simple statement from Meng Qian, all attention shifted to the true protagonist, Jiang Qiyu. Today, Jiang Qiyu had her hair styled by Su Runmin, her long locks cascading in glamorous waves. Clad in a resplendent blue gown, radiant and captivating like a creature of the sea. If one were to disregard the 2 chocolate cupcakes she held in her hands, they might have overlooked her presence earlier, mistaking her for a distant relative of the Jiang family. At this moment, many began to realize that Jiang Qiyu, the biological daughter of the Jiang family, was not merely attractive but truly stunning. Her naturally striking features bore a resemblance to Su Runmin's youthful visage, yet overall, she seemed to surpass it due to the remarkable genetics inherited from Jiang Nanshan. A few gentlemen present were suddenly reminded of the delightful moments spent with Su Runmin during their courtship, their hearts aching with nostalgia. While Jiang Ziren was indeed beautiful, she possessed a delicate charm akin to that of a refined maiden, which paled in comparison to the vibrant and commanding presence of Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Ziren carried herself with grace, though her penchant for food was evident. Su Runmin attempted to grasp Jiang Qiyu's hand, only to find both occupied with snacks. So she opted to link her arm instead. "Yes, Xiaomeng, allow me to introduce my biological daughter, Jiang Qiyu." Those surrounding them began to shower praises. "Su Yingho, look at you. You have conquered the entertainment industry with your beauty, and now your daughter is set to do the same. Truly, you leave no room for other actresses." Such compliments were indeed lofty. Absolutely. She is breathtaking. She exudes warmth and kindness. Truly a wonderful daughter. Congratulations. Hearing such accolades, no one could resist the joy that blossomed on Jiang Qiyu's face, enhancing her beauty even further. In a fleeting moment, Meng Qian appeared somewhat dazed. "Everyone praises me so well. Please, shower me with compliments. Don't just admire my face. Is my figure not appealing? With my long legs standing at 1.8 meters and my ample bosom, even I cannot resist the allure." Su Runmin could hardly contain her laughter at her daughter's self-adoration. Could such words be uttered aloud? Thankfully, only she could hear these thoughts. And her husband was not nearby. Yet, such narcissism was endearing. It reminded her of her own youthful charm. Jiang Ziren found herself pushed to the periphery, her hands clenched into tight fists.
How dare they?
She was the rightful heroine of this world, while Jiang Qiyu was merely a supporting character. At that moment, she noticed someone entering the room, a figure clad in a sleek black suit, exuding an air of sophistication. Tears pooled in Jiang Ziren's eyes as she gazed at the crowd surrounding Jiang Qiyu, her shoulders trembling slightly, resembling a forlorn child abandoned and isolated. Jiang Yifan, upon entering, instantly spotted his sister, treated in such a manner after 2 decades of companionship, and his heart ached. He strode over, wrapping his arm around Jiang Ziren's shoulders. Ran. Jiang Ziren feigned surprise, then a single tear cascaded down her cheek, her eyes reddening, evoking deep sympathy. Her voice quivered as she spoke. "Big brother, I feel so superfluous. Should I leave home? Yes, perhaps I should depart. I am but an outsider." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yifan's heart ached intensely. Wishing fervently to expel Jiang Qiyu from the Jiang family immediately, he gently patted Jiang Ziren's head, saying, "What nonsense are you speaking? You will always be my beloved sister. Whatever grievances you have, confide in your brother. I shall take care of it. No one is leaving. It's certainly one TBU." Jiang Yifan currently managed the investment company under the Jiang conglomerate, a rare investment prodigy, embodying the archetype of a domineering CEO. With his commanding presence, Jiang Ziren felt a wave of relief wash over her, collapsing into his embrace and weeping quietly, though a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Jiang Yifan cast a glance at Jiang Qiyu, who was radiantly laughing in the crowd. A flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he took Jiang Ziren's hand and made his way to find Jiang Nanshan. Jiang Nanshan was engaged in conversation with Tang Mingze, who was persistently inquiring how he had discovered his wife's infidelity with his father. What could Jiang Nanshan possibly say? He could not admit to hearing his own daughter's innermost thoughts. Thus, he replied, I encountered a fortune teller that day who mentioned my bright aura, indicating a friend with a green hat. I thought of you, and lo and behold, it turned out to be true. Tang Mingze was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Upon seeing Jiang Yifan approach, he hastily remarked, "My son has arrived. I need to discuss a few matters with him." "Do not dwell on it. There are plenty of good women in the world. If all else fails, find yourself a man." Jiang Yifan, upon spotting his father, expressed his discontent. "Dad, how can you overlook Ranran?" Jiang Xiren quickly tugged at Jiang Yifan's sleeve, her voice soft as she urged, "Big brother, please don't say that. Today is my sister's day. I am fine with whatever happens as long as she is happy." Jiang Yifan felt an overwhelming sense of compassion for Jiang Xiren upon hearing those words. His sister was simply too kind-hearted and gentle, making her an easy target for bullying. He comforted her, saying, "What do you mean, the sister's domain? Look at who acknowledges her. Among us 5 brothers, we only recognize you as our one and only sister." A fleeting smile of triumph danced in Jiang Xiren's eyes, though her voice remained gentle as she replied, "Elder brother,
Please don't say that.
sister has endured a great deal of hardship outside." Jiang Nanshan, overhearing their conversation, was also touched. This adopted daughter truly understood the weight of familial bonds. The things she might do in the future must surely be misunderstandings. Although the past grievances Jiang Qiyu spoke of were genuine, it did not imply that the future could be accurately foretold. After all, the future is ever-changing. Jiang Nanshan affectionately ruffled Jiang Xiren's hair, assuring her, "We will not overlook you. You are a child of our family as well. Come, let us go find your mother." After exchanging pleasantries with her friends, Su Runmin brought Jiang Qiyu to find Jiang Nanshan. Upon seeing Jiang Yifan, she smiled and introduced, "Here, Yifan, this is your biological sister." Jiang Qiyu. Turning to Jiang Qiyu, she added, "Little fish, this is your elder brother." Jiang Qiyu found it difficult to maintain a stern demeanor in the presence of such a handsome figure, greeting him with a smile. "Elder brother. Is this the elder brother of the investment genius? Yes, rather good-looking."
Hee hee.
Jiang Yifan had initially intended to ignore Jiang Qiyu, but upon hearing the compliment directed at him, he frowned slightly. Who was it that was proclaiming him handsome? In the next moment, he realized the voice belonged to Jiang Qiyu. Could it be her inner thoughts? Observing that no one else seemed perturbed, he pondered. Chapter 008. I don't care, anyway. As soon as those words left his lips, Su Runmin's expression darkened immediately. "Yifan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Yifan felt compelled not only to express his own stance, but also to clarify for his brothers. He could not allow Jiang Qiyu to harbor any unrealistic notions. "Mother, we brothers are typically quite obedient, but today, their reluctance to come signifies their stance. We only recognize Ranran as our one and only sister," Jiang Yifan stated with a serious tone. He had intended to observe what this biological sister was like, but her immediate enthusiasm in calling him elder brother suggested she was merely trying to curry favor. She was no fool. Su Renmin's face turned an ominous shade. "Are you all trying to drive me to madness?" Jiang Xiren interjected. "Elder brother, please don't be like that. Sister is truly a good person. We are all family." Jiang Qiyu wore a nonchalant expression, watching Jiang Xiren put on an act. TSK. With such a green tea performance, who could tell you apart from an Oscar-winning actress? If you choose not to recognize me as your sister, then so be it. I truly do not care. Just because you're somewhat handsome, I'll give you a little face, but there are countless who are even better looking. Meng Qian is far more handsome. Truly, these were Jiang Qiyu's innermost thoughts, and Jiang Yifan found himself involuntarily stealing glances at her. Meng Qian more handsome than him? Impossible. Jiang Qiyu, noticing Jiang Yifan's gaze, rolled her eyes at him. When others were unkind to her, she had no intention of extending kindness to him either. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes plucked out." Jiang Yifan, this person is a bit unhinged. The banquet was set to commence promptly, yet the hour had not yet arrived. Jiang Qiyu, growing weary of Jiang Xiren's theatrics, decided to step outside for some amusement. There lay a grand swimming pool where, according to the system's gossip, Meng Qian had likely met with an unfortunate plunge. She intended to stake out a prime spot to witness the protagonist's dramatic confrontation with the arch-nemesis. While not able to touch chiseled abs was of little consequence, the chance to behold a handsome man drenched was a worthy compensation. In her previous world, she had been entangled with the pitiful male supporting character, but in this realm, devoid of such obligations, she was free to indulge her whims.
Ding.
Host, there are several juicy tidbits. Jiang Qiyu is currently preparing to approach you for an apology. Yet she has secretly orchestrated a live broadcast with a female celebrity, feigning to capture this moment inadvertently. Given your temperament, you are bound to utter some unflattering remarks, which will inevitably be broadcasted, leading netizens to criticize you. Jiang Qiyu, holding a small cake, took a bite, her brow arching slightly. How presumptuous of Jiang Qiyu to think she would speak ill. The system, seemingly ignoring her retort, continued to divulge more gossip. Shortly thereafter, within the banquet hall, Jiang Qiyu confided to Jiang Nanshan and Jiang Yifan, "Dad, brother, I'm going to find sister to chat. She seems a bit upset." Jiang Yifan contemplated intervening but was halted by Jiang Nanshan, who insisted that the sisters' relationship was not his concern. Though he acquiesced, both men stealthily trailed behind, apprehensive that the delicate Jiang Qiyu might face adversity. Meanwhile, Su Runmin found herself ensnared in conversation with He Nansheng, who had seized the opportunity to engage her. He Nansheng, a rising star, had not been invited by her, yet his presence indicated that someone had indeed sent him an invitation, either Jiang Qiyu or Jiang Qiyu, both of whom possessed the privilege of inviting friends. Out of consideration for her daughter, Su Runmin exhibited a modicum of patience. This was He Nansheng's first encounter with the illustrious Su Runmin, and his eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Suing Ho, you are breathtaking. My eyes have been blessed by your presence. I could easily mistake you for sisters with Jiang Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu." Flattered by the young man's compliment, Su Runmin smiled. "Are you friends with both my daughters?" He Nansheng nodded. "Yes, I would like to become friends with you as well." Eager to learn more about Jiang Qiyu, Su Runmin engaged in conversation with He Nansheng. Outside, having finished her snack, Jiang Qiyu clapped her hands, preparing to re-enter for some fruit, when she spotted Jiang Qiyu approaching. Not far off, a lesser-known actress named Lin Dai was live-streaming. Due to her limited fame, she relied on broadcasting various entertainment events to boost her popularity. Her frequent streams had attracted a considerable following, garnering her several promising opportunities. Today, she had received an invitation from Jiang Qiyu to this understated, yet lavish family gathering. However, adhering to Jiang Ziyuan's request, she refrained from disclosing her exact whereabouts, opting instead to stream quietly. As viewers tuned in to witness the presence of numerous hard-to-spot A-listers, the online audience surged to an astonishing 200,000. She had just considered live-streaming the Meng Qian event, but the crowd was too dense for her to squeeze in. In truth, she was hesitant to direct the camera towards Meng Qian, who detested such intrusions. Several paparazzi had previously faced his wrath. The atmosphere was shrouded in mystery. The individual modest and the fans fervent. She dared not provoke him. "I am genuinely curious about what kind of banquet this is. So many prominent figures. I fear this live stream might trend online. If it does, Dai's lawyer will be inundated with letters. Let us observe quietly. This is a treat from Dai for us."
Hey.
Is that Sister Xiren? So beautiful and gentle. A fairy in a white dress. Who is that person? The one in the blue dress? Quite lovely. But I don't recognize her. Just a minor celebrity. Not worth mentioning. At that moment, Lin Dai whispered, "Her name is Jiang Qiyu. She seems to be a distant relative of Jiang Qiyu and part of the entertainment industry, though she is rather obscure." In truth, Lin Dai did not know Jiang Qiyu. These were merely words Jiang Qiyu had instructed her to say. Jiang Qiyu, noticing that Lin Dai's camera was set, began to quietly apologize to Jiang Qiyu. "Sister, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I will speak with the brothers and ensure they treat you better." Jiang Nanshan, who was stealthily following behind, felt a wave of comfort upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Jiang Yifan thought his sister was excessively kind, to the point of being heart-wrenching. This exchange, however, was far from audible to Lin Dai, who stood at a distance, nor could the live stream audience hear it. Nonetheless, they could see Jiang Qiyu engaged in conversation with Jiang Qiyu. Suddenly, Jiang Nanshan, Jiang Yifan, and hundreds of thousands of viewers watched as Jiang Qiyu lifted her foot and kicked Jiang Qiyu into the water. Jiang Nanshan and Jiang Yifan's pupils dilated in unison, ready to rush forward, when they heard Jiang Qiyu's inner thoughts, pretending to be so innocent. "Do you really think you're some pure little fairy? Wasn't it you who secretly gave the key to your father's room to that little star?" Jiang Nanshan and Jiang Yifan halted simultaneously. "What?" Their synchronized movements led them to exchange a glance, both realizing that they could hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. Lin Dai was horrified, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Chapter 009. Is he really going to take action against me? The live stream chat momentarily fell silent, only to be swiftly flooded with curses. What the hell is this little nobody doing? She truly deserves punishment. How could she kick my sister into the water? What kind of lunatic is this? Someone call the police. I regret not being there. I want to tear her apart. This is madness. Truly insane. How dare she kick our Ranfan? Does she even know who Ranfan is? 5 brothers, hurry. The domineering CEO and the illustrious actress, come quickly. She is finished. She will undoubtedly be blacklisted across the internet. This incident instantly trended online. Jiang Qiyu kicked Jiang Ziran into the water. Jiang Qiyu is now infamous. Jiang Qiyu deserves to face dire consequences. In the live stream of Lin Dai Dai, an overwhelming influx of viewers caused the system to crash. With a sudden splash, Jiang Ziran found herself unceremoniously thrust into the water, a fate she had never anticipated. Was Jiang Qiyu truly mad? Soaked to the skin and utterly disheveled, she flailed in the water, and after a few agonizing seconds, no one came to her aid. She could see Jiang Nanshan and her elder brother. Had they been rendered speechless by shock? How could she trust their ability to have her best interests at heart? Jiang Ziran clenched her fists underwater, about to swim to the surface, when she noticed a tall, remarkably handsome man approaching the swimming pool. Her eyes widened, and she shouted, "Help! Help! I can't swim!" Meng Qiyan would surely come to her rescue. He was the formidable antagonist of her story, the one who loved her deeply. Jiang Qiyu, observing Jiang Ziran's desperate struggle, couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister, the water is only knee-deep. Who are you trying to impress with your antics?" At that moment, the crowd gathered around the pool also realized its shallow depth. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu spotted Meng Qiyan arriving, striding toward her. With a beaming smile, she communicated telepathically with the system. "See, the antagonist has arrived right on cue. He will undoubtedly dive in to save the heroine." The power of the narrative is relentless. The system, however, was not inclined to engage in conversation. Instead, it trembled and remarked, "Did you not just claim Jiang Ziran considered you someone of significance? Look at the spectacle you've created." Jiang Qiyu lazily replied, "Just tell me if I've said anything offensive." The system was momentarily speechless, but it lamented, "This is going to be broadcast live. You shall be condemned. Am I afflicted with a workaholic tendency? Life is not a wilderness. It is a relentless grind of work, skipping classes and languishing in an endless cycle of idleness." The system, amidst its toil, found itself unable to contain its tears upon hearing those words. It truly wished to escape this labor. Jiang Nanshan and Jiang Yifan, now devoid of urgency, ceased their advance. Jiang Nanshan, busy managing the Jiang Corporation, had several sons each engaged in their own enterprises. After this soiree, he would have to travel to another city for a collaboration, spending the night in a hotel. He promptly took out his phone to message his assistant, "Check if a young celebrity is staying at the hotel where I will be tonight." The destination was not a major city, where celebrities were typically scarce. The hotel was one of his own, making it easy to verify. At the poolside, Meng Qian's appearance had captivated many onlookers. Even though the water was shallow, there was a possibility he might plunge in to rescue the damsel in distress. After all, who wouldn't he wish to curry favor with the beloved Jiang Ziran? Several men appeared eager to leap into action. However, Meng Qian remained unmoved, showing no intention of entering the water. Instead, he approached Jiang Qiyu, who was watching the spectacle. All eyes turned to them once more. Could it be that Meng Qian intended to take vengeance on Jiang Ziran? His temperament was notoriously unpredictable. Would he perhaps shove Jiang Qiyu into the water? As Jiang Qiyu watched him stride closer, a flicker of anxiety coursed through her. He wouldn't dare turn his wrath upon me, would he? Oh no! Jiang Qiyu blinked her beautiful eyes and immediately noticed Meng Qian's hand reaching out, seemingly intent on pushing her into the water. Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes. Better for me to betray the world than for the world to betray me. In the next moment, seizing the initiative, she forcefully shoved Meng Qian. As Meng Qian extended a hand to offer her a tissue to wipe her mouth, she was caught off guard and leaned backward. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Jiang Qiyu's indiscriminate attack astonished everyone present. Even Jiang Ziran, who was in the pool, was left dumbfounded. The system was instantly drenched in sweat. "Host, you've truly lost your mind. This is the heartless, deranged antagonist. If you wish to meet your demise sooner, just say so." Jiang Qiyu maintained an air of indifference, believing that whether she died sooner or later, she would go mad and take everyone down with her first. However, contrary to expectations, Meng Qian did not fall into the water. When he leaned back, his waist shifted slightly, and instead of falling straight back, he tilted his body. One hand braced against the edge of the swimming pool, his tousled hair fluttered softly, adding to his chaotic charm. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Qiyu was speechless. Her lips twitched as she sincerely remarked, "What a fine waist you have. Who would have thought you had some substance? That waist should fetch a good price." "Shouldn't it?" Not far away, Zhang Nanshan and Jiang Yifan exchanged glances. Meng Qian stood up, adjusting his clothing with his long fingers, and extended the tissue once more. His voice crisp and warm, "You have chocolate crumbs at the corner of your mouth." The system was baffled. Jiang Qiyu realized that the formidable antagonist had not come to push her into the pool. This was rather awkward. She accepted the tissue, wiped the chocolate crumbs from her mouth, and earnestly said, "You're actually quite nice." Jiang Ziren, witnessing this scene from the water, was seething with anger. Fortunately, at that moment, someone rushed out, calling out, "Ziren, Ziren, are you alright?" Following this person was the elegant Su Runmin, who inquired, "What happened?" Jiang Ziren, pulled up by He Nansheng, could not contain her tears, her shoulders trembling, yet she insisted, "Mom, I'm fine. As long as my sister is happy, I'm okay." Jiang Qiyu snorted, too lazy to explain. Su Runmin glanced between Jiang Ziren and Jiang Qiyu, concluding that if Ziren said she was fine, then it must be so. "Go change your clothes, we'll be eating soon." Jiang Ziren was left bewildered. However, at that moment, He Nansheng strode directly to Jiang Qiyu, indignantly exclaiming, "Jiang Qiyu, how could you do this? She is your sister. How do you think I usually teach you?" This statement amused Jiang Qiyu, prompting her to swing her large handbag directly at He Nansheng's face. The resounding slap nearly knocked his nasal prosthetic out of place. He Nansheng, covering his face, resembled a protagonist from a melodramatic romance, exclaiming, "How dare you hit me?" Jiang Qiyu chuckled, "If I hit you, I hit you. Should I consult the almanac for an auspicious date?" Chapter 010. I advise you to withdraw that statement. He Nansheng was nearly in tears, glancing at Su Runmin beside him. "Su Ingho, look at this. She's hitting me." Jiang Qiyu looked at him, with exasperation. "You didn't spare me before, nor did you refrain from spending my money. Moreover, you refused to touch me, claiming all must be reserved for after marriage. Little did you know, he wishes to bestow all his firsts upon the goddess Jiang Ziren. Today, seeing my mother so stunning and wealthy, he has developed nefarious intentions. How dare he covet my mother's bed, hoping to avoid 2 decades of hardship? Not touching me is no loss. Impotent fool."
Su Renmin. Oh.
Jiang Nanshan. Jiang Yifan. This man actually dares to aspire to be his stepfather? Su Renmin was taken aback. This man, looking deceptively charming, not only maneuvered between her 2 daughters, but also harbored intentions towards her. Apologies, but she found him unappealing. With a frosty demeanor, she took charge. "Everyone, it's time to disperse. It's merely childish play. Go change your clothes, as the banquet will commence shortly." No one expected Su Runmin would not pursue Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Ziren was on the verge of gnashing her teeth, yet had no recourse but to leave in a dampened spirit. He Nansheng, noting the disdainful look Su Runmin cast upon him, could only seek to ingratiate himself with Jiang Ziren. Jiang Nanshan and Jiang Yifan remained hidden in the shadows. Jiang Nanshan inquired of Jiang Yifan, "Are you acquainted with a little star named Lin Qi?" Due to Jiang Ziren's recent foray into the entertainment industry, Jiang Yifan had invested significantly in projects related to it. Jiang Yifan nodded. "I know her. She is Ranran's friend." As an investor, he typically wouldn't be familiar with lesser-known celebrities, yet Lin Qi had a close relationship with his sister. To facilitate her participation in his invested variety show, she had dined with them. Jiang Nanshan's gaze darkened as he promptly called his assistant. "Immediately search her room, claiming a previous guest left something behind. Check if there is a keycard for my room." As everyone prepared to be seated, Jiang Nanshan's assistant called back, astonished. "Mr. Jiang, how did you know?" "It's true. We found it, but she adamantly refuses to return it." Jiang Nanshan's eyes narrowed. "Have you determined how she obtained the keycard?" The assistant hesitated. "I inquired at the front desk. They said Lin Qi claimed she was retrieving something for Miss Jiang Ziren as she planned to prepare a surprise for you in her room tonight. Thus, the front desk handed it over without further thought." All Jiang Group employees were well aware that Jiang Ziren was the most cherished daughter of the Jiang family. Consequently, the front desk did not question it. Jiang Nanshan's expression darkened to an extreme. With his habit of socializing and drinking, The sudden entry of a woman into his room in the dead of night could lead to unforeseen consequences. He was bewildered. He treated Jiang Ziren quite well as his foster daughter. Why would she act against him in this manner? Jiang Yifun's expression also soured. Was this truly the doing of his sister? Manager Li Lin remained somewhat stunned and unresponsive. Just moments ago, she had been at the poolside, utterly astonished. It was entirely reasonable for her to suspect that Jiang Qiyu had lost her mind, and she had ample evidence to support her claim. Let us not even mention the incident where she kicked Jiang Ziren. What was truly bewildering was that her love-struck brain had compelled her to slap He Nanqing. This was indeed perplexing. It is essential to recall that she had previously been urging a breakup, while Jiang Qiyu had been preoccupied with foraging for wild vegetables. When they took their seats, Jiang Qiyu pulled her to sit beside her. She gently touched Jiang Qiyu's forehead, asking, "Are you running a fever? Why have you abandoned your love-struck thoughts?" Jiang Qiyu held a genuine fondness for Li Lin, her manager, as she had been the only one who had treated the original owner of this body kindly, even lending her money in the past. Thus, she made a conscious effort to elevate Li Lin to the main table. Li Lin had intended to engage Jiang Qiyu in further conversation, but her attention was swiftly diverted by the presence of a handsome and composed man seated to her left. This was none other than Jiang Yifun, the widely acknowledged investment prodigy in the business world. This year, he had been heavily investing in projects within the entertainment industry, producing blockbuster films and variety shows. If he could provide Jiang Qiyu with some resources, surely her ascent to stardom would be assured. Without conferring with Jiang Qiyu, Li Lin seized the opportunity, as the table was not yet full, to initiate a conversation. She greeted Jiang Yifun with a radiant smile. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Qiyu's manager. My surname is Li." Jiang Yifun glanced at Li Lin, noting her short hair and professional suit, and responded coolly, "Hello." Li Lin beamed brightly. "Congratulations on finding a sister, Mr. Jiang. I wonder if the new variety show you are investing in might present an opportunity for our Qiyu, as she has not had any suitable offers lately." In truth, there were no offers at all. Jiang Qiyu was as obscure as a grain of sesame paste. Nevertheless, Li Lin aimed to embellish the situation. She was known for her forthrightness, preferring to speak plainly rather than beat around the bush. The new variety show Jiang Yifun had recently invested in was titled New Expectations for Life. Unlike most shows on the market, this program featured different locations each episode, focusing on allowing celebrities to experience diverse lifestyles. The director, the renowned and audacious Qin Xie, was famous for his boldness, boasting a loyal fan base. Thus, the project's inception had already stirred a sensation within the industry and on Weibo, with numerous celebrities eager to participate. Originally, Li Lin would never have dared to consider the prospect of an under-the-radar talent like Jiang Qiyu being featured on such a show. However, circumstances had shifted. Jiang Qiyu was no longer the same as before. She had undergone a transformation. Oh, not a mere transformation. She was now Jiang Qiyu adorned with gilded edges. Upon hearing Li Lin's words, Jiang Qiyu instantly regretted having her at the main table. She had no desire to work at this moment. However, it was clear that Li Lin's inquiry was in vain. Jiang Yifun despised her. How could he possibly offer her any resources? Surprisingly, to Jiang Qiyu's astonishment, Jiang Yifun replied, "All right, there happens to be an available spot." Originally intended for Lin Qi, she could no longer be allowed to participate given her recent actions. Although he wasn't particularly fond of Jiang Qiyu either, finding her somewhat uncouth, with the show approaching its premiere, finding other candidates would prove challenging. He might as well give the opportunity to Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu, like a bolt from the blue, Jiang Qiyu was struck, leaving her both crispy and tender. Jiang Yifun.
What?
She doesn't want to go? Li Lin was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, General Jiang. Qiyu will certainly not disappoint you. She previously lacked quality resources, yet she is remarkably talented." Jiang Qiyu's lips twitched. Gold will always shine, but alas, I am but titanium. Chapter 011. Intentionally arousing his interest? Li Lin. Jiang Yifun. Jiang Yifun directly inquired, "Do you not wish to attend?" Just as Jiang Qiyu was about to respond, Li Lin covered her mouth. She clasped her neck and pressed down, whispering in her ear, "Think carefully before you speak. You signed a wager agreement with the company. If you fail to earn 50 million for them within 2 years, you will owe a penalty of 300 million. Jiang Qiyu was taken aback. "How much?" Li Lin reiterated, 300 million. "You have been in the industry for over a year now, and the deadline is fast approaching. You haven't forgotten the agreement you signed, have you?" In truth, She was unaware of this agreement until recently when her boss summoned her for discussion. She also did not comprehend how Jiang Qiyu could have signed such a perilous wager agreement. Damn it, it truly exists. At that time, the original host was thrilled when a talent scout took notice of her. Life in the electronics factory was exceedingly dull, and she was eager to escape her circumstances, thus signing the agreement. However, she was entirely oblivious to what a wager agreement entailed and, with her limited education, had not carefully examined the contract. Cursed capitalists. Where on earth could she procure 300 million? Even if she were to beg her parents, this sum was exorbitant. Faced with this harsh reality, Jiang Qiyu could only lament tearfully. Damn it. Sooner or later, I shall blow this company to smithereens. Li Lin. Jiang Yifan had just overheard Li Lin's mention of the wager agreement penalty. He nodded, stating, as for the announcement fee, there will be further discussions. Business must be conducted professionally. Li Lin quickly responded, money is no object, whatever the amount. Now it was Jiang Qiyu's turn to cover Li Lin's mouth. Grinning at Jiang Yifan, please, let there be more money. I work solely for the sake of earning. The humble little fish was online lamenting. Life has battered me repeatedly, yet my flesh has grown tender and resilient. The system observed with shattered values. This host is remarkably adaptable. For reasons unknown. Jiang Yifan found it difficult to harbor any dislike for Jiang Qiyu at that moment. She struck him as utterly adorable. Yet this sentiment was soon disrupted. Money? What money? Brother, what are you discussing? Behind them came the gentle voice of Jiang Ziran. She had changed into another outfit and looked radiant as ever. He Nanxing followed closely, having taken a seat at the main table. From another direction, Jiang Nanshan and Su Runmin approached. They had just attempted to contact 4 other brothers, only to find them unresponsive, which greatly vexed Su Runmin. Sitting at the main table were Jiang Nanshan and 2 of his close friends, including Tang Mingze. Now only 1 seat remained unoccupied, and Su Runmin pondered whom to summon. At that moment, Meng Qian was seen moving about. Su Runmin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Meng, come and sit here. Meng Qian approached, exuding an air of elegance and courtesy, and inquired, Sister Su, is it appropriate for me to sit here? Before Su Runmin could respond, Jiang Qiyu interjected, of course it's appropriate. Even a dung beetle could sit at this table. All eyes naturally turned towards He Nanxing, who pondered, what is this woman doing? Is she deliberately trying to pique my interest? Meng Qian glanced at Jiang Qiyu, his soulful eyes curving slightly, and took a seat beside her. The system found this antagonist rather peculiar. Wasn't he supposed to be a cold and heartless madman? Even in the original text, he presented a detached demeanor towards the female lead. Yet now, he appeared so refined and gentlemanly. The system was baffled, but chose to remain silent. Chapter 012. Are you participating in a variety show? Jiang Qiyu must have taken the opportunity to ingratiate herself with her older brother while she was absent. Nevertheless, it was surely in vain. Her brother's heart belonged solely to her. Jiang Ziran was taken aback.
Ha!
Brother, isn't this variety show already full? What qualifications did an obscure actress like Jiang Qiyu have to join such a high-profile program? Jiang Yifan's thoughts drifted to Lin Qi, suspecting that her situation might indeed be related to Jiang Ziran. His expression darkened. We cannot have Lin Qi participate. Lin Qi was her subordinate, and Jiang Ziran frowned.
But why?
Qi is wonderful. Just moments ago, Lin Qi had called her several times, but she was too busy changing her outfit and doing her makeup to answer. Jiang Nanshan observed Jiang Ziran defending Lin Qi and felt his aura cool slightly. There was no need for further discussion. Her brother's decisions were justified in their own right. As for work matters, Jiang Qiyu held little interest. Upon seeing the dishes being served, she immediately began to feast. At any time, in any place, a super detective is serious about eating. The others at the table nearly burst into laughter at Jiang Qiyu's antics. Tang Mingze found it hard to enjoy his meal. After uncovering the affair between his wife and father, he had lost 5 pounds. All he desired now was to fill the void within himself through financial success. Sitting beside Jiang Yifan, he inquired, Yifan, how is that project you mentioned last time progressing? May I invest some money? The mention of making money piqued everyone's interest, even causing Jiang Qiyu to perk up her ears. All eyes turned to Jiang Ziran, who was deemed exceptionally talented for even understanding investment matters and for being able to introduce projects to investment geniuses. Jiang Yifan nodded, confirming, yes. I have nearly completed the investigation on this project, and it indeed looks promising. It involves biotechnology. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu lost interest instantly. TSK. Introducing a fraudulent project to my brother, and in the end, it turns out to be a colossal failure, resulting in losses of billions, with a co-investor going bankrupt, seeking out my brother, only to meet a tragic end. A generation of investment genius falls. What a pity. But this fish head is delicious. Jiang Yifan. A fraudulent project? How could the people he sent for investigation have missed this? Jiang Nanshan. Shortstory. The fish head is delicious?
No.
Is the eldest son to be executed? The elder brother has invested in many projects, and since this one was introduced by Jiang Ziran, he felt at ease and did not intervene further. Later, he regretted it immensely. However, Jiang Ziran claimed she was unaware of any issues. In truth, she had long known it was not a legitimate project, but the project leader promised her billions in benefits, so she pretended not to see the problems, thinking that since her brother was so wealthy, a small loss would not matter. But it was not a small loss at all. 100 billion. Sometimes, she found herself laughing at her own poverty, as she could only produce 100. This extravagant expenditure was entirely due to her affection for Jiang Ziran. Alas. Yet, he ultimately misplaced his trust. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanshan and Su Runmin simultaneously cast their puzzled gazes towards Jiang Yifan. Wearing the same pair of underwear for 8 years? Jiang Yifan interjected, that is not the point. The crux of the matter is that Jiang Ziran actually deceived him. He must find time to investigate this personally. That is 100 billion. Even for someone like him, who can casually produce 1 trillion, that is not an insignificant amount. Tang Mingze, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, continued, so, Yifan? Is it feasible? The more funds the project secures, the greater her share. However, Jiang Yifan raised his head, his tone markedly icy. No, it is not viable. I have yet to conduct a thorough investigation. Jiang Ziran's brows knitted tightly. Did not her brother mention just a few days ago that he was prepared to transfer the funds? She bit her lip. Brother, are you still hesitating? There is no need for hesitation. This project is truly outstanding. Observing her enthusiasm, Jiang Yifan's demeanor grew even colder. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Jiang Ziran, incensed by Jiang Yifan's attitude, clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms without her notice. Jiang Qiyu, meanwhile, was blissfully enjoying shrimp while oblivious to the fact that someone had already peeled the shrimp for her. Alas, the other brothers are not faring much better. Jiang Yifan perked up, while Su Runmin and Jiang Nanshan also leaned in attentively. Yet, Jiang Qiyu refrained from elaborating, for she was savoring a dish she particularly adored. Buddha jumps over the wall. The entire family urged, what exactly is wrong? Please do tell. However, throughout the entire meal, Jiang Qiyu did not indulge further, having consumed 2 bowls of rice and feeling slightly dazed. Afterward, Jiang Nanshan took special care to introduce her, escorting her to other tables for drinks, and she felt a bit muddled. Nevertheless, once the banquet concluded, she did manage to tell Jiang Nanshan, Dad, please spend some quality time with Mom today and refrain from going on business trips. She could not simply watch her father fall into a trap. So Jiang Qiyu subtly hinted at her concern. I really like it, but I wonder if I can still pull it off once I sit down. Jiang Yifan stood there,
somewhat dazed.
Why did his sister not give him a heads up? After returning, Jiang Ziran received a call from Lin Qi. It was then she discovered that Lin Qi's room card had been confiscated. She felt that Jiang Nanshan was overly indulgent towards Jiang Qiyu and wanted Lin Qi to climb into his bed and take photos to control him. She never imagined it would be discovered. How could it have been uncovered? She pondered this in confusion. Lin Qi has become irrelevant. Jiang Ziran has directly blocked her. All due to Jiang Qiyu. Everything has slipped out of her control, and even her elder brother scolded her today. She must not let Jiang Qiyu escape unscathed from the variety show. He Nansheng will also participate in new expectations in life. With Jiang Qiyu's poor attitude towards He Nansheng, how could she possibly avoid being scolded by his fans on the show? Her 5th brother is also going to be part of this variety show. Being the youngest, he is the easiest to manipulate. Jiang Qiyu is undoubtedly in for a rough time. That evening, in a spacious flat, a strikingly handsome man stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his beautiful peach blossom eyes betraying an endless obsession. He sent a WeChat message to his manager. I wish to participate in new expectations in life. The manager immediately called him in disbelief. What? Mr. Meng? You want to join a variety show? But you never participate in any. The manager dared not inquire further. He understood Meng Qian's temperament. He could only comply after all. Meng Qian was his boss. Chapter 013. What a mouth this sister has.
Hey.
Jiang Qiyu, wake up. A somewhat irritable male voice pierced through. Jiang Qiyu turned over to continue her slumber, only to collide her head against a car window. Wincing in pain, she finally opened her eyes, glaring at the culprit. The director of New Expectations in Life, Qin Xia. What do you want from me, premature director? She retorted, her tone sharp. Who could fathom such a feeling? It was akin to having a coffin lid abruptly lifted. Qin Xia, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you just call me? Although not particularly old, he had risen to fame at an early age and was quite well known. It must be noted that Jiang Qiyu was merely a low-tier celebrity. Moreover, the live broadcast had already commenced, and others in the vehicle were striving to capture some screen time to garner more exposure. Yet, she simply shut her eyes and refused to open them again. I'm so irritated by this low-tier celebrity. How did she even get on this show? Let us expose her backers. I bet we'll hit the jackpot. Isn't she the one who shoved our sister Xiren into the swimming pool the other day? How is she still alive? She just comes in and sleeps. What kind of attitude is that? Even our popular sister Shu Fan doesn't behave this way. If it weren't for her face, I would feel nauseated just by seeing her. Forget her. I'll just focus on my brother Nansheng and my brother Wuhu. Wait. Did I just hear Jiang Qiyu call Director Qin Xia what I think she did? Did she just refer to him as premature director? Is that the meaning I'm thinking of? Has she lost her mind in her sleep? Impatiently, Jiang Qiyu raked her fingers through her hair and snapped. What's wrong with calling you premature director? So a girlfriend is just a fleeting moment, too short, barely 3 minutes, yet you're the most stubborn all over. Since Jiang Yifan only asked him to look after Jiang Xiren and Jiang Wuhu, he assumed Jiang Yifan definitely doesn't like me. Upon getting in the car, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at my beautiful sleeping face 18 times. At that moment, Jiang Wuhu, sitting in the back playing a game, lifted his cap slightly. Who's talking? Who's premature? His gaze shifted towards Qin Xia, then to Jiang Qiyu. It appeared as though he could hear the unspoken thoughts of this so-called biological sister. Uncertain, he leaned in to listen more intently. At that moment, the entire vehicle's occupants directed their attention to Qin Xia. He sprang up in his seat, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Qiyu, exclaiming in anger, "What nonsense are you spouting?"
Huh.
Jiang Qiyu shrugged, a smirk on her face. Look, you're flustered. You've broken your defenses. Qin Xia's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he glanced at the others in the car, asserting, "Don't listen to her nonsense. There's nothing to it. I have plenty of time. Plenty of time. It could last even 5 minutes." The more he explained, the more it seemed like a cover-up. The expressions of the passengers varied, all captivated by the unfolding drama. On the screen, comments surged. Wow. I can't believe I think Jiang Qiyu might be telling the truth. Look at Qin Xia's expression. Haha, he must definitely have premature ejaculation. How tragic. Flowers may bloom again, but if you have premature ejaculation, I can only take my leave. Wait, how does Jiang Qiyu know? Has she slept with him? Or does she have inside information? I leaned towards her having insider knowledge, since I read a gossip column saying she's infatuated with He Nansheng. Jiang Qiyu can't sleep at all. Soon, New Expectations in Life topped the trending searches. Jiang Qiyu exposed Qin Xia's supposed condition. Jiang Xiren wore a smile, amused by Jiang Qiyu's audacity to reveal the director's shortcomings. She should brace herself for retribution from the director. He Nansheng, still irritated from being struck by Jiang Qiyu at the last banquet, stood up, sternly admonishing, "Jiang Qiyu, what are you saying? How can you spread such rumors about the director? Brother Nansheng, how noble of you. Spreading rumors is truly despicable. I can't believe some people actually believe it." Some stood up to support him, and Qin Xia cast a grateful glance their way. Then, they heard Jiang Qiyu lazily retort, "Whether it's a rumor or not, he knows himself, just like you, standing up and not measuring up to 8 centimeters. Only you know, right? He Nansheng. He Nansheng. Qin Xia, insanity. Madness. That crazy woman has started her antics again. Is it true? Does He Nansheng really not measure up to 8 centimeters? This woman's words are ripe with gossip. Look at how He Nansheng's eyes betray him. How does Jiang Qiyu know? Could she have been spying? Though a bit perverse, it seems like something she would do. He Nansheng never anticipated that Jiang Qiyu would be so outrageous. Moreover, they had never been intimate. How could she possibly know? Was there a hidden camera in his home? This woman truly must be infatuated with him. He scoffed, I know you like me. So you're deliberately trying to draw my attention, but I am a man destined to elude you. Qin Xie. However, would Jiang Qiyu truly be interested in someone who barely stands at 8 centimeters? Both being lost souls. Qin Xie could see that he Nanxing's heart was even more frail than his own. Jiang Qiyu, thoroughly amused, rolled her eyes at him. Is there no mirror at home, or is there just a lack of self-awareness? What does Jiang Qiyu mean by that? Are you suggesting that Heartwarming should take a moment to assess just how short he is while he urinates? This sister can definitely be trusted. If there's gossip, she will spill it. You all actually believe this? I absolutely do not. I once saw brother Nansheng in swim trunks, and it was quite a substantial sight. At this moment, the show New Expectations of Life garnered its second trending topic, Jiang Qiyu and Heartwarming. He Nansheng, gritting his teeth in anger, wore a dark expression. Qin Xie, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, had no choice but to shift the conversation. Jiang Qiyu, well, please don't sleep anymore. Rising early has its benefits. Jiang Qiyu yawned. If waking up early is advantageous for me, I hope it leads to a Ferrari. Qin Xie, it's truly futile to converse with Jiang Qiyu. I now regret waking her. Once Jiang Qiyu was awake, she couldn't fall back asleep and inquired, Director Qin, where are we headed now? Qin Xie tightened his small fist. I am Qin. We are heading to the airport to pick up the final guest. And then we will depart for our destination for this episode. The show New Expectations of Life had recently announced a mysterious guest's arrival, prompting viewers to speculate relentlessly. Is the moment finally here? I'm so excited. Who could it be? Regardless, I'm thrilled with those already confirmed. Could it possibly be Meng Qian, the esteemed actor? What are you thinking? That's impossible. Meng has been in the industry for 5 years without attending red carpets or commercial events, let alone variety shows. True. I doubt I'll ever see Brother Qian participate in a variety show in my lifetime. Meanwhile, the guests in the vehicle were also guessing the identity of the mysterious guest. Jiang Zeruan had even asked Jiang Yifan, but he had refused to divulge any information, insisting she shouldn't concern herself too much. Damn Jiang Yifan. Jiang Wuhu, with his silver hair tucked beneath a cap, cast indifferent glances at Jiang Qiyu. He had heard from his older brother that this sister seemed quite amiable. He hadn't anticipated his brother's swift betrayal. He regarded her as quite ordinary, lacking any respect. Jiang Zeruan was far more polite and well-behaved. He believed he must have misheard earlier. Amidst the anticipation of many, the bus arrived at the airport parking lot. After a while, the doors opened. Soon, a tall man with long legs boarded the bus. Dressed in an all-black suit, exuding an aura of cold restraint. The top button of his white shirt was fastened all the way to the collar. Looking up, one could see a small beauty mark adorning his alluring Adam's apple. With a cool voice, he greeted everyone, hello. It's truly Meng Qian. Director, you're a match for the heavens. My husband. My husband was just in my bed and is now off to work. How hard he works. Once dubbed the most attractive man in the East by foreign media, Meng Qian has actually arrived. I don't regret waking up early to catch this live stream. The people in the vehicle widened their eyes in astonishment. Jiang Zeruan stood up excitedly, her voice high-pitched. Actor Meng, it's you. Yang Shufan, who had previously shown little interest in the mysterious guest, now leaned forward to catch a glimpse. This is the man she yearns to be with the most in the entertainment industry, without exception. They had previously crossed paths at a film project meeting, but alas, he ultimately did not participate in that film. What a pity. Yang Shufan firmly occupies a leading position in the industry, boasting impressive resources. She embodies the image of a pure and innocent girl. However, at this moment, she could no longer maintain her facade. She stood and extended her hand towards Meng Qian, saying, hello, Master Meng, you may call me Shufan. Jiang Wuhu observed this scene with a hint of displeasure. Why was Sister Shufan so enthusiastic towards Meng Qian? Jiang Qiyu also witnessed this moment and noticed Jiang Wuhu's drooping mouth corners, which elicited a smile of amusement. The little puppy is feeling jealous. Jiang Wuhu then heard a voice. Little puppy, who are you talking about? In chapter 14, those eyes are quite nice. Jiang Wuhu was still pondering who the little puppy might be when another voice continued. Originally, Yang Shufan was not supposed to participate in this variety show, but she anticipated its potential success, so she approached Jiang Yifan. After a banquet, she knocked on Jiang Yifan's door, claiming she felt dizzy. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yifan immediately called for an ambulance to take her to the hospital. She even paid for the ambulance herself. This was a failure. But later she unexpectedly learned from Jiang Ziran that Jiang Wuhu had a preference for older sister types. So she decided to seduce Jiang Wuhu. Despite his silver hair giving him a cool demeanor, Jiang Wuhu actually had a deep fondness for mature women. Previously, he had an online romance with an older sister, only to discover she was over 60 and was picking up her grandson from school. When this incident was revealed to the other brothers, they all mocked him, except for Jiang Ziran, who consoled him, leading him to believe that Jiang Ziran was the best sister in the world. That day, as Jiang Wuhu was writing a sorrowful love song, Yang Shufan appeared, guiding him like a caring older sister. Jiang Wuhu fell head over heels during their subsequent conversations. He learned that she also wished to participate in the variety show, prompting him to plead with Jiang Yifan, the investor. Jiang Yifan, unable to refuse his youngest brother, had no choice but to agree, especially since his brother could cry so heart-wrenchingly, resembling someone mourning a deceased wife. Jiang Yifan just wanted him to quiet down. Jiang Wuhu's eyes widened in astonishment.
Goodness.
How did Jiang Qiyu know those secrets?
Ah.
Noticing that everyone else appeared unfazed, Jiang Wuhu refrained from stopping Jiang Qiyu from continuing. It seemed he was the only one able to hear her inner thoughts. Yet, this was quite embarrassing. How could he have known that his online romantic interest was a grandmother in her 60s? She had clearly stated online that she was 28 this year. Jiang Wuhu felt tears welling up again. However, it was alright. Even if Sister Shufan was using him, he still thought highly of her. But at that moment, he heard Jiang Qiyu's thoughts again. Sigh. It's fine to like older sisters, but it's hard to resist someone like Yang Shufan. She merely upholds an image of innocence, yet she harbors a particular fondness for group activities, not to mention an affinity for having others kiss her toes. While this in itself is not alarming, the fact that she suffers from ingrown toenails and foot odor presents a significant issue. Those who have kissed her feet are certain to contend with oral infections within days, necessitating a hospital visit. Jiang Wuhu's plight is even more tragic. He succumbed to a throat infection, forever losing his ability to sing, only to be abandoned by Yang Shufan, ultimately leading to his despair and demise in the river. A foolish fate indeed. Jiang Wuhu. Jiang Wuhu. Jiang Wuhu. Meng Yingdi and Yang Shufan greeted each other with an unprecedented warmth. However, Meng Qian's demeanor was notably frosty, leaving her at a loss as to where to place her embarrassment. Observing Yang Shufan's outstretched hand, Meng Qian chose not to reciprocate, merely offering a bland hello. Yang Shufan? Her hands had been in the company of two men that morning, whether she had washed them or not remained a mystery. Thankfully, she had not extended her hand, for otherwise, the charming beauty would have been tainted. In this narrative, Meng Qian is no longer the pitiful character, but rather a captivating beauty. After all, it is but a thought she entertains in her mind, unbeknownst to anyone else. Upon hearing these two inner musings, Jiang Wuhu nearly broke into tears, biting his lip fiercely to suppress his emotions. How could this be? His love was slipping away. Moreover, Jiang Qiyu referred to him as a foolish dog, while calling Meng Qian a beautiful girl. What was the rationale behind this? He seems to have glanced at Jiang Qiyu several times. Impossible. You must have misinterpreted. My husband would never look at that insignificant figure. Why is Wuhu's shoulder trembling? Is something amiss? Perhaps he is overwhelmed by Meng Yingdi's presence. After all, Meng Yingdi is an idol to many in the industry. A flicker of amusement passed through Jiang Ziran's eyes. This young Shufan truly overestimates herself. The true antagonist belongs to her. How could she possibly accept her overtures? Though she thought this, she still sent a WeChat message to Yang Shufan. Meng Yingdi seems to be in a rather foul mood today. This served as a form of consolation. Though they were acquainted, they were not close. However, Jiang Ziran intended to draw her into her circle. Who knows when Yang Shufan might prove useful in the future? Jiang Ziran, filled with disdain, nonetheless sent a message. I have a feeling my brother is quite fond of you. He often steals glances your way. Upon reading this, Yang Shufan recalled Jiang Wuhu. This brother was easily deceived, rendering their interactions rather mundane. Still, it was amusing enough to pass the time. She glanced at Jiang Wuhu, who had lowered his head, seemingly distressed. Yang Shufan approached and sat beside him.
Ah.
I am shipping this sibling romance. Friends, who understands? Throughout the journey, I noticed Wuhu stealing glances at Sister Shufan multiple times. Who doesn't adore a cool and handsome little wolf dog? Wuhu must be overjoyed. My smile is practically soaring. Unaware that everyone was entertained by his plight, Jiang Woohoo stiffened the moment he realized Yang Shufan had taken a seat beside him. At that moment, Yang Shufan noticed his eyes were slightly reddened. Strangely enough, it was rather endearing. Yang Shufan reached out, intending to pinch his face. Yang Shufan? Jiang Qiyu found it somewhat peculiar. Did he discover Yang Shufan's inappropriate feelings for Meng Qian? TSK. This foolish dog may not possess much intellect, yet his gaze is rather discerning. Jiang Woohoo settled down at the farthest point from Yang Shufan, his crimson eyes darting towards Jiang Qiyu. What a foolish dog. He is my fifth brother. Qin Xie, perplexed by Jiang Woohoo's sudden outburst, cast a glance his way. Jiang Woohoo, in a fit of anger, noticed Qin Xie's gaze and retorted, "What are you staring at, premature brother?" Qin Xie. Had he offended this young master of the Jiang family? In an instant, he felt that the Jiang family was not to be trifled with, except for Jiang Ziren. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He would soon make Jiang Qiyu aware that he, too, was not easily provoked. As all the guests gathered, the bus departed for its destination. Before long, everyone realized that the bus was veering off course, heading deeper into the mountains. An hour and a half later, the vehicle finally halted at a desolate village entrance. Staff members approached with a box, requesting all teachers to surrender their mobile phones. Qin Xie finished speaking and closed the bus door, continuing to sit as they drove into the village, leaving a group of guests and crew members inhaling exhaust fumes and dust. Everyone, what on earth is happening? Chapter 015. Startled by Jiang Qiyu's frenzy? Ha ha ha, as expected of the premature director, he understands what we want to see. We want to witness the suffering of celebrities. Which of his shows isn't like this? I'm already accustomed to it. Isn't it simple for celebrities to live on their own? They are bound to encounter fans. It's those lesser-known figures like Jiang Qiyu who will truly suffer. She must be the one dragging everyone down. Such was the sentiment of Jiang Ziren and Yang Shufan. What were they afraid of? These villagers had surely never seen big stars. Upon seeing them, wouldn't they obediently offer their best food and accommodations? Moreover, with Jiang Ziren possessing a system to assist her, she felt even bolder. Jiang Ziren gazed at the somewhat peculiar Jiang Woohoo today. Fifth brother, let us go together. Jiang Woohoo glanced at Jiang Ziren, noticing her proximity to Yang Shufan, and quickly shook his head.
No, I'll.
He eyed He Nanxing. This one wouldn't he do? Too short. He looked down upon him. Then he glanced at Jiang Qiyu, who rolled her eyes at him. This was also not an option. She seemed to harbor no fondness for him. Finally, his gaze fell upon Meng Qian. I'll walk with the esteemed actor Meng. Jiang Qiyu had always been indifferent to group dynamics, striding ahead nonchalantly, a blade of grass clutched between her teeth, resembling a village ruffian that even children would avoid. Meng Qian observed Jiang Qiyu and followed after her, with Jiang Woohoo trailing behind the esteemed actor. Jiang Ziren furrowed her brow. After a few steps, Jiang Qiyu suddenly halted, turning her head in all directions, exclaiming, "Where's my suitcase? My enormous suitcase!" She had hidden so much food and delightful beverages in there. At this moment, everyone realized the predicament. Damn it! The suitcase was left on the bus. All the toiletries and clothes for changing were in that suitcase. Qin Xie had already arrived at the director's base, watching the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces through the camera, and he chuckled. How naive. Did they think they could outsmart him? Just wait and see how he would toy with them. This is hilarious. What is this new life? Isn't it just survival in a village? They are even worse off than the guests on transformations. Upon realizing that it was Qin Xie's handiwork, Jiang Qiyu glared at the camera and declared, I have lived my life on the edge, never expecting to fall into the hands of this brat. Meanwhile, Qin Xie was at the base, relishing a steaming bowl of noodles and sipping on black goji berry tea, laughing maniacally. Your good days are yet to come, Jiang Qiyu. Humph. Let her spill the beans about my premature ejaculation. My reputation is in tatters. Even my ex-girlfriends have taken to Weibo to insinuate things about me. It's infuriating. However, there was no remedy for the situation. Though they grumbled internally, outwardly they could do nothing but accept it. Yang Shufan felt somewhat annoyed. She had a box of condoms in her suitcase.
What would she do if she needed them?
A bumpy road stretched endlessly before them, and after about half an hour of walking, they finally spotted an old man sitting at the edge of a field. As they approached, they noticed a sign beside him. Here, you can earn universal currency coins for the village. The price of a bun is approximately 1 coin. Everyone had been gathered early in the morning, and were now starving. Jiang Qiyu felt as if she could devour 2 pigs in one sitting. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation, Jiang Qiyu stepped in front of her. With a sweet voice, she asked, "Excuse me, sir, how does one earn these coins?" The old man, wearing a straw hat, appeared indifferent, lowering his head and ignoring Jiang Qiyu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she stood frozen in place. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Jiang Qiyu's mind.
Ding.
There's gossip. Jiang Qiyu squinted her eyes. Wow, this old man is quite something. After sleeping with Aunt Zhang and then Aunt Li, he even had a rendezvous with Aunt Li's husband right here in the field. He must be exhausted today and fell asleep. All three claim to love him alone. He's a double-headed old playboy. His wife is completely oblivious, thinking he's out watering the fields at night. Jiang Wuhu's delicate face scrunched up at the sight of the old man. Are the villagers really this cunning? Jiang Qiyu chuckled and walked over, shouting, "Hey, old deng, spill some coins." The old man was startled by her shout, nearly toppling off his small stool. This madwoman Jiang Qiyu. I can't believe she is calling the old man that.
Ha ha ha.
But this old man is quite unresponsive when spoken to. Doesn't he understand the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? He should just leave the entertainment industry. These villagers are not to be trifled with. Especially with the premature ejaculation director trying to mess with the guests, it's going to be even harder now. I hope the old man doesn't resort to violence. If he does, I believe the director will only applaud. Old Wang woke up, adjusted his straw hat, and recalled that he had taken on a task today. However, the director had mentioned that he should let his creativity flow, the more challenging the better. With a displeased expression, he glanced at Jiang Qiyu and then at the people behind her, deliberately inquiring, "What are you all doing?" Before she could finish her words, old Wang shot her a fierce glare. "Who are you calling old man? I am only 65 this year, in the prime of my life. Call me big brother." Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu brushed aside the obstructive Jiang Qiyu and asked, "Old Wang, how exactly do we earn coins?" Old Wang's nostrils flared in anger. "Who are you calling old Wang? Do you have any manners?
Get out.
Our village does not welcome you." Jiang Qiyu, with a languid demeanor, swept the dogtail grass in her hand across old Wang's face. "Tsk, you still haven't cleaned the mud from last night. Oh, here comes Aunt Li. And Aunt Zhang too." The system had now given up on being passive. The host's mouth was beyond control. However, nothing was visible. Only the sound of Jiang Qiyu's bell-like laughter echoed nearby. Heavens! How does this girl know about last night's events? Old Wang, who was usually very concerned about his reputation, feared that if his actions were discovered, he would be utterly humiliated. Thus, he weakened his stance against Jiang Qiyu. "You just look for yourselves."
With that,
Old Wang flipped over the sign that was resting by his foot. Jiang Qiyu, Yang Shufan, and Henan Sheng were all taken aback. What did Jiang Qiyu just say? What did it mean? How did this old man yield? Was he frightened by Jiang Qiyu's madness? What do Aunt Li and Aunt Zhang mean? Let me tell you, the village is quite chaotic. My grandmother often shares gossip with me, and I am always left in shock. I feel Jiang Qiyu must know this old man's secrets. What else does this little girl know? At that moment, Jiang Qiyu was unaware that her revelation about Qin Xia's premature ejaculation had been confirmed by several of his ex-girlfriends, both overtly and covertly. She had successfully garnered a wave of intrigued black fans. While everyone criticized her, they were also entertained by the unfolding drama. And her once dormant Weibo account had now reached 100,000 followers. After a year in the industry, she had only amassed 500,000. Yet just a few days ago, after kicking Jiang Qiyu into the water, her followers surged by 200,000. In other words, she had gained 300,000 followers within just a few hours this morning. This thrilled her manager, Li Lin, who had always believed in Jiang Qiyu's potential. If only Jiang Qiyu's mental state could stabilize a bit more. At the scene, everyone turned their attention to the sign. The sign bore several lines written in crooked black ink. Digging a piece of land, 3 coins. Harvesting corn from an acre of land, 3 coins. Hauling a load of manure, 3 coins. After reading the contents, the crowd was left in shock. Yet it was evident that among these 3 tasks, hauling manure appeared to be the most profitable. One should know that digging a piece of land would definitely take several hours to complete, and harvesting corn was no different. Jiang Ziyuan's eyes darted as she looked at Jiang Qiyu. "You grew up in the countryside, so you must be quite skilled at hauling manure, right?" Jiang Qiyu smiled faintly and humbly remarked, "Not at all. Your tongue is far more adept at spewing nonsense." Chapter 16. Youth, brimming with boundless vigor. Has Jiang Qiyu's mouth been blessed? Her insults are truly sophisticated. Is she cursing again? Did we offend her? We, Xiren, were merely offering a kind reminder. Would the person upstairs cease their foul utterances? Did they just emerge from the restroom, fully fed? I cannot fathom the sight of the most alluring man in the East. Meng Qian, engaging in such a task. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wuhu felt no remorse. Raised in a wealthy family, he had always yearned for the simplicity of rural life. Everything here was a delightful novelty to him. With a hint of excitement, he asked, "What's the purpose of this dung collection?" Jiang Wuhu turned to Meng Qian, the esteemed actor, and inquired, "Is that true?" "Ha, my ethereal young master Jiang Wuhu." Meng Qian paused and explained, "It is primarily used for fertilization." Jiang Wuhu exclaimed in enthusiasm, "That must be quite amusing. Meng Qian, shall we embark on this dung-collecting adventure together?" Meng Qian waved his hand dismissively. "No. Thank you. There are 3 options before us, and a sensible person would shy away from such a task. Though Jiang Qiyu may be unconventional, she too would prefer to maintain her dignity." He Nansheng was the first to step forward, declaring, "I choose to dig. It would be a good opportunity for physical exercise." Yang Shufan and Jiang Xiren exchanged glances and also opted for digging, as it seemed the most favorable for maintaining their appearances. The cornfield was hot and stifling, and their clothing and makeup could easily be marred. Without their suitcases, they could not refresh their looks. Old Wang pointed to the nearby shovels and said, "Then off you go. These 3 plots of land are yours." The 3 looked up and were taken aback. The land was unexpectedly expansive, approximately 3 meters wide and 15 meters long. Nevertheless, they grasped the tools firmly. The first to finish would receive their payment and thus enjoy their meal first. Before heading to the fields, Jiang Xiren called out to Jiang Wuhu, "Fifth brother, you should dig as well. Let us work together." Seeing that Meng Qian and Jiang Qiyu seemed disinclined to engage with him, Jiang Wuhu ultimately chose to join them in the fields. He had never dug before. It surely would be an enjoyable experience. Upon seeing Jiang Wuhu approach, Jiang Xiren's spirits lifted. It appeared that fifth brother remained loyal to her. Labor is the noblest pursuit. In this first challenge, neither Xiren nor sister Shufan has uttered a single complaint. Hee. Just wait and see. Jiang Qiyu will starve. Old Wang observed Jiang Qiyu, who stood motionless, gazing into the distance, and felt an instinctive apprehension about what she might say. He intended to encourage them to get to work, solemnly advising, "Young lady, the youth must learn to endure hardship." Jiang Qiyu turned to him, waving the dogtail grass in her hand, and replied, "If one can endure hardship, they will never run out of it." Old Wang, rebellious. She is truly rebellious. Suddenly, Jiang Qiyu looked at Meng Qian earnestly and asked if one day a tribe of cannibals captured a laborer but chose to release him instead of consuming him. Do you know why? Meng Qian, with his soulful, peach blossom eyes fixed upon her, replied in a clear voice, "I do not know." Jiang Qiyu wore a pained expression, burdened by the hardships of being a worker. Meng Qian let out a soft, melodious laugh from his throat, exquisite in its lightness. "How can you, the esteemed Mengingdi, find amusement in such a cold joke? They are filming transformations with 4 people, while you 2 are here recording a love variety show." Meng Qian, your uncle dotes on her father. My apologies, but I too find this utterly hilarious. I'm laughing to the point of tears. Who is it that gazes into the mirror? I shall remain silent on that. Distorted, crawling, a collective gasp from everyone. Do I actually think they make a somewhat compatible pair? Have I suffered from a minor brain atrophy? Jiang Qiyu had just been perusing the system shop, hoping to discover some tool for harvesting corn or a digging artifact. Alas, the system shop proved to be utterly useless, devoid of such items. Most offerings were merely beauty pills and weight loss supplements. Given her innate beauty, she had no need for such frivolities. The system expressed its exasperation. Isn't it normal for a system shop to stock these items? It would be peculiar to find a digging artifact. With no further options available, she narrowed her eyes at Old Wang and inquired, "Do you have any alternatives? Perhaps an option where you massage me for 5 minutes in exchange for 3 gold coins?" Old Wang. Is this even human language? He shook his head, no. Jiang Qiyu, in a fit of frustration, shouted, "I don't care. You must have something. Otherwise Aunt Zhang, Aunt Li, and Aunt Li's husband Please stop talking." Old Wang broke into a cold sweat, urgently trying to quell Jiang Qiyu. All right, Old Wang hastily devised a plan. Between glowing and heating up, Jiang Qiyu chose to lose her mind. Meng Qian gazed at Jiang Qiyu with a fond smile. Am I the one losing my sanity? Or is it the world? Is there a person who does not go mad? Whether early or late, madness is inevitable. Old man, who could out-crazy Jiang Qiyu? My biological father. As old Wang muttered in Jiang Qiyu's ear, Qin Xia was left utterly astonished. He spat out a piece of black goji berry, filled with confusion. Meanwhile, a few individuals were laboring in the field, dripping with sweat. He Nansheng could only endure digging 2 rows before he could lift the shovel no longer. Jiang Wuhu, appearing frail, hummed cheerfully as he dug, seemingly enjoying the task. His silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, radiant like a picturesque scene. Young people truly possess inexhaustible vigor. Yang Shufan and Jiang Ziran were also feeling the strain. Yang Shufan straightened her back and took deep breaths. It was then that she noticed the cameraman gazing intently at her chest, his eyes somewhat fixated.
Asmir crosset Yang Shufanes lips.
The production team had never stated that assistance was not allowed. She approached the cameraman, whispering a few words. His eyes instantly brightened. The cameraman transformed into a diligent worker, seizing the shovel and fervently digging. The shovel was swung with such vigor that it nearly sparked. Yang Shufan picked up the camera and gently stated, "The cameraman said I looked too exhausted and wanted to help me dig. I truly appreciate his kindness." Jiang Ziran furrowed her brow in concern. She turned her gaze toward the cameraman. Initially, he had no intention of digging, but upon meeting Jiang Ziran's sparkling, doe-like eyes, he felt an overwhelming urge to give her everything. The cameraman seized Jiang Ziran's shovel as well. Seeing such a stunning beauty toil so hard, who wouldn't feel a pang of sympathy?
Good job, you 2 lads.
Being beautiful is truly advantageous. Unlike Jiang Qiyu, who can only rely on madness to frighten others. He Nansheng wished for someone to lend him a hand and glanced at his cameraman. The cameraman vigorously shook his head and retreated 3 steps, proclaiming, "I'm not up for it." However, at that moment, he noticed a robust, dark-skinned woman in the field casting flirtatious glances his way. Jiang Ziran soon realized that Jiang Qiyu and Meng Qian were nowhere to be found. Just as she was pondering this, a cacophony of sounds echoed from afar. All at once, everyone witnessed Jiang Qiyu appearing in a harvester. Beside her sat Meng Qian, the cool and handsome man shielding her from the sun with a hat. Chapter 017. Go play on the other side. What? I thought that wretched girl had eloped with Meng Qian. Where on earth did she get that harvester? It couldn't possibly be a gift from an old man, could it? Damn it. Look at Meng Qian, reduced to a mere sidekick. How could such a prominent actor end up like this? Don't misunderstand. Our brother merely wishes to see what new antics Jiang Qiyu will pull. Can this even be counted? She's cheating. That mediocre star is cheating. How can it not be counted? Exactly. That wretched girl Jiang Qiyu is cheating. This shouldn't count. The other 2 actresses merely had the men assist them, while she relied solely on her own deception. It's truly infuriating. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Where did Jiang Qiyu acquire that harvester? Old Wang, at this moment, lowered his straw hat significantly, feeling apprehensive about the other guests possibly confronting him. This group did not appear particularly cultured. Yet, he had no choice. For the sake of his reputation, he had to lend Jiang Qiyu his corn harvester. Qin Xia was at the director's base, so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. Who was granting Jiang Qiyu special privileges? He quickly called old Wang. The old man's antiquated phone rang, and he answered hello. Earning 500 a day in such a remote village was considered a substantial wage. However, there was a melancholic undertone in old Wang's voice. While money was indeed important, some things held even greater significance. Regardless, one must maintain their integrity in the world. Qin Xia, skeptical of this notion, squinted and offered, "I'll add another 500. Old Wang was somewhat tempted, yet still shook his head. "Director, it's not about the money. That girl is unpredictable, I'm afraid." With gritted teeth, Qin Xia declared, "I'll give you 2,000. I absolutely cannot allow Jiang Qiyu to easily walk away with a fortune." Old Wang remained steadfast. "Is that all? 2,000? Director, I'm not boasting. I've seen many lunatics. There are several in our village, and they all avoid me now. As the saying goes, money can indeed persuade even the most stubborn of individuals." Qin Xia ended the call and drank a packet of black goji berry extract to calm his tumultuous emotions. All eyes were glued as Jiang Qiyu maneuvered the harvester into the cornfield. Who could elucidate why Jiang Qiyu possessed such skills? The system, intrigued, inquired, "Host, where did you acquire this ability?" Jiang Qiyu replied nonchalantly, "Life is challenging. One must be versatile." Where did she learn it? Naturally, it was from her previous experiences in the realm of quick transmigration. The afternoon sun blazed, and the girl's exquisite forehead glistened with beads of sweat, appearing vibrant and radiant under the sunlight. Meng Qian sat beside her, resembling both a bodyguard and a knight. The system interjected again, "Host, do you not find the antagonist rather peculiar?" The harvester progressed steadily, a vast expanse of corn bending under its might, reminiscent of territorial conquest. "Not at all." Jiang Qiyu chuckled, entirely oblivious. Her mind was solely preoccupied with the thought of food. The system stroked its non-existent chin. "Why is he not pursuing the female lead, but instead lingering around you?" Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes dramatically. "You're the system. Why are you asking me?" "How would I know?" The system fell silent. Jiang Qiyu cast a careless glance at the formidable antagonist beside her, and suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. "I've figured it out." The system jolted. "Why?"
Why?
Jiang Qiyu was filled with righteous indignation, as expected of the antagonist. "This fellow is quite cunning. He aims to swipe my gold coins." "Oh my! Thank goodness I noticed in time." The system remained speechless. Did she truly believe that? The antagonist was not that type of person. Jiang Qiyu continued harvesting corn, her beautiful eyes glancing at Meng Qian. Under the sun, her eyes shimmered like precious gemstones, causing Meng Qian's heart to race. Then, Jiang Qiyu mused inwardly. "What strategy should I devise to make him leave? He cannot be allowed to covet my gold coins. Perhaps I could feign an accidental kick." Jiang Wuhu, overhearing this thought, lifted her chin to glance at Meng Qian, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. "Good idea. Give him a kick. Let him continue to be a shadow. He should be digging in the dirt. If not, he could always muck out the stables."
Oh.
With his slender limbs, he probably wouldn't manage to dig. Mucking would likely ruin his chances of acting ever again. He'd become quite pitiful. What to do then? After much contemplation, Jiang Qiyu approached Meng Qian and whispered, "Do you not wish to work?" Meng Qian could indeed dig, but he was reluctant to leave Jiang Qiyu alone with the harvester. He blinked, his long eyelashes fluttering in the sun like butterfly wings, utterly captivating. Jiang Qiyu felt her heart soften unexpectedly. Such a delicate beauty is simply irresistible. If he doesn't want to work, then so be it. Jiang Wuhu. He desired that too. Meng Qian's gaze flickered, his voice rich and magnetic as he asked, "Will you give me gold coins?" Jiang Qiyu nodded. "Yes. But once you acquire a mobile phone, you owe me 100 yuan for each gold coin, deal?" Meng Qiyu. Meng Qian paused momentarily, taken aback. Jiang Qiyu observed his demeanor, instantly questioning whether she had set her price too high. This individual was truly perplexing. She had never stated that he could not negotiate. She blinked. "If I make you this friend, then let it be 5. Deal." Meng Qian replied with a clear, melodious tone. Jiang Qiyu immediately grinned widely, exclaiming, "Today, I shall harvest every single corn cob in this village." Meng Qian's affectionate, peach blossom eyes curved slightly. "Very well, my corn princess." "My corn princess? Such indulgence. I'm going crazy."
Ah.
Meng Qian, mother forbids you from behaving this way. Quickly scold me awake. I genuinely want to ship this. She is so pragmatic. Charging a gold coin for 100 pieces. If it were me, it would surely be 1,000 pieces. Taking advantage of Meng Qian's infatuation, let him exhaust his fortune. Cold, ascetic film emperor turned comical little star. Who among us has succumbed to this madness? Certainly not I. Jiang Qiyu doesn't seem remotely interested in men. Before long, the corn princess trended on social media, surpassing Meng Qian's participation in new expectations of life to become the second most discussed topic. The crowd digging nearby was utterly bewildered, watching as Jiang Qiyu swiftly harvested an acre of corn, while they toiled for half an hour and had barely scratched the surface of their task. Jiang Wuhu's eyes widened in astonishment as he shouted, "Corn princess, may I join you?" Completely disregarding his previous disinterest in her. The harvester looked far too delightful. Jiang Qiyu waved her hand dismissively no. Jiang Wuhu felt aggrieved. His sister was far too aloof. Woe is me. Jiang Ziren was nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. How did that detestable Jiang Qiyu manage to acquire a harvester? What had she traded with that old man?
Yang Shufan expressed disdain.
It seemed she had bribed the old man. She could do that too. He Nanshan was left speechless, wondering why he had never realized how resourceful Jiang Qiyu was. Jiang Qiyu's thoughts were filled with splendid possibilities. It was the season of autumn harvest, and from afar, the village appeared to be surrounded by hundreds of acres of cornfields. If she could finish the harvest today, would she not become a wealthy individual? The more she pondered, the happier she became, bursting into laughter. Ha ha. Old Deng. Why are you standing in front of my harvester? Go play elsewhere. At that moment, Old Wang still wore his straw hat but now held a loudspeaker, reminding everyone that the maximum harvest allowed was 2 acres, and exceeding that would not yield additional payment.
What?
The news struck Jiang Qiyu like a bolt from the blue, her eyes widening in disbelief. Old Wang nodded, affirming the reality of the situation. There was nothing to be done. That was the rule. He had already messaged Li Xiaoyo, Zhang Dai, and Zhang Dai's husband, Wang Dachuan, to stay indoors for the next few days as a madwoman had arrived in the village. As long as they remained indoors, Jiang Qiyu would not have access to them, eliminating any threat. How clever he was! The system relayed Old Wang's actions to Jiang Qiyu, infuriating her as she leapt down from the harvester. What was this? Did it mean she could only earn 6 gold coins? 6 gold coins are required to purchase 6 buns, which are insufficient even to fill the gaps between my teeth. The few bystanders, witnessing Jiang Qiyu's predicament, momentarily felt the urge to chuckle, though that mirth quickly dissipated. At least Jiang Qiyu could still afford 6 buns. They hadn't laid eyes on even a single one. Chapter 018. Jiang Qiyu decisively cut to the quick. Having acquired 6 gold coins, she dutifully honored her promise, bestowing 1 coin upon Meng Qiyan. With the remainder, she procured 5 fragrant meat buns. As the group needed to act in unison, she could not venture forth alone. Instead, she sat at the field's edge, savoring her buns while observing the others at work. The enticing aroma of the meat buns wafted through the breeze, nearly bringing the laborers to tears with hunger. Meng Qiyan gazed at the single gold coin in his hand, opting not to buy buns, but rather tucking it away in his pocket. Teacher Bao Mi is truly discerning. The leading man should not suffer while indulging himself. I believe Zhang Baomi understands the principle of not allowing a man to endure misfortune throughout his life. That wretched girl Jiang Qiyu has lost her true name. Meng, the leading man, has ventured into the fields. Could he be hoping to earn gold coins to support teacher Baomi?
Impossible.
Meng, the leading man, hasn't even eaten himself. Who would have guessed Jiang Qiyu would only grant him a single coin? The 5 meat buns barely sufficed to satiate Jiang Qiyu's hunger. Grabbing the purple clay teapot belonging to Old Wang, which he used for tea, she began sipping water. Old Wang, understanding the art of leisure, had dragged a lounge chair from home to recline while observing the guests at work. He brewed another pot of tea and fetched a single cup, deliberately ensuring no one could share his beverage unless they were unconcerned about his saliva. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qiyu boldly appropriated his teapot as a cup. It was utterly unanticipated. After finishing her tea, she felt much refreshed and then turned her gaze toward Old Wang's lounge chair. Old Wang's eyes widened in alarm as his body pressed tightly against the chair. You dare not even think about it. I shall never relinquish my chair to you. With no leverage left to threaten him, he felt unperturbed. However, Jiang Qiyu suddenly rolled her eyes back and collapsed onto the ground as if she had fainted. Old Wang was taken aback.
Goodness.
Could she be suffering from heatstroke? After all, this group consisted of pampered little stars, unaccustomed to such harsh sunlight. The director had tasked him with challenging her, but not to the extent of letting her perish. This act startled both the live stream audience and Qin Xia. Although it was not explicitly announced, Qin Xia was aware that Jiang Qiyu was the biological daughter of the Jiang family. Moreover, the investment for this variety show came from Jiang Entertainment. If something truly befell Jiang Qiyu, he would face dire consequences. Anxiously, he hastened to call Old Wang. Meanwhile, Meng Qiyan, who was digging in the field, instinctively discarded his shovel and hurried over. Jiang Ziran and Yang Shufan sat at the field's edge, taking a break. Aided by a cameraman, Jiang Ziran sneered. However, despite her thoughts, she stood up, a hint of panic in her voice. Sister, what is the matter? Many were aware that Jiang Qiyu was a distant relative of Jiang Ziran. He Nansheng also set down his shovel and approached. Surely, he wouldn't need to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation later? He had to consider that. Old Wang's old mobile phone rang, leaving him no time to answer. He hastily rose from his recliner, a look of anxiety on his face, as he turned to Jiang Qiyu. Just then, Jiang Qiyu, who had been lying ill on the ground, suddenly sat upright. With a leap, she sprang from the floor to Old Wang's recliner, then lay back down, closed her eyes, and picked up the large hat that Meng Qiyan had received from fans during harvesting, placing it over her face. She appeared to sleep peacefully. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, smoother than a bar of Dove chocolate. Old Wang, Meng Qiyan, Qin Xie, others, damn it. Just keep acting. Who could possibly outshine you? You're a living legend. I had my doubts for a moment, but when I just saw her body twitch, I truly believed her. Jiang Qiyu, you little rascal. From now on, I shall stand against you. Look how anxious Meng Qiyu is, as if he's activated a teleport. This acting hasn't won an Oscar yet? Oscar, come apologize to me. Others feign madness. Damn it, she's genuinely insane. Watching this variety show, I too shall go mad soon. Ah, biting. I'll bite anyone I see. Jiang Qiyu's acting skills trended on social media. Her manager, Li Lin, had not been watching the live broadcast continuously, as she had other artists to manage. Had she devoted herself solely to Jiang Qiyu this past year, she might have found herself before the king of hell, starved to death. Thus, when she opened Weibo and saw the trending topic, her eyes lit up. Is there an acting component in this variety show? She could already envision Jiang Qiyu dazzling on set, astonishing the director. In the next moment, she pretended nothing had happened and exited Weibo. Su Renmin was quite busy, applying makeup backstage at a business event. She smiled with satisfaction, thinking, truly my daughter. Such remarkable acting. It must have been quite difficult to earn a living before. As a father, his heart ached. He felt like crying. Immediately, he took out his phone and transferred 1 million to Jiang Qiyu's account as a small token of compensation. Fortunately, they all denied that Jiang Qiyu was their sister. Otherwise, they would struggle to hold their heads high in the future. Jiang Wuhu found Jiang Qiyu rather amusing on sight. Yet, Jiang Ziren approached him and whispered, "Fifth brother, I feel like sister is being a bit cruel." That old man seems quite pitiful at such an advanced age. Jiang Wuhu remained silent, continuing to dig. He had to strive for his own meat buns. Jiang Qiyu was utterly unconcerned with others' opinions of her. She embraced a philosophy of relinquishing personal dignity and indulging in a life of mischievousness. Upon awakening from her slumber, she discovered that the others were still hard at work. She clicked her tongue and remarked, "Iasen, tia just a piece of land? Is it really that difficult to dig?" He Nanxing happened to hit the ground just as he heard those words, feeling rather displeased. "It's easy for you to say. Why don't you come down and try digging?" Jiang Qiyu bared her teeth in refusal. He Nanxing remarked, "Is the provocation technique no longer effective on her?" Old Wang sat on the ground, occasionally sighing. Upon waking, Jiang Qiyu supported her chin with both hands, admiring the striking beauty of Meng Qian. The man wore nothing but a white shirt, 2 buttons undone, revealing an exquisite collarbone. A bead of sweat trickled down his jawline, gliding over a small, captivating mole on his throat, exuding undeniable sensuality. He had just finished digging a patch of land and was strolling over, sunlight cascading onto his shoulders, his damp bangs shimmering like a character straight from a comic book. Despite being in the field, his noble and austere aura remained unblemished. Handsome. Truly handsome. Jiang Qiyu marveled. Old Wang tilted his chin. "I know I'm handsome. The girl's character may be lacking, but her taste is commendable." Jiang Qiyu responded, expressionless. "Old Wang, your urine must be matte, right?" Old Wang, perplexed, exclaimed. Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes at him and casually asked, "Is there a limit on corn collection here? What about digging and mucking?" She stroked her chin, about to say something more when the sunlight before her was suddenly obscured. Looking up, she heard Meng Qian's deep, magnetic voice. "Come, I'll take you to buy buns." Chapter 019. Professional cameraman Jiang Beimi at your service. While the other guests were just getting their first bun, Jiang Qiyu had already devoured her 7th. The delight was beyond words. Meng Qian earned 3 gold coins, using 2 to buy her sauerkraut buns. Tired of meat buns, it was time for a change of flavor.
Damn.
This film emperor will definitely be treated like a dog by Jiang Beimi in the future. Unacceptable. Meng the film emperor, so tall, has only eaten 1 vegetarian bun. My heart aches. Jiang Beimi thought, that was close. I almost fell in love. Jiang Ziren and Yang Shufan were struck with envy. Although they hadn't done any work, as it was all handled by the cameraman, they had waited for quite some time. The crux of the matter was why Jiang Qiyu was favored by Meng Qian. Jiang Ziren bit into a meat bun in frustration, convinced it was unfair. The system chimed in. It might also be because the plot of your first encounter did not unfold, and the emotional connection with the antagonist has not formed. Find an opportunity to revisit that day a storyline, and it should work. Despite her reluctance to accept the system's second assertion, Jiang Ziren had no choice but to comply. So, she resolved to seek an opportunity. Breakfast was finally wrapped up, but in reality, it was already evening. There was no time to consider dinner. They first needed to figure out where to stay for the night. The group finally entered the village, which was quite populated, filled with elderly folks, and a few children scattered about. However, there was no sign of a market, only endless fields and the villagers' homes. Jiang Qiyu deeply regretted participating in this variety show. The conditions were far too harsh. When had she ever not stayed in a five-star hotel during her outings? Noticing her pallor, Jiang Ziran gently took her arm and reassured her, "Sister Shufan, it's all right. We can find a place to stay together. Surely, these people know us." He Nansheng, weary and covered in dust, exuded confidence, saying, "Look over there, a group of aunties. We can approach them. Once we mention our identities, I am certain someone will offer us shelter. The village is filled with chickens, ducks, and geese. We will surely have plenty to eat tonight." The fame of these three is beyond question, someone remarked. It seems that only Jiang Beimi is the least recognized among them. Another added, "No doubt. Meng Yingdi will take her along." How on earth did that little girl catch Meng Yingdi's eye? His taste must be questionable. With a confident stride, the trio approached a gathering of villagers beneath a tree. Jiang Wuhu yearned to join but, noticing Meng Qian's stillness, inquired, "Are we going?" Meng Qian glanced at the girl whose face was obscured by a large hat, responding in a calm tone, "Let us observe the situation first." Jiang Qiyu chose not to approach, but rather settled onto a wooden stump.
Wow.
This is the village, but I wonder if they are aware of old Wang's situation. Nearby, some were engaged in chess, others in casual conversation, while a few held bowls of food. The three stood there, accompanied by 3 cameramen, expecting immediate attention. They were surprised when the villagers remained oblivious to their presence. Upon hearing a remark, a woman eating raised her head and said, "You're celebrities? Do stars really look this unattractive?" He Nansheng was taken aback. Jiang Ziran stepped forward with a sweet smile, asserting, "Surely, you recognize me and Sister Shufan, right? We would like to stay for the night and have something to eat." She spoke as if the villagers owed them this favor. The woman scrutinized them carefully, shaking her head, "I don't know you." Jiang Ziran, incredulous, pulled Jiang Shufan closer, insisting, "That can't be. Please take another look. Sister Shufan must be known. She has starred in numerous films." Upon hearing this, the villagers began to examine them earnestly. Indeed, a middle-aged man frowned and remarked, "You do look somewhat familiar." Jiang Shufan straightened her posture, her brows lifted in pride, as if expecting recognition. However, the man continued, "Did you act in Jin Pingju?" Jiang Shufan's expression changed drastically. "You must be mistaken. I have never acted in that." The crowd realized it was an adult film. Jiang Qiyu observed the scene, enjoying the spectacle. Jiang Shufan truly did star in Jin Pingju. It was her debut film. She likely thought that such films would yield quick money and attract the attention of lecherous directors, not expecting this path to actually work out for her. Jiang Wuhu felt his youthful innocence tainted. Jiang Shufan, overwhelmed with guilt, tugged at Jiang Ziran, declaring, "Let us hurry. We want to stay here. We must think of other plans. Why are you rushing?" I suspect this is a challenge set by the director. That middle-aged man was truly revolting. "How could our Shufan ever have acted in such films?" exclaimed one. "These people are utterly ignorant. They don't even recognize these few major stars." Since the earlier individuals were unfamiliar with her, Jiang Qiyu was not foolish enough to inquire further. She advanced, with Meng Qian and Jiang Wuhu trailing behind. At that moment, an excited aunt exclaimed, "Ah, I recognize this one. Is it Meng Qian?" Jiang Qiyu paused, a chilling smile spreading across her face. "Almost forgot. Meng Qian is indeed the illustrious movie emperor of this world, with a multitude of fans." She seized Meng Qian and pulled him before the aunt. Yes, this is Meng Qian. Would you like an autograph or a photo? Little Jiang will be at your service." Meng Qian. Fans, Jiang Beimi certainly has a bold attitude. "Ha Meng Qian, you're selling me without a second thought." Meng Qian, my wife has caught me. This world has finally transformed into the chaotic vision I imagined. The aunt gazed at Meng Qian, blushing fiercely, fidgeting. Jiang Qiyu, ever perceptive, remarked, "What is the matter? Does this lovely lady wish for Meng Qian to keep her company for the night? We offer such services, provided you accept an irresistibly adorable young lady as a guest. Any objections?" Meng Qian. Before he could respond, the aunt's husband interjected. "Of course there are objections." The aunt playfully swatted her husband on the head, nearly sending him tumbling. "Go play somewhere else." When she turned back to Meng Qian, She transformed into a bashful girl, speaking in a higher pitch. No need for that. I prefer my idol to maintain a distance from us fans. Just an autograph and a photo will suffice. Such a simple request, Meng Qian had no reason to decline. Throughout, Jiang Qiyu grinned widely. Beautiful lady. Leaning closer to Meng Qian.
Perfect.
Absolutely perfect. Not even Sophie Marceau can compare to your beauty. My goodness, your looks are extraordinary. Professional photographer Jiang Qiyu at your service. This chaotic scene is just right, bewildering yet delightful. Meng Qian, had I known, I would have rolled in the dirt. After the photo shoot, Jiang Qiyu cheerfully asked, beautiful lady, where do you live? We would love to visit. The aunt smiled back, our home is small. We might not be able to accommodate you. Chapter 20. No, she truly is making a move. Jiang Qiyu. Watching from the side, Yang Shufan and Jiang Ziran exchanged glances of derision.
Huh.
She actually thinks she can impress these people? What a waste of time. She deserves it. Jiang Qiyu was infuriated. Just as she was about to explode, Meng Qian, with a clear voice, inquired, may I ask if you have a tent? We could borrow it for a while. After all, one should not overreach when accepting favors. The aunt, sensing the fierce look in Jiang Qiyu's eyes, felt a bit intimidated. I don't have one, but I can help you borrow one. Please wait a moment. Jiang Bayami's eyes are scolding fiercely. Haha, Meng Qian faces betrayal from a fan. I did not intend to laugh. My teeth merely feel a bit warm. Surely, the aunt won't flee, right? I genuinely fear that Jiang Bayami might go completely mad soon. The aunt did not escape. She was indeed a fervent admirer of Meng Qian, the kind who had his posters adorning her home. Shortly thereafter, she returned with borrowed items from several households, having acquired 3 tents to share. Suddenly, a hand emerged from another direction, snatching away the 3 tents. Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes and turned to see He Nansheng. He Nansheng held the tents with a composed demeanor, as if to say, we are in this together. I have one too. What distinguishes this from outright theft? Jiang Qiyu approached He Nansheng with a smile. He Nansheng stood firm. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a hefty bag hurtled towards him. With a resounding slap, the force was tremendous, causing He Nansheng's nasal prosthetic to misalign. Jiang Qiyu seized the tent from his grasp, glaring fiercely at him. Attempt to take my belongings? You shall only do so over Meng Qian's lifeless body. Meng Qian interjected, is that truly how low I am perceived? You all comprehend the extent of harm a hefty bag can inflict upon He Nansheng, do you not? No. She genuinely struck him. Wasn't it real when she kicked Jiang Ziran away before? Jiang Qiyu's detractors expressed their utter lack of surprise. It was merely a hefty bag. Yet it still managed to frighten some individuals. The aunt taking the group photo touched her face, relieved that she had borrowed a tent. Otherwise, that hefty bag might have landed squarely on her visage. Jiang Ziran and Yang Shufan, initially intent on stealing Jiang Qiyu's tent, froze in their tracks. No one wished to incur a beating. He Nansheng's face turned ashen with rage as he shouted and lunged towards Jiang Qiyu. However, she was swiftly pulled behind Meng Qian, much like the way she had previously yanked him towards the aunt to sell him off. Jiang Qiyu felt somewhat bewildered. Ah, how splendidly virtuous is this charming individual, a true champion of justice. The system secretly clamored, asserting that the antagonist was not meant to embody such benevolence. There must be some flaw in the narrative. Meng Qian's alluring eyes narrowed coldly at He Nansheng, his voice low and menacing. What do you intend to do? Under Meng Qian's gaze, He Nansheng felt an inexplicable dread creep up his spine, rendering him suddenly submissive. He cursed, Jiang Qiyu. Do not fall into my clutches. Jiang Qiyu, unfazed by the potential consequences, poured fuel onto the fire, making a face at He Nansheng.
Nia.
He Nansheng, incensed, struck a nearby tree with a fierce blow. The tree lamented. Only I suffer in this world. Meng Qian, do not get too attached. How shall we divide these 3 tents? Some individuals ought to fend for themselves. What other options are there? Before long, He Nansheng's cosmetic surgery trended on social media. Villagers mistook Yang Shufan for someone else. Following the emergence of this trending topic, individuals genuinely searched for the film Jin Pingju, only to discover it had been removed and was nearly impossible to find. Consequently, many of Yang Shufan's fans berated her. How could their beloved leading lady have ever acted in such roles? Had everyone lost their minds? The scene unfolded at the program's venue. The villagers were reluctant to offer accommodations, leaving no place for bathing. Consequently, a group of individuals set up camp by a small stream. The environment of this village remained relatively untouched, with verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters, providing a unique charm by the stream. Nearby, there were 2 simple latrines built by local villagers, making the situation quite adequate. However, a predicament arose. Only Jiang Qiyu possessed a tent, which could be considered Meng Qian's as it had been gifted by his fans. Jiang Ziran had long sought an opportunity to engage with Meng Qian. With a gentle demeanor, she approached him and, in a high-pitched voice, inquired, "Mr. Meng, could you lend me a tent?" Meng Qian did not even glance her way, responding coolly, "Jiang Qiyu decides." Jiang Ziran's frustration ignited, her eyes nearly ablaze. Yet, with no other recourse, she turned to Jiang Qiyu. Just as Jiang Qiyu was about to pitch the tent, Jiang Ziran sweetly remarked, "Sister, how can we accommodate 6 people in 3 tents?" Her tone was exceedingly polite, yet it implied that the 3 tents were communal property. She merely sought to discuss the distribution of sleeping arrangements with Jiang Qiyu. Undeterred, Jiang Qiyu smiled at her. "Meng Qian can have 1 tent. I will take one for the first half of the night, and the other for the latter half. That's how we shall stay." Jiang Ziran bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes as she whimpered, "Sister, do you truly despise me? That is all right, but what of my 5th brother and sister Shufan? They have done you no wrong. Do you harbor disdain for them as well?" This statement heightened the animosity to its peak, prompting fans of Jiang Wuhu and Yang Shufan to erupt in outrage. "Exactly. Our Wuhu brother has done nothing wrong. Can't you spare him a tent?" One fan exclaimed. "Wuhu brother is so adorable. You lack compassion." Another added, "Is it a matter of humanity's decline or moral decay that a top-tier singer must sleep by the stream?" Someone questioned, "Just a minor celebrity. You only gained recognition through Meng Qian. How can you remain so brazen?" Another jeered, "Our Shufan sister doesn't care. Be gone. Insignificant star." A fan retorted, "By the way, where has Yang Shufan gone? We haven't seen her. She must have stepped away for a bit. Perhaps she has something to attend to." Jiang Qiyu paid no mind to Jiang Ziran's sobs. Instead, she kicked her away. Jiang Ziran, now in a state of distress, dodged the blow, tears flowing more freely as she rushed to Jiang Wuhu's side, pouring him tea. "5th brother, look at how my sister behaves. She has left you with nowhere to sleep at night." Jiang Wuhu, tousling his silvery hair, replied, "I can share a tent with Meng Qian for the night." "Right, Meng Qian?" Meng Qian coldly shook his head. "No, I have a phobia of germs." In Chapter 21, Jiang Wuhu wore a pained expression, feeling quite wronged. Meng Qian turned to him, suggesting, "You might consider appealing to Jiang Qiyu. Perhaps she would be inclined to lend you one." Jiang Wuhu blinked, hesitating. Jiang Ziran observed, her eyes darting, but did not intervene. As Jiang Wuhu obtained the tent, she decided to charm him, confident that he would willingly relinquish it to her. If all else failed, she could begrudgingly share his company for the night. After all, they were siblings. However, after observing Jiang Qiyu throughout the day, Jiang Wuhu discovered that his younger sister was quite different from what he had envisioned. He had expected this girl raised in the countryside to seek his favor and draw near to him, yet to his surprise, she not only shunned him but also rolled her eyes and refused to play with him, which left him feeling somewhat intimidated. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qiyu, Jiang Wuhu was lost in contemplation while she indulged in the latest gossip.
Wow, Yang Shufan is impressive.
To get a tent, she even sought out old Wang. She shoved old Wang's hand towards her chest. "How hilarious," old Wang remarked. "With just a touch, I can tell it's silicone." Yang Shufan nearly lost her temper, yet she persisted. In the end, old Wang agreed to procure 2 tents for her. If old Wang can be swayed, I truly question what Yang Shufan has endured. "Hey, why is this silly dog staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Summoning his courage, Jiang Wuhu approached Jiang Qiyu, his large eyes twinkling with unshed tears. "Could you possibly lend me a tent to sleep in? I'm afraid of snakes, terrified that one might bite me at night." His tears, coupled with his exquisite features and striking silver hair, rendered him irresistibly endearing, resembling a puppy in distress. Jiang Qiyu, a connoisseur of handsome faces, felt her heart soften. She sighed, all right, don't cry, I'll give you one." Jiang Wuhu, touched, let another tear escape. "Thank you, Corn Princess." He had intended to call her sister, but it seemed Jiang Qiyu was reluctant to acknowledge him as her brother, so he adjusted his words.
Goodness, who can withstand this?
"Even Jiang Bayami, that stubborn girl, has softened. My heart is utterly melted. I never imagined he would be this kind of Jiang Wuhu." I adore him even more. What should I do? Can everyone understand why Jiang Wuhu is referred to as brother? He is simply too adorable. Upon witnessing Jiang Qiyu's kindness towards their idol, Jiang Wuhu's fans ceased their criticisms and filled the live stream with gratitude. Thank you, Corn Princess. Thank you, Corn Princess. Jiang Zeruan noticed that Jiang Wuhu had secured a tent, a flicker of amusement crossing her eyes. Now she too had a tent. Approaching Jiang Wuhu, she offered to help him set it up, her voice laced with a plea. Fifth brother, may I sleep in this tent? Ahem. I think I might be coming down with a cold. Jiang Wuhu looked at her with concern, about to speak when Jiang Qiyu leaned in, her expression fierce. If you dare give the tent to Jiang Zeruan or allow her to sleep in it, I will certainly place a snake at your bedside. Jiang Wuhu. Jiang Zeruan. I genuinely believe she would do that. Jiang Bami, you are truly a remarkable person. Jiang Ziran seems rather duplicitous, doesn't she? I can't stand it. Jiang Wuhu was filled with dread and could only apologize profusely to Jiang Ziran, saying, I'm truly sorry, sister. I have an intense fear of snakes. Jiang Ziran gritted her teeth, her complexion turning a shade of green from anger. In an instant, her expression brightened as she exclaimed, Sister Xu Fan, you are truly remarkable. He Nansheng, with a crooked nose from a recent altercation, silently adjusted himself for quite some time before he hurried over to Yang Shufan's tent. Xu Fan, may I have one? Although Yang Shufan did not harbor any particular affection for He Nansheng, her disdain for Jiang Qiyu made her indifferent to the request. However, before she could respond, Jiang Ziran cheerfully interjected, Of course, I'll share one with Sister Shufan, and you can have the other. Yang Shufan furrowed her brow but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. He Nansheng shot a fierce glare at Jiang Qiyu before saying, Ziran, you are truly kind. Unlike some selfish individuals, Jiang Qiyu had already set up her tent and, clapping her hands, retorted, Yes, I am selfish. You are all such virtuous souls. Akin to saints fleeing from the Notre Dame. The three of them exchanged glances. Jiang Bami finally voiced what had been weighing on my mind. Didn't some marketing account claim that Jiang Qiyu has feelings for He Nansheng? I failed to see any evidence of that. How could the short He Nansheng, with a height barely exceeding 8 centimeters, possibly attract her? You're all just fabricating rumors. Our brother Nansheng is not short. With everyone's accommodations settled, they proceeded to set up their tents. The autumnal weather was neither too warm nor too cold, which was quite pleasant. They could bathe in the nearby stream, though they lacked spare clothing. After finishing their tent, Jiang Ziran and Yang Shufan began to tidy their appearance by the stream. Before long, they noticed that Jiang Qiyu had vanished. Yang Shufan scoffed, In this weather, is there really a need to warm up? They then saw Jiang Qiyu pulling several large corn cobs from her bag. Both of them quickly realized her intention to roast corn. Their assumption proved accurate, as Jiang Qiyu skillfully threaded the corn cobs onto slender twigs for roasting. Jiang Ziran blinked and approached her, asking, Sister, are you going to roast corn? I can help you start a fire. Many survival techniques involve creating fire by friction, and she saw this as an opportunity to showcase her skills, which she had learned from videos. Her fans would surely praise her.
Wow.
Ziran can start a fire by rubbing wood? Truly a survival expert. My baby is amazing. However, upon hearing Jiang Ziran's words, Jiang Qiyu looked at her as if she were foolish, then shifted her gaze to He Nansheng, saying, Could I borrow your lighter? He Nansheng, who was about to head to the distant restroom, frowned upon hearing this, replying, What did you say? How could I possibly have a lighter on me? Jiang Qiyu gave him a blank stare, retorting, What do you use to light your cigarettes? He Nansheng promptly denied it vehemently, insisting, I don't smoke. You're talking nonsense. That's impossible. I'm not a smoker. He maintained a pristine image as a model gentleman before his fans, abstaining from smoking, drinking, and any reckless behavior. Jiang Qiyu curled her lips in disdain. Not only do you smoke, but you also indulge in it every time you relieve yourself. As if you can't do one without the other. He Nansheng's eyes widened in shock. How on earth did Jiang Qiyu uncover such a private matter? Surely, her affection for him was becoming burdensome. He could scarcely bear it any longer. Yet, he still denied it vehemently. Don't spread rumors. I don't smoke. Nor do I possess a lighter. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, eventually breaking into a run. His trajectory led him toward the restroom. And the cameraman chose not to follow. My goodness. He Nansheng is just like my father. They both act the same way. But my father has been a smoker for 20 years. Isn't He Nansheng supposed to be averse to smoking? I refuse to believe it. Brother Nansheng himself has declared he doesn't smoke. Jiang Qiyu truly has a knack for fabrication. First, she claims our brother is lacking in stature. And now she accuses him of smoking. It seems Jiang Qiyu, unable to possess him, wishes to ruin him instead. What a malicious woman. Teacher Korn, may I use yours? The cameraman behind Jiang Qiyu extended a lighter. Given that several individuals present shared the surname Jiang, he pondered for a moment and settled on addressing her as Teacher Korn, a title both endearing and familiar. Jiang Qiyu's lips twitched, tempted to reject the moniker, but upon noticing the corn in her grasp, she relented. Thank you, she said politely. The cameraman was utterly thrilled. Teacher Korn even says, thank you. What a remarkable occurrence. After igniting the flame with the lighter, Jiang Ziren found herself rendered somewhat irrelevant, standing awkwardly in place. Oh dear, I've made things awkward again. My toes have already carved out a Disney theme park. Everyone is welcome to come and play for free. Earlier, in her haste to gather firewood, Jiang Qiyu had neglected to collect many ears of corn. She handed the roasting corn to Meng Qian. You tend to this, while I sneak off to fetch some more. Old Wang is keeping a watchful eye, and one tea let me take any. Meng Qian glanced at her hands, delicate and fair, with rosy fingertips that were simply exquisite. After passing the corn to him, Jiang Qiyu ventured off to procure more, ensuring the cameraman did not accompany her. It was abundantly clear. He Nansheng was smoking while in the vicinity of the restroom. The makeshift toilet, constructed by the villagers, was rather drafty. Jiang Qiyu squinted and queried the system. Is there a bomb available in the system shop? The system, puzzled, responded, Huh? Why do you need a bomb, host? Jiang Qiyu replied, to blow up the restroom. Chapter 022. Truly unheard of. Meanwhile, Meng Qian continued to roast corn. Jiang Ziren and Yang Shufan were drawn in by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the corn. However, neither wished to fetch any, speculating that since Jiang Qiyu had prepared such a bountiful amount, she would surely share with them. Jiang Wuhu, lacking experience in setting up tents, was still striving to secure their accommodation for the night. Amidst this serene and tranquil atmosphere, a sudden, thunderous bang echoed from the distance. Instinctively, everyone turned towards the sound, witnessing a small object soaring through the air, tracing an arc before plummeting to the ground. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacle, and the cameraman, with his keen intuition for capturing material, hurriedly dashed towards the commotion. Jiang Wuhu ran swiftly, eager to discover what peculiar occurrence had transpired. Meng Qian also set aside the corn and hastened over, somewhat anxious that Jiang Qiyu might be in trouble. Yang Shufan and Jiang Ziren remained stationary, exchanging glances before their eyes fell upon the corn that Meng Qian had just discarded. Having consumed merely 3 buns that day, they sought to discreetly indulge in some corn while no one was watching. As the cameraman dashed over, he caught sight of He Nansheng, covered in filth, a bewildered expression on his face, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, its end still smoldering. In the next moment, realizing a camera was aimed at him, He Nansheng sprang to his feet and plunged into the nearby water. The piercing screams startled several birds perched in the trees nearby. The cameraman, momentarily perplexed, soon grasped the situation upon detecting the noxious odor in the air, collectively succumbing to nausea. Oh my goodness! What the hell? My eyes are worth nothing now.
Ah.
McGice.
Ugh.
I guess it's a diet night. Not smoking? Look at that cigarette in his mouth. Even after being blown away, he's still smoking. Fans, come and see. Ha 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 ha. Though it's disgusting, I can't stop laughing. Today's merit has turned into laughter. Buddha, you know I have naturally smiling lips. But seriously, how did the toilet explode so perfectly? Who could have done this? Surely, it wasn't Zhang's corn. She went to fetch it, not to cause mischief. Did he just unleash a bomb? At that moment, Jiang Qiyu sprinted over from a distance, her expression innocent, asking what had happened.
Ah.
It stinks, she exclaimed, wrinkling her nose in distaste as she quickly ran away, as if the incident bore no relation to her. The system was left in utter shock, struggling to comprehend the madness of its host. This was unprecedented. Never had a host expended hundreds of explosive points merely to purchase a small bomb for the purpose of blowing up a latrine. Was this something a rational person would do? Fortunately, the small bomb produced by the system posed no harm to humans. Jiang Qiyu, unconcerned by the implications, reveled in the chaos. On her way, she encountered Jiang Wuhu, who inquired about the happenings nearby. Jiang Qiyu blinked innocently. Oh, it seems a child was setting off firecrackers. Jiang Wuhu's eyes lit up at this revelation. I must go see, he declared. Jiang Qiyu hesitated, ultimately deciding against voicing her concerns. However, upon noticing Meng Qian approaching, she cautioned him, "Don't go there. It's quite filthy." The cameramen had all fled, leaving only the ongoing filming that rightfully belonged to He Nansheng, who found himself unable to escape. He pinched his nose and stood at a distance. Submerging his head in the water, He Nansheng wished to disappear entirely, preferring arrest by the authorities over this mortifying embarrassment. How had this happened? It was merely a trip to the restroom, yet the latrine had exploded. Thankfully, Hian Ti removed his pants, merely crouching to smoke. Otherwise, he would have been fully exposed. Viewers could only see a layer of debris floating on the water surface, bubbles still rising. He isn't contemplating suicide, is he? To be honest, I fear more that he will drink that water than death itself. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just smoking and cosmetic surgery, right? We will forgive you. Brother, don't be so downcast. Don't call me brother. Call me the smoking, cosmetic surgery, little brat. I say again, our brother is not short. Not short. He Nansheng is certainly not destined to perish. The incident has occurred. It was an accident,
And he cannot do anything about it.
Fortunately, he was by the water and could wash himself clean. Once clean, he remains a fine man. Unable to contain himself any longer, He Nansheng raised his head from the water, stylishly tousling his hair. But then his hand slipped. He Nansheng, from this moment on, I shall never coexist with a latrine. The cameraman retched once more. I don't want to work anymore. Not even a little. When Jiang Wuhu rushed over, he was greeted by an overwhelming stench. Confused, he asked He Nansheng, "What are you doing? Did you see a child setting off firecrackers? Why does it smell so bad? Did you fart?" He Nansheng, early ejaculation director, is this your script? Don't go too far. Are my eyes not eyes? Qin Xie almost lost his temper upon seeing this comment. How could it be? He could never write such a mad script. He suspected it might be Jiang Qiyu's doing. But without evidence, he found it unlikely. After a long wash, He Nansheng finally emerged from the water. His entire outfit was soaked, and his suit pants clung tightly to him. At that moment, everyone noticed that there was hardly any bulge at all. It's not that I want to see. I just want to know if Jiang Bami's words are true. I humbly inquire, is he certain? His previous swimsuit photos were nothing like this. He must have been patted that time. Good job, you cunning he little brat. You could pull off such a trick. I mean it. That little bit is worse than having none. Soon, the trending topic exploded. New expectations in life. The cesspit has blown up. He Nansheng, smoking, getting cosmetic surgery. And being short. That little bit is worse than having none. At this moment, He Nansheng was still unaware that his previous facade had been exposed. He was still energetically encouraging netizens, insisting that one must not panic in any situation, for life is unpredictable, and he shared this sentiment with his fans. He Nansheng's Weibo originally had 9 million followers, but 2 million unfollowed him in a flash. Major fans and station sisters swiftly abandoned ship. His management company was in a daze. Losing 2 million followers in a single day was truly unheard of. How could every flaw be pinpointed by Jiang Qiyu? His company rushed to manage public relations, but to little effect. His carefully crafted persona had crumbled completely. At that moment, she noticed that despite having grilled 5 ears of corn, only 3 remained. Narrowing her eyes, she looked at Meng Qian. "Did you steal some corn?" Meng Qian shook his head. "I didn't." Jiang Qiyu's piercing gaze then turned to Jiang Ziren and Yang Shufan. Both Jiang Ziren and Yang Shufan simultaneously shivered, feeling guilty as they averted their eyes and moved aside. As they walked a little farther, Jiang Ziren whispered, "Sister Shufan, let us rinse our mouths. Otherwise, I fear that the madman Jiang Qiyu will inspect our teeth later." Corn is notorious for getting stuck between the teeth. But one must admit, the roasted corn is truly delightful. Yang Shufan found her reasoning sound and tossed the corn husk aside, yet she could not shake off the madness of Jiang Qiyu. The two of them reached the riverbank, cupping their hands to scoop up water, and began rinsing their mouths. After several rinses, they exchanged glances, examining each other's teeth, finally feeling relieved. Now, Jiang Qiyu was at a loss. Jiang Ziren also thought that perhaps the water here had its own distinct taste, but it was of no consequence. Jiang Qiyu, observing their expressions, could easily deduce that they had indulged in her roasted corn. However, upon witnessing their actions, she felt indifferent. Hee. That water must be exquisite. Chapter 023, TSK. A bargain for the next girlfriend. Regarding Jiang Ziren and Yang Shufan rinsing their mouths, I have 6 points to discuss. I would like to add 3 more. how wicked Jiang Qiyu is. She saw that this side was downstream and didn't even give a warning. You useless girl. How could you let them sneak a bite of the corn? We did not sneak a bite. Nonsense. We merely wished to clean our teeth. Is it a crime to be tidy? Originally, he had intended to join the children in playing with firecrackers. He spotted Meng Qian and Jiang Qiyu roasting corn. So he went to the spot where he had dug earlier and collected a few ears to roast alongside them. The aroma wafted through the air. When Jiang Wuhu tasted the corn, he was ecstatic, declaring it the best corn he had ever eaten. As dusk approached, Jiang Qiyu rested her chin on her hand. Feeling troubled, a few ears of corn were hardly enough to satiate her hunger, and she feared she would dream of starvation that night. Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes at her, exclaiming, "What, you have a mouth? In this splendid wilderness, why settle for what can be found every day? Perhaps I should catch a snake and roast it." Jiang Wuhu's eyes widened in shock. "Ah, no. Please don't." For some reason, he could not articulate his subsequent thoughts. Jiang Qiyu regarded him, asking, "What is wrong?" Jiang Wuhu touched his throat, attempting to speak but ultimately shaking his head. Nothing. Was it that any mention of her heartfelt thoughts rendered him speechless? Jiang Qiyu, resolute in her intentions, stood up, declaring, "I shall go clear my mind." Meng Qian, noticing her rise, also stood. "I will accompany you." Damn it. With Meng Qian acting like this, I suspect Jiang Qiyu must have saved his life. Meng Qian, I just want to be my wife's shadow, what of it? Falling fish and banquet.
I'm all in.
Throughout the day, onlookers began to ship Meng Qian and Jiang Qiyu. Meng Qian had many fans. Some were steadfast in their refusal to ship them, yet a small portion had succumbed. Since brother liked it so much, they had no choice but to ship them while grumbling. Jiang Qiyu remained unaware of this. She was solely focused on her quest for a snake. Remarkably, she indeed discovered a snake nestled in the branches of a tree. As she locked eyes with the snake, the cameraman and netizens were utterly petrified. "Oh my, a snake. How terrifying. I'm scared to death."
Quick, run. Don't let it bite you.
I have a feeling the director won't care about your predicament. In rural fields like this, encountering snakes is quite common. Wait, why does it seem like Jiang Bami is laughing? And in such a creepy way? Look, after the snake made eye contact with her, it fled? Even the snake can tell she is a troublemaker? Jiang Qiyu, perplexed, could not fathom why the snake chose to flee at the sight of her. However, now that it had caught her gaze, escape was no longer an option. With swift reflexes, she seized the snake by its neck, and with her other hand, she clamped its mouth shut, preventing it from sticking out its tongue. Meanwhile, Jiang Wuhu was praying at the campsite, hoping fervently that Jiang Qiyu wouldn't manage to capture the snake. He was so frightened that he jumped up, exclaiming in terror, "Ah, oh no!" Tears streamed down his face as he whimpered, "So scary." Boo-hoo. Jiang Ziran hurried to comfort him. "Wugo, don't cry, it's all right." But Jiang Wuhu was inconsolable, his sobs drowning out her words. Suddenly, Jiang Qiyu stood behind him and began to sing. Young men possess a wild spirit, standing tall like mountains and rivers. Dare to measure the sun and moon anew. Today it's only me, the young lad. Jiang Wuhu, Jiang Wuhu. With a burst of laughter, he snorted, causing tears to bubble out of his nose. He then looked around frantically. Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow. "What are you looking for?" Jiang Wuhu blinked his glistening eyes. "I'm looking for the tune." "Where is it?" Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Wuhu's insults are truly sophisticated. "Ha ha ha, this is killing me." Ineffective comfort. Don't cry. Effective comfort. Young men possess a wild spirit. Teacher Bayami knows how to comfort people. With Jiang Qiyu's teasing, Jiang Wuhu's fear diminished significantly. He felt an inexplicable joy deep within. Jiang Qiyu had comforted him. Lacking tools, Jiang Qiyu managed to cook the snake alive and then skin it. Jiang Wuhu, watching from a distance, couldn't he help but twitch his lips. "Teacher Bayami, have you ever heard the story of a snake seeking revenge?" Jiang Qiyu frowned. "What do you mean?" Jiang Wuhu replied solemnly. "It's said that when a snake dies, its family comes looking for revenge." Jiang Qiyu's eyes lit up. "They come seeking revenge? Now that's a delightful notion." Jiang Wuhu pouted. "Either way, I want to eat it, not even if you kill me. This woman is terrifying." Jiang Qiyu, just in time, let us roast it together. "Snake, mommy, please don't come. Humans are too frightening." As nightfall slowly enveloped the surroundings, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat, accompanied by Jiang Wuhu's voice exclaiming, "Oh my, it smells divine." They moved stealthily, guided by Qin Xia's caution that they must not let the guests discover the location of the base, especially Jiang Qiyu. However, the live broadcast continued, with drones capturing every tent. If one needs to relieve themselves, they may simply inform the drone, which will refrain from following. These pampered celebrities have truly exhausted themselves today. Jiang Wuhu found no energy left and fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Qiyu, having satisfied her hunger, soon succumbed to drowsiness as well. However, she was abruptly awakened.
Ding.
There's gossip. Jiang Qiyu was incensed by the disturbance, exclaiming, "You are disrupting my dreams. May the heavens strike you." The system retorted, "I reside within your body. Striking me is tantamount to striking yourself." Awakened, Jiang Qiyu found sleep elusive. What gossip? Who dares to disturb the peace at this late hour? The system reminded her host. Confronting gossip directly doubles the excitement value. Jiang Qiyu sat up. "Let us go." The excitement value proved to be quite beneficial. It was now midnight. Although the live stream of anticipating a new life remained active, the online audience was scarce. Even if some viewers were awake, the drone had activated night vision mode. Yet without any guests on screen, it failed to captivate the audience. Viewers had shifted their attention to videos and Weibo. Among the various streams, Meng Qian's garnered the most viewers, totaling 50,000. These 50,000 wished to accompany him in slumber, rounding up to sleeping alongside the illustrious Meng actor. Qin Xia managed to stay awake until midnight, but fatigue overcame him. His mother had consulted a traditional Chinese physician today, who advised him against staying up late and encouraged early sleep. He resolved to heed this advice, believing that his next girlfriend would vindicate him, proving he was not the premature director. How fortunate for his future partner. With this thought, he summoned the assistant director to monitor the surveillance and retired for the night. Surely, nothing would transpire at this late hour. The assistant director, having rested during the day, was notably alert at night, his eyes fixated on the monitor. At that moment, he observed Jiang Qiyu emerging from the tent, her hair resembling a bird's nest. Chapter 024. This is clearly an attempt to thwart his early slumber. After all, being awakened in the middle of the night by a full bladder was a frequent occurrence. Jiang Qiyu listened to the gossip relayed by the system, utterly astonished. How thrilling. Jiang Beimi, am not just an ordinary girl. I am an extraordinary, invincible beauty. At that instant, a handsome man lying in the adjacent tent heard the footsteps outside. With long eyelashes fluttering, he opened his eyes. The next moment, he too emerged from his tent. The assistant director, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. Had Meng Qian also been awakened by the urge to relieve himself at the same time as Jiang Qiyu? Could this be considered a sign of marital resemblance? Oh, dear. He was rather thrilled. He adored such moments. Having remained oblivious to the reason until now, he felt as if he had gained some understanding today. The viewers who had persevered in accompanying Meng Qian during the night noticed his sudden awakening alongside Jiang Qiyu. A wave of astonishment surged through them. What the heck? Are these two secretly meeting in the dead of night? Surely they are aware that the drone is capturing everything? How thrilling! This presence within the entertainment industry is undeniably exhilarating. The top-tier film emperor clandestinely meets with an obscure minor celebrity. Impossible. Surely. Jiang Qiyu must have heard our brothers stirring and followed suit. Upstairs, if I hadn't watched the live stream during the day, I might actually believe you. Late at night, trending topics on Weibo emerge with remarkable speed. The illustrious Meng Yingdi is rumored to be rendezvousing with Jiang Qiyu. Countless night owls, upon encountering this headline, flock back to the live stream. However, the drone boasts night vision capabilities, while Jiang Qiyu does not possess such advantages. She fails to notice that Meng Qian has also emerged from the tent, and, following the system's guidance, she inadvertently collides into his embrace. Startled, Jiang Qiyu instinctively gasps, but her mouth is swiftly covered by a gentle hand. It's me. The voice emanating from above is deep and melodious, perhaps still laced with the remnants of sleep, carrying a hint of magnetism that is somewhat alluring. Ah! My ears are pregnant in the dead of night. With a voice like that, how can Jiang Qiyu resist? Now that they are both in an embrace, what difference does it make? Jiang Beimi. So, it's the little beauty. Up in the middle of the night for a bathroom break? Meng Qian, puzzled, inquires, what brings you out at this hour? Jiang Qiyu hesitates, blinking her eyes. Just taking a stroll. I had a bit too much to eat this evening, burning off some calories. She certainly cannot admit to merely indulging in gossip. Meng Qian readily agrees, I'm in the same boat. Let us go together. Jiang Qiyu. Wow. Are they actually meeting by chance? Who are they trying to fool? I don't believe it. Strolling in the depths of the forest at such an hour, you truly understand the art of walking. The assistant director, in front of the camera, makes a sound akin to a donkey braying. Night shifts are splendid. He adores working nights. Jiang Qiyu, with no other option, continues with Meng Qian. Viewers soon observe that the pair is venturing deeper into the woods. Yet, throughout their journey, they exchange few words and do not hold hands. While there is an undeniable air of ambiguity between them, it remains decidedly innocent. Jiang Qiyu peers around, as if searching for something. The nighttime village is eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps crunching on the leaves breaking the silence. Rather than calling this a secret meeting, I would sooner believe they are grave robbing. Trying to flirt with teacher Bayami? Not a hint of romance. As the online community fervently debates the nature of their activities, a sudden, peculiar noise interrupts, accompanied by faint voices. The sounds are subtle, yet distinctly clear. Instantly, all viewers are electrified. The assistant director's eyes widen in astonishment. What on earth is that sound? Anyone with a modicum of life experience would recognize it. What? Did these two stumble upon villagers in a clandestine affair? True to our teacher Bayami, wherever she goes, there is intrigue. Is this something we can hear in the live stream? No, I feel that sound is somewhat familiar. Before long, a man's voice is heard once more.
All right.
Whatever Fan asks me to do, I will do it. I have arrived.
Ugh.
A woman's voice echoed again. What are you doing? Are you disgusted? The man, eager to please, replied. How could that be? I could never be disgusted. I really like it, ugh. Meng Qian. The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment, but in the next second, countless messages flooded in. Yang Shufan? Could it be Yang Shufan? Who is she having a wild affair with? Holy cow. Holy cow. She is a top actress. Calling her an A-list star is no exaggeration. She has always been the epitome of purity. I never imagined she would have such a penchant. Look at how that man is reacting. Is this what I wanted to see? This is what I wanted to see. Impossible. It cannot be our Shufan. Just a coincidence. Still washing it off. The name is a coincidence, and so is the voice. Right now, I just want to know who that man is. Someone.
Please tell me.
Jiang Qiyu was witnessing such an event for the first time and was exhilarated, striding forward. Meng Qian wanted to restrain her. There was nothing commendable about such a spectacle. Yet he could not hold her back. Yang Shufan was caught in a thrill, but suddenly heard footsteps and saw a figure rushing towards her. Startled, Yang Shufan exclaimed, "What is that?"
Someone. Run.
This fright caused the man to lose his composure entirely. He hastily pulled up his pants and fled. This cameraman is truly despicable. Clearly, he has a wife and children, yet he engages in such antics with Yang Shufan. However, this was an arrangement between Yang Shufan and him. He excavated the ground for her, and she shared her bed with him. There's no denying that any man would find it hard to refuse a woman who comes knocking at his door. Yang Shufan, whether due to experience or instinct, ran swiftly, the drone following Jiang Qiyu, unable to capture the figures ahead. Her fans began to defend her vehemently. That is not our Shufan. Our Shufan is a paragon of purity. Absolutely not. You cannot spread false rumors. Shufan has come this far through great effort. We fans vow to protect her reputation with our lives. You people should not be swayed by Jiang Qiyu. She is a purely malicious woman. Jiang Bayami, I haven't said anything. I was merely taking a stroll. Who will take responsibility for my dirty ears? Jiang Qiyu, seeing the figure flee, lost interest in pursuing and asked the system, shouldn't this count as witnessing the drama firsthand? System, not quite. You need to see at least one of the main characters in person. Jiang Qiyu, vexed, remarked, you should have said that sooner, you foolish thing. Just as Meng Qian caught up, ready to speak, he saw Jiang Qiyu madly dashing forward, flailing her arms like a monkey. She ran while laughing, ha ha ha, I'm coming. Meng Qian. Yang Shufan, ahead, screamed, immediately frightened to tears. Ah, don't chase me, please don't chase me. To go mad, one must look to Jiang Bayami.
She understands me.
Let us see if certain fans can still deny it.
Yang Shufan, stop tassing.
I don't have cough syrup. At that moment, the assistant director was utterly dumbfounded, staring at the screen. What a sensational revelation this is. He hurriedly dialed Qin Xia. Just as Qin Xia had fallen into slumber, he was abruptly roused, his voice chillingly ominous. This late at night, you'd better have something important to say. The assistant director, in a state of panic, glanced at the monitor and exclaimed, "Director, something dreadful has occurred. Jiang Qiyu is chasing Yang Shufan through the woods." Qin Xie's brows furrowed tightly. What madness had overtaken Jiang Qiyu at this hour? Was she not to be sleeping? However, he dismissed it as a trivial matter, yawning leisurely. A bit of exercise wouldn't he hurt, as long as they were enjoying themselves. But that's not all. Yang Shufan was caught in the woods in a compromising situation, and Jiang Qiyu stumbled upon them. What? Qin Xie sprang upright from his bed, hastily donning his pajamas as he rushed toward the monitoring room. Good heavens! How could such a calamity occur? This cursed fate was determined to keep him from sleeping early. Chapter 025. No rumor has proven false. In the dead of night, no one anticipated that the trending topic would explode. Initially, there were rumors of Meng Qiyan and Jiang Qiyu meeting under the cover of darkness. Then it was revealed that the two were merely taking a stroll. A casual walk turned into an unexpected encounter, with a couple engaging in an intimate affair in the woods. This collision proved consequential, for upon closer inspection, it was none other than the popular, pure-hearted Yang Shufan. She harbored some undisclosed peculiarities and tastes, shattering the preconceived notions of netizens. Her fans endeavored to clear her name, but to no avail. In a live stream, an enraged Jiang Qiyu apprehended Yang Shufan. Startled and terrified, Yang Shufan had no inkling of the entity pursuing her. After being chased for several laps, she was utterly exhausted, resigned to her fate. Little did she know, it was Jiang Qiyu, who even brought a drone along. Thoughts of death were now futile, yet she felt she could no longer remain on this earth. Jiang Qiyu held onto Yang Shufan, her eyes wide with curiosity. Staring intently until the sound of double reward points resonated in her mind, prompting her to release Yang Shufan. It seemed her outing was truly just a simple walk after all. Yang Shufan? Meng Qiyan? You really do know how to walk quietly without a sound. That was quite an exhilarating stroll. Jiang Qiyu possesses a maddening charm in her spirited state, making it utterly irresistible. It seems she isn't targeting Yang Shufan. She has simply gone mad with everyone equally. Left in disarray, Yang Shufan found herself in the woods. Her pants askew. Moments later, she burst into tears, lamenting, "It's over. It's all over. Jiang Qiyu, I despise you. Surely the company will protect me, right?" Jiang Qiyu, however, did not hear Yang Shufan's outcry. Even if she had, it bore little significance. After all, there were far too many who harbored resentment toward her. Returning to the creek, Jiang Qiyu did not exchange a word with Meng Qiyan. She crawled into the tent, peacefully and contentedly drifting into a deep slumber. Meng Qiyan exhaled discreetly, approaching to zip up her tent, as the night breeze brought a chill. Upon finishing, he realized that Jiang Qiyu had nestled into his tent. Meng Qiyan, well, it seems that's all you're good for, Meng Qiyan. Curse that Meng Baochai. I truly wonder what Meng Yingdi has been up to this late at night, having witnessed a scene of absolute madness. On this particular evening, Jiang Qiyu slept soundly. Yet many remained awake due to her antics. Originally, Jiang Yifan was enjoying a deep slumber in his villa when a sudden ring of his phone roused him from his rest. Known for his composed demeanor and exceptional emotional management, he rarely exhibited any morning irritability. As he opened his eyes and grasped his phone, he connected the call only to hear his assistant's anxious voice, "President Jiang, something's gone awry with the new Expectations variety show." Jiang Yifan's brows furrowed instinctively as he inquired, "Is Xiren all right?" The moment he uttered those words, he felt a twinge of surprise within himself. Despite having confirmed that the project recommended by Jiang Xiren was indeed a scam, for reasons unknown, she remained his utmost concern. His brows knitted once more, pondering what calamity had befallen her and whether it was grave. After all, she was his sister. Upon hearing the full account from his assistant, Jiang Yifan stood abruptly. "What?" His tone was icy. "Immediately contact Yang Shufan's company for urgent public relations. She should not be included in the next episode. Declare that they are in love and cannot be separated under any circumstances." Love, indeed. It seemed he had finally grasped the situation. In matters of urgency, Qin Xie would surely prioritize the bigger picture. He found Yang Shufan and handed her the phone, urging her to communicate with the company first. Qin Xie was devoid of sleepiness, even contemplating a fit of rage. At 3 a.m, Yang Shufan's studio hastily released a statement. "We sincerely apologize for introducing our sister Shufan's boyfriend in such a manner. The playful banter between young lovers has caused some amusement. Henceforth, Sister Shufan will exercise greater caution. And we implore everyone to keep her in check." She has deeply reflected upon her actions and will see you in tomorrow's live stream. Ah, so that's her boyfriend. Then there's nothing to worry about. Isn't this an invasion of privacy? Let us sue her. We will always protect our sister. Her husband must be incredibly handsome. Transforming an affair into a boyfriend situation is quite impressive. I rate this PR move a perfect score. Not to mention, did she really make someone lick her feet and have stinky feet? That's true, isn't it? Such a pure maiden, exceedingly innocent. Though skepticism lingered among many, the situation was ultimately smoothed over without triggering significant repercussions. Yang Shufan breathed a sigh of relief. Her company had indeed safeguarded her reputation. In her heart, however, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Qiyu. She would not let Jiang Qiyu escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu basked in the tranquility of the moment. She enjoyed a delightful slumber, even dreaming of a particularly delectable slice of cake. Upon awakening and feeling the grumbling of her stomach, she reached out to touch the corner of her tent. Yesterday, she had saved some roasted corn for breakfast today. Yet, upon touching it, her hand met only emptiness. Jiang Qiyu's previously drowsy eyes instantly sharpened with clarity. Who has stolen my roasted corn? I, Jiang, demand their head. Upon emerging from her tent, she noticed that everyone around bore a rather grave expression, especially Yang Shufan, whose complexion was as pale as a ghost, her dark circles resembling those of the king of hell. She queried in astonishment, "Did you go thieving last night?" Yang Shufan perceived that Jiang Qiyu was feigning ignorance and advanced towards her with the intent to strike. Jiang Qiyu, however, would not allow herself to be assaulted. As Shufan reached for her, she preemptively retaliated with a sharp slap. Yang Shufan. Jiang Qiyu blinked, adopting a serious demeanor. What are you doing? Why are you using your face to collide with my hand? Everyone. The animosity in Yang Shufan's gaze was about to spill over, her teeth grinding audibly. Suddenly, Jiang Qiyu recollected something and smirked. It's futile to blame me now. Next time, try to keep your affair a bit more discreet. Yang Shufan clenched her fists, yet refrained from striking back, for Meng Qian's icy gaze was fixed upon her, bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. Upon turning, Jiang Qiyu spotted Meng Qian holding a roasted corn. She glared at him, realizing, so it was you who pilfered my corn. Meng Qian maintained his indifferent expression. Is it possible that you slept in my tent last night? Jiang Qiyu. She fled with the corn, feeling utterly mortified. Infidelity. Our corn teacher has confirmed the affair. Don't make wild accusations without evidence. I'll tear your mouths apart. Patience. Our corn teacher has yet to present a falsehood. Did Jiang Bami mistakenly enter the wrong tent? Heh. Rounding it off, she spent the night with Meng Qian. Chapter 026. How could my sister harbor such thoughts about him? Including the video from last night featuring Yang Shufan. He appeared somewhat unwell. A cameraman brought news from the director. The task at the village entrance yesterday can be repeated. If you wish to engage, feel free. The village will hold a market today where food, drink, and supplies can be purchased with gold coins. This news invigorated some, yet instilled a profound sense of despair in others. Old Wang was still in charge today. There was no way she could let him get away with stealing the corn. This rendered the situation more equitable, alleviating the burdens on Jiang Ziran and Yang Shufan's minds considerably. Jiang Ziran still insisted her cameraman dig the ground, and the cameraman found it impossible to decline. However, Yang Shufan faced considerable difficulty. Her cameraman had already dismissed her, refusing to barter any further. Infuriated, Yang Shufan found her teeth grinding in frustration. His demeanor in the woods yesterday had been quite different. With no other recourse, she resorted to bribing Old Wang, hoping he would allow her to use the harvester. Old Wang inquired, "Do you know how to operate a corn harvester?" In an instant, Yang Shufan's confidence deflated. Damn it, she couldn't operate one. Her gaze then shifted to Jiang Wuhu. Did he not have a fondness for her? Perhaps he could assist. However, upon meeting her eyes, Jiang Wuhu shuddered and took a step back, retreating 5 meters away. Yang Shufan was left utterly at a loss, compelled to take matters into her own hands. Meng Qian and Jiang Wuhu possessed considerable stamina and had already begun their tasks. He Nansheng, though lacking in strength, preferred labor over hunger. Only Jiang Qiyu, with a blade of foxtail grass in her mouth, ambled about leisurely, showing no signs of urgency. What is Jiang Qiyu waiting for? Are you really waiting for Meng Qian to feed you? She truly knows no bounds. Have you not seen Sister Shufan doing things herself? I cannot stand her anymore. Meng the Emperor must be blind to like her. Jiang Qiyu was indeed not in a hurry. for she had eaten a corn cob in the morning and was still not particularly hungry. After a while, however, she realized that she needed to take action. Only my body bows down. My spirit remains forever unyielding. Jiang Qiyu encouraged herself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuhu nearly chuckled. He gazed at her, the corn princess, and thought, "You need not toil. I shall grant you a gold coin shortly, and let Meng Qiyan bestow upon you 2 more. Jiang Qiyu felt indifferent to Jiang Wuhu's words. What could 3 gold coins accomplish? Yet, this statement reached Jiang Xiren's ears, causing her brow to furrow. How could fifth brother be so kind to Jiang Qiyu? He hadn't even mentioned giving her gold coins. Anger clenched her fists. The villain had not even countered Jiang Wuhu's words. This simply would not do. She had to take action. She inquired of the system. What exactly does the plot with the villain entail? That day at the recognition banquet, she had not had the chance to proceed, as Jiang Qiyu had disrupted her plans. Jiang Xiren pressed her lips together, glancing towards Meng Qiyan. The tall, statuesque man exuded an aura of restraint and nobility, and the small mole on his throat was undeniably alluring. Had he not been the antagonist, she might have genuinely considered a relationship with him. Originally, encountering the villain was supposed to happen 6 months later, following an introduction to the male lead. Yet now, many plot points had inexplicably advanced, and the male lead had yet to make an appearance. Jiang Xiren pushed such thoughts aside. Capturing the villain's heart was of utmost importance at present.
Ding.
There's gossip. Jiang Qiyu was torn between 2 tasks. Should she muck out or dig? The cost-effectiveness of digging was dismally low. It took hours to earn 3 gold coins. However, tasks could be set aside for now. She would indulge in the gossip first. At last, Jiang Xiren is ready to make her move. She will actively pounce on him, then touch his abs, inciting his fantasies about her. From then on, he shall be ensnared. Jiang Wuhu frowned, casting a glance at his sister, Jiang Xiren. Who exactly was the him Jiang Qiyu referred to? There were 3 men present, himself, Meng Qiyan, and He Nansheng. He Nansheng. That inept fellow clearly had no abs. Thus, it had to be either he or Meng Qiyan. His sister could not possibly do such a thing to him. It must be Meng Qiyan she intended to target. Could such a demure and gentle girl truly engage in such bold actions? It seemed improbable. Meng Qiyan was engrossed in his work when he suddenly felt a warmth on his back. Turning around, he discovered several gazes fixed upon him. Jiang Qiyu was also watching Meng Qiyan. How to put it? Initially, she felt indifferent towards him. In this narrative, he was portrayed as a cold and deranged antagonist. Quite intimidating. Yet after spending an entire day together yesterday, Jiang Qiyu found Meng Qiyan to be anything but cold. In fact, he was rather warm-hearted, and quite gentle and gentlemanly as well. Under normal circumstances, once the malevolent antagonist in a narrative develops an emotional connection with the heroine, a tragic fate is inevitable. The typically unyielding Jiang Qiyu found herself inexplicably softened. Her eyes darted as she accessed the system's shop. The system, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, "Ah, host, what are you planning to do? It is best you refrain from interfering in the matters between the heroine and the antagonist. There is no benefit for you." Ignoring the system's protests, Jiang Qiyu purchased a small prop. Instantly, her motivation to work vanished. Why bother with a play when there's a performance at hand? Jiang Xiren's heart raced at the thought of confronting Meng Qiyan, pounding furiously in her chest. She rose and began to walk towards him, planning to feign a stumble and fall directly into his arms. Jiang Wuhu's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Xiren, only to soon realize that she was not heading towards Meng Qiyan at all, but rather approaching him. Jiang Wuhu, what? How is this possible? How can my sister harbor such thoughts? Although not by blood, this is still ethically questionable. Just as he was about to intervene and dissuade Jiang Xiren, he noticed that her gaze had passed over him, fixating on another individual. Jiang Wuhu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't like him, her affection for He Nansheng, that diminutive fellow, was somewhat acceptable. He Nansheng, having just reached the edge of the field and prepared to take a break, spotted Jiang Xiren making her way towards him. He Nansheng was beside himself with excitement. The goddess had finally noticed him. Was she coming to wipe the sweat from his brow, recognizing his toil? His face flushed with exhilaration. Although he had exchanged numerous romantic words with Jiang Qiyu, he was still, after all, an inexperienced young man. However, just as he opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Xiren unexpectedly tripped over her own foot and lurched forward. He Nansheng gasped, watching in astonishment as she tumbled directly into the arms of old Wang, who was lost in contemplation at the edge of the field, effectively pinning him down. Chapter 027. An eventful day ahead. Henansing. Jiang Wuhu. Old Wang. Jiang Qiyu's system cried out. Host, you have truly lost your senses. Is this how you intend to use the face-changing technique? Jiang Qiyu's smile morphed into something rather sinister. Old Wang, in his 60s, had encountered many situations in life, but had never experienced two female celebrities throwing themselves at him. One had made a request, but this one had leapt upon him without a word, in front of so many people. Moreover, what was she doing with her hands? Old Wang furrowed his brow, forcefully pushing Jiang Ziren away, standing up with his arms crossed, speechless. What are you doing, young lady? How dare you touch my chest? Jiang Ziren, having been shoved to the ground, rolled over and gradually regained her senses. As she lifted her head and caught sight of Old Wang's face, she felt as though struck by lightning, her pupils widening in shock, rendered speechless. You. Old Wang held his arms tightly across his chest, fearful that Jiang Ziren might launch another attack. He earnestly explained, though I am undoubtedly the most handsome man within 10 miles, the age gap between us is simply too vast for any compatibility. Jiang Ziren interjected, What?
I'm utterly flabbergasted.
It seems Jiang Ziren has indeed been driven to madness by Jiang Qiyu. How could she possibly be attracted to him? Old Wang is practically old enough to be her father. If she's into that sort of thing, she should have said so earlier. My grandfather is still alive and could have offered early assistance.
Ah.
Sister Ziren, what on earth has happened to you? Have you been cursed? Jiang Ziren tackling the old man is 100 on the humor scale, while her touching his chest skyrockets to 1,000,000. When the old man claims he is the most handsome, that reaches an astronomical level of hilarity. It appears that the pressures of stardom are indeed immense, as everyone harbors their own hidden quirks. Jiang Wuhu glanced at Old Wang, then at Jiang Ziren, unable to fathom that it was indeed Old Wang. He found this revelation hard to accept. With Old Wang's advanced years, how could his private life be so indiscreet? How could his sister possibly be enamored with him? All eyes were fixed upon Jiang Ziren, who felt an overwhelming urge to sink into the ground in embarrassment. She had been gazing at Meng Qian, and now it had turned into this aged man. At that moment, Jiang Qiyu approached, a blade of grass between his teeth, grinning. Sister, why not indulge in something delightful? Fuming, Jiang Ziren seized a handful of dirt from the ground and hurled it at Jiang Qiyu. With a swift maneuver, Jiang Qiyu dodged, and the dirt landed squarely on Old Wang. Old Wang, indignant, exclaimed, So this is how love breeds hatred? I maintain that it is impossible, and it remains impossible. Jiang Ziren muttered, It can only be explained through metaphysics. Gritting her teeth, she lamented, Surely many netizens will mock me. Numerous fans will unfollow. The system reassured her. Do not fret, host. You are the heroine of this world, and your fortune is unparalleled. Today, an event will unfold. As long as you heed my advice, your fame will soar. The repercussions of this minor incident are negligible. With that, Jiang Ziren finally breathed a sigh of relief. He Nanxing felt utterly shattered. Jiang Ziren could prefer Old Wang over him? What did he lack compared to the old man? It seems Duan is quite despondent. He must be contemplating what he lacks in comparison to Old Wang. Isn't it obvious? Old Wang undoubtedly has more experience. Jiang Ziren's actions swiftly trended on social media. Jiang Ziren's preferred type and Jiang Ziren and the old man rapidly caught the attention of Jiang Yifan. As Jiang Yifan perused the first trending topic, his brow furrowed. Jiang Ziren was barely 20. Had she already developed a type? It appeared that she was not one to be easily retained. He clicked on the trending topic, eager to discover what her tastes entailed. If he knew of anyone fitting that description, he could offer an introduction. However, upon delving deeper, Jiang Yifan was left utterly astonished. Her preferences were indeed quite peculiar. He was not surrounded by such individuals. Su Renmin and Jiang Nanshan were enjoying a day of leisure at home when Su Renmin was taken aback by a trending topic on social media. She handed her phone to Jiang Nanshan for him to see. To her surprise, it appeared that she had a preference for this particular type of person. Perhaps he could assist her in that regard. Reflecting on the matters voiced by Jiang Qiyu, Su Renmin felt that Jiang Ziren should not remain at home indefinitely. Finding her a genuinely affectionate partner for marriage would be a benevolent act on her part. Upon receiving the phone, Jiang Nanshan's mouth fell agape. How on earth would I know such an old man? The people around me are all elite tycoons, and they are all married, he protested. Su Renmin shot him a sideways glance. I don't care. This matter is now your responsibility. After much contemplation, Jiang Nanshan managed to identify a somewhat suitable candidate, Tang Mingze. Recently divorced, he had severed ties with his children and elderly father, rendering him a solitary figure. Perhaps they could attempt to bring them together? The drama had concluded, but reality awaited. Ultimately, Jiang Qiyu resolved to dig. Just as she was about to commence her excavation, a sudden voice from the system echoed in her mind.
Ding.
There's gossip. Instantly, Jiang Qiyu lost her motivation to work and began to indulge in idleness once more. Upon hearing the system's tidings, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Who would have thought that this small village harbors such hidden talent? I must go and investigate. The system immediately exclaimed, Host, don't go. It's perilous. They are desperate criminals. You could easily meet your demise. Jiang Qiyu retorted nonchalantly. If the king of hell decrees my demise at midnight, I shall embrace it at dusk. My fate lies in my hands, not in the heavens. The system was left speechless. Jiang Qiyu and the system communicated through thought, unbeknownst to Jiang Wuhu, who continued to dig. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Qiyu was missing. He inquired of Old Wang, Where is the corn princess? Old Wang pointed in a direction, indicating she had run off that way. Jiang Wuhu glanced at the camera still capturing Jiang Qiyu, feeling reassured that she might have simply stepped away to relieve herself. However, Meng Qian did not share this assumption. He set down his shovel and followed the direction indicated by Old Wang. Jiang Qiyu swiftly arrived at the village market, bustling with activity in the morning hours, where an array of breakfast items was available, steaming buns and crispy fried dough sticks. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and saliva threatened to spill forth. Who would have thought that labor could truly elevate one's social standing? The system, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean? Jiang Qiyu grimaced, Prior to working, I was just an ordinary person. After working, I find myself tempted to become a thief. She approached a stall selling spicy soup, declaring, Who said that? Moreover, I have never encountered a drug manufacturer. What harm is there in taking a look? The system revealed that the village concealed a drug manufacturing facility, with 3 criminals currently enjoying spicy soup at the market. Chapter 028. Meng Qian retracted his presence. A twisted smile crept across Jiang Qiyu's lips as her gaze scoured the vicinity for potential suspects among the crowd, soon locking onto 3 menacing-looking brutes. She did not approach directly. Instead, she entered to seek out the shopkeeper, smiling brightly as she inquired, Beautiful sister, may I have a piece of paper and a pen? However, failing to adhere to the regulations would result in a fine of 1,000 yuan. Yet, this sweet-tongued little girl was not requesting food or drink. So the cashier kindly handed her a sheet of paper and a pen. At that moment, Meng Qian also arrived, spotting Jiang Qiyu engrossed in writing something at a table. What are you doing? Jiang Qiyu, why aren't you working? Is she licking the leftover soup from the table? Let us clarify. Jiang Bami may be eccentric, but she is certainly not perverse. Jiang Qiyu was unaware that Meng Qian had brought along followers. Once she finished writing, she tore the note into 3 pieces, then approached the trio who were drinking spicy soup, taking a seat at their table. The 3 men, initially displeased by her intrusion, were taken aback upon realizing she was a beautiful young woman, instantly losing their inclination to scold her. However, before they could speak, the lovely girl greeted them, Hello. Big duck, second duck, third duck. The 3 burly men were astonished. They had never interacted with the villagers, yet someone knew their names. The tallest and strongest, Big Duck, eyed her warily and asked, How do you know our names? Jiang Qiyu stroked her non-existent beard and pretended to be enigmatic, declaring, I am a fortune teller. I know everything about you. The trio scrutinized Jiang Qiyu, convinced she was merely spouting nonsense. I know you doubt that a young, beautiful maiden, possessing stunning beauty, could be the fortune teller. The 3 men exchanged glances. Second Duck frowned, incredulously asking, Are you really trying to deceive us? Jiang Qiyu remained unperturbed, distributing the written notes to each of them, saying, First, take a look and see if what I claim is accurate. Although skeptical, they opened the notes, drawn in by her confidence. Big Duck read the note which stated, You have slept with your 2nd and 3rd brother's wives, as well as your boss's mistress. If you wish for me to keep this a secret, please treat me to a bowl of spicy soup. You have 1 minute to consider. Big Duck's expression changed drastically. This girl was indeed a fortune teller. She knew such hidden truths. Second Duck's face also fell, panic flashing in his eyes as he glanced at his elder brother. His brother cherished his wife above all. If he were to discover this betrayal, he would surely kill him. Heart racing, he clenched the note tightly. Third Duck, a beat slower, opened his note to find, You do not love your wife, You love your second brother. Unbeknownst to him, you have been stealing your sister-in-law's underwear. To facilitate your affair, you have seduced your sister-in-law. If you wish for me to keep this a secret, please treat me to 8 tea eggs. You have 1 minute to decide. Third duck looked at Jiang Qiyu in disbelief. Who in their right mind would eat 8 tea eggs for breakfast? Meanwhile, Meng Qian continued to approach Jiang Qiyu. Onlookers were aghast to witness Jiang Qiyu seated with 3 fearsome-looking men at the same table. Everyone was utterly alarmed. Does Jiang Qiyu wish to end her life? Those 3 individuals radiate an aura of menace. Then those 3 men are in for a grave misfortune. Meng Qian found himself perplexed by Jiang Qiyu's intentions. However, he observed the 3 men suddenly rise to their feet. His eyelids twitched as he hastened toward them, extending his hand in an attempt to shield Jiang Qiyu behind him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he witnessed the 3 hulking figures bow respectfully, clasping their fists. We apologize for our earlier rudeness. Might we inquire your esteemed name, Master? Meng Qian's hand hung in midair, as if nothing had transpired. I am laughing so hard I could roll on the ground. Truly, I never realized that Meng, the film emperor, possessed a hint of comedic talent. But what happened with those 3 men? Why do they show such deference to Jiang Bami? I have no idea. I am utterly flummoxed, and from this distance, I cannot hear their conversation. Jiang Qiyu remained oblivious to Meng Qian's presence, clearing her throat and stroking her non-existent beard. You may simply refer to me as Master Bami. Now, go fetch everything I desire. Meng Qian cast a sidelong glance at her. What could she possibly want? Soon enough, he observed the 3 men heading forward to place their order. A bowl of spicy soup, 3 fried dough sticks, and 8 tea eggs. While they awaited their order, the eldest duck turned to the second and third ducks, inquiring, "What did the master reveal about you two?" The 2 brothers stiffened simultaneously. The second duck's lips twitched as he tightened his grip on a piece of paper. She mentioned something about my childhood, when I used to bite the neighbor's dog. Only you all know about that, so I think she is quite accurate. The third duck blinked. She pointed out my childhood fights. I once poked someone in the rear. The third duck, appearing the most innocent, scratched his head shyly after speaking. The eldest duck swallowed hard. His younger brothers were indeed honest. But it seemed that his own secret was the most shameful. Just then, both the second and third ducks asked in unison, "Brother, what about you?" The spicy soup was ready, and the eldest duck picked it up, offering an awkward smile. She revealed that I once fell headfirst into a latrine, and even took a bite. The second duck reflected inwardly. His elder brother was truly remarkable. He felt guilty for not being worthy of him, and he must ensure that the elder brother never learns of that incident. The third duck lowered his head. Both his elder and second brothers were wonderful. He could never let them discover his sordid thoughts. The eldest duck smiled. "Master Bami, please enjoy." Jiang Qiyu's lips curled into a grin that nearly reached her ears. At last, Jiang, had risen. She disregarded the 3 men and began to feast. On the screen, the comments flooded in. I watched another live stream, and Yang Shufan was digging in the ground, drenched in sweat, while He Duanduan collapsed from exhaustion. And Jiang Bami, you are indulging in spicy soup with fried dough sticks and 8 tea eggs. My heart burned with excitement when those 3 men presented their tribute. Is there anyone who understands lip reading? Hurry, and tell us what they are saying. Could it be that those 3 men were bewitched by her appearance? The fate of their lives remains uncertain. Chapter 29. The netizens have begun to go wild. Meng Qian, having skipped breakfast, ultimately engaged in conversation with Jiang Qiyu. Upon seeing him, Jiang Qiyu expressed her surprise and inquired, "What brings you here?" As she spoke, she offered him a tea egg. Dia asked, "Master Korn, is this your friend?" Jiang Qiyu smiled, replying, "He is my assistant." "If you all..." The 3 of them immediately tensed, asking Meng Qian what he desired to eat. Jiang Qiyu was quite pleased with their swift reactions and nodded towards Meng Qian, encouraging him to order. "Thanks to me." Meng Qian requested a bowl of spicy soup. Meanwhile, Qin Xie, who had gone to bed only at dawn, awoke. He had hardly slept, as nightmares plagued his rest, all featuring Jiang Qiyu. Just moments ago, he dreamt of her enjoying a delightful meal. Alarmed, he scrambled out of bed. However, as he washed up, he reassured himself.
Impossible.
The village chief has informed everyone to refrain from assisting any guests. The villagers, having a strong sense of integrity, would never dare to defy the chief's wishes. After a quick wash and a sip of black goji berry juice, he leisurely made his way to the monitoring room. "How is it? Are they all working diligently?" he inquired while munching on a bun. Initially indifferent to buns, He had developed an appetite for them as the guests toiled away. Qin Xie's brow furrowed at the phrase "most of them are working." He hastily approached the monitor to assess the situation. The first thing he saw was Jiang Qiyu sitting by the field's edge, appearing wilted under the sun despite not working. The others fared even worse. Qin Xie's mood remained relatively good, but when he spotted Jiang Qiyu devouring deep-fried dough sticks dipped in spicy soup, his eyes widened in disbelief. The assistant director pondered for a moment, noting that, to be precise, she had done nothing at all. Qin Xie was exasperated, exclaiming, "How did she manage to acquire the spicy soup? And so many tea eggs?" The assistant director chuckled. "There are 8, but she gave one to Emperor Meng He." Qin Xie. He could not comprehend the assistant director's amusement. His sole concern was how she procured such food. On screen, 3 burly men approached, one of whom presented a bowl of spicy soup to Meng Qian. "Enjoy your soup." Qin Xie squinted, realizing, "I see, these 3 men must be fans of Meng Qian." It was exceedingly troublesome. Meng Qian's fans were utterly fanatical, ignoring the chief's orders. The assistant director shook her head. No, they seemed to be fans of Master Korn instead. Qin Xie immediately dismissed this notion. Impossible. Jiang Korn cannot possibly have real fans. An obscure figure from beyond the 18th tier, where would her fans come from? Even if she has gained some popularity now, these 3 clearly do not resemble avid variety show watchers. Qin Xie was convinced that these men had been swayed by Jiang Qiyu's eccentricities. Yet, he would not concede defeat so easily. As he sipped on goji berry tea, he took out his phone to call the village chief. The chief would arrive, and let us see who would dare to act recklessly. Soon, the live broadcast revealed an elderly man with graying hair. Qin Xie scoffed. "Jiang Qiyu. Let us see who can outsmart whom." However, as his words escaped his lips, he noticed the elderly man was about to step into the spicy soup shop. The chief's voice trembled slightly. "Those 3 men are not from our village. I cannot intervene." The chief was genuinely frightened. His 70 years of life experience warned him that those 3 burly men were not to be trifled with, possibly armed with dangerous weapons. The village, being remote, lacked sufficient police force. If trouble arose, it would be easy for them to flee, but for someone of his age, survival would be a daunting challenge. Frowning, Qin Xie asked, "Are there outsiders in your village? Is there a factory here that employs outsiders?" The chief shook his head. "No. Perhaps they are just passing through. I really do not know. It is beyond my jurisdiction." After hanging up, Qin Xie was infuriated, his hair almost standing on end. Simultaneously, he found this situation exceedingly peculiar. With the village's own youth seeking work elsewhere, why would outsiders come here? Alas, Qin Xie could only console himself. No worries. These 3 men cannot possibly remain here, treating Jiang Qiyu to meals. Even if they offered her money, the local merchants would not accept it. They only deal in guest coins. She would still have to fend for her own lunch and dinner. However, the more he pondered, the more enraged he became. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he turned to the assistant director. "I have an important task for you." The assistant director looked puzzled. "What is it?" Qin Xie explained. The assistant director's face contorted with concern. "Isn't that a bit too much?" Qin Xie sneered. "This is all Jiang Qiyu's doing." With a heavy sigh, the assistant director realized he had no choice but to comply, as he depended on Qin Xie for his livelihood. Sated from her meal, Jiang Qiyu stuffed the remaining 5 tea eggs into her pocket. The 3 burly men noticed that she had finally lifted her head, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. The big man, Dia, inquired, "Master Korn, can you predict our future?" Engaging in their line of work was indeed perilous. Holding a toothpick between her lips, Jiang Qiyu replied nonchalantly, "The fact that I can sit here and converse with you, setting aside my multimillion-dollar clients, is solely because I have foreseen you 3. The 3 men's spirits jolted, and they asked in unison, "What about the 3 of us?" Jiang Qiyu clicked her tongue. "I foresee that you 3 are recently facing a calamity of bloodshed." Their eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that they were cursed with misfortune? They were still young and did not wish to meet an untimely end. Dia asked anxiously, "Master Korn, can you help us avert this fate? Money is no object. We have plenty." Jiang Qiyu's heart stirred fiercely. "In truth, I am the 57th ethnic group, and my balance is insufficient."
Please stop.
"If you keep talking, I really might lose my composure. But you are drug dealers, and I am the successor of socialism. I cannot accept your money. Someone, give me a slap. Wake me up." Upon hearing this heartfelt plea from Jiang Qiyu, Jiang Wuhu trembled in fear. The 3 individuals before him were, astonishingly, criminals. Hesitating between intervening to prevent Jiang Qiyu from straying down a dark path, he was caught in indecision. Just then, he witnessed Jiang Qiyu unexpectedly slap Meng Qian. Meng Qian? Jiang Wuhu. So this is a method of awakening? What on earth is Jiang Qiyu doing? She actually slapped the film emperor. Meng Qian. She touched my face. Netizens have begun to lose their minds too. Chapter 030. Indeed, it is them. After slapping Meng Qian, Jiang Qiyu became noticeably more alert. Gritting her teeth and shaking her head, I am a principled master. I cannot accept your money. The three were utterly astonished. They had struck gold by encountering such an enlightened being. Admiration shone in their eyes. The large duck clasped its hands together and earnestly inquired, "What can we do for the master? We cannot let the masteress' skills go unappreciated." Jiang Qiyu stroked her non-existent beard, contemplating. "There is something you can do. Follow me." Suddenly, another figure appeared beside Jiang Qiyu, prompting the large duck to ask, "Master, who is this?" Jiang Wuhu. Jiang Qiyu, with a toothpick in her mouth, declared, "Let us go." The system in Jiang Qiyu's mind shouted, "Host, what exactly are you planning? These three individuals are fugitives. Exercise caution to avoid self-immolation." Jiang Qiyu responded telepathically, "Mind your own business regarding matters of beauty." System. Left speechless, truly. However, the large duck trailed closely behind Jiang Qiyu, and upon noticing Meng Qian standing too near her, felt a twinge of displeasure. He stepped forward, placing himself between Meng Qian and Jiang Qiyu, and with a serious expression said to Meng Qian, "Step back a bit. Do not disturb our master's tranquility." This man resembled a male fox spirit. Meng Qian. Where is Jiang Qiyu taking these three burly men? What is the purpose?
Damn.
These 5 men following her indeed resemble bodyguards. The young lady is out on the town. Uninvited guests, stand aside. The young lady is out on the town. Uninvited guests, stand aside. This scene was clipped and shared widely online, transforming into a viral meme. Jiang Qiyu's name once again trended. Her Weibo account now boasted 1.5 million followers. Although most may be haters, even negative fame counts as fame. Li Lin was overjoyed. Her time of unparalleled fortune had finally arrived. After taking a few steps, Jiang Wuhu seized the moment when the burly men were distracted and grabbed Meng Qian. Meng Qian, surprised, was suddenly embraced from behind by Jiang Wuhu, who covered his mouth. "Film Emperor Meng, I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Qiyu, possessing a keen sense of awareness, noticed the situation behind her and gasped. Has this foolish dog's sexual orientation been altered due to last night's incident with Yang Shufan? But the pretty one should prefer women, right? Is he attempting to force a man on her? Jiang Wuhu.
Who said that?
That's not true. He has always loved big sisters. Yet now he could utter nothing, only endure humiliation in silence. Pulling Meng Qian into a secluded corner, Jiang Wuhu whispered, "Those three are drug traffickers." This was Jiang Wuhu's first encounter with such a situation, and he was filled with trepidation, feeling the urgent need to consult someone. Meng Qian shook off Jiang Wuhu's grasp on his arm and inquired, "How do you know?" Jiang Wuhu's eyes darted about. I heard my 4th brother mention this matter before and inadvertently came across their photographs. Meng Qian was acquainted with Jiang Wuhu's 4th brother, Jiang Sihai, who was a close friend from school. After retiring from the military, he now served in the municipal police department. Meng Qian believed him. His gaze drifting to the girl ahead, his heart laden with uncertainty. Did she know? Surely, she must have an inkling. Time and again. She had managed to anticipate his thoughts, as if she possessed the ability to foresee the future. Jiang Wuhu, overwhelmed with anxiety, asked, "What should we do now? Should we report this to the police?" Reporting immediately would be the prudent course of action, yet he currently lacked a mobile phone. Borrowing one shouldn't be too difficult. He thought, but then Meng Qian considered the implications. If they were indeed drug traffickers, there must be a stronghold. Capturing these three would be futile unless they could dismantle the entire operation. Otherwise, it would merely heighten their vigilance, prompting them to relocate. He hesitated but ultimately resolved to inform Jiang Sihai first. He spoke soothingly to Jiang Wuhu, "Do not panic. I will borrow a phone to notify your brother." Although Jiang Sihai's jurisdiction did not extend to this area, the police were interconnected and he could still alert the local authorities. To eradicate a drug trafficking ring, especially without knowledge of its full strength, would require substantial manpower, likely necessitating reinforcements from other regions. Given the various procedural delays, it would take considerable time. They needed to stall these three individuals. Jiang Qiyu likely harbored similar thoughts, but had yet to seize the opportunity to alert the police. Jiang Wuhu clutched Meng Qian's arm again. I want to go too. Jiang Qiyu remained expressionless, continuing her forward stride. It was then that Dayu quipped. Two men actually went to the restroom together. Don't mind them, Jiang Qiyu retorted. They are a pair. Dayu was taken aback, thinking that the fox-like man harbored feelings for the master. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. An elderly woman approached, and Meng Qian, with his captivating, soulful eyes, politely asked, Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I borrow your phone? Mine has run out of battery. The elderly woman, having never encountered a handsome man like Meng Qian who referred to her as beautiful, felt her heart flutter, her mind going blank. Of course. Once he had the phone, Meng Qian, wary of causing a panic with a phone call, opted to send Jiang Zihai a text message. There is a drug manufacturing facility in Sansan village, and I have detained 3 criminals. Please pay attention to my live stream. Meng Qian. Scammers had become far too brazen, even targeting him. He resolved to investigate this phone number shortly. As he contemplated this, another message arrived. Jiang Fugui. Hurry up. Jiang Zihai, upon reading this, instinctively ran his fingers over his closely cropped hair. How could this deceiver possibly know his childhood nickname? Few were privy to that name. Could it truly be Meng Qian? Doubt lingered, for was not Meng Qian a celebrated film star? What interest could he have in the dealings of drug traffickers? Is it really you? Jiang Zihai pondered, his skepticism wavering. As he continued reading, his brow furrowed in realization. It was indeed him. This matter was known solely to Meng Qian, a secret hidden from his brothers and sister. His expression shifted to one of seriousness.
All right.
Is this your new phone number? Meng Qian responded, No. Do not contact me. Just keep an eye out. I will reach out if anything arises. After deleting all messages, Meng Qian handed the phone to the aunt, expressing his gratitude. The aunt beamed like a blossoming flower, insisting it was unnecessary, but inquiring, May I take a photo with you? She had just recognized the illustrious Meng Qian. With polite grace, Meng Qian acquiesced. At the Beijing Municipal Police Bureau, Jiang Zihai reported the developments to his captain. Through facial recognition searches, they confirmed that these 3 individuals were indeed wanted fugitives. Regardless of their involvement in drug production, these 3 were to be apprehended. A flicker of joy sparkled in the depths of Jiang Zihai's dark eyes. If he successfully captured them, the captain's position would surely be his, especially with the current captain nearing retirement. The captain, while gathering all team members for immediate departure to Sansan village, simultaneously contacted the local police there. Given their unfamiliarity with the area, cooperation from local law enforcement was essential. They hoped for a collaborative effort, ensuring that the primary credit would belong to their team, all while prioritizing the safety of everyone involved. In the vehicle, aside from the driver, all team members were engrossed in live streaming on their phones. Female officer Nan Huan was brimming with excitement. Teacher Bayami. I watched Teacher Bayami all night after work yesterday. That chase scene in the woods was utterly thrilling. The captain shot her a glance, understanding why her dark circles were so pronounced today. Nan Huan chuckled sheepishly, admitting she had indulged a bit too much last night, vowing not to stay up so late again. Jiang Zihai passed his phone to her, asking, Who do you say is Teacher Bayami? Is that even a surname? Nan Huan laughed, pointing at Jiang Qiyu on the screen. That's not a surname. It's a form of respect. Look at that one, strutting ahead like a peacock. My brother shared a photo in the group chat. It was taken during a family reunion, featuring Ran and Jiang Qiyu. The captain glanced at the image as well, remarking, She is in considerable danger, being so close to those 3 fugitives. Nan Huan replied, It is indeed perilous. Those 3 are quite dangerous. Jiang Zihai remained silent. The captain, with a stern demeanor, cautioned,
This yes no jest.
The individuals she faces are far from ordinary. These 3 were previously involved in bar security and are linked to a homicide stemming from a drug deal, resulting in 5 fatalities. Observe the bulges at their waists. They may be armed. The gravity of the situation dawned on Nan Huan, her heart tightening. Then why are they following our teacher Bayami? The captain shook his head. I cannot ascertain. Perhaps this young girl has been taken hostage by the 3 of them. Nan Huan remarked. Teacher Baomi has been grinning widely. It seems improbable. Doesn't it? Jiang Zihai, whose complexion was rather dark and sported a buzz cut, exuded an air of cool detachment when not smiling. He interjected, My brother, Meng Qian, is nearby. His skills are commendable, so there is no need for excessive concern. However, upon noticing Jiang Wuhu appearing in the frame, his anxiety surged anew.
Wait.
If Jiang Wuhu is here, then is Ranran also present? At that moment, Jiang Sihai's unease reached its zenith, prompting him to urge the driver, "Old Jiang, step on it." Unbeknownst to Jiang Qiyu, her every move was being meticulously monitored by the police. She was accompanied by 3 ducks to her location for routine tasks. Would Jiang Qiyu resort to threats or resort to violence? Soon, she caught the attention of Jiang Ziran, who was startled to see the trio following her. Her eyes widening in shock. The system had informed her that a criminal gang lurked within this village. After completing her excavation task, she would encounter the notorious trio at the market. The 3 brothers would be captivated by her beauty and subsequently abduct her. Ultimately, employing her wits, she would outmaneuver them and successfully alert the authorities, leading to the capture of the criminals. She would earn accolades across the internet, amassing a considerable fanbase. Jiang Ziran's system was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is them." With a narrowed gaze, Jiang Ziran mused, "It seems Jiang Qiyu is oblivious to their criminality. She is quite unfortunate. I have no intention of informing her or coming to her aid." All she needed to do was wait in silence for the 3 to notice her and take her away. After all, she was the protagonist of this world, endowed with the halo of a leading lady, and she could not perish. For the sake of her burgeoning fame, a modicum of risk was worthwhile. Once she was ensnared in their lair, she would devise a method to alert the authorities, thus showcasing her remarkable intellect and fearless demeanor. Yet, despite her thoughts, Jiang Ziran felt a twinge of apprehension that the trio might commit some gruesome act at any moment, such as wielding knives. In such a case, she would be unable to demonstrate her prowess. Her gaze remained fixed intently on the field. Yang Shufan and He Nansheng also cast curious glances in that direction. Chapter 031. It escalated swiftly, revealing that the tents had sprouted legs and fled. In the field, several individuals exclaimed. Old Wang and the 3 burly men, Jiang Qiyu's followers, had not managed to keep up, having filmed the mud for quite some time. The viewers in the live stream were astonished. What? I must have misheard. One can go mad. But not to such an extent. It would be more plausible to send these 3 fearsome brutes to eliminate the premature director than to have them engage in such absurdity. Premature director. Viewers, you all are rather kind. I'm feeling a bit clammy. Surely, these 3 giants won't erupt in fury and attack the guests? If something happens here, Jiang Qiyu, this minor character, would be the greatest culprit.
Look.
The 3 are moving. They surely are going to search for a weapon right here, are they? Everyone was taken aback as the imposing figures stirred into action. Meng Qian's expression turned icy, his vigilance heightened to an extreme. A glint of malice flickered in Jiang Ziran's eyes and at the corners of her mouth. Even if this opportunity did not bring her fame, the demise of Jiang Qiyu at the hands of these criminals would still be a boon. That way, no one would dare to covet her possessions any longer.
Then,
the crowd witnessed the 3 burly men bend down to pick up a nearby yoke and a bucket, respectfully inquiring, "Very well, where is the cesspool?" The onlookers were left speechless. The moment I saw those 3 men lifting the bucket, my mind went blank. I must say, with the bucket in hand, they appeared remarkably humble. I would like to dub them the transformed giants of Jiang Qiyu. The 3 men's intentions were straightforward. They merely sought to carry dung. As long as the master could help them avert calamity, they would willingly undertake any task. Jiang Qiyu herself was uncertain of the cesspool's location and turned to Old Wang for guidance. Where is the cesspool? The 3 men's gazes fell upon Old Wang. Startled, Old Wang instinctively pointed into the distance. The cesspool is over there. The 3 men looked back at Jiang Qiyu. Master, shall we proceed? By the way, what are these people with cameras doing? Their leader had advised them to exercise caution while outside. Jiang Qiyu smiled and leaned closer, whispering, "They are capturing your diligent and unpretentious moments. Later, I will make a tape of it to present to the Bodhi ancestor, and your misfortunes shall be alleviated." Though the 3 men were not highly educated, they were astute. Arya inquired, "What about those doing the work?" With an air of mystery, Jiang Qiyu lowered her voice. "They are like you, also seeking to dispel misfortunes. Do not engage with them, or you may catch their ill fate." Dia squinted and nodded in understanding. "So the more we carry, the better the effect?" Jiang Qiyu affirmed, "Indeed." Dia beamed. "So, it's equivalent to accumulating merit? We shall take on all the dung in this village today." Jiang Qiyu patted Dia's shoulder with satisfaction. "Well done, big brother. You truly comprehend. Duh, he bashfully scratched his head. Of course, I've always been clever in our area. Baomi master praised him. Arya and Sanya felt a twinge of jealousy and silently resolved to carry more, hoping to earn Baomi master's recognition of their efforts. The three burly men strode toward the cesspool as if on a noble mission, their demeanor rivaling that of warriors heading into battle, fierce and formidable. Meng Qia nodded slightly, retrieving a packet of wet wipes from his pocket and offering it to Jiang Qiyu. Wipe your hands. Jiang Qiyu remarked, TSK, is it merely from patting a big man's shoulder? Look how jealous Meng Baochai is. Qin Xie is ambitious as a director, yet when faced with Jiang Baomi, fate is uncertain. The three men lamented, family, who understands? We ventured out for a bowl of spicy soup and ended up conscripted. But why do those three men listen to Jiang Baomi? This question remained shrouded in mystery. Jiang Ziran stood frozen, unable to utter a word for an extended period. However, Qin Xie was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the reasons behind it all. He believed his rules were foolproof, yet it turned out they were riddled with flaws. Could he dismiss the contributions of those three burly men who assisted in the Minor collection? What about their endeavors yesterday, when they helped Yang Shufan and Jiang Ziran dig? Would Jiang Qiyu not hold him accountable? Furthermore, he was fearful. These three appeared to be wholly obedient to Jiang Qiyu, and confronting them directly was evidently unwise. Qin Xie was so enraged he could hardly stomach his meal. Meanwhile, the assistant director, gazing at the camera, wore a cheerful grin, his eyes sparkling with delight. Qin Xie, annoyed, inquired, "Why are you so cheerful?" The assistant director replied, "Hee. When the illustrious Meng Yingdi handed a wet wipe to teacher Baomi, he accidentally touched her hand." Qin Xie thought, this assistant director will eventually be dismissed. At that moment, a few police officers were live-streaming. Jiang Sihai furrowed his brow, asking the captain, "Are you certain these three individuals are wanted murderers?" The captain, having seen the live broadcast on his phone, was momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he rubbed his nose, realizing that these fugitives might have suffered some mental impairment during their years on the run. Meanwhile, Nan Huan was uncontrollably excited, exclaiming, "Teacher Baomi is my idol." As Jiang Qiyu walked towards the tent, her cameraman followed closely. Given the physical strength of the ducks, Jiang Qiyu felt confident that she could enjoy a hearty lunch and dinner. Consequently, her spirits were exceptionally high, and she hummed a little tune along the way. "I want to get rich. I want to get rich." However, she soon noticed that the area by the creek was completely bare, save for a pile of ash left from last night's roasted corn. Her eyes widened in disbelief. And the next moment, she shut them tightly, realizing that the tent had seemingly sprouted legs and fled. Yet, when she opened her eyes again, there was still not a single tent in sight. Jiang Qiyu grasped the situation, her anger causing her to grit her teeth. She glared at the camera, clenched her fist, and shouted, "Early release director, return my tent." Chapter 032. Jiang Qiyu. You too have your day. Yet before the surveillance camera, Qin Xie was reveling in delight. He cradled a cup of goji berry tea and took a hearty sip, laughing heartily. "Ha! Jiang Qiyu. Today is your day." The assistant director observed the current director laughing joyously. For some reason, he felt that Qin Xie's good fortune was nearing its end. He resolved to maintain a safe distance from him to avoid any collateral damage. Meanwhile, those digging were in disarray. Jiang Qiyu dashed towards the nearest He Nanxing. Startled, He Nanxing's eyes widened, and he dropped his shovel and fled. After running a few steps, he stumbled and fell into a water ditch. Jiang Qiyu laughed heartily 3 times, no longer pursuing him, but instead turned to chase after Jiang Ziran, who was crouched nearby. Jiang Ziran, terrified, also sprang to her feet and fled. Running too swiftly, she lost her footing and fell clumsily. Witnessing her 2 least favorite individuals in distress, Jiang Qiyu felt a slight lift in her mood. The troublemaker is officially online.
Now,
Who would dare provoke her? She has driven the early release director to madness. I was also quite upset, but now my frustrations have been alleviated. Jiang Baomi, fire away. Isn't Jiang Qiyu being a bit excessive? Jiang Ziran and He Nanxing have done nothing to provoke her. Our teacher Baomi is merely exercising, and if they fell, it has nothing to do with her. Yang Shufan, witnessing the scene, furrowed her brow and recalled the events of the previous night. She exclaimed, "Jiang Qiyu, what madness are you unleashing now?" Jiang Qiyu, who had intended to depart, turned around, squinting at Yang Shufan. "You are nothing more than a plastic bag, empty and devoid of substance. Do you have any words for the wife and children of our cameraman, Zhang San? Yang Shufan, cameraman Zhang San. Jiang Qiyu seized her cameraman's equipment, hoisting it onto her shoulder, and directed the lens towards Yang Shufan and Zhang San. Their faces turned ashen. Yang Shufan gritted her teeth. What utter nonsense are you spewing? Last night, I was clearly with my boyfriend. Although her innocent persona forbade her from uttering such words, she had to minimize the damage. Zhang San, who had remained in the background, was flustered by Jiang Qiyu's piercing gaze. I didn't. Stop fabricating lies. Zhang San had once cherished his wife dearly, but after spending considerable time in the entertainment industry, he had grown a bit wild. Coupled with Yang Shufan's soaring fame, he had momentarily lost his senses. Now, under Jiang Qiyu's admonition, he felt profound regret. He began to confess to the camera, I'm sorry, dear wife. I wronged you. It was her who seduced me. She stood right here yesterday, claiming that if I helped her dig, she would visit me at night. The entire scene was met with shock. He Nansheng, half-soaked, suddenly felt fortunate that he was merely being pursued and not embroiled in further scandals. Jiang Ziran, witnessing the unfolding drama, could only express her indignation. Jiang Qiyu's system once again face-bombed. Host. The explosive value is meant for your survival, not for your madness. You just spent 100 explosive points on a confession technique. This matter has nothing to do with you. Jiang Qiyu replied, System, do you know? An expert once said that if a person indulges in fine wine, handsome men, and madness in their youth, they shall have no regrets in old age. System. Which expert said this? Jiang Qiyu. Me. Jiang the expert. System. The case is solved. It truly is an affair. And, with the cameraman, no less. If it's not an affair, then it can only mean that Yang Shufan is the mistress. The pure-hearted sister? How repulsive. Let us continue to support Jiang Bami. She will never fall from grace, for she embodies the very essence of ruin. Variety judge Jiang Bami. Soon, the news of Yang Shufan's scandal trended online, closely followed by the Variety judge Bami. Yang Shufan stood frozen in place, suspecting that the cameraman had colluded with Jiang Qiyu to conspire against her. She shook her head vigorously, denying any such occurrence. It's not true. It's not true. With that, she picked up her shovel and resumed digging. Her manager had instructed her that no matter what, they must finish recording this episode. Otherwise, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Zhang San, overwhelmed with regret, wept uncontrollably on the floor. In front of the surveillance camera, Qin Xie thought to himself, this was not the intended outcome. In truth, they were quite earnest. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his phone suddenly rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Qin Xie answered, Hello? A serious voice responded from the other end, Greetings. We are from the police department of the capital. Qin Xie's eyes widened in shock, causing the goji tea in his hands to spill. What? Have I committed a crime? Is there any chance of leniency if I confess? Officer, I admit I was browsing inappropriate websites last night. Jiang Qiyu, having concluded a wild episode, felt significantly uplifted. She playfully plucked a dogtail grass and strolled towards the fields. Noticing her improved mood, Jiang Wuhu approached and inquired, Teacher Bami, what is the matter? Jiang Qiyu shrugged. The premature director took our tent. Now we have nowhere to sleep tonight. This statement was overheard by all present. It turned out Jiang Qiyu's distress stemmed from the antics of the premature director. He Nansheng and Jiang Ziran harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Qin Xie, reaching a level of 100. Yang Shufan was the most unfortunate, her resentment peaking at 1,000. Upon hearing Jiang Qiyu's words, she felt a surge of satisfaction. She nudged Jiang Wuhu with her shoulder, exclaiming, Excellent. Good brother, for life. Jiang Wuhu, taken aback, whimpered, Does this mean Jiang Qiyu acknowledges me as her brother? Meanwhile, Qin Xie stepped out to take the call, while the assistant director wore a grin, contemplating whether he might soon ascend in rank. 3 ducks were diligently pecking at the muck, the cesspit a bit distant. They had missed the preceding scene. They worked tirelessly, having already made 3 trips. Upon spotting Jiang Qiyu, they approached her, eager to report their findings. Jiang Qiyu appeared listless, her demeanor reminiscent of one on the brink of despair. Noticing her unusual state, the large duck inquired, Master Bami, what troubles you? Jiang Qiyu, lost in thought, gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, pondering where she might sleep that night. There were no inns in the village, and her coins could only be spent on necessities. Staying with a villager was also out of the question, as the premature director would certainly obstruct that route. The large duck, misunderstanding her plight, clasped its hands together in prayer and offered, "If you do not mind, master, you may stay with us tonight." Chapter 033. Yet, the twisted romance is indeed captivating. Jiang Qiyu, still gazing at the sky, waved her hand at the large duck. "You should return to your labor. As a decent young person, though I may act wildly, I am still a madman with a sense of justice. A drug manufacturing facility is a serious matter, potentially destroying countless families, and each year, many anti-drug officers sacrifice their lives for this cause. If I could contribute even a little, that would be commendable. However, I am the sole bearer of this knowledge, and with so many burdens at the scene, I find myself somewhat fearful." Jiang Wuhu, burden? Surely, I am not included in that. Hence, I must engage in a psychological struggle. Should I have ramen or rice noodles for lunch? The topic shifted too swiftly, leaving Jiang Wuhu, eavesdropping on her thoughts, momentarily stunned. He then abandoned his work and approached Meng Qian's side. Jiang Wuhu gazed at Meng Qian, unable to muster any affection. For the corn princess had treated him with such kindness. Even the simple task of counting was not assigned to him. "Meng, the chief steward," Jiang Wuhu scoffed. Meng Qian turned to him, his eyes cold and clear. "What did you say?" Jiang Wuhu realized that Meng Qian exhibited warmth and charm only in the presence of Jiang Qiyu, while he himself was met with chilling indifference. Pouting, Jiang Wuhu crouched beside him, leaned closer to his ear, and whispered, "Do you think my fourth brother will actually come?" Meng Qian lowered his head, his voice also dropping. "He should be deploying." The online viewers witnessed this exchange.
Wow.
I stepped away for a moment, and my husband and the second husband are together? Our trio must perform well. It is of utmost importance. Though I once questioned whether Meng, the film emperor, had an affection for men, I no longer believe, so, after observing him these past few days. What's the difference between liking Jiang Baimi and liking men? This variety show lacked substance. Its sole content revolved around tormenting the guests. Although no extravagant antics were employed, the live broadcast garnered impressive viewership. Jiang Qiyu had forsaken the tent for slumber on old Wang's recliner. Lunch consisted of delectable beef ramen. When she amassed a considerable amount of gold coins, she deliberately pocketed them and danced in circles near He Nanxing and Jiang Ziren.
What sound is that?
Oh, it's the sound of gold coins, ha ha ha. So heavy. She felt distressed if a minute passed without showcasing her treasures. He Nanxing, Jiang Ziren, and Yang Shufan were so exasperated they nearly bled from their mouths. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Jiang Qiyu's slumber, Qin Xia approached the village entrance. Yet, upon arrival, he sensed an overwhelming malice emanating from He Nanxing, Jiang Ziren, and Yang Shufan. He twitched his lips, pretending not to notice, and cautiously approached Meng Qian after ensuring the three burly men had ventured into the village in search of dung. The nearby cesspool had been entirely cleared by the trio. Old Wang had informed them it was unnecessary to continue, but they were reluctant and insisted on proceeding, thus taking their dung buckets into the village. Thankfully, the area was spacious. Otherwise, the trio's contributions would have fallen short. Seeing Qin Xia wave to him from afar, Meng Qian deduced that the police must have contacted Qin Xia. He turned to the cameraman, "I'm heading to the restroom. Do not follow me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuhu hurried to sit at the field's edge. "Go ahead. I can handle things here. When Jiang Qi wakes, she will see you. Perhaps the position of chief steward will be yours." Jiang Wuhu is far too kind to Meng Qian. I am invested in this love triangle. While healthy relationships are indeed important, the allure of a twisted romance is undeniably captivating. Even Jiang Sihai, watching the live broadcast, furrowed his brow. Does the fifth brother have an affinity for men? Wasn't he fond of elderly ladies? Thus, they had yet to arrive. In a location unseen by the camera, Qin Xia handed Meng Qian his phone, his voice trembling with urgency. "Here, take this. It will facilitate your communication with the police." They inquired about the identity of the reported criminals in this vicinity. Initially startled by the phone call, he later realized it was a request for his cooperation in an investigation, although he was not privy to many details. Chapter 034. We must consider alternative approaches. Meng Qian, engrossed in his phone, did not respond immediately. Qin Xia cautiously asked, "It's Jiang Qiyu, isn't it? I suspected as much. No wonder you've been following her. Everyone assumed you had feelings for her, but in truth, you were surveilling her, correct?" Meng Qian, having obtained his phone, promptly contacted Jiang Sihai. Jiang Sihai stated, "We must aim to locate their drug manufacturing den this time and dismantle it in one fell swoop. Naturally, this would be the ideal scenario. Yet such endeavors are rarely straightforward. Do they trust Ran? I haven't seen them speak to her. Jiang Qiyu frowned. Meng Qian's gaze sharpened. At that moment, he understood that Jiang Qiyu did not regard Jiang Qiyu as a sister. His icy eyes darkened. If the Jiang family treated her poorly, he would not hesitate to oppose the entire Jiang family for her sake. If she desired, he could take her away. Everything the Jiang family could offer her, he could provide as well. The brief silence led Jiang Qiyu to acknowledge this concern, and he asserted firmly, I only have Ran as my sister. Meng Qian's voice was devoid of discernible emotion. Oh. However, Meng Qian had never visited the Jiang family. He could not fathom why he harbored such aversion towards Ran. She was such a delightful young girl. Yet now was certainly not the time for such discussions. He inquired, Does Jiang Qiyu know those three are criminals? Meng Qian replied coldly, She does. Jiang Qiyu was perplexed. Did you tell her? Why do you share everything with her? She could easily jeopardize matters. In that moment, Meng Qian was tempted to end the call. Never had he felt such a strong desire to sever ties with Jiang Qiyu. If it weren't for Jiang Qiyu, those three criminals would have long since vanished. Would they still have the opportunity to apprehend them? Meng Qian's patience was wearing thin. In truth, the only person he cared for was Jiang Qiyu. The fates of others were of no concern to him. Thus, he held no enthusiasm for this endeavor of capturing criminals. Were it not for his fear that Jiang Wuhu might act recklessly and endanger Jiang Qiyu's safety, he wouldn't even bother to intervene. Noticing Meng Qian's continued silence, Jiang Qiyu rubbed his brow and continued, This morning, I overheard those three expressing a desire for Jiang Qiyu to come stay with them. This is a prime opportunity. No. It's far too dangerous, Meng Qian coldly rejected. In the vehicle, the captain interjected, Indeed, it's too perilous. We must devise another plan. Jiang Qiyu was eager to achieve recognition and ascend to a higher status, as among his peers, his accomplishments were presently the least notable. He feared his sister might view him as inferior to the others. Jiang Qiyu shook his head. It's not dangerous. Once we arrive, we will replace those camera operators and protect all of you from the sidelines. Nothing will happen to you. Should anything go awry, you would not be able to bear the consequences. Meng Qian's voice grew colder, akin to the chill of ice. Jiang Qiyu could only relent, suggesting they pause for now and contemplate further. Before he could finish his sentence, Meng Qian abruptly hung up the phone. Chapter 035. There is something I wish to confess. As the sun dipped below the horizon, many villagers discovered that the waste in their toilets had mysteriously vanished. Fortunately, it was not something of great value, so they did not dwell on it too much.
Ding.
Something's afoot. The mechanical voice jolted Jiang Qiyu from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she beheld the stunning sunset and suddenly had a thought. She communicated with the system. Did you know? The platypus lays eggs and also produces milk. It is one of the few creatures in nature capable of creating its own egg tarts. System. Were you trying to convey, host? Jiang Qiyu replied. I woke up craving egg tarts. Isn't life all about enjoying some egg tarts and having a few fries? The system remained unresponsive to Jiang Qiyu's musings and began to report new developments. Host, police are approaching. Startled, Jiang Qiyu leapt from her lounge chair. The cops are here.
Run.
Just as she was about to flee, she remembered she was no longer in her former underworld existence. It was a reflex that lingered. Old Wang had been seated on the ground all day, and upon finally witnessing Jiang Qiyu rise from her chair, he was nearly moved to tears. Old Wang, his frustration was palpable. He wished he could punch himself. Why had he moved the lounge chair over that day? Host, what have you recalled? Jiang Qiyu wore a look of profound contemplation. I remember the days when I was the illustrious Gao Qiyu of the bustling Haisher. Everything began when I sold fish at the market. The system interrupted her rambling. Jiang Qiyu, along with several police officers, is on his way to replace all the camera operators, seeking an opportunity to apprehend or track these three criminals. Jiang Qiyu, puzzled, inquired, How does he know these three are criminals? System. That's quite normal. These three are wanted fugitives. Given Jiang Qiyu's concern for Jiang Ziran, it is not surprising he noticed during the live broadcast. Jiang Qiyu's eyes lit up. Wanted fugitives? Why didn't you mention this sooner? The system, exasperated, retorted. I have mentioned it before. Jiang Qiyu pondered. That's not what I meant. Typically, aren't there bounties on wanted criminals? What are their respective amounts? Fists clenched in frustration. She lamented that she should have considered alerting the authorities sooner. She felt as though she had missed out on a fortune. Heartbroken, she asked, What are their bounties? System. Big duck, 3 coins, second duck, 2 coins, third duck, 1 coin. Suddenly, Jiang Qiyu felt a wave of relief. It's all right then. If these fugitives were merely likened to 3 ducks, their predicament seemed rather dismal. Surely, they too must feel a tinge of sorrow during the quiet of the night. Should there be any suspicious activity, they would proceed with an immediate capture. Jiang Sihai was deeply concerned about Jiang Ziren's safety. As soon as he arrived, he took advantage of the absence of 3 individuals to switch off all the cameras with a few brothers. Although the cameras were all equipped with hats and no one paid much attention, Jiang Sihai managed to replace the camera focused on his sister. Upon seeing his sister's disheveled appearance, his heart ached immensely. He could hardly fathom what kind of show his elder brother had invested in that subjected her to such hardship. Ziren, having been pampered since childhood, had never endured such trials. Lost in these thoughts, he heard Jiang Ziren speak to him.
Hey.
Jiang Sihai felt a surge of joy. Even with her makeup done, and wearing a hat, had his sister recognized him? He raised his head, intending to caution her against making a commotion, only to be met with her disdainful expression. Do you even know how to operate the camera? Why are you pointing it at my nose? If you can't do it, then don't. Jiang Sihai was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, Ziren was a particularly gentle, kind, and understanding girl. How could she utter such words? However, he quickly realized that girls are often concerned with their appearance. It was his misjudgment. He hurriedly stood back, casting an apologetic glance at Jiang Ziren. Jiang Ziren has quite the temper. Isn't it the camera operator's job to handle this? Isn't it normal for female celebrities to be image-conscious? Reality shows tend to expose people's flaws, especially under such harsh conditions. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu was indulging in sleep and food, consumed by jealousy. At her feet lay a bottle of ice-cold cola, which Jiang Wuhu had willingly fetched for her. Jiang Ziren's envy reached its peak. Following Jiang Ziren's gaze, Jiang Sihai spotted the leisurely Jiang Qiyu, both lazy and gluttonous. Not wishing to linger on the sight, he prepared to divert his attention when a voice interrupted him. Jiang Sihai is a good person and a good police officer, albeit somewhat muddled. He later covered up Jiang Ziren's criminal activities and was suspended for investigation. After his suspension, he sank into a bad mood, resorting to alcohol, and coincidentally encountered a criminal he had previously incarcerated, leading to him being blinded in one eye and ultimately succumbing to despair. Jiang Sihai furrowed his brow. Who was speaking? How could Ziren be involved in crime? What nonsense was this person spouting? It soon dawned on Jiang Sihai that the voice seemed to belong to Jiang Qiyu. Could he hear her thoughts? Having been a police officer for several years, Jiang Sihai maintained his composure, revealing no sign of disturbance. When he was young, he lost a tooth and accidentally swallowed it. A few days later, he passed it and found it amusing, so he cleaned it and swallowed it again. He repeated this throughout the summer. Jiang Sihai was taken aback. How did Jiang Qiyu know about such matters? He had kept it discreet. Not even his brothers were aware. At that moment, Jiang Wuhu's eyes widened in astonishment.
Wow.
So fourth brother is that kind of person. I'm going to share this in the group and laugh at him. He used to mock him for liking old ladies. But is it true that fourth brother will be suspended and retaliated against by a criminal? After all, the matters spoken by Jiang Qiyu from the depths of her heart are indeed true. At this moment, 3 ducks approached. Those who recognized the 3 individuals as criminals became wary. Only Jiang Qiyu stepped forward, acknowledging them. You've done well. The largest duck scratched its head. The dung in this village is all gone. Otherwise, we would have more to carry. Jiang Qiyu nodded in appreciation indeed. The calamity of bloodshed you faced has nearly been averted. The largest duck looked at Jiang Qiyu with a hint of hesitation. Master Corn, there is something I wish to confess to you. Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow. Could it be that you intend to lay all your cards on the table? How should I face you, with a smile or in silence? Has anyone been able to alleviate your loneliness all these years? Jiang Wuhu, Jiang Sihai, how is it possible for her to sing in the face of criminals? Moreover, the lyrics don't even match. Chapter 036. How can the possessions of a family be considered theft? A sense of unease stirred within her. Yet Jiang Qiyu maintained a calm facade and inquired lightly. What is it? I understand that Master Corn does not seek fortune through divination, but our boss has mentioned that should you visit, you would be treated to delicious food and drink. If you refuse, we may have to resort to coercion. This thought was left unspoken by the largest duck. What an audacious assumption to make about Master Corn. The boss clearly underestimated the Master's prowess. The system immediately clamored in Jiang Qiyu's mind. See, host. You've invited trouble upon yourself. There's no escape now. You must regret this decision. Jiang Qiyu retorted. Regret? Indeed, I regret it immensely. Had I known there would be a feast tonight, I wouldn't have indulged in 5 packs of spicy strips, 3 bags of chips, and 5 bottles of wine.
Now,
I have little appetite left. The system. That's a den of criminals. Their boss is a wanted felon. Jiang Qiyu replied. Let us not quibble over a few coins. If they are not embarrassed, I feel embarrassed just listening. The system insisted. It's not just a few coins. Their boss is a top-tier fugitive, with a bounty of 500,000. Jiang Qiyu's eyes sparkled. How much? No one can stop me today. I, Jiang Qiyu, am determined to fight against the criminals to the end. Tears streamed down the system's face. It regretted revealing the bounty of 500,000. It had forgotten that the host belonged to the 57th ethnic group, and her balance was insufficient. The largest duck was overjoyed. So when can we go? Jiang Qiyu pondered. How could she ensure that the capture of this wanted criminal would be credited to her? She needed to report him first, then witness his arrest. She turned to the largest duck. You 3 wait for me. I must speak with these virtuous individuals for a moment. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. You 3 understand, right? So stand back. The trio certainly understood. Their little secrets were not to be leaked. They quickly scurried away to a safe distance. Once they were gone, Jiang Qiyu glanced at Jiang Sihai and beckoned him over. Come with me. Jiang Sihai frowned but carried his camera over. Jiang Xiren's expression darkened. What was Jiang Qiyu up to, so brazenly summoning her cameraman? Did she intend for him to capture her from her most tragic angle? Dreaded Jiang Qiyu. As she pondered, her gaze suddenly flickered, and she spotted the ice-cold cola that Jiang Qiyu had left at the edge of the field. After all, having consumed so much, was it not fair for her younger sister to indulge in this bottle of cola? With this thought in mind, she approached the beverage. At that moment, Jiang Wuhu noticed Jiang Xiren picking up Jiang Qiyu's cola. He furrowed his brow and walked over, asking, Sister, what are you doing? Jiang Xiren felt a twinge of embarrassment at being caught but replied, Fifth brother, I am simply too thirsty. Jiang Wuhu pursed his lips. But you are stealing. Jiang Xiren shook her head, asserting, No, we are family. How can one consider it theft when it belongs to family? Jiang Wuhu. As he gazed into Jiang Xiren's eyes, his inclination to reprimand her dissipated. Yet, he suddenly recalled Jiang Qiyu's inner voice, suggesting that 4th brother would cover for her misdeeds. Was he not doing the same now? He shook his head resolutely. You cannot take it. You must seek permission from Princess Bayami first. Jiang Xiren. Instantly, Jiang Xiren dropped the cola and walked away in tears. Jiang Wuhu wished to console her, but found himself unable to move. Jiang Qiyu, meanwhile, was being confronted by Jiang Sihai's camera, which was pointed directly at her. Rolling her eyes, she promptly switched off the camera. I know you are Jiang Sihai. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the beloved and charming Jiang Qiyu, an extraordinarily captivating beauty. Jiang Sihai. Removing his hat, Jiang Sihai asked coldly, What is it? Jiang Qiyu was unfazed by Jiang Sihai's demeanor. After all, she did not seek his approval, but merely wished to obtain the 50,000 yuan.
no.
Her intention was to eliminate threats to the public. She had inadvertently discovered that the 3 individuals who had just been shoveling dung were wanted criminals. Jiang Sihai, intrigued, inquired, How did you find out? Jiang Qiyu assumed a serious expression, replying, That is not for you to know. The less you know, the better it is for you. Jiang Sihai. He found her demeanor rather peculiar.
So?
Jiang Sihai continued to probe. Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes. I also know that their leader is a particularly notorious wanted criminal. I am willing to assist you in apprehending them. Jiang Sihai was taken aback. Jiang Qiyu had sought him out to discuss this. He had assumed she was merely trying to get closer to him. However, her desire to help capture criminals was likely also a means to gain his favor, was it not? Although Jiang Sihai saw through her intentions, he did not refuse her offer. He truly needed this opportunity to make a mark. If he could achieve great merit this time, the captaincy would surely be his. Just as Jiang Sihai was about to respond, a voice interrupted from behind, I object. Chapter 037. TSK, Jiang Fugue must be sweating profusely. Both Jiang Qiyu and Jiang Sihai looked up in shock. I nearly thought I was being kidnapped at a wedding. Jiang Sihai. Meng Qian approached, her expression cold and pale. This is too dangerous. Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu frowned. Fortune favors the bold. However, she refrained from voicing the last 3 words. Jiang Sihai's eyes widened. You know my nickname? Meng Qiyan, how do you know everything? Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu shook her head, asserting with righteous indignation. Absolutely not. As a commendable youth of the 21st century, I must contribute to the eradication of evil. Upon witnessing her unwavering determination, Meng Qiyan resolved to join her. Jiang Qiyu conveyed to the system through her thoughts, I have reasonable suspicion that the arch-villain has overheard Big Duck's words and intends to indulge in the feast. The system remained silent. The stillness echoed the tranquility of tonight's Cambridge, a silence that no one could fathom, reflecting its inner turmoil. Their clandestine mission would not be broadcast live. Instead, it would be edited into the final cut for all to enjoy. Without seeing Teacher Bayami tonight, my life shall lose all its joy. Director Early Ejection, you understand the essence of undertaking secret missions. Teacher, YISNTR Zihan going. Jiang Wuhu wished to participate as well, but he had just recognized Jiang Sihai. Clearly, the matter was not simple. It must involve capturing a criminal. Thus, he decided against joining. He would cheer for Princess Bayami and fourth brother from the camp. Just as they were about to split up, Jiang Zeruin suddenly raised her hand, exclaiming, Director, I also wish to accompany you on this secret mission. Qin Xie glanced at Jiang Sihai, who could not expose himself yet. He whispered, Not everyone is suited for this undertaking. His sister should have been able to discern his voice, yet Jiang Zeruin seemed oblivious. Pointing at Jiang Sihai, she scolded, Who do you think you are? Is this something you can meddle in? At that moment, the live camera had followed other guests far away, leaving the audience unaware of Jiang Zeruin's fierce demeanor. However, Jiang Sihai was left bewildered once more. How could his sister act in such a manner? TSK. Jiang Fugue must be sweating profusely. Little do you know, Jiang Zeruin has a multitude of such expressions, including but not limited to her frequent mistreatment of small animals. Previously, the grandson of the spotted dog that represented our parents' affection met a tragic end at her hands. Jiang Sihai was stunned by Jiang Qiyu's inner thoughts. How could this be? His sister adored small animals. He often witnessed her feeding stray cats. Jiang Wuhu had not wandered far and had overheard as well. But his focus lay elsewhere. The token of affection, the spotted dog, and the little cat you once raised? Its leg was also broken by her kick. As she has an odd quirk of enjoying the scent of cat feces, particularly the fresh and warm kind. On one occasion, your big cat was startled by her and scratched her, only to be met with a devastating kick. Poor big cat, it soon departed for cat heaven. Later, due to your sorrow, your family forbade anyone from keeping cats, leaving her to only sniff the feces of stray cats, creating the illusion that she was caring for them. The stray cats, oblivious to her intentions, sought her food, while she coveted their excrement. Jiang Sihai, Jiang Wuhu, Ran, I am your fourth brother. Do not go. We have matters to attend to. Jiang Sihai remained reluctant for Jiang Zeruin to put herself in danger. The contents of Jiang Qiyu's thoughts might not be entirely truthful and warranted further investigation. Jiang Zeruin's eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed fourth brother. The fourth brother had always treated her with kindness, and the grievances she had felt over the past few days suddenly surged to the forefront of her heart. Fourth brother. Woo. She wrapped her arms around him and began to weep. Jiang Sihai's heart instantly softened as he patted her back, murmuring, It's all right, Ran. Fourth brother is here. Fourth brother is here. She remained the little girl in need of protection. While crying, Jiang Zeruin communicated with her system. Jiang Sihai must have recognized that these three individuals are criminals. He isn't going this time to apprehend them, is he? Jiang Zeruin resolved, then I must accompany him. If I don't go, the credit will all go to Jiang Qiyu. She hasn't done anything at all. She released Jiang Sihai, her eyes glistening with tears, and declared, I want to go with fourth brother. I'm worried about him. Ran wants to protect you. Jiang Sihai felt a wave of emotion wash over him. After all, there were many police officers secretly following behind. Having one more, Ran, would not matter. He was confident in his ability to keep her safe. Very well, but you must listen to fourth brother. Do not wander off and stay close to me at all times. Jiang Zeruin nodded happily, assuring him, Fourth brother, don't worry. Ran will be obedient. Bringing along a burden. Jiang Fugue, you're foolish. If something goes wrong, don't blame me. Jiang Sihai glanced at Jiang Qiyu, feeling somewhat uneasy. It's fine, just keep a relaxed mindset. Jiang Qiyu frowned, pondering the meaning of his words. Qin Xie was quite cooperative upon encountering the police, turning to leave. He then heard Jiang Qiyu whispering in his ear, Director, Please keep your snoring down at night. It's been keeping several people in your room awake. Jiang Qiyu was taken aback. He always slept alone at night. What nonsense was Jiang Qiyu spouting? He dismissed her comment as another instance of her losing her mind. The police and Jiang Ziran could not follow Jiang Qiyu openly, so they trailed behind discreetly. Jiang Qiyu stubbornly inserted a camera to capture footage, hoping to gather material. If they indeed captured the criminals, it would be a sensational story that, as a director, he could not afford to miss. Only Meng Qian followed Jiang Qiyu openly. Everyone dispersed, hiding where necessary. Jiang Qiyu donned a miniature earpiece and waved to the three ducks. As they approached, she asked, "Is it all right if I bring my assistant along?" The three exchanged glances with Meng Qian and nodded in agreement. The two followed the three ducks, not realizing how far they had to go, leading to Jiang Qiyu growing fatigued. The big duck, noticing her weariness, kindly inquired, "Master Corn, would you like me to carry you?" Jiang Qiyu beamed, "Yes, please." Meng Qian cast a glance her way, proclaiming, "Let me do it. It is my duty as your assistant." Initially, the big duck had been wary of Meng Qian, but upon learning of his sexual orientation, felt reassured. "You better be careful. Don't let anything happen to our Master Corn," the big duck admonished sternly. Jiang Qiyu was entirely unreserved as she saw Meng Qian crouch down. She comfortably settled onto his back, serene and content. A lovely little waist and quite a shapely backside. It's clear she would bear sons well. In the subsequent scene, Jiang Sihai exclaimed, "Look, is this something a girl would say? How on earth has Meng Qian been ensnared by Jiang Qiyu?" The cameraman behind them captured this moment, his excitement palpable. Jiang Qiyu, standing at approximately 1 meter 68, weighed a mere 90 pounds. Perched on the broad shoulders and narrow waist of Meng Qian, who stood at 1 meter 88, she appeared diminutive and utterly adorable. If this scene were to be revealed, the fans, enchanted by her beauty, would surely go wild. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziran, witnessing the spectacle, dug her nails into her palm. The villain belongs to her. Yet, she maintained her composure, resolving to apprehend this group of criminals first. Her rising fame depended on these individuals. As the group traversed from dawn to the depths of night, the encroaching darkness allowed three ducks to remain oblivious to the pursuers behind them. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded area, encountering what resembled an abandoned factory, illuminated brilliantly. From a distance, Jiang Sihai gazed at the brightly lit factory, puzzled. Why had no villagers reported this? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Jiang Qiyu's inner voice. This used to be an abandoned grain factory. This group of criminals fled here, devising a plan to create a haunting spectacle. Their leader donned a white dress, with hair cascading down, wandering about at night to frighten the villagers nearby. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Sihai. It all made sense. But how did Jiang Qiyu know so much? Following the large duck, she discreetly suggested, "You all should hold back for a moment." Heeding her words, Jiang Sihai instructed everyone to pause. At that moment, Jiang Ziran grew displeased. She murmured, "Fourth brother, how can we catch them if we don't go inside?" Her eyes narrowed. She was determined that the credit must be hers. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Sihai was distracted, she stealthily slipped away. Chapter 038. I am the master. You have overstepped. Unexpectedly, this place is quite remote, yet the criminals are quite advanced. The locks are all password protected. Jiang Sihai was intently listening to Jiang Qiyu's inner thoughts, hoping to glean more information. A password lock? What could the password be? Jiang Qiyu was equally curious, closely observing the large duck's actions. She watched as the large duck tapped on the password lock, and a voice emanated from within, "The bright moonlight before my bed." Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow in astonishment. So it was a ruse disguised as a password lock. Their intelligence is rather commendable. However, their code is rather simplistic. Then, Jiang Qiyu observed the large duck suddenly break into song. "Loving you, I roam through myriad alleys. Loving you, I do not regret my appearance." Jiang Qiyu thought to herself, "Have I overstepped?" The door swiftly swung open from within, as the large duck gallantly declared, "Master Corn, please enter." Upon entering, they beheld a spacious hall, dominated by a long table. Atop the table lay a whole roasted pig, steaming enticingly. Jiang Qiyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Roasted pig. What a grand and fragrant roasted pig. Jiang Qiyu swiftly approached and seated herself at the table, entirely disregarding the man with an eye patch and the woman with cascading waves sitting at the main table. The big duck hurriedly introduced, "Boss, this is the corn master I mentioned to you." The The man with the eye patch appeared somewhat displeased, his expression fierce. What master? How rude. Jiang Qiyu wiped her mouth, then looked up at the man, saying, Your greatest hobby is kneeling on the ground while women trample you with high heels. And in bed, you are always the submissive one. The man with the eye patch fell silent, as did the woman with the waves, while the other 6 subordinates in the room regarded him with peculiar gazes. They were astonished by the revelation of their boss's true nature. Only the 3 ducks remained unfazed. Corn Master can predict much more. One of them declared. This is merely a small shock for you. Those who disrespect the Corn Master are in for trouble. The man with the eye patch turned crimson and quickly ordered the others, All of you, get out. Everyone filed out. The man with the eye patch coughed lightly, his lips twitching.
How do you know all this?
Jiang Qiyu had already begun indulging in pig head meat. I foresaw it. I also know that when you were 5, you secretly wore your father's skirts at home, and at 8, you stole his lipstick, which led to your mother punishing you. From that moment on, his mother began to despise him, considering him a disgusting person. His father not only did not assist him, but also berated him. Eventually, his psyche became increasingly warped. At the age of 15, he set fire to his parents' house, thus embarking on a path of crime. The woman with the waves gazed at the man with the eye patch in shock. I had no idea you were so scandalous from such a young age. The man turned beet red and immediately stood up. Master, I was too rude just now. Jiang Qiyu regarded him with a cool gaze. Is there any sincerity in your apology? The man with the eye patch chuckled. Whatever you desire, I can provide, even if it means spending a night with you. Jiang Qiyu replied, I am the master, and you have crossed a line. Just steam the emperor crab you have in your room. The man stammered. That is my beloved pet, Didi. I have cared for it for a year, and have grown attached. Could the master choose something else? Jiang Qiyu counted on her fingers. That emperor crab will influence your fortune. The man immediately waved his hand. Get someone to steam the emperor crab in my room. There were roasted suckling pigs and steamed emperor crabs. Jiang Qiyu not only consumed the dishes, but also described their flavors in her mind. The roasted suckling pig is perfectly balanced with fat and lean meat, exuding a fragrant aroma, with crispy skin and tender flesh. Absolutely delicious. The meat of the emperor crab is succulent and juicy, with a delicate texture, each bite brimming with the essence of the ocean. So delectable. Jiang Sihai had only eaten breakfast that day, and he nearly drooled. He swallowed hard and quietly remarked, after you finish eating, familiarize yourself with the terrain inside. It will facilitate our planning. Now that we know the location of the hideout, it is prudent not to alert the enemy. Listening to Jiang Sihai, Jiang Qiyu prepared to finish her meal before surveying the interior.
Ding.
There's a scoop. Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brows.
What?
Jiang Ziren has actually entered? I see her as if Wu Zetian had lost her husband and succumbed to madness. Chapter 039. Can he register? Ranran has truly disappeared. His mind buzzed with confusion. Just as he was about to rush in, the captain seized him. What are you doing? He asked urgently. My sister's gone in. I must save her. The captain frowned. Entering now is not only perilous, but will also alert them. Let Jiang Qiyu devise a plan. She is quite clever. Jiang Sihai was in a state of desperation, thinking, what plan could she possibly conceive? Nevertheless, for the greater good, he had no choice but to hold back for the time being. He addressed Jiang Qiyu. I just discovered that Ranran has gone inside. Think of a way to ensure her safety. Jiang Sihai was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. If you can guarantee her safety, I will fulfill one of your requests. Anything you desire. Wasn't he her wish merely for the attention of a few brothers? He could reluctantly assist her. A flicker of thought crossed Jiang Qiyu's mind. Despite Jiang Sihai's modest police salary, he received a monthly allowance of 100,000. He had saved a considerable sum, intending to buy Jiang Ziren a dress she had long coveted for her birthday next month. What kind of dress costs millions? Can wearing it lead directly to the throne? Jiang Qiyu found it perplexing, yet a smirk graced her lips. Since Jiang Sihai had brought it up, she felt no qualms in accepting his offer. While enjoying a crab leg, she whispered, deal. The masked man was disinterested in his meal. He was merely waiting for Jiang Qiyu to finish, so he could ask her to predict his future fortune. His eyelids had been twitching lately, making him uneasy about impending misfortune. Having heard of her talent in resolving such matters, he sought her assistance. He earnestly addressed her, Master. Jiang Qiyu raised a finger, dramatically closed her eyes and instructed, do not speak. I have suddenly sensed something. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziren, cloaked in darkness, had climbed through a window at the back of the factory. She steadied herself, surveyed the situation inside, and a mocking smile curled her lips. Jiang Qiyu was utterly useless. Having been inside for so long without a sound, she might have already been captured. It was still up to her. As long as she could find evidence of their crimes, the credit would rightfully be hers. After entering, she encountered no one and felt no danger at all. Jiang Qiyu was elated. Truly, she was the heroine of this world, her fortune extraordinarily abundant. Just as this thought crossed her mind, in the next moment, a sack was thrown over her head. As she was about to scream, a blunt object struck her, rendering her unconscious. In the area that could be considered the living room, the masked man was now thoroughly impressed by Jiang Qiyu. She was here and could even predict that someone had climbed in through the rear window. 2 of his subordinates had brought a person over, now unceremoniously dropped on the ground. Jiang Qiyu recognized the 2 subordinates as unfamiliar faces. There should be at least 8 subordinates inside. Along with the masked man and the woman with wavy hair, there are at least 10 individuals, she calculated. The masked man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Master, what is the purpose of this girl? Could they have been discovered?" At that moment, Jiang Qiyu had regained consciousness, only to find herself enveloped in darkness. She struggled and exclaimed, "Let me go. Please let go." Jiang Qiyu approached the burlap sack, delivered a kick to Jiang Qiyu, and then spoke nonchalantly. "How should I put this? It's your troublesome romantic entanglement." The man in the blindfold was taken aback. "Huh?" The woman with cascading waves of hair furrowed her brows, fixating on the person on the ground. Jiang Qiyu resumed her seat, sipping on peach blossom wine while remarking, "Did you visit the market this afternoon? Did something you ate upset your stomach, prompting a visit to the doctor?" Pointing at the person on the ground, she added, "This one also sought medical attention. She saw you outside and fell head over heels for you, following you here. She dared not enter during the day and only mustered the courage to come in under the cover of darkness, hoping to snuggle into your bed tonight." Jiang Qiyu's face was kicked, causing her to bite her tongue, tears streaming down her cheeks from the pain. Now, hearing Jiang Qiyu slander her, she was so infuriated, she nearly fainted. She struggled even more vigorously. Just as the man in the blindfold was about to speak, he saw his lover rise, approach the burlap sack, and pull it down. She glanced at the person on the ground and asked sternly, "How could you find someone so ugly appealing?" The man in the blindfold also looked at the individual on the ground, noting the asymmetry of the face, and quickly shook his head. "Darling, I did not find her attractive. She is merely infatuated with me." The woman with cascading waves ignored him and slapped Jiang Qiyu, demanding, "I ask you, how could you find someone so ugly appealing?" Jiang Qiyu. The man in the blindfold. Jiang Qiyu nearly burst into laughter, but maintaining her professionalism, she said coolly, "She is mute." Despite the leader's usual bravado, he harbors a deep fear of this lover, for he cannot reveal himself, relying entirely on her to sell his goods. The man in the blindfold is aware of her affair with the big duck, yet he dares not voice his anger. He even suggested a 3-way arrangement, but the lover declined, unwilling to share the big duck. Do not underestimate the big duck, while seemingly foolish. She excels in service and has garnered widespread acclaim. Those who have experienced her services rave about them. One could only wish for the big duck to hold a class, so the less skilled could learn a thing or two. Jiang Qiyu. So there are so many layers to this situation? I find it hard to digest. If the big duck were to hold a class, could he enroll? No, where did that thought come from? Jiang Qiyu pinched his thigh. What time is it? And how can one entertain such frivolous thoughts? It's all Jiang Qiyu's influence. His mind was forcibly redirected to serious matters. In the next moment, Jiang Qiyu realized this must be Jiang Qiyu's scheme. He felt a sense of relief, simultaneously acknowledging Jiang Qiyu's evident cleverness. Jiang Qiyu's eyes widened, and she immediately began to speak. "Abba. Jiang Qiyu.
Ah.
Who just kicked me mute?" Seeing her as a mute, the woman with cascading waves found it unamusing, coldly stating, "Take her out and kill her." Jiang Qiyu's pupils trembled, and she shook her head vigorously. Abba. This was the first time Jiang Qiyu felt the chilling threat of death, and she was gripped by sheer terror. Jiang Qiyu sat beside the man in the blindfold. In truth, Jiang Qiyu was observing Jiang Qiyu, but the man in the blindfold mistakenly believed she was looking at him. "You see, I am of no use. It is my beloved who holds the power. Besides, now that you have found us here, survival is not an option." At this moment, Jiang Qiyu spoke, urging, You must cease this cycle of killing. Both the masked man and the one with flowing hair turned their gazes toward Jiang Qiyu. Her voice grew somber as she continued, "Your future fortune is already bleak. Further bloodshed will only exacerbate it." The masked man exchanged a glance with the one with flowing hair. With sincerity, he inquired, "What then does the master suggest we do?" Jiang Ziran interjected, "Is this a task for mere mortals?" Not long after, Jiang Ziran was unceremoniously cast into the nearby river by several of their subordinates. When Jiang Sihai rescued Jiang Ziran, he was met with a sight of her swollen face, her spirit seemingly adrift. Fury welled within Jiang Sihai as he questioned, how could they have done this to Ranfan? At that moment, Jiang Qiyu was enjoying a late-night snack, and as she sipped her soup, she quietly asked, "So, do you think her life is secure?" Jiang Sihai responded with uncertainty. Chapter 040. What is that knocking at the door? Meng Qian did not remain at Jiang Qiyu's side for long. Shortly after entering, he excused himself to the restroom. He sought guidance from the big duck, who was quite familiar with him and engaged him in conversation. From their exchange, Meng Qian gleaned that there were approximately 30 individuals present, predominantly young men, all armed. The more remote the location, the easier it was to acquire firearms. Meng Qian swiftly relayed these findings to Jiang Sihai, who, after ensuring Jiang Ziran's safety, conferred with the team leader. After a moment's contemplation, the leader concluded, "A direct assault is ill-advised. We must employ cunning. 30 individuals are far too many. Although reinforcements are en route, we must minimize casualties. Let us collaborate with Jiang Qiyu to see if we can draw out the leader. The smaller fry can be dealt with later. We cannot afford to let the leader escape." In response to Jiang Qiyu's mention of a resolution, she raised her gaze toward the masked man and the one with flowing hair, stating, "There is indeed a way." The two had been inquiring about this very issue. "What do you mean?" the masked man asked. Jiang Qiyu, with gravity, posed the question, "Are you familiar with the concept of hiding away?" The one with flowing hair replied, "I have heard of it. It involves staying home and avoiding calamity." Jiang Qiyu nodded, affirming, "Precisely. Tonight at midnight, you must leave this place and find shelter. However, you must avoid exposure to light. Thus, you will need to cover your heads and leave by vehicle. By morning, you shall be safe." The masked man nodded. "This is straightforward." "Very well. No problem at all." Having satisfied her hunger, Jiang Qiyu patted her belly and rose. The masked man inquired, "Master Bayami, where are you headed?" Jiang Qiyu replied, "I am going to the station," startled. The masked man exclaimed, "The master is going to the police station?" Jiang Qiyu clarified, "I merely need to use the restroom." In the restroom, Jiang Qiyu detailed her plan to Jiang Sihai. Both he and the team leader were taken aback, uncertain whether the criminals were foolish or if Jiang Qiyu was simply astute. As the clock struck midnight, the grain factory descended into a profound silence. Jiang Qiyu and Meng Qian emerged from the grain factory, accompanied by the man donning a hooded mask and the one with flowing waves, and entered the nearby automobile. The local police, who had been waiting outside, were left in a state of bewilderment, whispering to one another from a distance, "Have those two been handcuffed?" The officers from the capital, who had been there from the beginning, shook their heads, indicating that while the individuals were not restrained, they appeared to have lost their wits. As they settled into the vehicle, Jiang Qiyu smiled and reassured them, "We are on board now. You may rest for a while. We shall arrive shortly. And tomorrow will be better." The masked man expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Bayami. Where are we heading to take refuge?" Jiang Qiyu replied, "To a place that is 100% secure." The first police car set off, while the other officers swiftly surrounded the grain factory. The first duck was unceremoniously dragged from its slumber, while the second duck was apprehended with a pair of undergarments atop its head. The third duck was captured mid-video call with the sister-in-law, hastily erasing its chat history upon noticing the intrusion. Meanwhile, within the director's camp, the absence of Jiang Qiyu and Meng Qian resulted in a significant drop in viewership. Only a few routine games were played before the live stream concluded. Henan Sheng was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shedding tears of gratitude, as he had never anticipated having a bed to sleep in that night. Initially fearing that their tent had been stolen, he had prepared for a night on the streets. Yang Shufan felt a sense of indignation. This variety show had derailed her career. She felt compelled to take action to amend the situation. Her gaze shifted toward Qin Xia. If he didn't mind her disdain for his premature ejaculation, wasn't he effectively under her command? Securing Qin Xia would mean that dealing with Jiang Qiyu would be a trivial matter. She resolved to present herself in a more appealing manner. Since this was the final night of filming for the inaugural episode, the director had returned their luggage to them. Qin Xie, exhausted both physically and mentally, had never expected that participating in a variety show could involve such criminal entanglements. Their director's camp was situated in the villagers' vacant tile-roofed houses. Although the conditions were modest, they were clean enough for habitation. The wind howled outside, rattling the wooden windows. Qin Xie curled deeper under his blanket, turning over. Suddenly, the words Jiang Qiyu had spoken before departing echoed in his mind. Director with premature ejaculation, when you sleep tonight, keep your snoring down. It disturbed the rest of us in the room. At the time, he felt little impact from her remarks. Now, however, a shiver ran down his spine, and he began to feel a chill on his back. Was there someone in this room that he could not see? Qin Xie curled up in the corner, trembling with fear. Indeed, if this house were truly suitable for living, why would the villagers leave it vacant? Was there something amiss? During the daytime, he had overheard the local elders discussing how this area was often haunted. The more he pondered, the more frightened he became. He began to chant, Amitabha, urgently as commanded. Amen.
God,
Please grant me strength. While others beseeched the Buddha's protection with sincerity, Qin Xie resorted to a numbers game, hoping that by making his request multiple times, he might find at least one willing to assist him. However, just as he was mumbling to himself, a knock echoed at the door. Qin Xie, startled, immediately scrambled from his bed and hid beneath it. Yet, the knocking persisted, unrelenting. Overcome with fear, Qin Xie felt himself on the brink of fainting, but somehow managed to cling to a sliver of consciousness, unable to succumb entirely to oblivion. This was truly dire. With no other choice, Qin Xie summoned his courage and crawled out from underneath the bed, determined to uncover the identity of the relentless visitor. Yang Shufan, waiting at the door, was growing increasingly impatient. Dressed in a pure white dress, she was confident that she could entice Qin Xie. When Qin Xie opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a woman clad in white, her face obscured by her flowing hair in the gusty night breeze. Qin Xie screamed, "Ah,
ghost, ghost."
He kicked Yang Shufan away and dashed into the adjacent room of the assistant director. Chapter 041. A Beauty's Folly. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Jiang Qiyu was lost in a delightful dream, only to be awakened by a voice. Master Korn. Master Korn.
Ah.
Before the man in the eye mask could finish his sentence, he received a forceful kick. Don't disturb her slumber. Meng Qian shot a cold, indifferent glance at the masked man. The man's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and though the eye masked man had encountered many perverse demons in his travels, he found himself unnerved by the intensity of the man before him. The two policemen behind him were equally startled. Meng, the film emperor, was indeed intimidating. As Jiang Qiyu opened her eyes, she beheld the masked man and the voluptuous beauty being escorted by two policemen, with Meng Qian turned away from her. The man, tall and broad-shouldered, basked in the sunlight that illuminated his impressive figure, captivating in every sense. Who understands the joy of waking up to a handsome man with a perfect physique? Just as Jiang Sihai disembarked from the vehicle, Jiang Qiyu stretched languidly. Have we arrived? The masked man could no longer contain himself, shouting, Master Korn, how could you betray my trust? Family, who understands this plight? As a wanted fugitive, waking up to find myself in a police station. Is there anything more terrifying? Jiang Qiyu approached the masked man, her expression one of displeasure. Your words are misguided. I foresaw your impending misfortune and brought you here to spare you unnecessary detours. Shouldn't you be thanking me? The masked man retorted. The voluptuous beauty, resigned, remarked. I knew it. One cannot trust the words of a beautiful woman. Jiang Qiyu blinked. See how fierce he is with me. The voluptuous beauty shot a warning glare at the masked man. Mind your words next time. The masked man protested. What sort of fortune teller are you? A green tea master, perhaps? The voluptuous beauty had grown weary of their secluded existence in the depths of the mountains. She had noticed certain anomalies but refrained from voicing them, having convinced the masked man to heed Jiang Qiyu's counsel. Being imprisoned was indeed safer, ensuring they need not worry about being discovered. At that moment, the three ducks, Big Duck, Second Duck, and Third Duck, were also being escorted by the police. Upon seeing Jiang Qiyu, they erupted with excitement. Big Duck, wrapped in a bedsheet, shouted, Master Korn, how could you betray us? The three individuals had never actually taken a life. Over the years, they had merely engaged in menial tasks within the gang. Jiang Qiyu approached them, her voice calm and measured as she inquired, Pray tell, have you found a way to dispel your calamity? The trio of ducks pondered. Indeed. If the bloodshed has transformed into a prison sentence, does that not constitute a resolution? Jiang Qiyu gently patted the shoulder of the largest duck, encouraging him, put forth your utmost effort in reformation while you are there, and upon your release, reach out to me. I have a promising entrepreneurial venture awaiting your contribution. The large duck's eyes gleamed momentarily, only to dim once more as he lamented, Master, you are deceiving me again. Jiang Qiyu responded with a radiant smile, I assure you it is true. Experiencing such a bright smile for the first time, the large duck felt that perhaps imprisonment was not as dire as he had thought. He resolved to strive for reformation and seek a reduced sentence. Jiang Sihai observed from a distance as Jiang Qiyu conversed amicably with the offenders, stirring within him an indescribable emotion. However, he quickly recalled that the entrepreneurial plan Jiang Qiyu mentioned likely pertained to the idea of the large duck starting a class. Jiang Sihai sighed in exasperation, exclaiming, if they are to be brought in, then let it be. Jiang Qiyu and Meng Qian were also required to remain behind to provide their statements. By now, it was 10 in the morning, and the police station was bustling with activity as officers attended to their duties. Despite having dozed off in the car, Jiang Qiyu still felt fatigued. During the statement-taking process, it was primarily Meng Qian who spoke, her head bobbing adorably like a chick pecking at grains. A simple utterance of teacher Korn inadvertently revealed her fan identity. Jiang Qiyu, unconcerned, lifted her head, rubbed her eyes, and inquired, where is Jiang Sihai? I need to speak with him. Jiang Sihai was tending to Jiang Ziren, who had caught a chill the previous night and was now running a slight fever. He had already contacted the family chauffeur and private physician, who were en route to collect her. When Jiang Qiyu located him, he was preparing cold medicine for Jiang Ziren. Wrapped in Jiang Sihai's coat, Jiang Ziren's eyes sparked with indignation upon seeing Jiang Qiyu enter. The glory of the achievement had been snatched from her. Yet, she took solace in the fact that her brother's affections still lay with her. She resolved to demonstrate just how much Jiang Sihai dotes on her. With a playful twist of her eyes, Jiang Ziren feigned vulnerability, calling out sweetly, brother, my head feels quite dizzy. Jiang Sihai, true to form, became immediately concerned, failing to notice Jiang Qiyu's entrance. Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, this performance is truly a spectacle of epic proportions. Though Jiang Sihai did not see Jiang Qiyu enter, he sensed her presence. Where did her clever wordplay originate? He moved beside Jiang Ziren, allowing her to lean against his shoulder before turning his attention to Jiang Qiyu. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Qiyu approached, so, does this count as assisting in the capture of a wanted criminal? Jiang Sihai nodded in affirmation. This was a deliberate emphasis on reminding him of her worth.
Was it not?
While he no longer harbored outright disdain for Jiang Qiyu, it was evident that his affections for Jiang Ziren, whom he had known for 20 years, remained unparalleled. Jiang Ziren was delicate and kind, deserving of protection. I shall remember, he began, though he had yet to finish his thought. Just then, Jiang Qiyu's eyes sparkled as she asked, when will I receive the bounty of 500,000 for the wanted criminal? Jiang Sihai was taken aback, sitting up straight, causing Jiang Ziren's head to dip down. You specifically sought me out just to ask this? Jiang Qiyu blinked her eyes innocently. What else would it be? Although I have now achieved financial freedom and can purchase whatever I desire, the allure of 500,000 still tempts me immensely. I can hardly fathom the multitude of delectable treats I could buy with such a sum, little cakes, chocolates, spicy strips, potato chips, duck necks, and egg tarts. Jiang Sihai felt a tinge of embarrassment. I understand. I will report it and notify you when the time comes. Jiang Qiyu beamed with joy and skipped away. Jiang Ziren, standing nearby, appeared somewhat displeased. Fourth brother? Just as Jiang Sihai intended to turn and converse with Jiang Ziren, he heard a voice. This theft case involves more than just one necklace. There are other items as well. Jiang Sihai's eyes widened. Was Jiang Qiyu referring to the case concerning Mrs. Yang's stolen safe? If there were more than one necklace, what else was missing? This case had been under investigation by the police for over half a month without any resolution. Mrs. Yang visited the police station multiple times a day, and her family had connections that exerted pressure on the authorities, yet the case remained unsolved. The situation seemed straightforward. A valuable necklace from Mrs. Yang's safe had disappeared, prompting her to file a report. However, all the household staff had been interrogated and none confessed, each providing alibis. To complicate matters, the surveillance footage from that day was conveniently malfunctioning, leaving the investigation at a standstill. Prior to receiving a message from Meng Qian, he had been engrossed in this case. In truth, the police often found themselves investigating minor cases, as homicides were relatively rare in these peaceful times.
For this particular case,
The captain had set a deadline for resolution. Jiang Qiyu perked up his ears, eager to continue listening. Then he heard Jiang Qiyu exclaim, "The little beauty is truly lovely." Jiang Qiyu thought, "Why is Meng Qian appearing now? Such beauty can indeed distract." He lost interest in Jiang Ziren and stood up to leave, determined to hear more of the unfolding details. Chapter 042. At this moment, he felt a sense of clarity. Jiang Ziren was about to playfully protest when Jiang Qiyu rose and walked away. She felt a bit dazed, calling after him, "Fourth brother?" Upon exiting the lounge, Jiang Qiyu encountered the elegantly dressed Mrs. Yang, who immediately approached him in her high heels. "Officer Jiang, how is my case progressing? I came to see you yesterday, but you were not here," she asked repeatedly, and at times, Jiang Qiyu found himself wishing to file a report for harassment. Initially, he struggled to comprehend why a woman like Mrs. Yang, who could lose tens of thousands in a single round of mahjong, would place such importance on a necklace.
now,
However, a realization dawned upon him. What if more than just the necklace had been lost? What if there were other items of greater significance to her? If he could discern what that item was, he could analyze it and expedite the resolution of the case. Directly inquiring with Mrs. Yang would yield no response, for she would not have chosen to conceal the truth from the outset. Jiang Qiyu scanned the surroundings for Jiang Qiyu's figure, exclaiming, "Mrs. Yang, I have urgent matters to attend to. I will speak with you shortly." He spotted Jiang Qiyu, who was departing with Meng Qian, and hastened after them. However, before he could call out to Jiang, he was intercepted by two men. "Fourth young master, where is Miss Ziren?" inquired the family steward and the private physician. Jiang Qiyu, eager to unravel the mystery, gestured toward the room behind him, instructing, "You may proceed there." Yet, when he turned back, Jiang Qiyu and Meng Qian had vanished, likely having left. Frustration mounted as Jiang Qiyu raked a hand through his buzzed hair. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Ziren, frail and tearful as she was escorted by the driver, a sudden pang of guilt washed over him. How could he have overlooked the feverish Ziren? She was the priority, was she not? In the past, such a thought would rarely cross his mind. Even if it did, he would resolutely affirm it. But now, a flicker of uncertainty dimmed his conviction. That afternoon, the Beijing police reported the incident involving the recording of New Expectations of Life, wherein the criminals were encountered. They acknowledged Jiang Qiyu's significant contribution and praised her efforts profusely, with a brief mention of Meng Qian's involvement. The trending searches exploded with headlines such as "Jiang Qiyu outsmarts drug syndicate," "Secret mission of New Expectations of Life," "Jiang Qiyu captures 3 criminals," and "Meng Qian benefiting from Jiang Qiyu's brilliance." "These trending topics are astounding," exclaimed one commentator. "It's hard to imagine that the trio of thieves were indeed criminals," summarized another, capturing the essence of the police's message. "Jiang Beimi is courageous, clever, and beautiful. Meng Qian is also a good man. How dare she toy with me? I always thought she was losing her mind," muttered another. Could this be scripted? Someone speculated. Upstairs, "A brain is a valuable asset. I hope you possess one," remarked yet another. "Our Ziren was involved too. Why is her name missing?" lamented a fan. "Has the police overlooked it?" questioned many Jiang Ziren fans, prompting numerous messages to the official Weibo account of the Beijing police, urging them not to omit Jiang Ziren's name. The account was managed by Nan Huan. Knowing of this development, Jiang Nanshan transferred 100,000 yuan to Jiang Qiyu in their family group chat, declaring, "A small reward for my daughter." Remarkable. Jiang Qiyu, lounging on her golden bed and engrossed in her phone, squealed with delight upon seeing the transfer.
"Thank you, Dad."
"You're the coolest." Su Runman also sent 100,000 yuan to Jiang Qiyu in the group chat, stating, "Avoid dangerous endeavors in the future."
"But you truly excelled this time."
Jiang Qiyu beamed broadly, responding, "Thank you, Mom. The most beautiful mother in the world." The young men of the Jiang family had all moved out upon reaching adulthood, establishing their own residences. Jiang Qiyu, upon noticing the influx of wealth, accepted it without a second thought. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be from Jiang Wuhu. Jiang Wuhu lamented, "Wuwu, is there not a single word of praise for me? Both Mom and Dad have received commendations." However, his thoughts quickly shifted. Jiang Nanshan expressed a hint of surprise. "Is that true or false?" Su Rinmin inquired. "What is it?" Jiang Wuhu teased, "I want to disclose it now, but I assure you, once you see it, joy will surely follow." In another group titled Exclusively Cherishing Sister Ranran, Jiang Wuhu's actions drew ire. Jiang San questioned, "Why did you transfer money to Jiang Qiyu? How heartbroken will Ranran be upon seeing this? I just privately sent her 500,000. Don't forget that." Jiang Er retorted, "Jiang Wuhu, if you have betrayed us, you will be expelled from this group." Jiang Wuhu remained silent, aware that they could not comprehend the charm and adorableness of Princess Beimi. Jiang Yifan paid little heed to Jiang Wuhu's transfer to Jiang Qiyu, considering him the least sensible among the Jiang family. He sent a message in the group. "What's the situation, fourth brother?" Chapter 043, Daily Madness. At the airport, he was besieged by fans and reporters. Therefore, he devised a plan for them to disperse. Clad in a hat and mask, he hoped to remain incognito, yet the reporters still recognized him. A microphone nearly invaded his nostrils. "Director Qin, how do you feel about being called early ejaculation director online?" Qin Xie remained silent. The reporters persisted. "Early ejaculation director? Your ex-girlfriends have all hinted on Weibo that you last merely 3 seconds. What do you have to say about this?" Last night, he had not slept a wink. After encountering a female ghost, he sought refuge in the assistant director's room, curling up in his bed, finally feeling unafraid. However, the assistant director's snoring was thunderous, preventing him from resting. His mood was bleak, and he had little patience for the reporters, deeming their words utter nonsense. "I do not last merely 3 seconds." The reporters pressed further. "Then how many seconds do you last?" Qin Xie clenched his fists. "I shall not say." This incident had not significantly impacted Qin Xie's career, but it profoundly affected his personal life, especially in the realm of romantic pursuits. Consequently, many aspiring actresses, wishing to climb into his bed for resources, would preemptively assert their acceptance of a 3-second man. Qin Xie fell into a state of despondency. Simultaneously, He Nanxing found himself cornered as well. A rising star. He was accustomed to fans receiving him at the airport and relished the adulation of his name echoing through the terminal. However, this time, the air was filled with chants of "He Duan Duan." Super short,
He Duan Duan.
plastic surgery,
He Duan Duan.
pooping and smoking. He Nanxing muttered, "Damn it, all the attendees today are haters." With his fans and support staff having fled, he covered his ears, lowered his head, and dashed outside, not daring to look up. In truth, not all who arrived were merely detractors of He Nanxing. A significant portion comprised fans of Jiang Qiyu. However, upon failing to reach Jiang Qiyu, they redirected their animosity towards He Nanxing, fervently expressing their frustrations. The atmosphere was particularly tense for Yang Shufan, who walked with a slight limp. Yet, when questioned about the events of the previous night, she found herself at a loss for words. Not only had she failed to climb into Qin Xie's bed, but she had also been forcefully kicked by him. All she could muster was an excuse about having slipped while using the restroom. Upon disembarking from the plane, she shrouded her face with a headscarf, concealing any distinguishing features. She deliberately separated from her assistant, opting to use a different passage to confound the media's gaze. However, she was met with an even larger crowd in the ordinary passage, and some still recognized her. These individuals refrained from speaking loudly, preferring instead to whisper amongst themselves. "Look, it's the pure and innocent Yang Shufan." One would say, "Pure and innocent?" She was out there having an affair with someone else's husband. That Zhang San's wife posted online, vowing to never forgive her husband. The whispers continued. The more innocent they appear, the wilder they play. Even more sensational rumors circulated. There were claims that she had acted in an adult film, with someone having stumbled upon an old tape at her home. While Yang Shufan could dismiss much of the chatter, having weathered countless storms in her career, the revelation of the resurfaced film sent her into a frenzy. Her head spun, and she fainted right there in the passage. The suddenness of her collapse startled everyone around. What was she doing? Trying to imitate a celebrity? One couldn't help but think her performance fell flat compared to that of Jiang Beimi. This spectacle drew numerous onlookers who began capturing photos and videos, yet no one dared to approach her. It wasn't until airport staff noticed her that they assisted her into the emergency medical room. Upon hearing a certain phrase just outside the emergency room, Yang Shufan fainted once more. The only one unscathed amidst the chaos was Jiang Wuhu, who was met by a throng of fans upon his arrival. "Wuhu, Wuhu. Fly without worry. If you cry, fall into sister's embrace," they chanted. Jiang Wuhu, though fond of his sister, would never easily shed tears. That was inconceivable. After all, he was a man. The following day, Jiang Wuhu clung to Jiang Nanshan's leg, sobbing, "Dad, please stop hitting me. I didn't know. I truly didn't realize you disliked spotted dogs." His cries were so loud that they roused Jiang Qiyu, who was sleeping on the second floor. With her disheveled hair, she descended the stairs, only to find Jiang Nanshan poised to strike Jiang Wuhu with a feather duster. Upon seeing her, Jiang Wuhu cried out, "Sister, please, quickly persuade Dad." "Sister?" It was clear Jiang Wuhu was not addressing her. Jiang Qiyu averted her gaze and made her way to the kitchen, murmuring, "What is there to eat today?" How can Jiang Qiyu recognize him as her brother? Jiang Nanshan glared at him, declaring that no one could save him now. "Who told him to buy a Dalmatian? Hurry and get rid of it before your mother sees." Upon hearing about the Dalmatian, Jiang Qiyu peeked her head out from the kitchen, asking where it was. Jiang Wuhu pointed outside, saying it was out there, and that Dad wouldn't let him bring it inside. Jiang Wuhu couldn't understand why his father disliked Dalmatians. After all, wasn't it said that their parents' token of love was a Dalmatian? The naive Jiang Wuhu couldn't fathom the complexities of the situation and could only weep while eating a plate of stir-fried meat with a feather duster. Jiang Nanshan's thoughts were straightforward. He had already mentioned borrowing a friend's dog to pursue Su Renmin's dog once before. If the topic arose again, wouldn't it jeopardize his relationship with his wife? So many people admire her, and what if she decided to divorce him in a fit of anger? Jiang Qiyu was utterly enchanted, walking over to play with the puppy. Jiang Nanshan shouted from inside, forbidding them from keeping it and demanding that it be taken away immediately. Su Renmin, who had not gone out today but had risen late due to the commotion, descended the stairs in her silk pajamas and inquired about the ruckus. Jiang Wuhu quickly reported, "Mom, I bought a Dalmatian for you, but Dad hit me and wouldn't let me keep it." Su Renmin shot a fierce glare at Jiang Nanshan, who lowered his head in response. Jiang Qiyu entered with the dog, her eyes wide as she asked, "Can't we have a dog at home? Not even such a cute one?" Previously, a Dalmatian had inexplicably died at home, leading Mom to prohibit keeping dogs, believing that perhaps the household wasn't suitable for one. But that wasn't true. The dog had been accidentally killed by Jiang Ziren. Both Jiang Nanshan and Su Renmin felt a jolt of alarm. Jiang Yifan, just stepping through the villa's gate, also furrowed his brow. After a moment, Su Renmin smiled and said, "We can keep it. If you like it, then keep it. Come up with a name for it." Jiang Qiyu petted the puppy's head, noticing its many spots, and decided to name it Dazhun. Jiang Wuhu wiped the corners of his eyes and asked, "Why that name?" Jiang Qiyu grinned. "When we take it out for walks, it'll be Lulu Dazhun." Chapter 044. If I Had Money. When Jiang Ziren came downstairs, she saw Jiang Qiyu, her two brothers, and their parents laughing together. Everyone clearly knew she was still unwell from her fever, yet no one came to check on her. Jiang Ziren gritted her teeth in resentment. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu's Weibo account had amassed a staggering 5 million followers. It took Jiang Ziren nearly half a year to reach 5 million, while Jiang Qiyu achieved it in just 3 days. How could she not be furious? Jiang Ziren coughed lightly and weakly called out, "Eldest brother, Wuhua, you're here." Jiang Yifan looked up and was struck by Jiang Ziren's pale complexion, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Ranjan, are you feeling any better?" Jiang Ziren held onto the staircase as she descended, replying, almost, "Thank you for your concern, eldest brother," followed by a series of coughs. "Oh, Jiang Ziren, you truly have your ways. The makeup on your face is nearly thicker than the wall, fooling only Jiang Yifan, who never wears any. Last night, wasn't it you who went out dancing with friends? And with a few brothers transferring your comfort fee, you summoned 2 male models. With a wave of your hand, 1 million vanished." Jiang Yifan genuinely felt that Jiang Ziren was being extravagantly wasteful. In this regard, Jiang Qiyu was certainly the more prudent one. "You only called 2 male models? If I had the money, I would have summoned at least 8. She lamented. "My wretched virtue is solely upheld by my poverty." Jiang Yifan noted the equal folly in both perspectives. Jiang Nanshan was not at all surprised by Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. Compared to her mother, she was still somewhat restrained. Young girls ought to broaden their horizons and experience the world, lest they become easily manipulated by men. As Jiang Yifan's expression of concern swiftly vanished and others failed to inquire about her, Jiang Ziren clenched her fists in silence. It was all Jiang Qiyu's fault for stealing her family away. She discreetly cast a glare at Jiang Qiyu. As Jiang Ziren descended, Dazhun eagerly pursued her, barking excitedly. Her face darkened with frustration, nearly leading her to kick Dazhun away. Jiang Qiyu hastily scooped Dazhun into her lap, stroking its head. "Fear not, I am here." No monster or evil spirit can harm you. Who are you calling a monster? Jiang Ziruan retorted. The dining table was filled with family, and Jiang Qiyu, cradling Dasun, felt a wave of nostalgia. The genetic quality of the Jiang family was truly remarkable. There were 5 sons in total. She had only yet to meet the second and third twins. Presumably, they could not be too unattractive. As the family gathered for dinner, the topic of marriage inevitably arose, placing all the pressure on Jiang Yifan, the eldest at 30. Su Runmin, with genuine concern, served him a portion of chives, inquiring, "Are you seeing anyone lately?" The prodigy of the investment world surely should not be troubled by marriage. Perhaps his mother was simply working too little. He ought to invest in a film to bring her onto the set. Su Runmin genuinely fretted. While the other sons were not married, they had either dated or had someone in their hearts. Yet, this eldest son had never dated, and there wasn't even a woman in sight around him. It was all men in the office. He lived a life as ascetic as a monk. When she had asked if he preferred men, he had denied it. Now she began to wonder if Jiang Yifan was incapable. Perhaps my mother is starting to suspect that the eldest brother has some issues. But in truth, he has none. That one night he spent with someone was his first, and the other party ended up pregnant. Now the child is already over 5 years old. It's quite amusing. Really. Initially, the other party intended to hold him responsible, but upon recalling his tattered underwear and the pilled autumn clothing, they opted against it. Jiang Nanshan and Su Runmin exchanged glances. So they had already become grandparents? The next time they visited Jiang Yifan as home, they must throw out his holy underwear and those pilled autumn garments. No, they should discard all his old clothes and replace them with new ones. Jiang Yifan's eyes widened in shock. He had a child? How could that be possible? Once upon a time, he spent a night with someone indeed. He shared an intimate evening with a female classmate. However, she insisted that nothing transpired between them, and shortly thereafter, she traveled abroad. What a cold-hearted deception. Though he did not dress particularly well and deliberately concealed his familial circumstances, did he truly appear impoverished? Jiang Wuhu was equally astonished. Who would have thought that such a serious and austere elder brother would engage in a fleeting romance? In truth, that girl later contacted Jiang Yifan after giving birth, initiating a conversation on WeChat to subtly gauge his present situation. Unexpectedly, after only a few exchanges, Jiang Yifan audaciously solicited a loan from her. The girl promptly blocked him, severing all ties. Unlike other wives who flee with child out of fear of their husbands, in Jiang Yifan's case, the wife fled out of fear of him, fearing he might become a dependent. Jiang Nanshan and Su Runmin were infuriated. What on earth was Jiang Yifan thinking, asking a girl for money? He was certainly not wronged for being single. Jiang Yifan felt aggrieved. His request for a loan from Lung Ruoro was not a genuine plea for funds. He sought a romantic sum of 9,855, a number suggested by his fourth brother. In Chapter 045, Reasoning with Logic, Jiang Yifan followed Jiang Sihai's advice and asked the girl for 9,855, claiming he could repay it over a century, with 365 days in a year, repaying 0. 27 each day, 0. 13 in the morning and 0. 14 in the afternoon, making it a daily total of 1314. How utterly hilarious. What was Jiang Sihai thinking? At that moment, Jiang Yifan questioned Jiang Sihai, expressing doubt about living 100 more years. Jiang Sihai replied, "Elder brother, you clearly do not understand. If it's not settled in this lifetime, we can continue in the next. How romantic. Goodness. If not you, who else would be blocked?" These two brothers were truly a pair, one daring to teach and the other daring to learn, one practicing while the other remained silent. The innocent warrior, Jiang Yifan, nearly fell face first into his bowl, utterly humiliated. Was it possible that the elder brother harbored feelings for that girl? Jiang Wuhu was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling with excitement, eagerly awaiting more juicy gossip. Jiang Yifan sensed the fervent gazes of those at the dining table and realized that not only his parents, but also his fifth brother could hear Jiang Qiyu's unspoken thoughts. However, Jiang Qiyu chose not to elaborate further, as sounds emanated from the entrance. It was Jiang Sihai. A group of them, engrossed in their gossip, was interrupted, and the looks exchanged between Su Runmin, Jiang Nanshan, and Jiang Wuhu towards Jiang Sihai were far from friendly. Only Jiang Yifan felt a sigh of relief. At last, the revelations had ceased. Nonetheless, he needed to investigate the matter concerning Lung Ruoro's child. Jiang Sihai, noticing the piercing glares from his parents, felt somewhat bewildered. After removing his coat, he glanced at the table. Jiang Ziran waved him over. Fourth brother, sit here. Jiang Qiyu, seeing him, mentally scoffed. Jiang Sihai could easily be dubbed the epitome of a straight man. Previously, a new female police officer inquired if he had a girlfriend, to which he replied no. He then asked her in turn, and she also responded in the negative. Then he suggested, let's connect on WeChat, I can introduce you to someone. From that moment onward, the newly appointed female officer never spoke to Jiang Sihai again. Yet, his greatest delight lay in advising others on matters of the heart, earning him the reputation of an emotional strategist within the precinct. However, each piece of advice he offered seemed to lead to failure, and behind his back, people began to refer to him as the emotional king of hell. Jiang Sihai remarked on how no one had approached him for relationship advice lately, which he deduced was due to their failures. Yet, he was certain that the fault did not lie with him, but rather with the misguided actions of others. The entire family found amusement in this, particularly Su Renmin, who couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Sihai's plight. Not only was he single himself, but he had also inadvertently caused the loss of the boss's wife. A family rule must be established. No one was to discuss matters of the heart with Jiang Sihai. Jiang Ziran noticed Jiang Sihai lost in thought and called out, fourth brother. She looked over at the table, which was laden with meat dishes, recalling that he had never been fond of such fare. She had previously endeavored to win his favor by delivering meals to him daily, and it seemed that now he favored Jiang Qiyu instead. Jiang Ziran felt utterly disenchanted, yet she could not directly inquire. She needed to devise a plan. As Jiang Sihai pondered his next move, he attempted to pick up a dish with his chopsticks. Just as he was about to reach for the last chicken leg, Jiang Wuhu snatched it away. You eat something else. This one is for Princess Corn, he declared, transferring the final chicken leg to Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu smiled at Jiang Wuhu, expressing her gratitude. Jiang Wuhu, with a hopeful glimmer in his eye, asked, Princess Corn, don't you think our relationship has improved? Jiang Qiyu nodded and replied, well, if one day you were to meet an unfortunate end, I would certainly watch an advertisement to revive you. Whether it takes 30 seconds or 60 seconds, I would do so. Because we are good together. Su Renmin observed their interaction with a smile, feeling reassured by Jiang Wuhu's behavior. He had not committed foolish acts like the fourth brother nor exhibited the stinginess of the eldest. She turned to Jiang Nanshan, suggesting that he refrain from using physical reprimands in the future and that they, as parents, should reason with him instead. Just as Jiang Nanshan was about to agree, laughter erupted at the mention of the many mischiefs Jiang Wuhu had perpetrated. For instance, in their family villa, the small room on the rooftop, which was intended for worship with a statue of Guanyin, had been replaced by a picture of Ultraman during his elementary school years. The dim lighting in that room had allowed his mother to go unnoticed, and for over a decade, she had unwittingly worshipped Ultraman instead of the deity. Jiang Wuhu exclaimed,
Haha.
Su Renmin's face turned a shade of green as she grabbed a feather duster, ready to chastise him. Jiang Wuhu yelped in fear. Ah,
Mom.
Didn't you say we should use reason? Su Renmin smiled. Indeed, I am employing reason through physical means. Jiang Wuhu lamented. Wah. Princess Corn, I despise you. For 5 seconds, Jiang Qiyu, munching on the chicken leg, was bewildered and turned to Jiang Nanshan, asking, Dad, what has Jiang Wuhu done this time? Jiang Nanshan replied coolly. He just used his right hand to pick up food. Jiang Qiyu responded with confusion. Jiang Nanshan smiled, assuring, it's fine. Please continue your meal. Use whichever hand you prefer. Jiang Qiyu felt relieved and resumed eating. Clearly, the other family members had grown accustomed to Jiang Wuhu's beatings. Jiang Yifan and Jiang Sihai remained unfazed. Jiang Sihai picked up a pair of chopsticks, serving himself some vegetables, and initiated a conversation. There's a case recently that's been quite troublesome. Jiang Yifan inquired. What case? Jiang Sihai recounted the theft incident at Madame Yang's residence. However, Jiang Qiyu exhibited no reaction. She had eaten her fill and was now slightly dazed, feeling a bit lethargic and longing for a nap. With no other options, Jiang Sihai turned to Jiang Qiyu. You participated in the apprehension of a criminal once. What are your thoughts on this theft case? Jiang Qiyu blinked, gently stroking Dashuan's head, and with a somewhat languid tone remarked, in my opinion, the thief is either a man or a woman, either a familiar face or a stranger, either a local or an outsider. The items were intact before the theft. Chapter 046. I am not engaging in superstition. Jiang Sihai mused. Clearly, Jiang Qiyu has grasped the essence of absurdist literature. Jiang Wuhu, amidst tears, managed a laugh. Jiang Yifan nearly burst into laughter as well. He was perplexed as to why Jiang Qiyu would pose such questions to Jiang Qiyu. Could he truly hear her innermost thoughts? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. It was likely that he had gleaned some clues from her musings, albeit incompletely. With his attempt to extract information thwarted, Jiang Qiyu's spirits dampened, and he ceased his inquiries. Jiang Yifan called his assistant, instructing him to investigate the matters concerning Lung Ruoruo. He remained at home, planning to depart only after dinner, hoping to gather more insights regarding that child from Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. Lung Ruoruo had certainly concealed the child well. Jiang Qiyu also chose to linger, as he had yet to secure the information he sought. Jiang Wuhu, purely interested in the unfolding drama, decided to stay as well. In the afternoon, Su Rinmin had ventured out specifically to procure a portrait of a bodhisattva to replace the Ultraman image atop the building. The more he gazed at the resplendent Ultraman portrait, the more incensed he became, leading him to strike Jiang Wuhu once more. Jiang Qiyu remained oblivious to these happenings, entirely unaware that her 3 brothers were awaiting her return. Jiang Xiren had also refrained from going out that afternoon, feeling that with her brothers finally together, she should enhance her rapport with them. Yet, she distinctly sensed their attitudes toward her were rather indifferent, lacking the warmth they once shared. Jiang Xiren was infuriated and spoke to the system. Check the favorability levels of these brothers. Jiang Xihai, favorability at 50%. Jiang Wuhu, favorability at 50%. She was unable to assess her parents' favorability and deemed it unnecessary. Just 2 old codgers after all. Upon witnessing that each of their favorability had nearly halved, Jiang Xiren furrowed her brow. Was it truly because of her inaction that their favorability had plummeted? Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Xiren diligently provided shoulder massages to her eldest brother and prepared afternoon tea for Jiang Xihai. She also introduced several sisters from her circle to Jiang Wuhu. Finally, as evening approached, the time had come. The affections of these 3 individuals have notably increased, all reaching approximately 80. Jiang Xiren smiled, for Jiang Qiyu could not surpass her. She is the true heroine of this world. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she addressed the system. Inquire about the villain Meng Qian's affection level. The system replied, -50%. Jiang Xiren was taken aback. Although she had not engaged in any actions to elevate the villain's fondness, neither had she offended him. How perplexing. At that moment, the system prompted her. Host, a new character has emerged. Please make advances towards them, as it will greatly benefit you in the future. Jiang Xiren glanced at the information about this new character, a smile gracing her lips. I am destined for wealth. Suddenly, her phone rang, awakening Jiang Qiyu from her slumber. She reached for her phone, yawned, and grumbled. Who is it? Li Lin, after a moment of silence, addressed the matter at hand. Your performance in the variety show was rather mediocre. She chose her words carefully, noting that Jiang Qiyu indeed had areas for improvement. Remember, cutting corners can lead to significant losses. If it weren't for the decent temperaments of those criminals, Jiang Qiyu would have faced dire consequences for treating them to a meal. Jiang Qiyu chuckled. Didn't you previously tell me that suffering losses can be a blessing? Li Lin replied. Indeed. Jiang Qiyu continued. From what I know, suffering losses can be a blessing, and cutting corners leads to significant losses. Thus, it follows that cutting corners can lead to great blessings. Li Lin was nearly swayed by Jiang Qiyu's reasoning. She decided against further admonishing her, stating that the company had provided several audition opportunities for films, and she should come to the office tomorrow to see which one she might wish to pursue. Jiang Qiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. I can choose a film now. Ha ha ha. I, Jiang, have truly made it. Li Lin clarified. They are merely supporting roles. She had considered the fact that Jiang Qiyu's mother is a renowned actress. If any news were to leak, many leading roles would undoubtedly seek her out. However, she believed that this variety show was a result of favoritism. And if Jiang Qiyu were to ride those coattails again, she might become complacent. It was essential for her to start from the ground up to become a competent actress. Jiang Qiyu grimaced, feeling as if the wheels of fate had not turned at all, and the chain of her life was on the verge of unraveling. After discussing the pressing matters, Li Lin cleared her throat. I have another question for you. Jiang Qiyu frowned. What is it? Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Lin revealed. I saw in the news that those criminals keep referring to you as master. Jiang Qiyu quickly clarified. I am not involved in superstition. I practice metaphysics. Li Lin remained silent, contemplating her boss's recent troubles, and finally asked, I have a friend who experiences night sweats every night. He sweats profusely as soon as he falls asleep. He spent thousands on hospital examinations and later sought an old Chinese doctor who prescribed a dozen herbal remedies. But nothing seems to help, and it's getting worse by the day. I wanted to ask if there might be something unclean in his bed. No. He should simply switch to a lighter blanket. Li Lin was rendered speechless. After hanging up, Jiang Qiyu glanced at the time and realized it was nearly time for dinner. She descended the staircase and was greeted by the sight of Jiang Ziran and her 3 brothers engaged in a spirited game of cards, exuding an air of camaraderie. Upon noticing her presence, Jiang Ziran raised her head defiantly, as if to assert her claim over her brothers. Jiang Qiyu, however, paid little mind to this triviality. Instead, her curiosity was piqued as she glanced at Jiang Sihai. Why is Jiang Fugui still here? Isn't he supposed to be on duty? She pondered. Isn't playing cards tantamount to gambling? Can I report him? I wonder if there's a reward. Jiang Sihai hastily set down his cards, ceasing the game. Jiang Ziran pouted in discontent. 4th brother, can't we finish this hand? Jiang Yifan and Jiang Wuhu also laid down their cards. Jiang Qiyu truly embodied the virtue of impartiality, even to the detriment of familial ties. Observing their cards abandoned, she thought little of it and turned her attention to seeking sustenance. By the way, has the theft case involving Jiang Fugui been resolved? Chapter 047. A plot straight from a mystery novel. Upon hearing Jiang Qiyu's thoughts, Jiang Sihai nearly burst into tears. His patience had not been in vain. He understood that his immediate course of action was to remain calm and await Jiang Qiyu's subsequent musings. At that moment, however, new arrivals entered the scene. Turning his gaze, Jiang Sihai was met with the sight of Mrs. Yang and his mother. His mind was in turmoil. How had Mrs. Yang tracked him down to his home? Both were ladies of high society in the capital, and Su Renmin often played mahjong with Mrs. Yang during her leisure time. He had not anticipated that after their game today, Mrs. Yang would insist on visiting. Su Renmin was in high spirits today, having won 20,000 yuan. In contrast, Mrs. Yang was in a state of financial ruin, having lost over 100,000. Spotting Jiang Sihai, she urgently inquired, 4th Jiang, will you be able to solve my case or not? She was on the brink of despair, so much so that she had lost her enthusiasm for mahjong. Jiang Qiyu retrieved a small cake from the refrigerator. It seems the case remains unsolved. Indeed, this case is quite challenging. Who would have imagined that Mrs. Yang's safe harbored a paternity test report? Jiang Sihai furrowed his brow. Could it be that Mrs. Yang's twin sons were not fathered by Mr. Yang? No wonder she was so concerned. If this information fell into the wrong hands, it could lead to significant trouble. Mrs. Yang, clinging tightly to Su Renmin's arm, widened her eyes in alarm. Had she overheard someone mention the paternity test report? Was there something sinister lurking within the Jiang household? She refrained from voicing her suspicions but tightened her grip on Su Renmin's arm. The report indicates that her twin sons do not share the same father. Jiang Sihai, Su Renmin, Jiang Yifan, and Jiang Wuhu stood dumbfounded. Such a revelation. Mrs. Yang. What is happening? How does this filthy creature know so much? In her youth, Mrs. Yang worked in the nightlife industry and conceived Mr. Yang's child after a single night.
Emily Yang,
Captivated by her beauty and tragic background, granted her a legitimate status. Little did she know that the next day, a necklace and the report from her safe had vanished. The necklace is a cherished token of love between her and Mr. Yang, holding significant value to her. However, what weighs more heavily on her mind is the possibility of that report reaching Mr. Yang. If he learns of it, her days of bliss will be irrevocably shattered. A few individuals, attuned to the unspoken sentiments around them, had their eyes gleaming with intrigue. The juicy gossip from others was indeed delightful. While the others were engrossed in their own amusement, no one attended to Mrs. Yang. Jiang Ziruan, ever considerate and thoughtful, invited her to take a seat. Aunt Yang, please sit here. Mrs. Yang trembled internally, yet her curiosity restrained her from leaving. She yearned to hear more of the sordid details. Hesitant to sit alone, she clutched Su Renmin's arm. You should sit as well. Su Renmin, lost in her own enjoyment, thought little of it and complied. At that moment, all who could hear the unvoiced thoughts pondered a singular question. Who had sent that paternity report to Mrs. Yang, and what was their intention? Jiang Qiyu, seated at the table, indulged in her cake while continuing to absorb the unfolding drama. Goodness! Who would have imagined that the paternity report was actually initiated by Mr. Yang himself? He discovered that one of the 2 sons bore a striking resemblance to him, while the other did not resemble him at all, thus sowing seeds of doubt. Upon learning the results, he was furious and contemplated divorce. However, the thought of relinquishing half of his wealth to Mrs. Yang was intolerable to him. He concocted a scheme to reveal this matter to Mrs. Yang and then seize the report, thereby tormenting her until she reached a breaking point and agreed to a divorce with nothing to her name. I shouldn't have taken a nap this afternoon. I should have played mahjong with Mrs. Yang. I could have taken advantage of her vulnerability and won some money.
Shortstory coughed lightly.
This child. Really. A gentleman values wealth, but only through righteous means. She glanced at Mrs. Yang, wondering if they would continue their game of mahjong later. Jiang Qiyu's eyes lit up with excitement as she raised her hand. I can play too.
Count me in.
Mrs. Yang furrowed her brow. The voice of that vile individual bore an uncanny resemblance to this young girl. She had contemplated numerous scenarios regarding the theft of the safe, but never could she have imagined that it was orchestrated by her own husband. What a malicious man he was. The mistakes of her youth were behind her. She had loved him deeply since their marriage, never wavering in her devotion. Even upon learning of his infidelities, she had turned a blind eye.
Divorce?
Let it be. Before parting ways, she would expose his company as illicit dealings to ensure he wouldn't find peace. Let us play. We'll continue tonight. Mrs. Yang narrowed her eyes. After all, it was that scoundrel's money. Whether she won or lost, it would merely end up in the hands of other little enchantresses. Jiang Qiyu sighed discreetly. How does one solve such a case? It's a plot straight out of a crime novel. That evening, Jiang Yifan did not hear what he longed for. Nor did Jiang Qiyu obtain what she desired. For once Mrs. Yang's emotional turmoil subsided, she transformed into a formidable mahjong player. Jiang Qiyu even lost 200 yuan, a sum that felt akin to taking her life. In frustration, she cursed and abandoned the game. She suggested Jiang Yifan take her place, positioning herself behind him as a strategist. Don't play that one. Go for this one. No one will want that. Just as she made her suggestion, the game continued. Su Renmin and Mrs. Yang directly played cards, and what a stroke of luck. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yifan exclaimed, a double win, resulting in his loss of 1,000 yuan. Jiang Yifan's heart bled at the thought. How could Jiang Qiyu, this sly one, read his hand so effortlessly? Wasn't he this akin to letting his mother take advantage of him? He felt disheartened, yet was suppressed by a glance from Su Renmin. Furthermore, Su Renmin added, Big boss. Your losses are your own. The winnings belong to Xiaoyu. Jiang Yifan muttered to himself. Perhaps he should seek a paternity test. As he began to doubt whether he was truly his mother's biological son, Mrs. Yang soon discovered a peculiar pattern. Whenever she encountered Su Renmin, she could hear Jiang Qiyu's inner thoughts. When they were apart, silence ensued. Su Renmin, a devout Buddhist, led Mrs. Yang to suspect that perhaps she had transcended to a higher plane. Jiang Ziren was also among those playing mahjong, suffering the most significant losses, 2,500 yuan in a single evening. With Su Renmin and Mrs. Yang able to hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts, they intentionally fed Jiang Yifan winning hands. Consequently, all four players ended up losing, while Jiang Qiyu, as an observer, emerged victorious. Jiang Qiyu was overjoyed, boasting to the system.
Did you see that?
Your host is truly versatile, even excelling at mahjong. The system retorted, you have the ability, why not play yourself?
Qiyu replied, no.
I am far more suited to being a strategist. The system fell silent. The following day, Mrs. Yang called the police station to inform them that the thief had been found. Jiang Qiyu sighed in relief, confident that his subtle hints to Mrs. Yang the previous night had borne fruit, leading her to uncover the truth. At Hami Melon Entertainment Company, Jiang Qiyu hummed a little tune as she sought out Li Lin. In the corridor, she encountered a muscular male artist sporting a small mustache. Upon seeing her, the male artist scrutinized her and remarked sarcastically, Jiang Qiyu, have you been taken care of? Wearing such fine clothes and carrying such a nice bag. Jiang Qiyu's outfit today was gifted by her illustrious mother, the esteemed actress. Hearing his words, she glanced at the man, who had always looked down on her. His name was Shen Mingling, a tough guy persona in the entertainment industry, working under another manager who rivaled Li Lin. Jiang Qiyu was perplexed as to why he held such disdain for her. Perhaps this old rival simply could not bear to see anyone outshine him. I heard you've also been taken care of, Jiang Qiyu replied coolly, and that you've made Erlingshen your master? Shen Mingling scowled. Don't let a mere variety show inflate your ego. You'll never catch up to my pace. Jiang Qiyu shrugged. Indeed. By the time your grave is overgrown, I'll still be dancing in the square. Shen Mingling was taken aback. When had Jiang Qiyu become so articulate? He stared at her intently. You can't be Jiang Qiyu.
Who are you?
Jiang Qiyu replied, I am Su Jun. The system chimed in, ding. We have a scoop. Shun Mingling, the tough guy persona, secretly enjoys wearing women's clothing, particularly lace underwear. Jiang Qiyu. Oh, how disgusting. System. Speak properly. Upon arriving at Li Lin's office, Jiang Qiyu settled onto the sofa, intending to tease Li Lin, deliberately altering her voice. Sister Lin, I'm here. It's been a few days. Did you miss me? Li Lin picked up a cup of water and approached Jiang Qiyu, dipping her finger into the water and splashing it onto Jiang Qiyu, sternly stating, no matter who you are, get off Jiang Qiyu at once. Chapter 048. Knowing the danger ahead. Take a look at these film scripts. There are roles for a 70-year-old matriarch, a 50-year-old patriarch. And this one is a role that fits your essence perfectly. Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes. Are there truly no better roles? Sister Lin. Look at the resources you've recently acquired. Li Lin frowned at Jiang Qiyu's words. But you've never acted in a film before. This type of role is good for you to practice. Jiang Qiyu pouted. Sister Lin, do not engage in a romantic relationship with the company as boss. It's a serious workplace taboo. Do you not understand? Li Lin felt a pang of anxiety and quickly lowered her head. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jiang Qiyu pointed at her. Others fall in love and are cherished like princesses, while you, in your romance, are being shaped into a ninja and a detective. And when I'm accused of being lovesick, you turn around and say it's different for you. Li Lin, the company's boss has pursued her for a long time. She only recently agreed. How could she be lovesick? She hasn't spent any money on him. The boss even said he wants to marry her. Jiang Qiyu retorted, Zhang Jian is over 50, with 3 daughters and 3 sons. What are you planning? Do you wish to bear him another child and create a group of 7 magical children? Li Lin denied. No, he is only 42, unmarried and childless. Jiang Qiyu stared at her. He is deceiving you. He appears youthful because he frequently undergoes cosmetic surgery. All 6 children are illegitimate. No official recognition. Li Lin was stunned. Is that true? Jiang Qiyu lazily replied. Am I not a master? Would I deceive you? By the way, did Zhang Jian resolve his night sweats issue? Just tell me. Li Lin's eyes widened. So you knew it was Zhang Jian yesterday. Zhang Jian's issue was resolved. He had thanked her in the morning, calling her dear. Jiang Qiyu took a bite from an apple on the table. I also know that since you two got together, the resources provided to you by the company have drastically diminished, ostensibly to train you as an artist, but in reality, he has redirected the resources that were meant for you to another agent. Do not question why. The answer is simple. Because, in bed, he calls her daddy, while you remain silent.
Yeah.
Li Lin was abruptly awakened by the harsh words, immediately seizing a chair from the office and storming into Zhang Jian's office. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived at the company building. Zhang Jian had sustained a head injury, rendered unconscious by Li Lin's assault. Li Lin returned, holding another stack of scripts, placing them on the coffee table before Jiang Qiyu. Here are roles for the 2nd and 3rd female leads. Take a look. Jiang Qiyu grinned. That is my sister Lin, a heroine among women. As for acting, Jiang Qiyu held little interest. She had traversed the entertainment world in her past life, even winning an award, the Best Supporting Actor trophy. However, it is imperative to perform now, as there are debts to repay to the company. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qiyu rushed out, coinciding with another agent directing staff to lift Zhang Jian onto a stretcher. She approached, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, Boss.
Boss, what has happened to you?
Please wake up. With each word, she delivered 3 resounding slaps to her boss, Zhang Jian. Those nearby observed her fervent display. I do not require a script. Whichever production offers the highest remuneration, I shall join without hesitation. Li Lin swiftly perused the remuneration details of several films. Among them, Filial Piety boasted the highest pay, featuring a cast of renowned talents. The prospective male lead is Meng Qian. This is a comedy, and the title exudes a certain air of mediocrity. Given that Meng Qian has predominantly starred in serious dramas over the years, it is unlikely he would consider this role. The director is Wang Jiawei. There is no need to deliberate further. It is undoubtedly a subpar film, as he has been dubbed a producer of trash films by netizens. It offers no advantages for you, and I've heard the director is not particularly amiable, plus there will be auditions, and you may not even pass. Should we not consider another option? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qiyu declared, This is the one. I am fully aware of the risks, yet I shall boldly venture forth. 2 days later, at the audition for Filial Piety, Jiang Qiyu was engaged in conversation with an exceptionally graceful young woman who held the hand of a charming little boy. Jiang Qiyu smiled and said, "Sister Ruo, during the audition, I am certain that Xiao Bao will succeed. I have already spoken with the director." Cold Ruo smiled gratefully at Jiang Qiyu, saying, "Thank you so much." As Jiang Qiyu entered, she witnessed the scene and raised an eyebrow. "Do you need to make introductions?" Xiao Bao was already favored by Wang Jiawei. "You are merely seeking credit." Yet, Xiao Bao is utterly adorable. I could just sit on him and smother him with affection. Cold Ruo and Xiao Bao frowned in unison.
Who was speaking?
Chapter 049. Have the auditions concluded?
Haha.
Cold Ruo and Xiao Bao scanned their surroundings, but saw no one speaking. Instead, they noticed a strikingly beautiful girl entering the audition hall. Cold Ruo recognized her as Jiang Qiyu, who had recently gained significant attention, with countless topics about her circulating on Weibo. It seemed she was a relative of Jiang Qiyu, though the two did not get along well. As Jiang Qiyu observed the two simultaneously gazing in a particular direction, she lifted her head to see Jiang Qiyu, her eyes glinting with coldness. Why has she come? What merit does she possess to audition for the second or third female lead in this film? Surely, it must be the assistance of those two old geezers. Jiang Ziyuan's eyes darted, and she said, "Sister Ruo, let us sit over there." Cold Ruo, convinced she had misheard, followed Jiang Ziyuan without further thought. Originally, she had been living abroad with Xiao Bao, but this year her mother fell ill, and her father was neglectful. Upon discovering an online casting call for a young boy actor, she submitted Xiao Bao's information, never anticipating a callback for an audition. Then, outside Xiao Bao's kindergarten, she encountered Jiang Qiyu, whom she had always admired, and they struck up a conversation. Jiang Qiyu remarked that although Xiao Bao had received an audition notice, there was no guarantee he would succeed. However, as she was involved in the production and familiar with the director, she could intercede on his behalf to ensure a smooth audition process. Elated, she felt fortunate to have encountered such kind-hearted individuals, especially since her financial situation was dire. Her mother was gravely ill, and with Xiao Bao still so young, expenses were mounting. She had contemplated seeking out Xiao Bao's biological father, but given his impoverished circumstances, she feared that any attempt might result in more trouble than it was worth. Lung Xiao Bao, however, did not perceive himself as having imagined things. He fixed his gaze upon Jiang Qiyu. This peculiar aunt was quite intimidating. It felt as if she intended to crush him. At merely 5 years old, he was still just a child, akin to a young Ultraman. Spotting several vacant seats, the trio settled down. At that moment, the assistant director approached, noticing Xiao Bao and making his way over with a cheerful demeanor. "Hello, little one. Don't be nervous when it's your turn," Jiang Qiyu introduced. "This is Sister Ruo, the assistant director, surnamed Wu, and a friend of mine." Lung Ruo, whose profession was that of a programmer, rarely engaged in social interactions, let alone within the entertainment industry, and felt somewhat anxious in the presence of the assistant director. "Hello, I am Xiao Bao's mother. My surname is Lung." "Xiao Bao, come greet Uncle Wu." Lung Xiao Bao looked up at the portly man, inexplicably reluctant to speak. He pressed his lips together and shook his head. Wu Nan reached out to touch Xiao Bao's face, but the child instinctively recoiled. Lung Ruo hurriedly grasped his hand, urging him to greet the man, exclaiming, "Come on. Say hello. Why are you being so disobedient?" Jiang Qiyu felt a twinge of annoyance as well. This impudent child, devoid of any manners. Wu Nan's displeasure was palpable. Just then, Wang Jiawei approached and, upon seeing Xiao Bao, gently ruffled his hair, reassuring him, "It's all right, don't be afraid." What the hell? This assistant director is something else. Lung Ruo and Wang Jiawei both widened their eyes in shock. Who had spoken? Lung Xiaobao blinked, confused. What was that noise? Who had passed gas? A few days ago at the audition, there was someone who nearly fell victim to him. Fortunately, the parents of those children were quite vigilant. The actress, seemingly named Jiang Qiyu, did not dwell on her words, but merely cast a glance at Wu Nan. What? No wonder he had insisted on conducting the audition personally. How could such a repulsive individual exist? Yet, whether true or not remained to be seen, and he intended to observe closely. Lung Ruo was utterly horrified. Good heavens! She quickly pulled Xiao Bao tightly into her embrace. Although she remained unaware of who had spoken, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards that individual. Otherwise, she would have regretted it for a lifetime. Wang Jiawei made his way to the seats. followed closely by Wu Nan, who happened to pass by Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu pretended to stretch her leg nonchalantly. Wu Nan, oblivious, tripped and fell forward, landing flat on his face. Blood streamed from his nose. Rising to his feet, he furiously pointed at Jiang Qiyu, exclaiming, "Did you do that on purpose?" Before Jiang Qiyu could respond, Jiang Ziren rushed forward. "I apologize. The sister is just playful. I am truly sorry." Jiang Qiyu chuckled. "My sister is a bit of a lunatic, just released from the asylum." Jiang Ziren, Wang Jiawei, and Leng Ruoruo simultaneously realized that the voice they had just heard belonged to Jiang Qiyu. Wu Nan glared at Jiang Qiyu with a fierce intensity.
Get out.
"Your audition has been cancelled. If it weren't for the crowd, I would ensure this woman receives a thorough beating." Jiang Qiyu's system shook its head. "Host, I warned you not to meddle in others' affairs.
See?
Your audition is gone."
Ah.
The system inadvertently chuckled aloud. Jiang Qiyu fixed her gaze on Wu Nan. "Are you certain my audition has been cancelled?" Wu Nan touched his painfully throbbing nose. "Of course."
Ah.
Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Qiyu delivered a sharp kick to a sensitive area. With an audacious tone, Jiang Qiyu declared, "Since it has been cancelled, I shall commence the fight." Wu Nan. Those present. It turned out that the rumors about Jiang Qiyu's propensity for madness were indeed true. Director Wang Jiawei felt a sympathetic ache at the sight. Wu Nan, who appeared robust, was actually quite fragile. After the kick, he collapsed to the ground in agony. "I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police." Jiang Qiyu advanced with a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Wu Nan bruised and battered. "Damn it. Just wait until I finish you. I will ensure your lineage is extinguished. You shall never hold your head high again." Leng Ruoruo, holding Little Bao, was momentarily stunned. So, this was the reason behind Jiang Qiyu's outburst. Jiang Ziren and a few others attempted to pull Jiang Qiyu away. Jiang Qiyu, in passing, kicked Jiang Ziren a few times. "You brainless fool." Little Bao was almost delivered into the jaws of danger. "If you're going to intervene, just do it. Don't tug at my clothes. I bought this for 50 yuan for 2 won pinduoduo. Who will pay if it gets torn?" Leng Ruoruo. Jiang Qiyu seemed rather impoverished. Little Bao, thrilled by the brawl, seized the opportunity to slip away while Leng Ruoruo was distracted. He too disliked the man who had attempted to touch his face. From his toy bag, he retrieved a small stick and poked Wu Nan's backside, prompting a fart. Wu Nan, besieged, lamented, "I've already called the police. Just wait for your imprisonment. I will sue you to the fullest extent." Wang Jiawei never anticipated that a perfectly normal audition would devolve into this chaos. The live-streaming star Lin Daidai was also present, having secretly begun her broadcast 5 minutes prior. Chapter 050. Are you feeling unwell?
Hey.
Daibao, where are you? What are you doing? I see Zhang Bami. What is she doing? Oh, fighting. Daibao knows the secret to attracting viewers. I love watching teacher Bami go wild. Who is that man? Oh, I see the sign, the assistant director. Jiang Qiyu is really something. She's fighting the assistant director. Called the police? Now that's a show to watch. She was just praised a few days ago. And now she's heading to jail. She even ambushed Jiang Ziren. Ha ha ha, sorry, I couldn't hold back the laughter. Today's merit, 10,086. Before long, someone shouted, "The police are here." Jiang Qiyu's system sighed, "Host, just go ahead and lose your mind. The silver handcuffs await you. I cannot save you." Jiang Qiyu harbored no regrets as she turned her gaze towards the newcomer. Oh my, a familiar face. Jiang Zihai and Nan Huan entered with grave expressions. Upon recognizing her fourth brother, Jiang Ziruan's lips curled into a smile, knowing that any favorable impression Jiang Qiyu had left on him would likely dissipate. Jiang Qiyu deserved it. Jiang Ziruan spoke first, addressing Officer C. It is as follows. Jiang Qiyu inexplicably assaulted the deputy director, initially intending to call him fourth brother. She opted for a more understated approach, believing it would enhance her brother's perception of her. She had never boasted about her identity, as her parents from the Jiang family preferred to maintain a low profile. Her family background had been unearthed by fans or revealed inadvertently by others. It was never her doing. Jiang Zihai observed Jiang Qiyu, her clothes askew and somewhat comical. Is that so? He inquired. Jiang Qiyu's temper was still too explosive. She pouted. No, I didn't hit him for no reason. Frowning, Jiang Zihai pressed, then why did you strike him? Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow. Because he is exceedingly ugly. And a pedophile. At this revelation, the gathered crowd was left in shock.
What?
Is Teacher Bammy back on set to serve as judge? You fans truly lack common sense. Do you believe Jiang Qiyu's words are true? Pedophiles must perish. Is there anyone on site who can help me land a punch? Help me land 100.
Whoa.
I was once a victim. Help me land 1,000 punches.
再包, huli up.
If trouble arises, we'll raise funds to bail you out. Lin Dai could not tolerate such a person and felt her fists itching to act. Jiang Zeruan was utterly astonished.
How could this be?
Vice Director Wu merely expressed his fondness for children. Jiang Zihai struggled to contain himself, but maintained a stern gaze fixed on Wu Nan. Wu Nan stiffened, hastily denying the accusation. Nonsense. I did not. This is slander. Officer. She is slandering me. Jiang Qiyu's expression remained indifferent. You should search his home now. His computer is filled with numerous pictures of children and inappropriate clothing. He frequently browses illicit websites. At this point, Jiang Qiyu could no longer restrain herself and landed another fierce kick on Wu Nan. Wang Jiwei, alarmed, spotted Xiao Bao behind Wu Nan and quickly scooped him into his arms, simultaneously delivering a kick to Wu Nan. Beastly scum. Jiang Zihai's fists clenched tightly. Nan Huan, equally incensed, felt the urge to strike. Teacher Bammy had now become her champion. Numerous individuals present were parents, and upon hearing this, everyone yearned to deliver a blow to Wu Nan. Wu Nan shook his head vehemently, shouting no.
No.
Utter nonsense. As he attempted to flee, Jiang Zihai's reflexes were swift. He delivered a kick to Wu Nan's face, sending him crashing to the ground.
Wow.
Jiang Fugui is impressively handsome. I celebrate Jiang Fugui. Jiang Zihai rubbed his thumb against his nose, huffing. He was already quite handsome, all right. Lung Ruoroa blinked, momentarily captivated by Jiang Zihai's charm. In the next moment, she realized her child was missing. My goodness. Amidst the chaos of the brawl, the child was lost. She hurried to search for assistance and soon discovered that little Bao was being held by the director, which eased her worries. However, unease crept back in, as the presence of ill-intentioned individuals loomed. She swiftly approached Wang Jiwei. Wang Jiwei, cradling little Bao, heard the silent plea of Jiang Qiyu. His eyes widened in realization. Could it be that only by holding little Bao could he hear her? Yet, before he could confirm this hypothesis, little Bao was taken away by Lung Ruoro, whose gaze was anything but friendly. Wang Jiwei protested. He is not a villain. He is an exceptionally good person. As the commotion escalated, Nan Huan observed the fallen figure and promptly advanced, presenting Wu Nan with a pair of silver handcuffs. Wu Nan was to be apprehended, with many onlookers feigning casualness as they approached to deliver blows upon him. He had not yet faced judgment, but his life was nearly extinguished. In truth, numerous crew members had previously noticed his peculiar fondness for physical contact with children. Some sensitive individuals sensed something amiss, yet without concrete evidence, they remained silent. I shall draw a circle and curse that director to his doom. Remember this name, Wu Nan, the assistant director. I was present and delivered a kick on behalf of everyone. It felt exhilarating. This production is in trouble. Where Teacher Bao Mi is, there shall be no peace. Jiang Bao Mi was surprisingly gentle today, not a single hand raised. Indeed, Jiang Bao Mi did not strike. If anyone claims otherwise, they should gouge out their eyes.
Done.
On trending searches, the production crew faced judgment. Jiang Qiyu was in a frenzy. Death to the pedophile. Meanwhile, Meng Qian arrived late, and upon reaching the audition site, she witnessed the director, the assistant director, and Jiang Qiyu being escorted away by the police. Meng Qian exclaimed. Director Wang Jiwei had not anticipated my arrival and was visibly delighted to see me. However, upon noticing the somber expression on my face, he hastily explained, Emperor Meng, we have committed no crime. Do not be alarmed. We are merely providing statements. Many were thrilled to see Meng Qian and eagerly informed her. Jiang Qiyu and the assistant director were fighting. What film is this? Meng Qian is here. I am definitely watching it. Meng Qian surely came to see Jiang Qiyu. Such a ship. Impossible. You underestimate Meng Qian. She is here for the script. Meng Qian disregarded the others and approached the disheveled Jiang Qiyu, inquiring, Are you all right? Jiang Qiyu flashed a toothy grin, assuring her, I am fine. I did not perish.
See?
Meng Qian scrutinized her intently. I meant, are you truly unhurt? Jiang Qiyu pouted. Well, there is a minor issue.
Ah.
I got hurt. Iron Bull Jiang Baomi has such a side to her. Are they truly not together? This is crucial for me.
Huh.
Teacher Baomi was injured? I shall wait outside the police station. I must eliminate that pedophile. Meng Qian, growing anxious, scrutinized her from head to toe. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Jiang Qiyu extended her arm, feigning great distress. I don't know who it was, but during the scuffle, they tore a hole in my shirt. My heart aches. Chapter 051. He is a child, not a fool. Meng Qian, netizens, the individuals who had just intervened in the scuffle gazed skyward. Jiang Qiyu contemplated the holes in her clothing, reflecting on a poignant truth. The first lesson of adulthood is the realization that earning money is a formidable challenge. The second revelation is the unsettling awareness that others seem to acquire wealth with ease, while I struggle to do so. The third awakening comes when one discovers that it is often easier for others to take my money. Laughter nearly erupted among those present. I have nothing to do with this. I am utterly uninvolved. Listening to it drives me slightly mad. Truly, you are Jiang the corn peeler. Law enforcement must rely on evidence when apprehending suspects. Jiang Sihai dispatched individuals to search Wu Nan's residence, where they indeed uncovered numerous unsightly items. Following Jiang Qiyu's rise to prominence on social media, several mothers took to Weibo to share their experiences. They recounted their unease when accompanying their children for auditions, sensing something amiss with the assistant director, which was an instinctive parental intuition that made them cautious. These parents urged all guardians to remain vigilant, as such experiences could cast a long shadow over a child's development. They expressed their gratitude towards Jiang Qiyu, who saw her follower count on Weibo surge once more, though she remained oblivious to it, as she seldom perused the platform. The gossip circulating on Weibo paled in comparison to the intriguing tales she received from her team. Anticipation filled the air, for this film promised an abundance of rewards. Meng Qian was also present that afternoon. Wang Zhou was overjoyed, grasping Meng Qian's hand tightly, exclaiming, Meng the best actor, I assure you, your first comedy film will not disappoint. Comedy is a genre notorious for yielding subpar films, which dissuades many award-winning actors from participating. Yet, these films often guarantee substantial box office returns and lucrative salaries, enticing many actors to take the plunge. This particular film narrates the story of a man, brimming with aspirations yet perpetually thwarted, who, after divorcing his wife, must care for his 5-year-old son alone. The son harbors a dislike for his father due to his frequent absences and lack of companionship. The father, perceiving his child as a nuisance, resolves to find a stepmother through blind dates, only for his son to disrupt each attempt. It is fundamentally a simplistic, albeit cliché, tale of a father and son entangled in a love-hate relationship. Wang Zhou turned to Xiaobao, calling, Come here, this will be your father in the film. The shy child, with wide eyes, approached, his gaze wandering as he struggled to find words. Wang Zhou gently ruffled his hair, reassuring him, It's all right. Uncle Meng is a very nice person. Meng Qian found the child quite endearing. He knelt down to take the boy's hand and, in a clear voice, inquired, How old are you this year? Jiang Qiyu, observing from the sidelines, mused, The little beauty has certainly fallen from grace. Accepting such a dreadful film. Wang Zhou gasped, realizing that encountering Xiaobao allowed him to hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. What a wretched film. His movie is anything but substandard. Simultaneously, Meng Qian, still holding Xiaobao's hand, felt a slight tension. How had he heard Jiang Qiyu's voice? Looking up at her, he found her silent, yet her voice still resonated. However, if an actor commits a crime, this film may never see the light of day. Certainly, this is indeed a fortuitous circumstance for a slacker like me. The money has been secured, and the audience is spared from the torment of viewing a subpar film. Hee. Wang Zhou exclaimed, All right. You openly admit to being a slacker. Do you think I still need you? However, without Jiang Qiyu, how can we ascertain who the culprit is? Wang Zhou was deeply troubled, eager to hear more. Xiaobao, discontent, turned his head away, stating, Stop patting my head. It will make me foolish. Cold Roro quickly embraced Cold Xiaobao, as she had become wary of everyone. Nestled in his mother's arms, Cold Xiaobao murmured, This is a terrible movie. Can I opt out of performing, Mama? Cold Roro responded, while the other actors looked on. Wang Zhou shot a glare at Jiang Qiyu, exclaiming, Look, you've corrupted the child. Jiang Qiyu was equally astonished. Truly, she was her brother's child, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. By the way, does Cold Roro know that Xiaobao is my brother's child? Upon hearing this thought, Cold Roro was taken aback. Jiang Yifan was actually Jiang Qiyu's elder brother. No wonder Jiang Qiyu was so impoverished. She must ensure that Jiang Qiyu does not disclose this information to Jiang Yifan. She needed to find an opportunity to discuss this with Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Ziran frowned, casting an irritable glance at cold Xiaobao. You, a mere child, should not speak such nonsense. How could director Wang's film be a terrible one? It is undoubtedly the most sensational comedy of the year. Wang Joey beamed, pleased with Jiang Ziran's eloquence. Cold Ruo felt a bit awkward and apologized. Director, my apologies. Children speak without filter. Cold Ruo was once again grateful to Jiang Ziran. Wang Joey certainly holds a fondness for Xiaobao. It is hard to find a more suitable young actor. Primarily, his looks are simply exceptional. Even if Xiaobao were to urinate in his cup, he would endure it. Cold Ruo frowned. Jiang Qiyu's thoughts were in stark contrast to Jiang Ziran's sentiments. Was Jiang Ziran intentionally saying such things? Cold Xiaobao pouted. He was 5 years old. How could he possibly urinate in someone else's cup? He was a child, not a simpleton. Wang Joey glanced at cold Xiaobao and extended his arms. Let me hold him. I wish to bond with him to ensure the smooth progression of filming. This was entirely reasonable, considering Xiaobao was quite young and harbored distrust toward strangers. Cold Ruo felt only a slight unease regarding the director. After all, there were far more decent people in the world. Moreover, she would be right there to supervise, ensuring nothing untoward occurred. Without harboring any doubts, Cold Ruo entrusted Xiaobao to Wang Joey. Wang Joey narrowed his eyes, determined to uncover who the tax evader truly was. Meng Qian, seated nearby, wore a pensive expression in his enchanting eyes. He had been able to hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts, yet now he could not. What was the reason for this? To ensure Jiang Qiyu remained on site, Wang Joey resolved to have her audition last. Today's auditions primarily focused on the second and third female roles, as well as the second and third male roles. The first female role had already been confirmed for Jiang Ziran, who was merely present today to fulfill a formality. Wang Joey believed that having the daughter of the renowned actress Su Ying as the lead would undoubtedly be a significant highlight during the film's promotion. Upon discovering that the male protagonist is Meng Qian, Jiang Ziran's spirits soared to celestial heights. She was collaborating with a top-tier film emperor in her debut film. Truly, she is the heroine of this world. Once she completely captivates Lung Ruoruo, she intends to have Jiang Yifan invest in a grand female-led film, paving her way to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry in no time. She realized that even though her elder brother's affection for her had increased, he still rejected her proposal regarding that major project last time. Thus, the system urged her to win over Lung Ruoruo, who would later whisper sweet nothings into her brother's ear, ensuring that everything remains under her control.
For now.
She had yet to reveal to Lung Ruoruo that her brother is Xiaobao's father. She needed to create an opportune moment for both Lung Ruoruo and her brother to discover this, leading to delightful surprises for both parties, who would attribute their reunion to her efforts. In doing so, her position in their hearts would become irreplaceable. Jiang Ziran was merely going through the motions with Wang Joey. He wore a smile as he observed Jiang Ziran in her white dress, exuding a gentle and serene aura, clearly pleased. The leading lady of this film was none other than the male lead's first love. Both had endured various trials, ultimately finding their way back to each other. How enchanting and romantic! Jiang Qiyu secretly scoffed. The entire plot resembles a middle-aged man's grand delusion. Without a decade-long cerebral thrombosis, one could never concoct such drivel. However, despite Wang's penchant for creating subpar films, he was known for his compassion, often adopting stray cats on set. As for Jiang Ziran, being the leading lady suited her well. It was just the right opportunity to experience the scent of fresh cat litter. Wang Joey trembled as he held his cup. What on earth? What was Jiang Qiyu saying? Chapter 052. Hey, what is this little beauty doing? Jiang Ziran's acting skills were not absent, but one could say she was merely adequate for comedic roles in low-quality films. Yet, as Wang Joey observed her now, he couldn't help but wonder. How could such a beautiful woman possess a penchant for the scent of cat litter? Furthermore, this quirk harmed no one, not even the cats. He couldn't allow himself to judge. Wang Joey endeavored to convince himself. His lips twitched in reaction. Quite the spectacle. Jiang Ziran, meanwhile. The assistant noticed that Wang Joey looked as though he might retch and quickly patted his back, asking, "Director, are you alright?" Wang Joey felt like rolling his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, he was a man. Suddenly, Wang Joey's assistant, Lin Lu, overheard a rather perplexing remark. He turned to Wang Joey, stunned. His boss was, in fact, a woman in disguise? My goodness! What a revelation! As a part-time entertainment industry writer, he now had material for the evening. Shockingly, a well-known director of mediocre films was actually cross-dressing as a man and was already pregnant. The child was his. Lin Lu formulated a catchy headline, only to belatedly realize the source of the voice he had heard. It seemed to be Jiang Qiyu's voice. He could hear her innermost thoughts. Goodness. He always knew he was destined to be a chosen marketing writer. Upon hearing the word pregnant, Leng Xiaobao couldn't resist reaching out to touch Wang Zhou's abdomen, inquiring, "Uncle, how many months along are you?" Wang Zhou was on the verge of tears. He conceded that he had gained a bit of weight and his belly had expanded somewhat. However, even a plump individual possesses dignity. Such insults should not be hurled at him. Jiang Qiyu, sensing the director's displeasure, felt a twinge of anxiety and inquired, "Director, what do you think of my performance?" Wang Zhou waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. The next audition was for the second female lead, starting with Lin Qi. Ever since her unsuccessful attempt to enter Jiang Nanshan's room, Jiang Qiyu had blacklisted her. Yet, after Lin Qi's relentless flattery, Jiang Qiyu eventually introduced her for the audition. Lin Qi possessed a bewitching beauty, with a voluptuous figure that would leave many a man momentarily speechless. At that moment, she donned somewhat revealing attire, deliberately tugging at her clothing as she stepped forward. Upon witnessing this, Wang Zhou promptly shielded Xiaobao's eyes. The child was still young and should not be exposed to such sights. Yet, he was just at the right age for such curiosities. Even the assistant, Lin Lu, appeared momentarily entranced, resting a hand on the director's shoulder. That figure, not to mention men, I find myself quite tempted. Wang Zhou and Lin Lu exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the truth that sometimes women could be more lascivious than men. If only she didn't have AIDS, exclaimed Wang Zhou and Lin Lu in unison, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Neither of them could focus on Lin Qi's performance, their minds buzzing with thoughts. Thankfully, they realized that if Lin Qi had taken the initiative, they might not have been able to restrain themselves. Jiang Qiyu was indeed their savior. Lin Lu only felt a fleeting disappointment, for this was yet another treasure trove of material for his future endeavors. He would soon rise to fame. No longer lingering behind Wang Zhou, Lin Lu settled down to the side. Sitting and observing was far more delightful. After Lin Qi's audition, several others took their turn. At this juncture, Lin Lu realized he could hear nothing at all. Meanwhile, the director's expression shifted through the colors of a painter's palette: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. It was utterly captivating. Although the director could still hear, Lin Lu's ears were utterly deafened. He stood up and positioned himself behind the director, yet still heard nothing. He placed his hand on the director's shoulder. That Zhao Jingnian is truly repulsive. Previously, he had a live eel inserted into his rear, and when he rushed to the emergency room, he absurdly claimed it had wriggled in while he was using the restroom. The proctology doctors were left both horrified and amused. Lin Lu exclaimed, "The proctology doctors truly had a tough job." Wang Zhou nearly retched. He could no longer endure the filth of this entertainment industry. Yet, he found himself uncontrollably drawn to listen. It was a grotesque yet oddly thrilling experience. Thank goodness Xiao Bao was asleep on him. Otherwise, the child's innocent spirit would have been tainted. It was Lin Daidai's turn now. A bit anxious, she recalled that the director had learned about her live streaming escapade and had warned her sternly. Moreover, Jiang Qiyu had approached her, advising that she should refrain from broadcasting indiscriminately and instead follow her lead during live streams, assuring her that she would watch over her. Meng Qian had been closely observing Jiang Qiyu, the director, and even the director's assistant, Lin Lu. A hypothesis began to form in his mind. He too rose from his seat and moved to sit beside the director. Beneath the table, he grasped Xiao Bao's hand. Lin Daidai's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the esteemed Meng actor here specifically to witness her performance? The other female artists present could only watch in envy, their hearts turning sour like lemons. Jiang Qiyu gritted her teeth. What right did Lin Daidai have? Jiang Qiyu also observed this scene, her curiosity piqued.
Oh.
What is this little beauty up to? Why is she moving over there? Could it be that he has an affection for Lin Daidai? Meng Qian mused. If that is the case, I ought to play matchmaker for him and Lin Daidai. The little beauty has been alone for 25 years. Even now, he remains a virgin. Chapter 053. Fun is fun. Mischief is mischief. Meng Qian remarked. Wang Zhou, initially perplexed by who this little beauty Jiang Qiyu referred to, found himself suddenly understanding as he glanced over and saw Meng Qian seated beside him. He immediately ceased his objections. The Meng actor was indeed strikingly handsome. He hadn't expected Jiang Qiyu, with her ironclad demeanor, to refer to Meng Qian with such an affectionate title. She must harbor feelings for him. Yet, just as Wang Jiawei contemplated this, he heard Jiang Qiyu suggesting they matchmake Meng Qian with Lin Daidai, even revealing that Meng Qian was still a virgin. How shocking! Lin Lu was taken aback as well. Goodness! The juiciest gossip had just surfaced. The Meng actor was indeed a virgin. A rather innocent one at that. While it wasn't surprising given Meng Qian's cool and abstinent nature, the level of his innocence was unexpected. Jiang Qiyu was oblivious to the extent of damage her casual remark could inflict on Meng Qian's reputation. The system was equally puzzled as to why Meng Qian had seated himself in the middle during Lin Daidai's audition. Villains typically do not harbor affections for minor characters like Lin Daidai, who has limited screen time. Jiang Qiyu scoffed. I am not fond of the main character. I find Lin Daidai quite acceptable. I have decided to take on the role of a matchmaker and sever their fated connection. As long as he does not get involved with the main character, the outcome should not be too dire. The system retorted, Host, this matter does not concern you. It would be wise to refrain from intervening. Jiang Qiyu replied, You're not human. You wouldn't understand. You cannot fathom the heartache I feel witnessing such a beautiful boy suffer. The system countered, Then why not keep him to yourself? Jiang Qiyu responded, That won't do either. Indeed, while playful banter was enjoyable, witnessing others in love was far more delightful. Meng Qian's deep gaze momentarily narrowed. It was indeed connected to Xiao Bao. It seemed the director and his assistant had also taken note, as they now regarded him with a mixture of surprise and sympathy. Wang Jiawei and Lin Lu, sensing Meng Qian's frosty stare, quickly lowered their heads, averting their gaze. Wang Jiawei and Lin Lu perked up their ears simultaneously. This was undoubtedly another piece of juicy gossip worth savoring.
Oh.
What's wrong with the little beauty, frowning and appearing at a loss? Could he possibly have noticed that old Wang's head was bubbling green? Wang Jiawei exclaimed, How could his head be bubbling green? Jiang Qiyu is simply spouting nonsense. Meng Qian and Lin Lu exchanged amused glances, barely containing their laughter at Wang Jiawei's darkening expression. However, Jiang Qiyu chose not to elaborate further. Could it be that little beauty knows so much? Meng Qian and Wang Jiawei both felt the weight of such revelations. Only Lin Lu remained composed, his personal life impeccable, free from scandal. That director's assistant, Lin Lu, has been stealing glances at little beauty multiple times. Could he be a fan of hers? Lin Lu straightened his posture, insisting he had no scandal to speak of. Jiang Qiyu's speculations were rather conservative. It's perfectly normal if he is a fan. After all, his mother is also a fan of Meng Qian, which has stirred jealousy in his father, leading to a marital crisis. Lin Lu was caught off guard, realizing he had shielded himself from gossip but not from the scandal surrounding his parents. How embarrassing. He would have to counsel his mother not to idolize Meng Qian too fervently, as he was still a novice in romantic affairs. The three of them had been thoroughly scrutinized, yet only Wang Jiawei's scandal remained half-revealed. He was in a state of panic. Could his little girlfriend truly have strayed? Impossible. She was unwaveringly devoted, preparing meals for him daily, and waiting at home each evening. Where would she find the time for infidelity? This must be a gross misunderstanding. This matter directly impacted his feelings toward Lin Daidai. Her acting was commendable, but if her character was lacking, he had to reconsider. Especially if she had engaged in unlawful activities, he would need to distance himself to protect the integrity of the entire production team. His reputation hinged on this film. Unfortunately, Jiang Qiyu did not continue her revelations. Wang Jiawei, puzzled, glanced over to find Jiang Qiyu had tilted her head and fallen asleep. Wasn't she just engrossed in the gossip? How does she manage such a seamless transition from gossip to slumber? Lin Daidai stood nervously in the middle, having flubbed several lines she had meticulously prepared. She was unaware of what had caught Meng Yingdi's attention, but she had managed to do so. She was one of only 2 women to evoke such a reaction from him. The first was Jiang Qiyu. Contemplating Jiang Qiyu, Lin Daidai glanced over, wondering if Jiang Qiyu might lose her composure due to Meng Qian's affections. The mere thought of Jiang Qiyu in a frenzied state made Lin Daidai question whether being favored by Meng Qian was truly advantageous. Fortunately, Jiang Qiyu was asleep and unaware. Observing her tilt-headed slumber, Lin Daidai found her unexpectedly endearing. Wang Jiawei scratched his head and called out, Jiang Qiyu. Lin Daidai stiffened. What was the director thinking? Did he have to wake Jiang Qiyu? She felt a pang of fear. As the director called Jiang Qiyu's name, everyone turned their gaze in that direction. Jiang Xiren's lips curled into a mocking smile. To fall asleep during an audition. It would be quite absurd for the director to select her. She continued to sit beside Lung Ruoruo and remarked, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, "My sister here simply lacks any manners." Lung Ruoruo glanced at her, pondering that Jiang Xiren's constant disparagement of others in private seemed rather impolite as well. Everyone present caught wind of Jiang Xiren's words. At that moment, Jiang Qiyu happened to awaken. The spectators' anticipation heightened. It was clear that a confrontation was imminent between these two. Jiang Qiyu, unfazed and relentless, was now ready to unleash her wrath. One eager onlooker leaned toward Jiang Qiyu and said, "Just now, Jiang Xiren insulted you." However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Qiyu nonchalantly replied, "I couldn't care less about others speaking ill of me behind my back, for I have far more people I criticize in secret." Everyone was taken aback. "You are quite candid." Wang Jiawei nearly burst into laughter but restrained himself, inquiring, "What do you think of Lin Dailai's performance?" All eyes widened in astonishment. Had the director succumbed to madness as well? To allow someone with no acting skills or accomplishments to critique another's performance. Jiang Qiyu glanced at Lin Dailai. "I watched while dozing." Wang Jiawei retorted, "What a dreadful joke." "Speak properly." Jiang Qiyu scratched her head, perplexed by the director's intent. After a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, "Her performance is far superior to Jiang Xiren's." Jiang Xiren? Lin Dailai is indeed quite dedicated to her work. Otherwise, she wouldn't have heeded the soothsayer's advice and gone to the seaside to release fish. However, between releasing ocean fish and river fish, she opted for releasing fish tofu. Chapter 054. What on earth are you doing? The three who heard the inner thoughts simultaneously erupted into laughter. Wang Jiawei let out a snort, followed by a hearty laugh. Lin Lu, stifling his laughter, clutched Wang Jiawei's shoulder but ultimately succumbed to mirth.
Ha ha ha.
Even the usually aloof Meng Qian couldn't suppress a soft chuckle, melodious and delightful. Releasing fish tofu? Whose ridiculous scheme was this? Others were left bewildered by the trio's laughter. Did they find Jiang Qiyu's words particularly astute? Though unclear, many present, well-versed in social nuances, joined in the laughter. Jiang Xiren nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Darn it! So many people were mocking her. Even Lin Qi was laughing. Lin Qi soon felt the piercing gaze of Jiang Xiren and promptly closed her mouth. Amidst the laughter, Lin Dailai felt somewhat lost to herself, blinking in delight. Her acting had finally been acknowledged. Jiang Qiyu had recognized her talent. Jiang Qiyu was truly a wonderful person. She resolved to stream more of Jiang Qiyu's shining moments in the future. Jiang Qiyu believed the director was amused by her candid remarks and felt quite elated.
System.
Did you see that? Although my acting is mediocre, my judgment is impeccable. System. In the end, the world transformed into a chaotic visage that he could not comprehend. Lin Lu hastily withdrew his hand from Wang Jiawei's shoulder, opting instead to discreetly pinch the flesh on Wang Jiawei's abdomen. Wang Jiawei remained speechless, unable to articulate his thoughts, and continued with the audition process. Since Lin Dailai had committed no wrongdoing, she would remain in consideration. Her performance was indeed commendable. However, it paled in comparison to Jiang Xiren. Jiang Xiren was his personally selected lead actress. To question her was to question him. "All right, your portrayal is quite good. You may step down now." As he observed the dwindling number of participants, Wang Jiawei was perplexed. Who could possibly be the culprit? Why hadn't Jiang Qiyu leaked any information? Today's auditions comprised only a small fraction of the cast, as many roles had already been secured. Could it be that the established roles were the issue? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. The results of the auditions had yet to be revealed. How could Jiang Qiyu predict whether he would select the actor implicated in the crime? Thus, it could only be those who had already been cast. This posed a significant problem. Even if he didn't want Jiang Qiyu, he felt compelled to reconsider. In truth, he didn't actually wish to dismiss her. Her presence would certainly enliven the atmosphere of the production. A slacker? He would ensure Jiang Qiyu understood that in his crew, such behavior would not be tolerated. He was, after all, an exceedingly rigorous director. At that moment, Lung Ruoruo glanced forward and noticed that Xiaobao had fallen asleep, drooling onto Wang Jiawei's attire. She hurried over and quietly said, "Director, allow me to hold him." Wang Jiawei blinked, realizing he could not hold Xiao Bao indefinitely, as it might raise suspicions. Having indulged enough in today's drama, the guilty party was absent from the scene. However, Meng Qian chuckled. How about I hold him? Lung Ruaruo looked up at Meng Qian's face, her heart racing. If Jiang Yifan were as handsome as Meng Qian, she wouldn't mind his lack of wealth. Unable to refuse, Lung Ruaruo entrusted the child to Meng Qian. He took Xiao Bao and sat down nearby, wishing to spare the director from hearing Jiang Qiyu's sentiments any further. Wang Jiawei suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. His beloved Xiao Bao. He missed him. Subsequently, Lin Lu could no longer hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts, believing it was his approach to Wang Jiawei that was amiss. He began to interact more with Wang Jiawei, even wrapping his arm around Wang Jiawei's waist. Yet still he heard nothing. Lin Lu was suddenly engulfed by a sense of heartbreak. Wang Jiawei shot Lin Lu a fierce glare, urging him to leave. Lin Lu pouted and departed. No matter, today's drama was ample. He was now eager to write fervently. It was better to share joy than to revel alone. Soon it was Jiang Qiyu's turn to audition. She was vying for the role of the second female lead. The first female lead was the male protagonist's white moonlight, while the second female lead was his ex-wife. She loved him dearly, yet, burdened by the weight of life's responsibilities, ultimately chose to divorce the male lead. She was a fragile woman, lacking the means to support her son independently, and could only leave him in the care of the male lead. At this moment, the ex-wife was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. She felt anguish, tears streamed down her face, and her heart ached. Although she was aware of the male protagonist's affections for another, she believed she could still touch his heart. Thus, during his downfall, she chose to seize the opportunity and marry him. Now, she perceived herself as nothing but a jest. Jiang Ziran promptly raised her hand and exclaimed, "Director, may I perform a scene with Meng Yingdi?" She recalled that in this particular scene, she would have physical contact with the male lead, holding hands. The strategy guide provided by the system had indicated that physical contact could enhance affection levels, and she was eager to test this out. Having been bested by Jiang Qiyu and Lin Daidai, she felt compelled to prove her worth. Meng Qian was about to decline when Wang Jiawei interjected with agreement. "All right, Meng Yingdi, please engage in the scene. I haven't held Xiao Bao in ages. I miss him dearly." Meng Qian, Lung Ruaru, Jiang Qiyu was also aware of the unfolding drama in which Jiang Ziran would interact with Meng Qian. She crossed her arms and pouted, beginning to stomp her feet in frustration. Wang Jiawei. The system was equally perplexed and inquired, "Host, what are you doing?" Jiang Qiyu replied, "I'm sulking. Let the director guess." Chapter 055. I do not believe. System. The system felt compelled to light 3 candles for the director. Wang Jiawei, bewildered while cradling Xiao Bao, asked, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get ready." Jiang Qiyu remained silent, continuing her foot stomping. Wang Jiawei. As someone familiar with the internet, Wang Jiawei recognized that Jiang Qiyu was sulking. However, he was perplexed about the cause of her displeasure. Did she not want Meng Yingdi to perform with her? Was it that she disliked him? Yet, he was the director and couldn't be swayed by the actors. He distanced himself and urged, "Quickly prepare. Don't waste time." He dared not approach Jiang Qiyu too closely, fearing she might kick him away. The system nearly burst into laughter. "Host, the director also has his principles. I believe he is a commendable director." Zhao Jingnian, who was quite discontent with Jiang Qiyu, muttered under his breath that the mediocre just loved to cause trouble. Jiang Qiyu, already irate, heard this remark and approached Zhao Jingnian, delivering a swift kick. He fell from his chair, landing with a thud, having recently undergone surgery on his posterior. The pain made him wince. Jiang Qiyu glared at him, a frog critiquing humanity. "Who do you think you are?" Zhao Jingnian. The onlookers recognized a pattern. Whenever Jiang Qiyu began to confront or strike someone, that individual was bound to have some juicy gossip. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, fixating on Zhao Jingnian. Zhao Jingnian, who had been rather inconspicuous in the industry, felt the weight of all eyes upon him for the first time, an uncomfortable sensation akin to sitting on needles. Moments later, he realized the discomfort stemmed from the reopening of his injury. "All right, let us commence," he urged, anxious to resolve the matter of his green hat. He was eager to meet his young girlfriend. Jiang Ziran shared his urgency, thinking Jiang Qiyu was quite the handful. Upon hearing that Meng Qian intended to alter the script, Wang Jiawei promptly nodded in agreement. He had just praised Wang Jiawei's leadership skills. Wang Jiawei turned to his assistant, Lin Lu, and instructed him to summon the screenwriter. Having been engrossed in writing, Lin Lu clicked the send button on Weibo and rose to fetch the screenwriter. Soon, netizens discovered that a marketing account named I Want to Revolutionize the Entire Entertainment Industry had released several sensational pieces of news. Among them were alarming claims. A certain artist in the entertainment industry is HIV positive. Major studios should take note. A well-known director, notorious for his failures, is under scrutiny. A male artist was rushed to the emergency room in the middle of the night with a peculiar incident involving an eel. Unbelievably, a middle-aged couple is on the verge of divorce due to a certain film emperor. The biggest scoop yet, credible sources reveal that the top-tier film emperor is a virgin. In the entertainment realm, countless marketing accounts churn out gossip daily, often blurring the lines between truth and fabrication. Most people engage for amusement rather than seriousness, resulting in moderate attention towards such rumors. However, the absurdity of this particular marketing account's claims was almost enchanting, weaving tales beyond the realm of fiction. Most notably, it alleged that Meng Qian was a virgin. It is common knowledge that many marketing accounts have attempted to write about Meng Qian, yet none dared to delve deeply, fearing repercussions that could lead to dire consequences. Thus, this marketing account swiftly climbed the trending charts, igniting fervent discussions among countless netizens. Surely there's a mistake. The blogger must be confused. It should be Heduanduan instead. How small could it be? Can it truly be smaller than Heduanduan? I refuse to believe it. At that moment, He Nansheng was occupied with a photo shoot, only to notice the peculiar attention directed toward him, causing an involuntary warmth to envelop him. Is Jiang Qiyu talking about me again? That infuriating Jiang Qiyu just can't seem to let go. Meanwhile, netizens were buzzing with excitement. Who has HIV? This is frightening. There are too many female celebrities. Now I'm compelled to consume 3 more packs of fish tofu. The entertainment industry has truly lost its way. Had I known, I would have opted for obscurity. These rumors are clearly fabricated. If they're true, I'll run naked in Harbin for 3 days. I've taken a screenshot. Harbin awaits your arrival. I refuse to accept that Meng Qian is a virgin. Blogger, please delete your post, or I will cry for you. Oh no. Teacher Bao Mi's happiness is gone. As Lin Lu went to fetch the screenwriter, anticipation filled the air. Even at the audition site, people were scrolling through Weibo, quickly spotting the trending topic and engaging in hushed discussions. Many gazes turned toward Meng Qian, a mixture of astonishment, regret, and sympathy reflected in their expressions. Meng Qian furrowed his brow, opening his phone to find a message from his manager. There are rumors online claiming you are a virgin. How should we address this? The current state of marketing accounts has descended into a realm devoid of ethics. To claim one is a virgin is one thing, but to assert that one is diminutive is quite another. Let us take legal action. Meng Qian gently massaged his temples with his elongated fingers, glancing at Weibo, feeling a slight headache. Only 4 individuals were privy to such gossip: himself, Wang Jiawei, Wang Jiawei's assistant, and Jiang Qiyu. It was inconceivable for him to make such disclosures. And Wang Jiawei would certainly not expose himself, nor would his assistant divulge personal matters about his parents. Thus, the truth was singular. All of this was merely the whimsical creation of Jiang Qiyu. He would gradually make her aware that he was far from insignificant. Meng Qian's manager was astonished. Could it be that the marketing accounts were indeed accurate? Heaven forbid. It was no wonder Meng Qian refrained from romantic pursuits. His self-doubt had been the culprit, as everyone around him busily debated while clutching their phones. Wang Jiawei also took a look. Upon seeing the news, his head buzzed with disbelief. This Jiang Qiyu had audaciously sold the crew's secrets to marketing accounts. Fortunately, his own reputation remained untarnished. A director of a terrible film? Not him. Those with keen intellect quickly discerned that the content pertained to their own affairs. Several artists bore the same surname, but there was only one individual implicated. Was it merely a fallen stool that led to such a limp? The sole truth remained. He had engaged with eels. Zhao Jingnian. Lin Lu quickly arrived with the screenwriter. The screenwriter, grinning broadly, settled beside the director and inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" Upon seeing the screenwriter, Jiang Qiyu unleashed her criticism. Wang Jiawei swiftly grasped Xiao Hua, determined that he should not endure the scorn alone. They were comrades. They would share the blame collectively. As Xiao Hua found himself restrained by the director, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He was about to protest when he heard the voice. A screenwriter capable of crafting such drivel should be apprehended on the spot. The group most adversely affected by this plot is not the audience, but rather the zombies. For there exists not a morsel for them to consume in the mind of this screenwriter. Chapter 056. He stood up again. Xiao Hua was taken aback.
Who was disparaging him?
Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Wang Jiawei shot him a warning glance, whispering, "Silence." Xiao Hua promptly closed his mouth. Yet his eyes darted about, pondering who the critic could be. He hoped not to be caught. Otherwise, he would ensure the script depicted him in a most unfortunate light. Jiang Qiyu, feeling somewhat peckish and weary of the tirade, turned to the director and urged, "Let us commence." Xiao Hua squinted, realizing that the previous voice belonged to this actress. Jiang Ziran, upon reviewing the trending news, felt a flicker of joy. The arch-villain was, in fact, still a virgin. Surely, he was preserving his virtue for her. With a graceful stride, she approached Meng Qian, her eyes shimmering with affection. Meng Qian frowned, ignoring her, and directed his attention to the screenwriter. The plot wherein my ex-wife encounters the white moonlight during a meal requires considerable revision. One must ponder, what dreams do screenwriters in the entertainment industry harbor? Naturally, it is to have Meng Qian embody the characters they create. Meng Qian's acting prowess is unparalleled. He becomes whatever role he undertakes. Xiao Hua's heart soared with elation. At long last, this overwhelming fortune was destined for him. He grinned widely, proclaiming, "It shall be done." "How can we improve this, Mengingdi? What are your thoughts?" Meng Qian turned his head. Jiang Ziran was overjoyed. Was Meng Qian seeking her opinion? Just as she was about to speak, his gaze shifted to Jiang Qiyu beside her. Jiang Ziran felt a surge of frustration. Jiang Qiyu had no clue. "What are your thoughts?" Meng Qian's deep, expressive eyes were fixed on Jiang Qiyu. Screenwriter Xiao Hua cast a scornful glance at Jiang Qiyu, filled with disdain. What could an insignificant 18-line actress possibly know about scripts? Would he heed her counsel? Surprisingly, Jiang Qiyu had indeed worked as a screenwriter in another realm, where she recalled Meng Qian as a mere supporting actor. He was often bullied, had scenes cut, and was treated as a mere tool. As a top-notch screenwriter, she had added substance to his role, allowing him to shine in the film and become the year's most popular supporting character, surpassing all the leads. What became of him afterward? Jiang Qiyu was unaware, for her mission had concluded, and she departed that world. With a serious expression, Jiang Qiyu began, "Firstly, I fail to comprehend how a former husband and his white moonlight could dine without a securely closed door, leaving a gap. Was it intended for voyeurism?" Xiao Hua, with an elevated chin, retorted, "This is a dramatic design. Otherwise, how would the ex-wife witness such a scene?" Jiang Qiyu smiled. "You truly are talent. The kind that emerges only once in 1,000. Xiao Hua furrowed his brow. Was that a compliment or an insult? A chuckle escaped from someone in the audience. In truth, many plot points were utterly implausible, rife with artificial sweetness, yet they dared not voice their thoughts, only performing. Jiang Qiyu served as their mouthpiece. Once Xiao Hua grasped the situation, his face turned pale with rage.
"How dare you speak to me like that?"
"Who do you think you are? I find you infuriating. No wonder your wife despises you. None of your 3 children are yours." As Xiao Hua was about to continue his tirade against Jiang Qiyu, he heard those words, his eyes widening in disbelief.
"Impossible."
"Absolutely not." Wang Jiawei nearly burst into laughter.
"Ha."
So it turns out it's screenwriter Qiao, who's glowing green. Lin Lu discreetly watched from the sidelines, her eyes sparkling. Director Wang seemed rejuvenated, rising once more. Wang Jiawei suppressed his laughter and patted Xiao Hua on the back. "You should be more receptive to the opinions of younger actors. How about this, Jiang Qiyu? Showcase your thoughts for us, and we shall see the outcome." At that moment, Lin Dai raised her hand. "Director, how about I go live? We can perform 2 versions and see which one the audience prefers." Wang Jiawei found some merit in this. After all, the audience's judgment is astute. He vowed that this film would not descend into mediocrity. Xiao Hua adamantly refused to believe Jiang Qiyu's words, pretending he had heard nothing.
"Fine.
"I am a professional. I won't lose to a mere young girl." Lin Dai initiated the live stream, quickly attracting numerous viewers. And she explained the situation. To boost engagement, Lin Dai had a flash of inspiration. Those who voted could win an autographed photo from our cast members. The winning audience members could choose whose signature they desired. Isn't that the director Wang Jiawei of the so-called garbage film? Is Meng Xiaochu also here? Is this indicative that all those rumors originate from this production team? Meng Qian, I shall not utter another word until my lawyer arrives.
How amusing.
I am definitely keeping a close eye on this production team. As for the film, let us forget it. It was utterly dreadful. I fell asleep during one I watched in the first half of the year. Afterward, all I could do was curse. I checked a certain review platform, and the highest rated film by this director scored a mere 25 points. Hilarious. Seriously, what does Jiang Qiyu know? How can she critique the script? Truly nonsensical. Is there any acting talent present? They immediately shift the focus to the plot. Regardless of its quality, it hardly seems appropriate for someone of her caliber, an 18th-tier actress, to pass judgment.
Look.
Sister Xiren will undoubtedly obliterate her. Jiang Xiren secretly glanced at the live stream comments, a smirk appearing on her lips. This Lin Dai is quite promising. She is rather astute, knowing precisely when to broadcast Jiang Qiyu's embarrassment. A simple set was hastily assembled on site. Wang Joe spoke up. Let us perform our original version first. Several dishes were laid out on the table, with Meng Qiyan and Jiang Xiren enjoying their dinner. At that moment, Jiang Qiyu appeared, standing outside the door like a voyeur, watching the two inside. The emotions in her eyes swiftly transformed into disbelief, followed by glistening tears. Although she said nothing, her feelings were palpable. Wang Joe narrowed his eyes. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Qiyu's acting to be quite commendable. Such a lavish spread of dishes, only to be gazed upon and not tasted. How torturous. That big pig trotter looks incredibly appetizing, sinisterly crawling, distorted, wishing to crush everyone. Wang Joe, so that's how emotions are conveyed. Upon noticing someone outside, Jiang Xiren began to raise her hand, attempting to grasp Meng Qiyan's hand. Observing the scene, Meng Qiyan instinctively recoiled slightly. At that moment, everyone witnessed Jiang Xiren decisively clasping the large pig trotter on the table, intertwining her fingers with it, wearing a face full of contentment and pride. Chapter 057, truly deserving of the title of Best Actor. Jiang Xiren's action left everyone present and in the live stream utterly astonished.
Oh.
Jiang Xiren is quite an enigma. A bit nauseating. My eyes want to vomit. One-click inquiry into Jiang Xiren's mental state. Jiang Qiyu's system erupted in fury once more. Host, why are you secretly going insane again? Are you using illusions once more? The explosive points she had painstakingly accumulated were squandered every time by the host. It was on the verge of losing its will to exist, yet feared the end. Jiang Qiyu. Amen. Guazi, help me exorcise that pig trotter. In my next life, I will certainly feast upon it. Having known each other for an extended period, Jiang Qiyu had taken to naming the system. The system despised that name. Do not call me Guazi. You may refer to me as Guagua or Master Gu. Jiang Qiyu. All right. Watermelon seed. The system. Guazi keenly noticed something. Host, do you not wish for the female lead and the main antagonist to hold hands? Are you feeling jealous? Jiang Qiyu. Jealous of a mere trotter. I merely wish to see Jiang Xiren humiliated. Who told her to insult me, behind my back? Guazi expressed disbelief. You just said that you secretly curse even more people. Jiang Qiyu replied, but I never said I wouldn't seek revenge. Guazi fell silent. Jiang Xiren's eyes sparkled with joy. Unable to believe that she had already held hands with the grand villain, yet he remained unmoved. In her mind, she inquired of the system. Check the villain's affection level. Jiang Xiren's eyes widened. How is this possible? We are intertwined finger to finger. Does your technique even work? The system responded. Of course it works. But perhaps you should consider with whom you are truly intertwined. It was only then that Jiang Xiren glanced down at her hands, which were clasping a large pig's trotter. All eyes in the room were now fixed upon her, their expressions contorting in disgust, clearly on the verge of retching.
Ah.
The system was equally perplexed. Host, I already warned you that you might be possessed. I suggested you seek a master, but you refused. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Xiren released the pig's trotter, declaring, I will go. I must find the time to investigate this evil object. Wang Joe, already unsettled by Jiang Xiren's peculiar fondness for the scent of fresh cat feces, found it nearly impossible to suppress his urge to vomit upon witnessing the scene. He turned away. Qiao Hua, equally speechless, thought, can't you grasp the plot? The storyline requires you to hold the male lead's hand. How did you become infatuated with a pig's trotter? Jiang Xiren, at a loss for words, could only say, let me start over. Meng Qiyan stood, his voice icy. No need. It's just a cliché storyline. Let us perform the revised plot. Meng Qian's words were final, and Wang Jiue dared not object. How should we proceed? Meng Qian directed his gaze towards Jiang Qiyu. After washing her hands, Jiang Ziren had no choice but to follow Jiang Qiyu's instructions. Jiang Qiyu began outlining the scene, insisting, "Do it this way, then that way." Jiang Ziren furrowed her brows. "I disagree with this alteration." Jiang Qiyu shot her a sidelong glance. Disagreement is futile. Jiang Ziren turned to Wang Jiue, seeking assistance. However, Wang Jiue felt nauseated at the sight of her, turning away in revulsion. With no other option, they had to commence the performance. "I don't believe Jiang Qiyu can create something worthwhile. Can we leave the professional matters to the professionals?" The domestic entertainment film industry is truly a lost cause. Lin Daidai observed the barrage of negativity in the comments, but remained unfazed. She had faith in Jiang Qiyu. The scene did not begin with the male lead and his white moonlight dining together, but rather with the white moonlight cooking at the male lead's home. The two had not seen each other for a long time, and the white moonlight immediately showcased her culinary skills. The male lead assisted her. It was worth noting that when his ex-wife cooked, the male lead was typically engrossed in gaming in the living room. At that moment, the ex-wife appeared at the door, staring at the closed entrance, and knocked. Upon hearing the knock, the male lead called out, "Lon Lon, I will get the door." As he opened it, his eyes widened in surprise and panic. "Xiaoer, what brings you here?" The ex-wife, Xiaoer, raised an eyebrow. "Why can't I come? I'm here to see my son." With that, she strode into the house. The male lead was utterly unable to restrain his ex-wife. She was as elusive as a slippery pig during the new year. She swiftly made her way into the living room. White moonlight, Lon Lon, stirred the pot while asking, "Who has arrived?" This marks the initial encounter with the white moonlight, and the male protagonist is determined not to let it be disrupted. He firmly restrains his ex-wife, whispering, "Do not ruin my good fortune." With that, he swiftly shoves her under the table. The tablecloth obscures the view of the white moonlight, who turns away, oblivious to the presence of another. The male protagonist stands at the table, his throat constricting as he feigns. The delivery person must have made a mistake. The white moonlight, not giving it much thought, responds, "The dishes are ready. Please bring them to the table." In a moment of mischief, the male protagonist deliberately knocks a dishcloth to the floor and bends down to retrieve it, instructing the hidden figure beneath the table, "Do not make a sound. I shall grant you one request." His ex-wife, Xiao, nods with a smile. The male protagonist is taken aback by her compliance, though he brushes it off as he hurriedly serves the dishes. As they take their seats, he finds himself still shaken, his attention wavering as he converses with the white moonlight. Noticing his distraction, she inquires with a hint of sadness, "Are you not happy to see me today?" The male protagonist, undoubtedly pleased, opens his mouth to respond, only to feel a chill at his feet. "Damn it! She has removed my shoe." Soon, an atrocious stench permeates the dining table. The male protagonist is aghast. The white moonlight is equally horrified. Beneath the table, Xiaoer covers her nose and, using the dishcloth as a glove, pretends to be the male protagonist's foot, rubbing against the white moonlight's leg. The latter's face flushes with a mix of green and red, pleading, "Please, stop." Realizing that Xiaoer is causing mischief, the male protagonist's mind spins. And in a fit of exasperation, he rises and overturns the dining table. Food spills all over the white moonlight, with a large pig trotter resting on her head. Jiang Ziren exclaims, "Ha ha, if my ex-wife behaved like this, I would fall in love." Another voice chimes in, "Is Meng the Emperor's foot really that foul?" Jiang Qiyu has nearly retched several times under the table. "I must confess, this storyline has piqued my interest." Another adds, "White moonlight, family.
Who understands?"
They are quite the odd couple." Wang Jiue nods in agreement. Believe it or not, those present eagerly raise their hands, clamoring for attention. Xiao Hua glances at Meng Qian, remarking, "This plot is unsuitable. It tarnishes the image of our Meng Emperor." Meng Qian, donning his shoes, stands tall and declares, "I am an actor. I embody whatever character I portray." Jiang Qiyu emerges from beneath the table, giving Meng Qian a thumbs up, truly worthy of the title, Emperor. Meng Qian's enchanting peach blossom eyes twinkle with a smile. Jiang Qiyu then adds, "But your sock has a hole." Chapter 058. I'll take him out for a stroll. Ha ha, Jiang Qiyu is fearless. She grants no favors to anyone. What a lovely lady, yet she speaks so freely. My sock has a hole too. Rounding it off, Meng Qian and I are wearing matching couple socks. I vote for this version of the plot. I want to see the ex-wife torment the male protagonist. Why not rename it the fatal ex-wife? The ex-wife is not the heroine. Our Ran is the true heroine. Ran is so dedicated. Her commitment is truly heart-wrenching. Lin Dai calls upon the online audience to cast their votes. The results soon unfold, revealing that the majority favored the second version of the storyline. With a countenance devoid of radiance, Qiao Hua inwardly resolved to teach Jiang Qiyu a lesson. He made no further delay and turned to leave. As he departed, he recalled Jiang Qiyu's claim that none of her 3 children were biologically hers, which only fueled his anger further. She dared to tarnish his script while disparaging his family. Jiang Ziran discerned the animosity in Qiao Hua's gaze directed at Jiang Qiyu and felt a surge of satisfaction. Can a screenwriter be trifled with so carelessly? Jiang Qiyu truly lacked wisdom. Lin Dai chuckled. My backstage will hold a lottery, selecting 10 voters to receive signed photographs of our actors. Just fill in your requests backstage. Following this live broadcast, the fatal ex-wife soared to trending status. Associated with this term was Jiang Ziran's ruthless handling of the pig trotters. One netizen even compiled a video montage of her, showcasing her bathing with the downstream water. And now, engaging intimately with the pig trotters. Her ethereal image had nearly crumbled. Fuming, she smashed objects in the car and shouted at her assistant, "Find me a master. I need to exercise." The audition results were soon released, and Jiang Qiyu was notified to join the cast. This marked Jiang Qiyu's debut in film, with Li Lin personally delivering the news. Early in the morning, Jiang Qiyu was roused from slumber. Yawning, she remarked, "Now I can empathize with animals. I understand why roosters crow at dawn." Li Lin rolled her eyes in response. Out of boredom, Jiang Qiyu inquired about Li Lin's current situation with her boss. Li Lin's smile abruptly faded. "Zhang Jian has gone mad. He is relentlessly pursuing me. I have no idea why." Jiang Qiyu exchanged a few words with Guozi, then smiled. "It's because you struck him on the head with a stool that day. He is smitten. No woman has ever treated him like that. You have successfully piqued his interest." Li Lin shifted back to business. Be cautious on set and maintain a low profile. There is someone in your production who enjoys spreading rumors and has leaked information on Weibo. The buzz is intense. Do not become a target for exposure. They even dared to disclose secrets about Emperor Meng, and he has not retaliated. Their background is unfathomable. Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow. Is there really such a person? In her mind, she asked Guozi, "Who is it?" Guozi searched for a while and replied, "I don't know." Jiang Qiyu pouted, "Useless Guozi. I will eventually deal with you." Guozi could only remain silent, contemplating escape, yet unable to do so. Li Lin said no more, advising her to be careful and not to act recklessly. Today, the entire cast gathered for the shoot. Wang Jiawei even made a special trip to the ear-cleaning shop to rid himself of earwax, all in hopes of discerning who the culprit was to swiftly expel him from the production. As per tradition, the opening ceremony required incense offerings. Meng Qiyan stood at the center, flanked by Xiao Bao, followed by Wang Jiawei and Jiang Ziran. Jiang Qiyu had initially intended to stand beside Jiang Ziran, but was unexpectedly pulled to stand next to Meng Qiyan. As the incense was lit, Jiang Qiyu held the stick with closed eyes, fervently wishing, "Actually, my desires are quite simple, a small house, a little car, a dog, and 10 billion in savings." Wang Jiawei interjected, "How much savings?" "No, they are not worshipping Buddha." Meng Qian's eyes flickered slightly. The wish was indeed quite simple. Little Bao held incense in his hand and, having heard Jiang Qiyu's heartfelt thoughts, mimicked her, saying, "My wish is also very simple. May my father trip when he goes out, eat instant noodles without seasoning, and choke on water. And may he have no toilet paper when he needs it." Jiang Qiyu. It seems Little Bao harbors deep grievances against his father. After all, he has never appeared in 5 years, often mocked in kindergarten as a wild child. Poor Little Bao. Meanwhile, the domineering CEO Zhang Yifan was in a meeting when he suddenly sneezed. He touched his nose. Could it be that Lung Roro missed him? He needed to find out where she was immediately. After expressing her thoughts, Jiang Qiyu pursed her lips. She wanted to speak to Zhang Yifan, but previously, Lung Roro had asked her not to disclose this matter to him. Without much thought, she agreed. After all, that was her personal affair. Wang Jiawei was furious. Which scoundrel would abandon such a lovely child? Truly inhumane. If he weren't already in a relationship, he would have wanted to be Little Bao's father. Lin Lu stood behind Wang Jiawei, squinting. He would help Little Bao find his father. Fury. A single mother with a 5-year-old adorable child abandoned. The heartless man deserves a beating. At the opening ceremony, Wang Joey didn't get to enjoy any gossip. Jiang Qiyu hadn't eaten breakfast, and her eyes were glued to the offerings on the table. She was too hungry to care about gossip. Once it concluded, Jiang Qiyu grabbed a snack in one hand and a small bread in the other, starting to eat. Wang Joey approached her, asking if it was delicious. Jiang Qiyu smiled. Oh, it's somewhat tasty. Wang Joey glared at her, urging her to finish quickly and get back to filming. Lin Lu handed Jiang Qiyu a pack of spicy strips from behind. Jiang Qiyu accepted it, grinning. Thank you. Lin Lu was touched. Jiang Qiyu had thanked him. He gained 200,000 followers overnight, all thanks to her. He even established a fan group, which now had thousands of members, all eager for gossip. The filming location was not in the capital, and everyone was staying at the hotel in the film base. She hurriedly snapped a photo.
Ha!
This woman. She actually intends to seduce the director. This piece of information would be well utilized. Wang Joey opened the door. Someone actually climbed into Meng Qian's room just to steal his underwear and check his size. Oh my, I must see this scene. Wang Joey immediately shook his head. It was too early. I'll take him out for a stroll. Saying this, he and Lin Lu ran off, carrying the child. Chapter 059. His room holds secrets. As they ran, Lin Lu messaged in the gossip group. The scoop is here. Someone climbed into Meng Qian's room at midnight to steal his underwear. One sentence stirred up a tempest. The group erupted. Share the aftermath. Exciting. Is the film emperor in the room? Who on earth is it? So daring. What kind of special kink is stealing underwear? Have all actresses become so eccentric nowadays? Could it be Jiang Qiyu? If Jiang Qiyu desires Meng Qian's undergarments, do you believe Meng Qian would personally deliver them? The film crew was rife with staff members lurking within this group, including some actors. Lin Dodai had even set this gossip group as a special focus. As she was about to retire for the night, upon seeing this news, she immediately sprang out of bed. She too suspected that this blogger was indeed Jiang Qiyu. However, she resolved to conceal her identity while sharing the gossip. She would not expose her. Hastily donning some attire, she stepped outside, only to realize that many others had already ventured out. A throng of individuals, resembling zombies, rushed toward the elevator. Lin Dodai. So the entire crew is merely a gathering of gossip enthusiasts. A sea of faces exchanged glances, their eyes darting, then they chuckled knowingly. Jiang Qiyu remained oblivious to the throng trailing behind her. Her aim in indulging in gossip was to earn double the sensational points. Meng Qian's room was on the 5th floor. However, knocking on the door would undoubtedly alert the one pilfering the undergarments, thus thwarting her opportunity to indulge in the gossip. Therefore, Jiang Qiyu resolved to avoid the front entrance. Upon reaching the hotel exterior, she surveyed her surroundings and spotted a large tree at the entrance. With remarkable agility, she ascended the tree in no time. When Wang Joey and Lin Lu exited, they found the area devoid of people. Looking up, they witnessed a figure leap from the tree, scaling the hotel wall with fervor. The reason it was so conspicuous was that she was clad in a fluorescent green pajama set. In the darkness, she resembled a vibrant green frog. Wang Joey, Lin Lu, Little Bao, who had been asleep in Wang Joey's arms, was jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the figure on the wall. Ecstatic. He flailed his arms and exclaimed in a babyish voice, "Green Spider-Man! Green Spider-Man!" Lin Lu was momentarily stunned. Was Jiang Qiyu risking her life just to indulge in gossip? Lin Dodai was the first to burst from the elevator. Upon witnessing the scene, she snapped a photo and shared it in the gossip group. She utilized a pseudonym, ensuring her identity remained a mystery. What the heck? The Green Giant? Is this the one attempting to steal undergarments? There's something peculiar about her. Wait, with that lewd physique. Doesn't she resemble Jiang Qiyu? It truly is her. Has she lost her mind? In this day and age, without some unique skills, being a pervert is simply unattainable. Could it be that she is merely a gossip enthusiast? The tree was still too short to provide a view of the 6th floor. Thus, Jiang Qiyu needed to ascend 2 more levels. Unbeknownst to her, her every move was being observed by a multitude. Finally reaching the 6th floor, she flipped over and entered the balcony, crouching quietly outside. The balcony door was ajar, clearly indicating someone had just entered. Is little beauty not here? Then it's fine. I shall directly apprehend the thief of the undergarments. Upon hearing this thought, Wang Joey and Lin Lu exchanged a glance. Once the thief was captured, they would undoubtedly exit through the front door. They could catch her in the act, feigning to merely pass by. Wang Jiawei initially sought to uncover who among the crew might be guilty of wrongdoing, yet the unfolding drama proved to be irresistibly tantalizing. Unable to contain his curiosity, he eagerly anticipated the revelations. The onlookers, including Lin Dai, also caught sight of the director. Upon noticing his departure, they followed suit. It was then that Wang Jiawei realized the presence of numerous individuals around him. Puzzled, he inquired, "What brings you all here?" Lin Dai, with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, replied, "Just taking a breather. I couldn't sleep tonight." The others nodded in agreement. Wang Jiawei merely acknowledged this with an O, dismissing it as inconsequential. It was implausible for everyone to hear Jiang Qiyu's inner thoughts unless she confided them directly. Nevertheless, it was of little matter. Sharing the experience made it all the more delightful. Lung Ruoruo felt utterly overwhelmed as she prepared to descend the elevator. She found it packed to capacity and could not board. After waiting for an eternity, she finally made it down, yet encountered not a soul. Were it not for her knowledge that the director wished to hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts, she might have suspected he intended to abscond with her child. The notion of someone from the crew assisting her with her child had never crossed her mind. She remained perplexed as to why she could hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts through Xiaobao. Did the child possess some extraordinary ability? Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu cautiously made her way from the balcony into her room. Damn it! The favoritism in this production is glaring. I'm relegated to a mere single room, while Meng Qiyan is granted the presidential suite. She mused. Such a vast suite for Meng Qiyan is perilous. He could easily overlook a thief lurking within. She continued. Yet, for me, it would be just perfect. Wang Jiawei remarked, "What nonsense are you contemplating?" The presidential suite includes a separate dressing area. As Jiang Qiyu approached the dressing area, a shadowy figure stealthily illuminated the dim screen of his phone. He was cautious not to shine it too brightly, fearing discovery. He opened a drawer and was greeted by a stash of undergarments, his eyes lighting up in surprise. Reaching in, he pulled one out, illuminating it with his phone's light. This is rather peculiar. He's merely inspecting the size. Wang Jiawei and Lin Lu reached the 6th floor in a flash, just in time to see Meng Qiyan opening the hotel door. Upon spotting the large gathering, Meng Qiyan furrowed his brow and asked the director, "What on earth is going on?" Wang Jiawei blinked and replied, "Just taking a stroll." However, despite his words, he and the group remained static, merely pacing in place. In this film studio, Meng Qiyan had many old acquaintances, and that evening, he received an invitation to a dinner gathering. Recognizing the director's unusual demeanor, he quickly deduced that something was amiss in his room. His beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as he discreetly opened the hotel door. With his every movement, the crowd instinctively followed suit, their necks craning in anticipation. Wang Jiawei, eager to witness the unfolding scene, wished he could transform into a giraffe and peer inside first. Having not had the opportunity to indulge in such gossip face-to-face for quite some time, Jiang Qiyu felt a surge of excitement. Arriving at the dressing room door, she kicked it open with fervor. The occupant was startled, turning to see a flash of green light. In fright, he dropped the underwear he was holding. Hearing the commotion, Meng Qiyan and the curious onlookers rushed over as the lights blazed to life. Then they noticed Jiang Qiyu holding Meng Qiyan's underwear, grinning mischievously. Chapter 060. It's my sister. She despises me. Meng Qiyan, the onlookers, Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu, observing the crowd's astonished expressions and glancing at the underwear in her hand, felt her smile freeze. Everyone has to die eventually, but it mustn't be a social death. Jiang Qiyu hurriedly discarded the underwear and exclaimed, "It's not me. I didn't steal your underwear. It was thrown into my hands." She turned to confront the culprit, seizing his hair and pinning him to the ground to strike him. The onlookers were speechless. "I called out so loudly, yet you ignored me entirely." Jiang Qiyu landed another blow on the face of the man on the ground, shouting, "This is what you get for being a thief. This is what you get for being a thief." The thief, helpless on the ground, could not retaliate at all. Not only that, but no one came to his aid. In fact, many were sprawled on the ground just to get a better look at his face. Click, click, click. Some were even taking photos. Finally, someone recognized the thief's face. Scriptwriter Qiao. "It's you." Lin Lu lay on the ground, incredulous. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Who would have thought it was a man? A married man with children, no less. Meng Qian's appeal for both genders was clearly not unfounded. Qiao Hua covered his face, exclaiming, "It's not me. It's not me." Another one with dual interests. He has long coveted Meng Qian. Outside, he has lovers of both genders. However, His wife knows how to retaliate. After discovering this, she has been fervently seeking men outside. 3 children, 3 fathers, none of whom belong to Xiao Hua. Wang Jiue and Lin Lu nearly burst into laughter. Lin Daidai shared the photo in the group chat, depicting Jiang Qiyu riding on Xiao Hua, delivering blows. Since Xiao Hua was behind the scenes, his face was somewhat obscured, making it hard for anyone to recognize him. Yet the onlookers were still shocked. Is this sister part of the crew? If you're going to take pictures, take more. I always said Jiang Qiyu was a bystander. A man stealing Meng Qian's underwear. Does he have no underwear to wear? I thought he was a pervert, but didn't he expect him to be this twisted? Boys must also learn to protect themselves. Meng Qian pulled Jiang Qiyu to her feet. Jiang Qiyu, unable to meet Meng Qian's gaze, focused on his Adam's apple. Perhaps it was the late hour making her sentimental, but as she gazed at the alluring little mole on his throat, she couldn't help but swallow.
Gulp.
Jiang Qiyu awkwardly wished for a hole to hide in, lowering her head as she walked towards the door. It was then that she realized just how many people were present. She asked Meng Qian, "Are you planning to start? What are we sleeping for at this hour? We should be having fun." Meng Qian's eyelashes fluttered as he glanced back at the crowd. "Yes, we're starting. Do you want to join?" Jiang Qiyu grinned. "Absolutely." Xiao Hua was just about to sneak away amidst the chaos. He was having such a bad day. How could he have encountered Meng Qian in the midst of all this? However, the moment Xiao Hua moved his feet, he was seized by the nape of his neck. "Where do you think you are going?" Upon raising his head, he was met with Jiang Qiyu's fierce expression, and a wave of pain washed over him. Jiang Qiyu glared at him. "You think you can run off without apologizing to Meng Qian? You pervert. Apologize immediately." Xiao Hua's face turned an array of colors, green and purple from Jiang Qiyu's blows, and red from sheer embarrassment. He turned to Meng Qian. "I'm sorry, Mengdi." Jiang Qiyu delivered 2 more sharp slaps, then flashed a bright smile at Meng Qian. "I've already dealt with him for you." The sight of the girl's radiant smile made Meng Qian feel as if his heart might leap from his chest. Xiao Hua couldn't bear to linger any longer. Having offered his apology, he hastily fled. The remaining individuals proceeded to the presidential suite's living room, and Jiang Qiyu followed suit. Meng Qian picked up the discarded underwear from the floor, his gaze flickering. This was the underwear touched by Qiyu's hand. He placed it in a separate drawer. Jiang Qiyu surveyed the empty living room, her face reflecting confusion. "What is happening? There's nothing here." Meng Qian approached her. Speaking softly, it was a last-minute decision. "What would you like to eat? I can have it delivered right away." Jiang Qiyu eagerly began placing orders. Crawfish, barbecue, chocolate cake, and some beer. Little Bao was fully awake now, raising his tiny hand. "I want milk." Meng Qian had always maintained a rather aloof demeanor. Seldom had anyone witnessed his participation in such gatherings, let alone his organization of one. However, this time, everyone was taken aback. They all felt that Jiang Qiyu was quite agreeable, not only entertaining them with gossip but also treating them to a meal. Elsewhere, Jiang Ziren encountered Lung Ruoro on her way to Lin Qi's room. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Was this the end with the director? Where was she headed now? She recalled that she didn't reside on this floor. Contemplating this, she still greeted warmly, "Sister Ruoro." Jiang Ziren wore a puzzled expression. "Where are you going? Are you inviting me to join some group activity?" She had no intention of participating. Lung Ruoro blinked. "Huh? Aren't you going to Meng Yingdi's room?" Jiang Ziren's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're going to find him?" She felt as if she might lose her mind. Why was Meng Qian so welcoming to everyone except her? Lung Ruoro nodded. "Yes, his room is open. The entire crew is there." Jiang Ziren stood frozen in place. The entire crew was gathering, yet she hadn't been invited. Had she been ostracized? Throughout her life, she had only ever been the one to isolate others. Never had anyone isolated her. It must have been Jiang Qiyu's doing. Noticing Jiang Ziren's stillness, Lung Ruoro inquired, "Aren't you coming?" Jiang Ziren bit her lip. I need to rest. It's late, and I want to get beauty sleep." Lung Ruoro wasn't particularly keen on going either, as she still had work to finish. But Little Bao was over there, watching Lung Ruoro walk away. Jiang Ziren felt tears of anger welling up. She was determined to get Jiang Qiyu out of this production. She grabbed her phone and sent private messages to several older brothers. "Brother, I've been isolated. Everyone in the crew is gathered, but I wasn't invited. I feel so sad. Crying a lot." Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Ziren was still part of the Jiang family. What audacious production team dares to disregard the esteemed Jiang family? Jiang Eryang and Jiang Sanyun are currently abroad, grappling with the time difference, and have not yet received any updates. Jiang Sihai, on duty at the police station, was equally incensed upon learning this news. We are all adults here. How can some still indulge in the game of isolation? He inquired, who is leading the charge against you? This query was voiced by Jiang Zirong. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Sihai felt momentarily dazed, and an involuntary disdain for Jiang Qiyu welled up within him. Her flamboyant nature is insufferable. Why must she continually torment Ran? Chapter 061. Will he not be subdued in an instant? What could he possibly be contemplating? Does he still acknowledge her as a sister? Earlier in the family group chat, he observed Jiang Zirong mention that she was filming at Nanqing Film City. She also noted that Jiang Qiyu was in the same production. Surely, Jiang Qiyu must be present. Coincidentally, he was nearby filming a commercial. He yearned to seek out the Corn Princess for some amusement and, perhaps, to meet some elder sisters. In an effort to overcome his previous shadows, he resolved to broaden his acquaintance with them. Jiang Zirong felt somewhat uplifted upon receiving this news. Her fifth brother must be coming to her aid. Undoubtedly, their regard for her must be soaring. After sending him the location, she sent a voice message, "Fifth brother, I await your arrival." Jiang Wuhu, upon receiving the location, did not bother to listen to the voice message and promptly hailed a cab towards her. Jiang Zirong, not remaining idle, wiped her tears and turned to knock on Lin Qi's door. Originally, the director had no intention of casting Lin Qi, but she had interceded on her behalf, and now she intended to give Lin Qi a gentle reprimand. Lin Qi, adorned in a provocative dress, opened the door and greeted Jiang Zirong with a smile. Ran, you've come. Jiang Zirong glared at her. Weren't you invited? Indeed, it was the despicable Jiang Qiyu's doing. Lin Qi had kept her condition a secret, determined to earn money for treatment without inciting others' disdain. To ensure her financial stability, she must comply with Jiang Zirong's every whim. What? Lin Qi asked. Jiang Zirong, disinterested in lengthy discourse, scrutinized Lin Qi, and a notion began to crystallize in her mind. Wasn't Jiang Wuhu fond of older sisters? Introducing Lin Qi to him might be advantageous. This way, Jiang Wuhu would surely heed her in all matters henceforth. Jiang Zirong smiled and asked Lin Qi, "Do you have any even more alluring outfits?" The young Jiang Wuhu, unfamiliar with such experienced women like Lin Qi, would undoubtedly be captivated in no time. Due to the filming, the modest hotel had been entirely booked by the crew. With most individuals present on site, there was little concern for disturbing the peace. They all reveled together, indulging in food, drinks, and games, their laughter echoing joyously. Typically, this would be the hour for the young Bao to retire. Yet today, he was unusually exuberant. Wang Jiawei, ever the vigilant protector, circled around Bao, which sparked curiosity among the crew. Could it be that Bao is the director's biological son? Once this notion took root, it spread like wildfire, spiraling out of control. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the director, who had not removed his hand from the little treasure for even a moment, cradling him as if he were a precious egg. The newly appointed assistant director, surnamed Bai, was a lean man who snapped several photographs and disseminated them. At that moment, someone proposed a game of truth or dare, a classic fixture at such gatherings that everyone loved to join. Jiang Qiyu also joined in, and a beer bottle was spun to determine the loser. The first to be selected was Wang Jiawei, who drew the dare to shout, "I'm a fool," 3 times out the window. Wang Jiawei turned pale. But having committed to the game, there was no turning back. As the director approached the window, everyone pulled out their phones, ready to record the moment. Jiang Qiyu also took out her phone, only to notice several missed voice calls on WeChat. When she connected the call with Jiang Sihai, she heard him exclaim, "What are you talking about?" Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow, retorting, "You're the one who asks nothing." Jiang Sihai was taken aback. Had she just scolded him without provocation? Slightly irked, he questioned, "How can you speak to me like that?" Jiang Qiyu defiantly replied, "I can." "Who are you, you big fool? What do you want? Speak up." Just as Jiang Sihai was about to respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Infuriated, he dialed her back, stating, "Jiang Qiyu, I am your 4th brother." Jiang Qiyu, ready to unleash a tirade, paused upon hearing those words. "Oh, 4th brother, right. You promised me you would fulfill one of my requests. Didn't you call to ask what it is?" Request? He had indeed promised Jiang Qiyu to meet one of her demands in order to ensure Jiang Ziren's safety. Even if he wished to lecture her, Jiang Sihai understood that honesty was paramount. He patiently inquired, "Have you thought about what you want?" Jiang Qiyu's face lit up with a smile. "My request is quite simple. Deposit 3 million into my account." Jiang Sihai's eyes widened in disbelief. "How much? 3 million? That's all my savings." Previously, he had spent lavishly, indulging in motorcycle collections at home. Recently, however, he had begun saving for Jiang Ziren's birthday next month to buy her a dress. If he gave 3 million to Jiang Qiyu, he would have nothing left for Ziren's gift. "That's too much," Jiang Sihai said, his voice unsteady. Jiang Qiyu pouted. "So in your eyes, Ziren's life isn't worth 3 million. I'm telling Ziren right now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sihai grew anxious. All right, I'll give it to you." Jiang Qiyu grinned. "I'll send you my account number. Transfer it to me as soon as possible." Jiang Sihai sulked, running his hand over his buzz cut, feeling a pang of regret. Nevertheless, he complied and transferred the funds as per Jiang Qiyu's account number. The bank sent a message. Balance, 306 yuan. Never before had Jiang Sihai yearned for his paycheck so desperately. With no other option, he would have to borrow some money from Meng Qian. Just as he was brooding over this, his phone buzzed with a message from Jiang Ziren. "Fourth brother, do not speak too harshly of sister. I believe she will certainly reconsider next time." Upon reading this remark, Jiang Sihai froze in disbelief, suddenly recalling the reason for his call to Jiang Qiyu. What nonsense! He had not managed to utter a single word, yet had foolishly squandered 3 million. In that moment, the imposing figure of Jiang Sihai, standing at over 6 feet tall, felt his eyes redden with emotion. No, he had to say something to Jiang Qiyu. With that thought, he dialed Jiang Qiyu's voice call once more. However, as soon as he initiated the call, it was automatically terminated. She was currently engaged in another conversation. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu was on a voice call with Jiang Wuhu. "Princess Korn, I have come to play. Which room are you in?" Jiang Qiyu inquired. 666, replied Jiang Wuhu. Furrowing his brow, he added, "I know I'm quite impressive. I meant to ask your room number." Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes. The room number is indeed 666. Jiang Wuhu realized. "Oh, so you weren't complimenting me." Chapter 062, Has Lin Daidai already fallen in love? Jiang Wuhu, being quite the heartthrob, donned a mask and cap to conceal his striking features and silver hair as he exited the elevator. Just as he stepped out, he received a voice call from Jiang Ziren. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Ziren quickly pulled Lin Qi out with her. Lin Qi had donned a striking ensemble of sheer black stockings and a deep white dress. While mismatched, it was certainly appealing to the male gaze. Upon emerging from the elevator, Jiang Wuhu spotted Jiang Ziren and Lin Qi. Lin Qi flashed a flirtatious smile at him. "Wuhu, dear brother." Jiang Wuhu glanced at her before quickly averting his gaze. Her attire was rather scant, causing him discomfort. Observing Jiang Wuhu's reaction, Jiang Ziren assumed he was merely shy and felt a surge of joy. "Wuhu, let us go together to see Mengyingdi. We shall indulge in some drinks first." We can later claim that Jiang Wuhu acted indiscreetly under the influence. Meanwhile, the group was engaged in a game of truth or dare, and it was Lin Daidai's turn to face the consequences of her loss. Drawing a stick, she discovered it bore the instruction, "Find a gentleman present and embrace him." This challenge ignited a spark of excitement in Jiang Qiyu. She fervently winked at Lin Daidai, urging her to select Meng Qian. As the others fell silent, they eagerly anticipated Lin Daidai's choice. Such an opportunity was rare. Any woman would typically choose Meng Qian. However, Lin Daidai's gaze bypassed Meng Qian entirely, as she was resolutely uninterested. She interpreted Jiang Qiyu's winks as a veiled threat, fearing dire consequences if she dared to choose Meng Qian. Having witnessed Jiang Qiyu's temper on multiple occasions, she was filled with dread. Jiang Qiyu's anxiety escalated. Darn it! The lovely lady has finally found someone she likes. Why is she so oblivious? Simultaneously, this sentiment resonated within Wang Jiawei, Lin Lu, and Meng Qian, each pondering the same question: who truly lacked awareness? As Lin Daidai scanned the room for potential suitors, she dismissed the director for being overweight and already in a relationship. His assistant was equally unsuitable, trailing behind like a devoted shadow, resembling a family unit. She began to suspect that the little assistant might have a secret crush on the director. As she observed her surroundings, Lin Daidai's gaze fell upon the entrance, just as the grand door swung open. A tall man wearing a baseball cap strode in, his entire form concealed, save for a pair of strikingly narrow eyes that were utterly captivating. Lin Daidai's heart raced instantly. Then, she witnessed the man bend his legs outward, arms wide open, exclaiming, "Corn princess, here I come." Lin Dai was momentarily taken aback. How could such a handsome man utter such words? Everyone turned their attention to the doorway, revealing Jiang Wuhu, followed by Jiang Ziren and Lin Qi. Lin Qi's attire was exceedingly provocative, causing several men to be momentarily stunned. Jiang Qiyu glanced toward the entrance, lazily acknowledging with an O. Jiang Wuhu's mood plummeted upon sensing her apparent disinterest. Jiang Ziren was momentarily taken aback. Had Jiang Wuhu not come to her defense? Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Jiang Ziren awkwardly smiled. "Can I join you all?" At that moment, Wang Jiue slapped his forehead. "Oh right, I completely forgot to call the female lead." It was indeed his oversight. He quickly rose. "Of course, please come and sit down." The three of them approached, while Jiang Wuhu appeared dejected, akin to a deflated balloon. Jiang Qiyu waved at him. "Jiang Wuhu, could you fetch me that bottle of beer?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuhu instantly revived. The corn princess needed him. He was useful. With beer in hand, he hummed a tune as he handed it to Jiang Qiyu and squeezed himself onto the seat beside her. "I'll pop the cap for you," Jiang Wuhu declared, holding a bottle opener. Jiang Qiyu waved her hand. "No need." With that, she used her teeth to pry off the cap. Jiang Wuhu's eyes widened in awe as he erupted into applause. Goodness, how impressive! Jiang Ziren was left speechless. Hadn't he come to her aid? Instead, he had inadvertently aided her rival. Jiang Ziren settled down, while Wang Jiue and Lin Qi instinctively distanced themselves as she sat. They were well aware of the risks associated with AIDS, knowing it primarily transmits through sexual contact, mother to child, or blood, and would not otherwise pose a threat. Otherwise, they would never have allowed Lin Qi to enter. Initially, Lin Qi had intended to make a move on the director, but she quickly realized that he held no interest in her whatsoever, barely even glancing in her direction, which deterred her from pursuing him. Lin Dai, undeterred, rose and walked towards Jiang Qiyu. The excitement bubbled within Jiang Qiyu at her arrival. Her delightful journey was about to commence. However, Lin Dai did not proceed to the right towards Meng Qian, but instead veered left. Jiang Qiyu pouted, reached out, and tugged at Lin Dai's clothing, pulling her firmly to her right. Just as Lin Dai was preparing to embrace Jiang Wuhu, she found herself abruptly in front of Meng Qian, her eyelids twitching. Jiang Qiyu was undoubtedly testing her. She had to remain vigilant. After being deceived, there shall be no good days ahead. She hurriedly apologized to Meng Qian, stating she had taken a wrong turn. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Dai swiftly darted past Jiang Qiyu, seizing Jiang Wuhu, who stood beside her. Jiang Wuhu was taken aback. Jiang Qiyu was equally stunned. "Lin Dai, are you foolish? Jiang Wuhu is young and prone to tears. Meng Qian is truly your worthy partner." Lin Dai's ears perked up. What was that sound? She turned to Jiang Qiyu and noticed that Jiang Qiyu hadn't spoken a word. Could she hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts? My goodness, their connection was indeed extraordinary. She felt compelled to apologize for the incident during Jiang Qiyu's first live stream, where she had struck him. She vowed to release a few fish tofu in the coming days as a gesture of goodwill. Jiang Wuhu, caught in her embrace, was utterly bewildered. Lin Dai's soft touch rendered his mind blank, and his breath became uneven. Lin Dai remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Wuhu's face had turned crimson. She was still lost in the joy of hearing Jiang Qiyu's thoughts, refusing to let go of Jiang Wuhu. Could it be? Has Lin Dai fallen in love so quickly? Oh, dear. Jiang Wuhu is truly unfortunate. The sister everyone has been talking about online is actually a towering figure of 180 centimeters and weighing 280 pounds. Moreover, she is in northern Myanmar and has invited him to visit soon. And Jiang Ziren has instructed Lin Qi to make a move on him. Now, they're just waiting for Jiang Wuhu to get drunk. Chapter 063. Does Meng Qian really want a kiss? Jiang Qiyu's thoughts echoed once more in Lin Dai's ears. She furrowed her brow. Fallen in love. Who has fallen for whom? Realizing something, she quickly released Jiang Wuhu. Still dazed, Jiang Wuhu suddenly snapped to attention upon hearing Jiang Qiyu mention that the sister he had been chatting with was indeed the hefty figure from northern Myanmar. His hand instinctively pressed against his waist, tears welling up in his eyes. Oh, his love had once again met a tragic end. Wait. Had Jiang Qiyu just said that Jiang Ziren had instructed Lin Qi to make a move on him? He glanced at Lin Qi, who was dressed provocatively, and his heart ached anew. Surely, Xiren merely intended to introduce Lin Qi to him, considering Lin Qi appeared to be older. Initially, he did not favor such a type. But now, having just experienced heartbreak, he considered it might be worth a try. Is she trying to use Lin Qi to control Jiang Wuhu? Knowing full well that Lin Qi has a reputation for promiscuity, does she wish to expose Jiang Wuhu to such risks? Infection? Jiang Wuhu shivered.
No.
He vowed to protect his innocence at all costs tonight. Among those who could hear thoughts were Wang Jiawei and Lin Lu. Wang Jiawei found it hard to believe that Jiang Xiren was that sort of person. She merely had a few peculiar quirks. She was fundamentally kind-hearted.
She.
Hiding behind a facade of kindness while committing inhumane acts. Jiang Xiren cast an annoyed glance at Lin Daidai. This woman is insidious. She dares to entice her fifth brother. Although Lin Daidai could be considered one of her own, she was not as easily manipulated as Lin Qi. Hence, she would never approve of Lin Daidai being with her fifth brother. Moreover, it was evident that her fifth brother preferred the likes of Lin Qi. Having just glanced in her direction, Meng Qian felt somewhat helpless. How should he convey to Jiang Qiyu that he harbors no affection for Lin Daidai? By chance, Jiang Qiyu noticed Jiang Wuhu's eyes were red, as if he had been weeping. His large, glistening eyes were both beautiful and heart-wrenching. How pitiful Jiang Wuhu appeared. Yet, one must admit, tears are a man's most effective allure. Upon hearing this, Meng Qian cast a glance at Jiang Wuhu, his gaze deepening. Lin Daidai soon realized that she could no longer hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. It struck her as curious. Could it have been a mere figment of her imagination? She also caught wind of something about Jiang Xiren plotting against Jiang Wuhu. To her knowledge, were they not siblings? Was Jiang Xiren truly so twisted? Initially, it seemed rather surreal, and she dismissed it from her mind, but her craving for live streaming resurfaced. While filming, live streaming was out of the question, as the film's content had to remain confidential. However, this was leisure time. Surely, she could stream now? She inquired with the director, "May I go live?" Wang Jiawei nodded in affirmation. Live streaming had become an immensely popular medium, and frequent broadcasts could ensure that audiences would remember their film. When it eventually premiered, its buzz would undoubtedly soar. This time, he was determined to redeem himself. Not only did he aim for box office success, but he also sought high ratings at least above 25 points. Lin Daidai promptly initiated the live stream, and soon a wave of fans flocked in.
Daibao.
Good evening. Where is this?
Ah.
So many people. Is it a gathering for the crew? I see Wang Jiawei and Meng Qian. My handsome husband. Is that Wang Jiawei's wife upstairs? The exquisitely crafted Xiao Bao is here too. How infuriating. Today, I saw reports about Xiao Bao and her mother being abandoned. Who is that scoundrel?
No.
I just saw other marketing accounts suggesting that Xiao Bao might be director Wang Jiawei's child. The director treats him so well, caring for him as if he were his own. You won't believe it. The director is holding Xiao Bao in his arms.
Oh.
Jiang Beimi, the green giant Qiyu, is also here. The game commenced once more, and this time, the bottle landed on Jiang Qiyu. Everyone wore expressions of eager anticipation. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Retribution has finally come to me. Oh, dear. I hope I draw a truth. I can always speak nonsense. I fear not the heaven's wrath. Everyone hoped Jiang Qiyu would draw a daring challenge. In tonight's game of truth or dare, drawing a dare was mandatory, with no drinking punishment involved. However, there was a possibility of being assigned a drinking task. Jiang Qiyu fervently prayed in her heart and extended her hand, pulling out a stick. As she examined it, her mind went blank. Kiss a member of the opposite sex present. Jiang Qiyu regretted her decision. Why didn't I purchase a prop to cheat? Do I truly lack that bit of audacity? Must I remain in this crew? Guozi burst into laughter. Host, you need to. You still have debts to repay. It's merely a kiss with a man. Close your eyes and it will be over. The atmosphere around them erupted in excitement. The gathering was populated with an ample number of the opposite sex, and although Jiang Qiyu was somewhat eccentric, her appearance was undeniably flawless. Even clad in that neon green sleepwear, she possessed an allure that was hard to resist. A kiss from her would certainly not be a loss. Haha, this is amusing. I am eager to see who Jiang Beimi will target. It must be Meng Qian. His beauty is unparalleled. Have you all noticed the spark in Meng's eyes? Meng Qian, once you kiss me, you must take responsibility. Jiang Zeruan was filled with indignation. How could Jiang Qiyu draw such a fortunate card in this game of dares? Jiang Qiyu would undoubtedly choose Meng Qian. They had yet to share any physical contact. Jealousy tinged Jiang Zeruan's eyes with red. With a deep sigh, Jiang Qiyu surveyed the males present, ultimately fixating her gaze on Meng Qian. In the realm of quick-changing worlds, their intimate encounters had not reached this level. The most they had done was tie him to a bed for a round of ideological education. Truly ideological education. Yet there were moments she would remove his shirt, relishing the sight of his sculpted abs. Aware that male supporting characters were typically the property of the female leads, she adhered to the rules. This world was not a transient realm. She had fallen into it after completing a task. Thus she could engage in close contact with Meng Qian without fear of heavenly retribution. Resolutely, Jiang Qiyu moved towards Meng Qian under the scrutinizing gazes of all present. Ah! Meng Yingdi's first screen kiss. Jiang Qiyu. I loathe you. This game is so unfair. Does Meng Qian truly wish to kiss her? He does. I can't handle this. I never anticipated such a shocking experience tonight.
Ha!
Jiang Qiyu may appear indifferent towards Meng Qian, but her body is undeniably honest. As Jiang Qiyu approached, Meng Qian tensed. His palms pressed firmly against the ground, veins protruding. With each step she took closer, his heart raced, the shadows in his eyes deepening. Wang Jiawei never imagined that Meng Qian's first cinematic kiss would be lost in a game rather than in his film. He regretted going live. Would this not undermine the allure of his movie? Despite his regret, he still felt compelled to watch. Lin Daidai's livestream audience soared to 200,000, numbers still climbing. She felt fortunate to have refrained from embracing Meng Qian. She had passed the test. Then, under the watchful eyes of dozens present and hundreds of thousands online, Jiang Qiyu leaned in and planted a kiss on the cheek of the little boy beside Meng Qian. Chapter 064. I have found the individual you requested. Meng Qian, just the curious little boy peeking out, preparing to witness the drama. The little boy exclaimed, "Host, I truly did not expect you to be such a shameless person. How can you engage in such deceit?" Jiang Qiyu replied nonchalantly, "What's the issue? My little nephew hardly counts as the opposite sex. Just look at him." The little boy, "Can someone please intervene with this rebellious host?" The gathering fell into a moment of silence. The instant I saw Jiang Qiyu tilt her head, I knew something was amiss. What on earth is Wang Jiawei doing? With idle hands. Does he not understand he should be pressing my head down? Xiao Bao is utterly bewildered. He merely wished to observe things unsuitable for children. Xiao Bao. How did I suddenly get out of the car? I don't want to ride the kindergarten bus. Is Meng Xiaochu's life not valuable? You jest with him like that. I even saw him pout. Meng Qian closed his eyes briefly, releasing a subtle breath. What was he truly anticipating? She had never shown him the slightest interest. Xiao Bao felt a mix of fear and an urge to approach Jiang Qiyu. The fear stemmed from her desire to crush him, while the attraction arose from her beauty. Moreover, she was a defender of justice, a veritable Spider-Man. After receiving a kiss from her, Xiao Bao became bashful, retreating into Wang Jiawei's embrace. At that moment, Zhang Yifan was airing his undergarments in his sprawling luxury apartment. These undergarments were hand-washed, and their current state could hardly withstand the brutality of a machine wash. It was not that he was too frugal to change his underwear. Rather, they had conformed to his shape over time, providing comfort. Switching to new ones would require an extensive period of adjustment, which was quite uncomfortable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the phone resting in the living room vibrated. Zhang Yifan approached to answer it. It was his assistant calling. With a hint of excitement, the assistant exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang? I found her. I found the person you asked me to locate." Jiang Yifan's heart raced, urgency in his voice. "Where?" The assistant replied. "I was just scrolling through my phone and inadvertently entered a live streaming room. I saw a woman who resembles the photo you sent me. I scrutinized it for quite a while and confirmed it is indeed her." A live streaming room? Has Lung Roro become a streamer? What kind of streamer? An entertainment host? He recalled that she was a computer science major with exemplary grades. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yifan requested, "Share the link to the live stream with me." After ending the call, he settled himself on the couch, his fingers deftly clicking on the link sent by his assistant. Upon entering, he saw no sign of Lung Roro. Only Jiang Qiyu, Meng Qian, and Jiang Ziren. Jiang Qiyu stood out prominently on the screen, clad in a green pajama set, resembling a frog. He recalled what Jiang Ziren had just messaged him. Could this be a live stream from Jiang Ziren's film crew? But hadn't Jiang Ziren mentioned that the crew gathering did not include her? Just as he pondered this, he spotted Jiang Wuhu, wearing a hat.
Ah!
Jiang Wuhu must have gone to support Ziren. Finally, Jiang Woohoo was embodying the role of an elder brother. So, has Lung Ruoruo transitioned into acting? The live stream was not fixed. It was dynamic, likely streamed by someone holding a phone. At that moment, the camera finally panned to reveal Lung Ruoruo seated nearby. Jiang Yifun's heart raced once more. Lung Ruoruo had not changed much over the years. She still possessed a cool demeanor. Her features were not particularly striking, yet she exuded an undeniable charm. She sat there, serene and tranquil, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as though she were not truly partaking in the merriment surrounding her, creating an aura of disconnection from the lively scene. She had always been this way during her school days, beautifully solitary. At that moment, she reached out her hand, calling, "Little treasure, come to mommy." Jiang Yifun's eyes widened in astonishment. Was she filming while caring for a child? Surely, this must be their child. Yet, before he could discern the child's features, a flurry of comments flooded the screen.
Wow.
Little treasure is utterly adorable. I wonder what color of sack he prefers. Look. He's snuggling into the director's embrace. The director even patted his little head. I refuse to believe this isn't biological. Little treasure's mother seems so at ease with the director. They must share a close bond. Jiang Yifun's brow furrowed, a pang of jealousy surging within him. Were these netizens blind? How could such a plump director possibly father a child as slender as Little Treasure? In the shot, Little Treasure lifted his head, revealing a delicate, exquisitely sculpted face that struck Jiang Yifun with a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this just a miniature version of himself? He bore a striking resemblance to how he looked in his youth. On screen, Little Treasure was about to approach his mother when the director held him back, saying, "It's all right, I can carry him. I'm not tired." Jiang Yifun's gaze darkened. Was the director attempting to steal his son and wife? Cold Ruro's demeanor was not one to take initiative. Surely this director had taken a fancy to her. However, it had been years since Cold Ruro had any contact with him. He wondered whether she had married or was in a relationship. Jiang Yifun felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the scene, yet he steadied himself, choosing to assess the situation first. He would not engage in a battle without preparation. Opening his laptop to the live stream, Jiang Yifun sent a WeChat message to Jiang Ziren. "Ziren, what role is Cold Roro playing in your production?" She hoped to be selected for a significant adventure that would favor her. However, contrary to her expectations, she was not the one chosen. Instead, Meng Qian was. The onlookers' anticipation surged. Meng Qian, the most enigmatic top-tier celebrity in the entertainment world, was a subject of scarce gossip. Countless paparazzi had pursued him, yet never captured anything substantial. Only once, they spotted him fully armed in the dead of night. The paparazzi were ecstatic, unable to refrain from sharing in their group, which attracted a swarm of them to capture the moment. They soon discovered that he had ventured out at such an hour to go night fishing with a middle-aged man. The two sat there, motionless, fishing the entire night. Meng Qian caught several fish while the middle-aged man caught none at all. As dawn broke, the middle-aged man left in a huff. Meng Qian then released all the fish he had caught. The paparazzi, besieged by mosquitoes in the underbrush, returned with nothing to show for their efforts, collectively exasperated. It was only then they realized Meng Qian's extensive gear was merely a precaution against mosquitoes. From that point on, no paparazzi dared to pursue him again. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Meng Qian. Embrace someone present. Chapter 065. What are you staring at? As Meng Qian drew the slip, Jiang Qiyu leaned forward to take a glance. Upon seeing the result, a cheerful smile adorned her face.
Would you look at that?
Xiao Biao and Lin Daidai share quite the fate, having drawn the same daring adventure. She exclaimed. Lin Daidai won't be able to escape this time. She may flee, but he will pursue her relentlessly. Wang Jiawei also leaned in to read the outcome, embracing someone in the vicinity. There are no gender restrictions. If Meng Yingdi doesn't mind, I could let you embrace me, he said, opening his arms expectantly. In truth, he was an ardent fan of Meng Qian and never imagined that Meng Qian would indeed accept his film. Although the pay for this project was substantial, Meng Qian was not in want of money. Perhaps he was drawn to Wang Jiawei's personal charm. Meng Qian cast a faintly indifferent glance at Wang Jiawei. I do mind, he replied curtly. The sound that followed was akin to Wang Jiawei as heart-shattering. Ha ha ha. I'm rolling in laughter. Director Wang, you truly lack perception. Who doesn't he know whom he wishes to embrace? Even the stray dogs on the street are aware. Oh, if only I were there. Is it too late to join this production? Another voice lamented. If Meng Qian embraces Jiang Qiyu this time, it would be his first on-screen embrace. This time, Jiang Qiyu surely cannot evade. It's as if the deity of fate has conspired to entangle them. Never mind, I wish to transmigrate into Jiang Qiyu. Upon seeing the comments suggesting that Meng Qian would embrace Jiang Qiyu, Jiang Yifan furrowed his brow. Did Meng Qian harbor feelings for Jiang Qiyu? While many in the entertainment industry might remain oblivious, he knew that although the Meng family was discreet, their wealth rivaled that of the Jiang family. Moreover, Meng Qian had invested in numerous projects and held shares in many publicly traded companies. Acting in films was merely a side venture for him. Initially, he believed that Ran and Meng Qian made a splendid pair. But who could have foreseen that Ran had a peculiar taste, preferring older men? As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed Lung Ruoro gazing at Meng Qian with an unusual admiration. Jiang Yifan's face darkened with anger. What did this mean? His son was being led by one man while harboring feelings for another. The allocation was truly remarkable. In the moment, Meng Qian scrutinized the slip in his hand, his long, lush eyelashes fluttering, veiling the shadows in his eyes. He turned his body, his soulful peach blossom eyes fixated on Jiang Qiyu. What are you looking at? Jiang Qiyu asked, perplexed. Jiang Wuhu scoffed from the side. What else could it be? Of course, he wishes to embrace you. He bore a strong dislike for Meng Qian, as Princess Baomi seemed to favor him more. Everyone in the room was engrossed in the unfolding drama, some fans of the captivating scene nearly bursting with excitement. Only Jiang Xiren clenched her fists in frustration, her teeth gritted in anger. Meng Qian, gazing at the radiant girl beside him, offered her no chance to refuse and swept her into his arms. However, just as the moment hung in the balance, Jiang Qiyu reacted. Like a zombie, she stiffly leaned back. Meng Qian, caught off guard, ended up enveloping Jiang Wuhu instead. Damn it! Meng Qian is trying to use me to make Lin Dai jealous. I refuse, and want to kick him. Meng Qian. Jiang Wuhu was utterly aggrieved, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Let go of me.
Ugh.
Is he merely a tool? The reason Meng Qian did not immediately release Jiang Wuhu was that he had heard Jiang Qiyu's heartfelt thoughts. This momentarily left him in a daze. As he finally let go of Jiang Wuhu, Meng Qian's expression became rather complex. At that moment, Jiang Qiyu sat up straight, smiling as she declared, Meng Qian's task is complete. Let us continue the game. Everyone exclaimed. The moment Jiang Qiyu lay down, I was completely flabbergasted. Indeed, our beloved corn teacher is truly remarkable. The strings tied by the matchmaker were severed by her pliers. Apologies, I know I shouldn't laugh, but I simply cannot help it. Ha ha ha. After finally accumulating some merit, every time I see Jiang Qiyu, it vanishes. If it comes down to it, let us have Jiang Wuhu, Meng Qian, and me play together. The game persisted. No one anticipated that the bottle would once again land on Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu was rendered speechless. The game's black hole attribute had resurfaced. After all, the explosive value was indeed quite useful. Jiang Qiyu refused to succumb to fate. She could not believe she would always be the unlucky one. As it turned out, this time, she did not draw a dare. Jiang Qiyu displayed her slip to the crowd. Truth or dare? If you were to marry, who among those present would you consider? The onlookers erupted in laughter once more. This time, there was no escaping. With so many people present, who would she choose? She wouldn't be perverse enough to choose Xiao Bao, would she? You're overthinking it. Jiang Wuhu is quite splendid. He is very attached to her. Is there no one guessing? It could be Meng Xiaochu? Let us discuss how Meng Qian tragically lost his original name. As the director, Wang Zhouwei prompted, speak up. Everyone responded, absurd. This is utterly outrageous. My grave has been robbed. What a disaster. Same here. Goodness. I now feel that the pairing of fallen fish and swan is neither fitting nor appropriate. Lin Dai was on the verge of dying from laughter at Jiang Qiyu's adorableness. Moving on, the bottle landed on Lin Qi. Jiang Xiren's previously vexed mood lightened considerably. Everyone was both playing and drinking, and Jiang Wuhu had consumed quite a bit. If Lin Qi drew a dare, she could boldly take action against Jiang Wuhu. Lin Qi glanced at Jiang Xiren and cheerfully said, Ran, you draw for me. Jiang Xiren, smiling, thought Lin Qi was quite considerate. She pulled out a slip and upon inspection read, kiss one person present for 3 seconds. Jiang Xiren nearly burst into laughter. It truly seemed like wishes were being granted. I desperately need that dare slip. Next time, invite me to play. How infuriating. Why didn't Jiang Qiyu draw that? I want to see how she would evade it. This just pure mischief? Why not a little more? Jiang Qiyu handed the slip to Lin Qi, subtly signaling her. Lin Qi understood and stood up. Her graceful figure was displayed before all, accentuated by her alluring black stockings. Here she comes. She approaches with HIV. Jiang Wuhu, witnessing Lin Qi striding towards him, felt his eyes brimming with tears. He glanced at Jiang Qiyu, his gaze seemingly pleading, "Princess Korn, save me." He longed to flee, yet his feet were paralyzed with fear. The prospect of HIV was terrifying. Jiang Qiyu's heart softened against her better judgment. Reluctant to expend her precious explosive points, she resolved to spend them for Jiang Wuhu's sake. I finally comprehend the sentiments of those domineering figures in bars. Witnessing delicate flowers being inundated with drinks. Who could endure such a spectacle? Meanwhile, Meng Qian's gaze deepened in contemplation. He had come to understand Jiang Qiyu's preferences. Jiang Qiyu extravagantly bestowed 200 explosive points upon Jiang Wuhu. Thus, as Lin Qi approached, she did not halt but rather circled around, positioning herself beside Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu, poised to confront Lin Qi, was taken aback as Lin Qi lunged towards her, pouting. With wide eyes filled with fright, Jiang Qiyu scrambled to her feet, exclaiming, "Ah, what are you doing?" Lin Qi remained silent, pursuing Jiang Qiyu relentlessly. The onlookers were astonished. So, Lin Qi is attracted to women? Jiang Qiyu, caught unprepared and clad in high heels, stumbled and fell after just a few steps.
Ah, Lin Qi.
What on earth are you doing? Stay away. I meant for you to find Jiang Wuhu, not me. The crowd was left in disbelief. Jiang Wuhu, along with Wang Jiawei, observed the chaos unfold. Wang Jiawei contemplated intervening but, noticing Lin Qi like a ravenous wolf, refrained out of fear of being drawn into the fray. Meanwhile, Zhang Yifan, watching the live broadcast, furrowed his brow in concern. Why does she need to find Jiang Wuhu? He suddenly recognized Lin Qi as the little star who had previously taken his father's room card. Is Xiren actually associating with her? Lin Qi, seemingly frenzied, lunged at Jiang Qiyu and began to kiss her passionately. My first kiss. Jiang Xiren's tears flowed freely. Ultimately, someone could no longer bear to watch and pulled Lin Qi away. Jiang Qiyu, drawn by the commotion, sauntered over. Her hands casually tucked into her sleeves like a northeasterner out for a stroll, and whispered conspiratorially into Jiang Xiren's ear, "Lin Qi has HIV. Hee hee." In the next moment, Jiang Xiren gasped, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Chapter 066. Is this a test of my humanity? Oh heavens! The evening concluded with an unexpected twist. The trending topics exploded. Meng Qian's screen displayed. Lin Qi forcefully kisses Jiang Xiren. Jiang Xiren faints. What did Jiang Qiyu whisper into Jiang Xiren's ear? Lin Dai, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, swiftly terminated the live stream. Wang Jiawei, witnessing Jiang Xiren's collapse, panicked. Quick, call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Jiang Qiyu waved him off. She just fainted. I can handle it. Wang Jiawei frowned. How can you manage? Are you going to perform CPR? To his astonishment, he watched Jiang Qiyu deliver 2 resounding slaps to Jiang Xiren's face. Wang Jiawei was left speechless. To one surprise, Jiang Qiyu indeed awakened the very next moment. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, she fervently exclaimed, I must go to the hospital. I must go to the hospital. In the end, Jiang Qiyu, adorned with 2 distinct handprints on her face, found herself aboard an ambulance. Jiang Qiyu was filled with a fervent desire to exact vengeance upon Jiang Qiyu. How could there exist such a deranged individual in this world? Accompanying Jiang Qiyu to the hospital was Jiang Wuhu. In her distress, she cried out for her elder brother's presence, and Jiang Wuhu had no choice but to oblige. Lin Qi also followed, but Jiang Qiyu insisted that she take a separate cab. Lin Qi, bewildered, had no inkling of the events that had just transpired. She had been chasing after Jiang Wuhu, and now it had transformed into a pursuit of Jiang Qiyu. Had she perhaps fallen under a spell? Though the evening did not end on an entirely sour note, the conclusion was undeniably shocking. Everyone was left wondering what precisely Jiang Qiyu had whispered into Jiang Ziyuan's ear. Yet none dared to inquire. It truly was a night of delicious gossip. Jiang Qiyu cast a glance and promptly ended the call, feeling fatigued and disinclined to converse. She silenced her phone and prepared to sleep. However, at that moment, a knock resounded at the door, rousing her from her thoughts. Pondering who could possibly be knocking at such an hour, she approached the door, only to find Meng Qian standing there. The tall, lean man was clad in casual attire. exuding a languid yet alluring charm. Observing that Meng Qian held a bag in his hand, he extended it towards her. Jiang Qiyu smiled as she accepted it, surprised by his thoughtfulness in delivering something at such a late hour. Although she was puzzled by his reason for presenting her with a gift, she opened the bag to discover a pair of gray underwear. Admittedly, she acknowledged a slight penchant for the unconventional, but this was beyond her limits. Meng Qian, with a tone of exasperation, explained, "I merely came here to take a shower. For some unknown reason, there's no water in my room." Jiang Qiyu's face flushed crimson. It turned out he wasn't delivering a gift after all. She pouted, insisting, "Don't bother me. Go find Lin Dai." As she spoke, she attempted to close the door. But Meng Qian blocked it with his foot, his voice clear and resolute. "I have no interest in Lin Dai. Why would I seek her out?" Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him, still unconvinced. "You talk a big game, but why did you sit in front of her during her audition?" Men. They often proclaim one thing while feeling another. It appeared he was too bashful to approach Lin Dai. Reluctantly, Jiang Qiyu opened the door wider. "Hurry and shower. I need to sleep." Though she had been weary, the sound of water trickling from the bathroom made it difficult for her to drift off. Glancing towards the bathroom, she suddenly remembered that the glass there was frosted. Moreover, the large frosted pane was directly aligned with her bed. She quickly turned away, muttering to herself, "Is this a test of my humanity?" With a mischievous smile, Jiang Qiyu declared, "Then I shall let the heavens know that my character cannot withstand even the slightest trial." And with that, she reclined on the bed, her gaze fixated on the frosted glass, unblinking. Though this behavior may seem somewhat perverted, it is ultimately his own fault for presenting himself so enticingly. Life is inherently challenging. When one can find fault in others, it is preferable to avoid self-blame. The frosted glass obscures the precise details within, yet a vague silhouette can be discerned. Tall and slender, with a pronounced waistline, even the outline of his abdominal muscles is visible. This sensation is far more exhilarating than a direct gaze. Jiang Qiyu's face grew increasingly flushed. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open and Meng Qian emerged clad in a bathrobe. Jiang Qiyu quickly concealed her lecherous expression, but upon meeting Meng Qian's damp, alluring peach blossom eyes, her tongue betrayed her thoughts. "You're done washing up, right? Come to my bed." Chapter 067. She seeks an unaccountable defense. Meng Qian, Jiang Qiyu. In that instant, Jiang Qiyu was appalled by the ugliness of her own humanity. The next moment, she hastily clarified, covering her face, "I didn't mean it like that. I truly did not mean it. Please don't come any closer." Within moments, Meng Qian approached the bedside. The white bathrobe draped over the man, tied loosely at the waist, appeared as though it could be undone with the slightest tug. This loose knot was now tantalizingly close. Jiang Qiyu had just glimpsed the color of his underwear, and her mind could not help but conjure vivid images. She quickly averted her gaze upwards, only to find a charming little mole on Meng Qian's prominent Adam's apple, now rhythmically moving in a slow, deliberate manner. Jiang Qiyu. The handsome man was the first to move his Adam's apple. If she were to be caught, she would seek an unaccountable defense. The coldly beautiful man gazed at her with his glistening peach blossom eyes, the corners of which bore a hint of crimson. He said nothing. Yet Jiang Qiyu could no longer endure the silence. She began to chant, extending a hand forward, "Namo Amitabha.
Namo Amitabha.
Please leave before I become utterly depraved." However, at that moment, the man knelt on the bed with one perfectly proportioned leg, his deep, husky voice spilling from his throat. "It's all right. I find your perversion appealing." Jiang Qiyu, with one knee pressing against the bed, the gaping bathrobe in between was irresistibly intriguing. Jiang Qiyu licked her lips, finally unable to suppress her biting curiosity. "What exactly are you doing?" Meng Qian's knee slid down. When one tempts another, and the latter responds in a dialect unfamiliar to you, it becomes quite difficult to continue the conversation. The alluring atmosphere was instantly shattered. Jiang Qiyu pouted. "If I told you to defecate in the street, would you do it?" Meng Qian, maintaining the last shred of her sanity, Jiang Qiyu quickly insisted, "I'm tired. I must go." Guazi could not help but exclaim, "Host, are you truly not falling for this? I suspect you've been a monk." Jiang Qiyu, "Indeed, I have, but I was expelled for peeking at erotic paintings." Guazi, have you engaged in fewer opportunistic deeds?" Jiang Qiyu, "But the main antagonist is my friend. I cannot bring myself to act." Having traversed through so many realms, she had seldom made friends, always preferring solitude. She was merely a task-oriented individual, destined not to remain for long. Now, having descended into this world, she still found herself devoid of friends. The arch-villain was the only person with whom she felt an ounce of familiarity, despite his apparent lack of memories from those other realms. Thus, Jiang Qiyu clung to the last vestiges of her moral compass, forcibly expelling Meng Qiyan from the room. Wang Jiawei, with a visage of astonishment, inquired, "Meng, why are you sitting on the floor?" Meng Qiyan looked up, gazing at the stars. Wang Jiawei then glanced at the hotel ceiling, thinking to himself, "It's over. Meng Qiyan has lost his mind too." Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiang Ziren immediately sought to ascertain whether she had contracted HIV. Merely rinsing her mouth, she did so 80 times. She also urged Lin Qi to undergo testing. Lin Qi, realizing the gravity of the situation, adamantly refused. Although she was not seriously ill, Jiang Ziren nonetheless secured a hospital room. Wearing 3 layers of masks, she sternly questioned Lin Qi, who stood at the door. "Do you have HIV?" Lin Qi was taken aback. "How did you know?" Jiang Ziren, on the brink of madness, seized a vase from the table and hurled it at Lin Qi, exclaiming, "You wretched creature! Why didn't you tell me sooner? You kissed me. Were you trying to drag me down with you?" Lin Qi shook her head, insisting, "No, it wasn't intentional. I think I was possessed at the time. But rest assured, kissing doesn't transmit the virus." Jiang Ziren's mind was in disarray as she screamed, "Get out. Just leave me alone." How could she have helped Lin Qi so much, only to be betrayed like this? In the hospital corridor, Zhang Wuhu was on the phone with Jiang Yifan. "Brother, are you coming? Please hurry. I have something urgent." Jiang Yifan coldly asked, "Ziren is hospitalized, and you're not looking after her? What could be more important?" Jiang Wuhu wished to distance himself from Jiang Ziren, finding her increasingly perilous. "I'm busy. I have work," he fabricated. "When you arrive, keep your distance from that little star Lin Qi. She has HIV." The mere mention of the illness sent a shiver down Jiang Wuhu's spine. Jiang Yifan furrowed his brow. "What?" "Understood. I'll wait until I arrive to leave." As Lin Qi departed, Jiang Ziren anxiously awaited her results, pulling out her phone to check. She hadn't yet had a chance to glance at the trending topics on Weibo, so she first checked WeChat. Responding to her second and third brothers, she noticed several messages from Jiang Yifan. The first inquired about the role of Lung Ruoruo in the filming. Jiang Ziren's expression dimmed. Oh no! Had her brother seen Lung Ruoruo? Did he know she had a child? Their relationship had been amicable, but recently, Lung Ruoruo's demeanor had grown cold. Much to Jiang Ziren's dismay, the last message from Jiang Yifan indicated he was on his way. Jiang Ziren's heart raced. Was her brother coming for her, or for Lung Ruoruo? She realized Jiang Wuhu, the fool, had developed deep feelings for Jiang Qiyu, while his fondness for her had plummeted to a mere 20%. However, her brother was different. He was the wealthiest and still maintained a fondness for her at 70%. For reasons unknown, his affection had inexplicably dropped by 10%. Jiang Ziren inquired once more of the system, "What is Jiang Yifan's current level of affection for me?" The system replied, 60%. Jiang Ziren's eyes widened in astonishment. How could it have plummeted by another 10%? It must be Jiang Qiyu, who has been speaking ill of her. What must she do to ensure that Jiang Qiyu is expelled from the production and the Jiang family? Jiang Ziren began to ponder. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she sent a message to someone on WeChat. "Master, when you come tomorrow to help me exorcise evil spirits, could you also cast a curse on someone I detest?" This master was recommended by her assistant, reputedly very effective in their area. He was set to arrive at the production tomorrow to assist with her exorcism. The master, however, declined, stating, "As practitioners of the Tao, we value a clear heart and desires. It is not a matter of money." Jiang Ziren replied, "I will add another 1,000,000. The master responded, "It is our duty to punish evil and promote good. Rest assured, benefactor." Chapter 068. I saw it by chance. Jiang Yifan had driven through the night and arrived by the following morning. He was uncertain of the exact reason for his visit, but he was certain it was not for the cold-hearted woman, Lung Ruo. Upon reaching the hospital, he found Jiang Wuhu sleeping on a bench outside the patient room. Despite the presence of a bed for caregivers, Jiang Wuhu had dared not use it. Awakened by Jiang Yifan's call, Jiang Wuhu rubbed his eyes and pouted, "Brother, you finally made it. I was on the verge of passing out." Just as Jiang Wuhu leaned in to nuzzle against Jiang Yifan, he evaded him. "Keep your distance. I just bought this new suit," he admonished, a high-end suit procured by his assistant overnight. Jiang Woohoo stared at Jiang Yifan in disbelief. Brother, you actually bought new clothes? What day is it today? Jiang Yifan adjusted his tie. What do you mean by that? Have I ever not bought new clothes? Jiang Woohoo scoffed. Socks don't count as new clothes. Jiang Yifan dismissed him and turned to enter the patient room. Jiang Ziran was already awake, engrossed in a book. Jiang Yifan smiled and said, Ran, why are you up so early reading in the hospital? You ought to rest more. Despite his grievances towards Jiang Ziran, seeing her so diligent and well-behaved in the morning alleviated much of his dissatisfaction. Jiang Ziran turned her head and sweetly called out, Brother, you're here. Jiang Yifan approached and gently touched her forehead, asking, Do you still feel unwell? Jiang Ziran shook her head and, with a hint of sorrow, replied, No. Thank you for coming to see me, brother. Though I know you merely stopped by on your way. Jiang Yifan's brow furrowed. Ran, what do you mean by that? I came specifically to see you. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Ziran's eyes, yet she smiled as she raised her head. I thought you came for Lung Ruoruo. She was aware of her brother's feelings for Lung Ruoruo. The specifics of their story were of no concern to her. Her only interest lay in protecting her own interests from infringement. The mere mention of Lung Ruoruo's name ignited Jiang Yifan's fury. That's impossible. Brother merely inquired out of casual curiosity last night. Jiang Ziran lowered her gaze, grasping Jiang Yifan's hand. Brother, about that Lung Ruoruo. Jiang Yifan's voice grew colder. What was wrong with her? Jiang Ziran appeared somewhat hesitant, recalling, Yesterday I inadvertently saw. Saw what? Jiang Yifan furrowed her brows. Jiang Ziran's eyes darted around. I saw her knocking on our director's door, but I presume she must have had some matter to discuss. As she spoke, Jiang Ziran pulled out her phone and handed over a photo to Jiang Yifan. In the image, Lung Ruoruo stood prominently, her hand poised to knock on the door marked with the director's nameplate. Jiang Yifan's face paled with rage. What could possibly justify a woman knocking on a man's door in the dead of night? How audacious of Lung Ruoruo. Fury surged through Jiang Yifan's mind as she coldly inquired, What is your director's name? Which production team are you part of? Jiang Ziran provided the details. Jiang Yifan, however, was indifferent to why Jiang Ziran had been hospitalized and turned to leave. Jiang Ziran was left speechless. Jiang Yifan had initially intended to visit the production team, but now she had no desire to do so. She would summon Lung Ruoruo to seek her out. Dialing her assistant, she instructed, Investigate who the largest investor in filial piety is. Arrange a meeting, for I wish to discuss matters with him. Wang Joe was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. He commenced his day with a renewed vigor, the first task being to pick up little Bao. Lung Ruoruo felt relieved, no longer harboring any concerns about Wang Joe caring for the child. She needn't even visit the set, as she could work from her hotel room. Little Bao, accustomed to a more relaxed upbringing, showed no signs of discomfort. Upon arriving at the canteen on set, Wang Joe spotted Jiang Qiyu queuing for breakfast. The production team offered excellent benefits, including 3 meals a day. After Jiang Qiyu received her meal and sat down, Wang Joe placed little Bao beside her, saying, Please look after him while I fetch my breakfast. Although Wang Joe was somewhat apprehensive about leaving little Bao in Jiang Qiyu's care, it was the child who had insisted. Jiang Qiyu gave a thumbs up, genuinely fond of little Bao, pinching his cheek and asking, Are you hungry? Have some of mine. Unbeknownst to anyone, this was Jiang Qiyu's highest form of affection. Little Bao, feeling at ease, began to eat. Suddenly, he asked in his sweet, childish voice, Annie Fish, do you know what diplomatic theory is? Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brows. Huh?
Indeed.
The child of a domineering figure was unlike the rest, already concerned with national diplomatic affairs at the tender age of 5. Hee, if you're asking me, you've come to the right person. I hold knowledge in high regard. I neither steal nor rob. Her lips twitched, still feeling the need to maintain composure. As thoughts of weak nations lacking diplomacy, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, and the dark forest theory flashed through her mind. Yet, none seemed quite right. Just as Jiang Qiyu lamented her ignorance, she noticed little Bao pointing at the flaky pastry on the table, exclaiming, Today's pastry is truly a diplomatic theory. Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu. Spotting Jiang Ziran, she wished to approach and speak with her, only to be met with evasion. Lin Qi felt utterly disheartened and could only send a message. Ran, I too wish to exorcise evil. I must have been possessed yesterday. Jiang Ziran's test results confirmed her health, and the doctor had educated her on the transmission of HIV. Nevertheless, fear still gripped her heart. Jiang Qiyu smiled gently and expressed her gratitude to the director for his concern, assuring him that she was fine. Deputy Director Bai approached her with the script in hand, ready to discuss the afternoon scenes. Wang Joe was busy explaining the script to Jiang Qiyu and Meng Qian, focusing on their impending divorce scene. Holding the little treasure, Wang Joe turned to Jiang Qiyu and said, "You are about to finalize your divorce, yet you still harbor feelings for the male lead. Therefore, when you wake up in the morning to prepare breakfast, wear a cold expression. And when you do his laundry, maintain that same icy demeanor." Jiang Qiyu nodded, internally scoffing. What a splendid display of cold-heartedness in washing undergarments. Xiao Hua must have indulged in an abundance of romance novels. Xiao Hua was present on set, but he remained oblivious to Jiang Qiyu's inner thoughts. He could not fathom how he had overheard her sentiments that day, attributing it to an auditory hallucination. Wang Joe, tasked solely with directing, was about to speak when he was interrupted by Jiang Qiyu's mental exclamation. Does Deputy Director Bai have feelings for Jiang Qiyu? But isn't this by the boyfriend of old Wang's girlfriend's boyfriend? Chapter 69. Jiang Qiyu did not disappoint him. Wang Joe's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? What did it mean that he was the boyfriend of his girlfriend's boyfriend? Was this some sort of convoluted game? A tangled web indeed. Ha! It seems old Wang is rather unfortunate. How should one describe it? Old Wang single-handedly supports 3 individuals. Such a perfectly dysfunctional family. Wang Joe thought. His young girlfriend always appeared obedient and compliant. Were it not for the filming taking place outside the capital, she would undoubtedly prepare meals for him daily. That young lady, a graduate of the Beijing Film Academy, is no ordinary person. She feigned working part-time at the campus convenience store merely to attract directors from the entertainment industry. Many directors scout for talent at their school, and on one occasion, Wang Joe happened to visit the convenience store for cigarettes and fell head over heels for her. After graduation, she did not seek employment and was instead supported by Wang Joe at home. Initially, she felt quite content. But as Wang Joe became increasingly busy and spent little time with her, she began to entertain other thoughts. Wang Joe provided her with 200,000 each month, but she spent 50,000 to support a younger brother. This younger brother, too, was quite the charmer. While socializing at bars, he met a male college student from the directing department and began to financially support him with 20,000, who happened to be Deputy Director Bai. This cycle of relationships thrived healthily for 3 years. One must admit, all 4 individuals displayed considerable loyalty. As for the meals Wang Joe used to enjoy, they were actually prepared by the man his girlfriend was supporting. Most of the dishes were leftovers, which seemed a waste to throw away. So his girlfriend sent them over for him to eat. His girlfriend did not cook. She merely transported the food. Meanwhile, old Wang became the receptacle for their leftover meals.
Ha ha ha.
Wang Joe was left speechless. The man supported by my girlfriend suggested his boyfriend for the role of deputy director, believing the crew needed one. Wang Joe felt utterly overwhelmed. His girlfriend had clearly stated that this man was her classmate from university and also a fellow townsman, which is why he had consented to his presence. Little did he know that the intricacies of their relationship were far more complicated than he had anticipated. The assistant director, Bai, harbored great ambitions but had never encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Now that he had entered the entertainment industry, he could no longer bear the meager salary of 20,000 a month. He aspired to attach himself directly to Jiang Qiyu.
Alas.
The youth of today seem utterly disinclined to strive for success.
Hey.
What happened to old Wang? Why is he sitting on the ground? Lin Lu, standing beside Wang Joe, nearly found himself in a similar predicament. What a spectacle! Truly riveting. A love story intricately woven. What a Navi director. Upon witnessing Wang Joe seated on the ground, Xiao Hua hurried over to assist him. Having made a mistake the previous night, he was now the subject of scorn from all. Thus he sought to curry favor with the director. However, as soon as he approached, he was met with a kick from Wang Joe, who shouted, "Get lost." Xiao Hua responded, "Jiang Qiyu is smiling over there. The director is quite displeased with your work." Before Jiang Qiyu could speak, Wang Joe cursed loudly, disgusting. Jiang Qiyu shrugged. You see, even the director finds it repulsive. Lin Lu pondered. Surely the director and Jiang Qiyu are not referring to the same matter? He decided against posting about this incident on Weibo, feeling a pang of sympathy for the director. He was tempted to pat his bald head in consolation. Wang Joe was on the verge of madness, yet he could not afford to lose control. Being an adult, he had to refrain from acting impulsively. Confronting his girlfriend was out of the question, especially since he lacked evidence. Most critically, she held leverage over him. If a rift were to emerge, he would not fare any better. Wang Jiawei gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear someone apart. Damn it! There were too many people in that moment. He was unsure whom to confront. Each day, he rose early and listened intently to Jiang Qiyu's sentiments, yet he had not discerned who in the crew had erred. Instead, he had stumbled upon his own scandal, one that had persisted for 3 long years. This was infuriating. Wang Jiawei felt as though steam might escape from his head in frustration. At that moment, the assistant director, approached, "Director, when do we commence filming?" Wang Jiawei met Bai's gaze with calmness, beckoning him over. "Xiao Bai, come here." Bai smiled as he approached. "Director, how may I assist you? Has my hard work and remarkable talent finally caught your attention?" In truth, this Xiao Bai was aware that his superior was Wang Jiawei. Were it not for Wang Jiawei's conventional orientation, he might have sought to ingratiate himself with him directly, thus eliminating the middleman. After observing the crew for an entire day, he concluded that the wealthiest patron was Jiang Qiyu. Thus, he eagerly set his plans into motion. "He observed me yesterday as well. But it didn't take long for him to realize that I am a complete disaster. No wealth to be found here." Wang Jiawei, initially infuriated, found himself amused by Jiang Qiyu's antics. Meng Qiyan, nearby, nearly burst into laughter. Though he empathized with Wang Jiawei's plight, he could not resist the humor in Jiang Qiyu's sentiments. Currently, only Xiao Bao is present at the scene, and he will do his utmost to stay close to Xiao Bao. Last night, he pondered over the fact that when he encounters Xiao Bao, he can hear Jiang Qiyu's inner thoughts, and the same applies when he meets Jiang Wuhu. Therefore, there must be some connection between Xiao Bao and Jiang Wuhu. However, he has yet to discern what that connection is. Wang Jiawei's smile is fleeting. His true essence lies in the melancholy of a sad frog. He glanced at the script in his hand and addressed the assistant director by, "How about this? I notice that your physique bears a striking resemblance to that of Meng Yingdi. Why don't you substitute for him and perform a scene with Jiang Qiyu?" Meng Qiyan furrowed his brows. "Director, I'm perfectly fine right here." Assistant director Bai was overjoyed. Could it be that the director has recognized his latent talent for acting? To make his acting debut as Meng Yingdi's stand-in is nothing short of an incredible stroke of fortune. Jiang Qiyu was equally perplexed, but there was little she could do to revise the situation. Wang Jiawei contemplated for a moment. "Indeed, I too believe that a cold demeanor while cooking is inappropriate. A scoundrel of a husband wasting your time and youth, now on the verge of divorce. Express your feelings as you wish. However, remember, he is still your husband. Whatever you do to him can only be classified as a domestic dispute." Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes. Nowadays, many men who obtain a marriage certificate essentially possess a license to abuse their wives. Because domestic violence within marriage is treated leniently by the law, the penalties seem far lighter than those for assaulting someone else. Jiang Qiyu, not being a law scholar, was not entirely certain of the specifics. Nevertheless, it is evident that many men exploit this loophole, feeling emboldened within the bounds of matrimony. Assistant director Bai failed to grasp the deeper implications of Wang Jiawei's words. However, Jiang Qiyu did. She could unleash her pent-up frustrations towards her husband after all these years. Wang Jiawei lifted his chin and declared, "Let us begin. Show me a rendition." The scene commenced. Jiang Qiyu was in the kitchen preparing a meal, and as assistant director Bai donned his costume, he wandered into the kitchen, yawning and inquired, "What's for dinner today?" Before he could utter another word, a layer of peeled onion was thrust into his mouth. The pungent aroma surged up his throat, bringing tears to his eyes. Just as he was about to remove the onion from his mouth, Jiang Qiyu delivered a swift slap to his face. One on the left, one on the right.
Slap, slap.
The impact resonated within Wang Jiawei's heart. Wang Jiawei felt exhilarated. Jiang Qiyu did not disappoint him. Assistant director Bai was rendered speechless, his mouth filled with raw onion, the spice nearly unbearable. He contemplated retaliating, but Wang Jiawei interjected, "Xiao Bai, you mustn't move. You're the protagonist. No tendencies toward domestic violence." Jiang Qiyu, unsatisfied even after delivering 2 slaps to the scoundrel, poked his nose and dug at his eyes. Assistant director Bai, Wang Jiawei, was on the verge of applauding. "Well done. Brilliantly executed." Xiao Hua, watching from the sidelines, closed his eyes. No, the pain had returned. He had been on the receiving end of such blows yesterday. He quietly murmured, "Director, this doesn't seem appropriate." As Meng, the esteemed actor, faced such treatment, his fans would undoubtedly be furious. Wang Joey nodded in agreement. Jiang Qiyu, halt. This approach is ineffective. You must adopt a different strategy. The assistant director remarked, a single instance of being a stand-in has resulted in a lifelong dread of acting. Ultimately, during the scene at Meng Qian's banquet, Jiang Qiyu merely shattered the dishes and then slapped Meng Qian. This slap inflicted no harm upon him, for by that time, Jiang Qiyu was utterly exhausted. The energy she had to retaliate against the assistant director had waned. Wang Joey, in a frenzy, urged her to torment the assistant director in various ways. This led Jiang Qiyu to suspect that this unwitting director might have already uncovered something. Xiao Hua, standing nearby, mockingly remarked about Jiang Qiyu's lack of physical prowess. Jiang Qiyu approached him slowly, baring her teeth in a smile. Qiao, despite my physical limitations, my personal qualities are even more abysmal. Chapter 070. A perfect five-person family. Xiao Hua. Without warning, Xiao Hua turned and fled. Though Jiang Qiyu was physically drained, should she exert her full strength, a single punch could still be lethal. Jiang Xiren changed her attire and, upon emerging, found that the assistant director was nowhere to be seen. She still had some aspects of the plot to grasp and wished to inquire further with the assistant director. As this was her debut film as a lead actress, she was eager to perform well. After searching for a while and finding no one, she noticed a bruised man approaching. Assuming he was an actor in a special effects makeup, she casually asked, "Have you seen the assistant director?" The assistant director burst into tears. "I am he." Jiang Xiren, with a twitch of her mouth, she asked, "Did you provoke her?" The assistant director's voice had changed. Affected by the onions, it was Jiang Qiyu who had struck him. Jiang Xiren's expression darkened. "Oh, then it is no wonder. How did you incur her wrath?" Jiang Qiyu was indeed audacious. Although the new assistant director wielded little authority, he was still a director. The assistant director lamented. "The director ordered me to be the stand-in for a scene with Jiang Qiyu." Jiang Xiren's gaze darkened. "Then you should report it. She has intentionally harmed you." Surely, this time, Jiang Qiyu would not escape a few days in detention. With a criminal record, who would still desire her in acting? Report it? The assistant director shook his head. No. The director said, "I performed excellently. In future projects, I will again serve as Meng Qian stand-in. It is unlikely I will always encounter Jiang Qiyu or scenes of this nature." He harbored a secret hope. After all, Meng Qian refrained from engaging in any intimate scenes. Yet the script contained intimate moments between him and Bai Yueguang, namely Jiang Xiren. It was certain that Meng Qian would seek a stand-in then. Would that not be him? Thus, he would have intimate interactions with Jiang Xiren, and he was confident she would develop feelings for him. Jiang Xiren's background was nothing short of illustrious. As the only daughter of the Jiang family, her father was the president of the Jiang Corporation, and her mother was a veteran actress. Such a formidable background. It was no wonder her debut film featured her as the lead, alongside the illustrious Meng. Jiang Xiren's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Xiren initially intended to offer a few words of persuasion, but assistant director Bai had already departed. "I shall tend to my wounds first and return shortly," she thought. Bai Huaji would remain oblivious to the fact that everything was under Wang Joey's control. He knew that this pretty boy would never relinquish such a splendid opportunity. The day's filming quickly came to a close. That evening, Wang Joey, weary in both body and spirit, found himself devoid of any appetite for gossip. Yet, Little Bao still occupied his room, entertained by Lin Lu. Upon extracting his phone, Wang Joey noticed a message from his young girlfriend. "Wei Ge, why haven't you sent me this month's living expenses?" Wang Joey squinted, replying, "I've been a bit tied up lately. When will you come to visit me on set?" "I miss you," his girlfriend inquired. "What class are you attending?" "I'm learning about financial management. When we settle down, you'll handle the earning while I take care of the finances, and our wealth will surely multiply," she declared. Wang Joey responded, "You needn't learn. You're already quite adept at it." His girlfriend appeared perplexed. Growing weary of this woman who had so brazenly donned a double-layered green hat, Wang Joey chose to engage in games with Little Bao. Children possess an inherent purity and charm. Little Bao had been exceptionally joyful these past few days. Although Wang Joey was not his father, he treated Little Bao with kindness, allowing him to partake in activities typically reserved for boys. Uncle Lin was also amiable, and Jiang Qiyu had been quite considerate, not subjecting him to any harshness for several days now. Little Bao gazed up at Wang Joey, exclaiming, "Uncle Wang, How wonderful it would be if we could all live together, just you, me, Uncle Lin, Aunt Yu, and my mom. A perfect family of 5. He recalled Jiang Qiyu's words about an ideal family of 4. Wang Zhou sighed, lamenting the influence of the adult world on the innocent child. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Lin Lu.
Wait.
Why is Jiang Qiyu so unusually quiet tonight? Not a sound from her? Jiang Qiyu's thoughts rarely lingered in silence for long. Lin Lu also noticed his eyes widening in alarm. Could it be that she has offended too many people and been silenced? Wang Zhou rolled his eyes. How could that be? If anything, she might be the one doing the silencing. They resolved to search for her, curious about whom she might be confronting. Chapter 071. You ask me, how would I know? Wang Zhou and Lin Lu were certain that Jiang Qiyu was not in the adjacent room. As they prepared to close the window, they caught sight of a glowing green figure at the hotel entrance. Who else could it be but Jiang Qiyu? The trio, along with Little Bao, ventured outside, and upon entering the elevator, they encountered Meng Qian, who was also aboard. Wang Zhou greeted him with a smile. Meng Yingdi, out for an evening stroll? Meng Qian glanced at the 2 adults and the child, responding nonchalantly. And you? Wang Zhou shook his head. No. We're just out to walk the dog. Little Bao looked bewildered. When the elevator reached the ground floor, the 3 of them, in perfect unison with Meng Qian, headed in the same direction, the direction of Jiang Qiyu. At that moment, they all came to a mutual realization. Everyone is coming down to find Jiang Qiyu. Her pajamas are indeed quite conspicuous. Jiang Qiyu remains oblivious to the approaching presence. She is on the phone. Police officer, I wish to report a fraudster. Jiang Sihai, somewhat at a loss, replies, You're calling my WeChat voice. I am your 4th brother. Jiang Qiyu, with utmost seriousness, retorts, This is a matter of public concern. Do not attempt to be familiar with me. Jiang Sihai, bemused, reflects on Jiang Qiyu's remarkable logic. He adopts a serious demeanor. What fraudster? Where? How many? Jiang Qiyu glances at a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe approaching them, a superstitious fraudster. At the Liang Hotel in South City, just one person. Jiang Sihai, currently on a mission in South City, replies, All right, I will be there in 10 minutes. He has great faith in Jiang Qiyu's ability to apprehend criminals. The 3 individuals and a child, having overheard the entire conversation, refrained from approaching Jiang Qiyu. Wang Zhou quietly exclaims, I underestimated her. I never imagined Jiang Qiyu to be such a commendable youth. Tomorrow, let the cafeteria add 2 extra chicken legs for her. Lin Lu concurs, indeed. We thought she had come out merely to observe, but she is here to catch a fraudster. I am truly astonished. Little Bao, filled with joy, whispers, I knew the green Spider-Man was formidable. Only Meng Qian remained silent, watching the figure ahead. Master De Zhong strolls toward them, leisurely stroking his beard, visibly in high spirits. After all, casually performing a ritual had earned him 120,000 yuan, which would delight anyone. However, just as his joy begins to settle, he is intercepted by a green figure. De Zhong frowns, thinking he has bumped into someone and shifts slightly to the left. To his dismay, the other person mirrors his movement. Irritated, he inquires, What do you want? Jiang Qiyu smiles cheerfully. I see you are a master? De Zhong realizes, she must have discerned his identity. Is she here for a fortune-telling? Yet he is too busy to engage. Just as he contemplates declining, he hears her say, Let me tell you your fortune.
De Zhong,
Taken aback, stammers, Huh?
what?
Suddenly, his fake beard is yanked off, painfully due to its strong adhesive. Jiang Qiyu holds the fake beard in her hand, her smile unfaltering. Your nickname is Master De Zhong, but your real name is Wang Defa. You have had a penchant for thievery since the age of 5. At 12, you stole 3 chickens and 2 pairs of underwear from Aunt Zhang's house next door. At 16, you secretly kissed Aunt Li's pig in the back, as no girl would look your way due to your unattractive appearance, prompting you to fixate on the pig. You insisted on a 5-minute tongue kiss each time. The pig, unable to bear the humiliation, soon charged to its death. You wept for 3 days and nights, vowing to become a monk. Upon hearing this, De Zhong's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Who is this green figure? How could she possibly know such secrets? The 3 individuals behind him had not anticipated that although they were capturing a criminal, they were also witnessing a spectacle. Lin Lu whispered, This Master De Zhong is quite renowned. I frequently come across posts praising him on Little Sweet Potato. This must be exposed. The title is already set. Explosive. The renowned master engages in a tongue kiss with a so. Is it a distortion of humanity or a distortion of humanity? De Zhong's expression grew somewhat unpleasant. What exactly do you intend to do? Jiang Qiyu chuckled. I have yet to finish my calculations. Upon entering the Taoist temple, you realized that you could not sever your earthly desires, particularly your insatiable craving for wealth. Thus, from that moment on, you began to shamelessly deceive others under the guise of the temple's name. Eventually, you were expelled for pilfering the funds from the merit box. Your circumstances worsened until, in recent years, you discovered a new avenue, collaborating with celebrity staff to con the stars of the entertainment industry. Last month, you deceived 2 male stars and 1 female star, claiming you could perform rituals to make them famous. Now you have secured a lucrative contract worth millions to exorcise 2 female stars. De Zhong's hands began to tremble. How do you know all this? Jiang Qiyu shook his head calmly. The secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed. De Zhong never anticipated encountering a true master. With a flicker of thought, he inquired, Master, may I ask which faction you belong to? Since you have discerned so much, how about we collaborate on this endeavor? A 70-30 split. The eavesdroppers frowned simultaneously. Wang Jiawei pursed her lips. Having already reported this to the authorities, she would certainly not agree to the con artist's proposal. Lin Lu nodded in agreement, knowing that Jiang Qiyu regarded money as worthless. Little Bao clenched his small fists, declaring that Green Spider-Man was a good person. Noticing Jiang Qiyu's silence, De Zhong gritted his teeth and said, 60-40. We must go through with this deal. However, this person before me must have ulterior motives. Jiang Qiyu grinned mischievously. How can I possibly accept such a generous offer? Wang Jiawei's heart sank. What the heck? Has Jiang Qiyu agreed? Lin Lu was incredulous. She had already contacted the police. It was impossible. Then they heard Jiang Qiyu's inner voice. You shameless fraud. How could you even suggest that? This money is mine to claim. Wang Jiawei. Lin Lu. Though De Zhong felt a pang of regret, he was adaptable and smiled. Then, let us join forces. Before he could finish his sentence, his Taoist hat was snatched away. Since we are collaborating, you shall lend me your garments. After all, I am the true master, don't you think? Though reluctant, De Zhong had no choice. What will I wear? Jiang Qiyu shrugged. What else? Just wait outside for me. I will inform you once I am ready. With that, Jiang Qiyu began to strip De Zhong of his clothing. De Zhong, being rather thin, offered little resistance, and soon he was left clad in only a pair of red shorts. He covered his chest with his hands, exclaiming, Master, please hurry. I will be waiting outside. Thankfully, the temperature was high. He wouldn't freeze without clothes. Jiang Qiyu laughed. All right, just wait for me. I will be there shortly. With his clothes in hand, Jiang Qiyu stepped out, only to receive a call from Jiang Sihai. Where exactly are you? What does the scammer look like? We are nearby. Jiang Qiyu. The one wearing red shorts by the roadside is him. Jiang Sihai furrowed his brow, wondering how he was supposed to find him. Surely, he couldn't inspect everyone's shorts one by one, could he? Jiang Qiyu. He isn't wearing any clothes. Jiang Sihai. What? Not wearing clothes? Why, isn't he dressed? Jiang Qiyu glanced at the garments in her hands and thought, how should I know? Jiang Sihai, accompanied by 2 brothers, soon spotted a naked man by the roadside. The 3 rushed forward and restrained De Zhong. Startled, De Zhong exclaimed, What are you arresting me for? Furrowing his brows, he questioned who had reported him. I haven't done anything. I still have people to meet. Have you made a mistake? Jiang Qiyu had already sent him the details of De Zhong's offenses. Were you not here tonight to exorcise 2 female celebrities? Charging 200,000. You also promised to cast a curse, totaling 1,200,000. I cannot fathom which 2 foolish female stars would believe in such a crude scam. De Zhong gritted his teeth. Realizing, is it a certain female celebrity surnamed Jiang who reported me? Jiang Sihai remained silent, certainly not betraying Jiang Qiyu. De Zhong clenched his fists. Who would have thought that tonight, a conman would become the victim of a scam? That Jiang Ziren is engaging in entrapment. It is unfortunate that the master has already left. He now feared for the master's safety. I hope nothing has happened to you, master. They placed De Zhong into the car. Jiang Sihai called Jiang Qiyu again, reminding her to alert her crew that superstitions should not be believed. Be careful. The last sentence slipped from Jiang Sihai's lips naturally, and he was unaware that he was actually expressing concern for Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu, oblivious to this, had already changed into her Taoist robe, affixed her beard, and applied makeup. I understand, officer. I, Jiang Qiyu, am utterly opposed to feudal superstition. Chapter 072. The more beautiful the woman, the less you should believe her words. The three trailing behind could only echo one sentiment. A woman's words are the devil's lies. Wang Jiawei whispered to Xiaobao. Remember, Xiaobao, the more beautiful a woman is, the less you should trust her words. Xiaobao nodded, only partially comprehending. Meng Qian rubbed his temples in frustration. Guazi couldn't help but interject. Host, doesn't your conscience ache when you say that? Jiang Qiyu. Conscience?
What is that? Can it be eaten?
Guazi. Lin Lu, however, was concerned about another issue. Which two female celebrities from our crew invited the master for exorcism? Wang Jiawei shook his head, unsure. Let us go see. They're probably minor roles. They tend to indulge in such flamboyant antics. No sooner had he finished speaking than he spotted Jiang Qiyu in her Taoist robe, standing at Jiang Ziran's room door. Wang Jiawei. Lin Lu's eyes lit up, and he quickly sent a message in the gossip group. Jiang Ziran is looking for the master to exorcise evil spirits in her hotel room. Those nearby, come quickly for the scoop. Unbeknownst to Lin Lu, many members of the crew were eagerly awaiting news from the group chat. Throughout the night, they had opened the chat hundreds of times. At last, the awaited message arrived, prompting a flurry of individuals to rush out of their rooms. Moments later, 5 or 6 people stood behind Lin Lu, the most conspicuous among them being a woman with a dark complexion. Startled, Lin Lu gasped, "What on earth?" Lin Dai flashed a toothy grin and declared, "It's me, Lin Dai, just doing a facial mask." Lin Lu was momentarily taken aback. Both of them couldn't help but admire Jiang Qiyu for her genuine enthusiasm in bringing people together for gossip. Lin Qi, lacking funds, shamelessly pleaded with Jiang Ziran to also ward off any malevolent spirits for her. Consequently, she found herself in Jiang Ziran's room. Though Jiang Ziran had instructed her to maintain a distance, allowing her only to stand by the living room entrance. The space between them remained over 5 meters. At that moment, Jiang Ziran began to grow impatient. She called her assistant. Why hasn't the master arrived yet? Wasn't it supposed to be at 9:30? Her assistant, equally puzzled, replied, I just called, but no one answered. He should be arriving soon. No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed at the door. The assistant exclaimed, It must be the master. Ran, go answer the door. After hanging up, Jiang Ziran instructed Lin Qi to open the door. Upon opening it, Lin Qi was greeted by a Taoist priest standing outside. She quickly adjusted her attire and greeted, Hello, are you Master de Zhong? Jiang Qiyu nodded, her voice gruff. Indeed. Lin Qi ushered Jiang Qiyu inside. Jiang Ziran stood respectfully and inquired, Master de Zhong, how may I assist you? Feigning a serious demeanor. Jiang Qiyu surveyed the room for a moment before fixing her gaze on Jiang Ziran, speaking with an air of gravity. Esteemed lady, there is indeed something unclean attached to you. Jiang Ziran's eyes widened in urgency. Master, please help me. Jiang Qiyu replied calmly, Do not panic. I am here. With that, she retrieved a peachwood sword from her toolkit and aimed it at Jiang Ziran. Startled, Jiang Ziran found herself receiving several swift swats across the face. The pain was excruciating. She covered her face, exclaiming, Master, is it really necessary to hit me? Jiang Qiyu nodded seriously, Of course. The malevolent spirit is clinging to you. Striking you is tantamount to striking it.
With that,
she delivered several more blows until Jiang Ziran's cheeks swelled to resemble 2 large buns. Satisfied, Jiang Qiyu finally withdrew, declaring, There, the unclean spirit has departed. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle from the doorway, murmured in disbelief. After such a beating, how can we film tomorrow? There are intimate scenes between the male lead and the white moonlight. Wang Jiawei regretted not intervening sooner to stop Jiang Qiyu, feeling that her actions were excessive. Jiang Ziran merely sought the master's help to dispel evil. She did not provoke her in any way. The door remained ajar, and Lin Qi soon noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, heads craning to peer inside. The director was among them. Flustered, she asked, Director, what brings you here? Wang Jiawei blinked and replied, We were passing by and noticed the commotion here. We simply wanted to take a look. Lin Qi glanced toward Jiang Ziran. Jiang Ziran was in such pain that she could scarcely utter a word, gesturing to Lin Qi to close the door. Lin Qi complied, yet failed to ensure it was tightly shut. A throng of individuals lingered outside. Although Lin Qi found the exorcism rather absurd, she approached Jiang Qiyu, asking, Master, what about me? Jiang Qiyu glanced at Lin Qi, stating, Your condition is not severe. Simply administer 50 slaps to yourself, and you'll be fine. Lin Qi had no choice but to comply. After delivering 50 resounding slaps, her face was left painfully swollen. It was only then that Jiang Qiyu turned her attention back to Jiang Ziren, inquiring, "You have another matter, correct? Whom shall I curse? And what shall the curse be?" After a brief pause, Jiang Ziren regained her ability to speak, albeit with some difficulty, saying, "Curse Jiang Qiyu. I wish for her excrement." Outside the door, Xiao Bao overheard this and, with a puzzled expression, asked Wang Jiawei, "Uncle Wang, why does this person want Aunt Yu's excrement?" Chapter 073, Take Away My Jiang Baimi. Wang Jiawei was about to respond softly when he heard Jiang Qiyu's calm voice from within. "You desire Jiang Qiyu's excrement. That comes at a different price." Wang Jiawei was taken aback. Though Xiao Bao did not fully grasp the implications, he understood enough to realize that Jiang Ziren harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Qiyu. What could have transpired to inspire such hatred? Was this not akin to the ancient practice of voodoo? Fortunately, it was Jiang Qiyu who had arrived. Had a truly powerful master been present, Jiang Qiyu would have been in grave danger. Wang Jiawei felt a shiver of fear, genuinely believing for the first time that Jiang Ziren was quite malicious. Lin Lu smirked, envisioning a sensational headline. Shock. Renowned star casts excrement curse behind the scenes. Utterly vile. Meng Qian's gaze, veiled beneath long lashes, darkened slightly. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that the so-called fairy of the entertainment industry, Jiang Ziren, could be so wicked. Inside, Jiang Ziren paused momentarily before shaking her head, insisting, "That is not my intention. I truly want her excrement." Excrement to fall. Lin Qi interjected, "Master. What she means is that she wishes for Jiang Qiyu to perish. That woman is wicked and has committed many wrongs. Master, you must exert your full power." Although she bore no personal grudge against Jiang Qiyu, Jiang Ziren's enemies had become hers. After all, Jiang Ziren was the only person she could rely on at present. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu swiftly struck Lin Qi across the mouth with a sword, producing a sharp crack. Lin Qi yelped in pain. "Ah." Jiang Qiyu remarked coolly, "The impurities within you have yet to disperse. Allow me to assist further." Lin Qi, rubbing her mouth, forced a smile. "Thank you, master." Jiang Qiyu waved her hand. "Very well. Step back. I am about to commence the incantation." Jiang Ziren and Lin Qi exchanged glances and retreated to the side. Jiang Qiyu grasped a peachwood sword and selected a yellow talisman, beginning to twist and turn wildly, her murmurs unintelligible to those listening.
Yet.
Her inner thoughts were crystal clear. Money come. Money come. All wealth shall flow to Jiang Qiyu.
Prosperity. Prosperity.
Jiang Qiyu shall reap great fortune. The gathering crowd at the door, pressed closely together, heard Jiang Qiyu's fervent thoughts. However, they believed the voice emanated from the master within. To their surprise, this master possessed a remarkably benevolent nature. Not only did he bring no harm, but he also facilitated wealth. Lin Daitai was exceedingly intrigued, wondering about the master's abilities. "I desire this spell." After writhing for approximately a minute, Jiang Qiyu communicated with Guazi, using her thoughts. P.S. Ignite. Guazi responded with silence. Having prepared the props for spontaneous ignition in advance, Guazi complied. With a hum, Jiang Ziren and Lin Qi witnessed the talisman paper, propped up by a peachwood sword. Ignite spontaneously. There was no intervention. It simply caught fire. The flames leapt upwards. The two exchanged glances, nodding in agreement that this master indeed possessed extraordinary skills. Once the talisman had nearly burned away, Jiang Qiyu stowed the peach blossom sword, declaring the spell successfully cast. Jiang Ziren eagerly inquired, "When might she?" Jiang Qiyu replied solemnly, "When she can no longer endure, she will." Jiang Ziren felt a disquieting sense that the statement was amiss, yet she could not pinpoint the error. "I cannot divulge more. My actions today have already compromised my merit." Jiang Ziren refrained from further questioning. At that moment, Jiang Qiyu retrieved a card-only machine from her tool bag. The price exceeded 100,000, and the payment code was troublesome to process. Thus, Jiang Qiyu reluctantly purchased the machine. With the funds secured, she turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. The next instant, a piercing alarm resonated through Jiang Ziren's room. The smoke detector had been triggered. Water cascaded from the ceiling. Jiang Ziren and Lin Qi were instantly drenched, resembling two drowned rats. The wounds on their faces intensified in pain. Lin Qi pointed towards the curtains, seemingly ablaze from the remnants of the talisman's fire. Jiang Qiyu, concealing her prowess, exited Jiang Ziren's room, lifting the hem of her robe to reveal her fluorescent green pajamas, and dashed away like the wind. Ha 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 ha. Outside, a crowd of onlookers stood in anticipation. Meng Qian also dreamt, envisioning a beautiful maiden extending her hand towards him as her attire fell away. Soon, the trending news erupted. Master de Zhong was apprehended. Jiang Qiyu's engagement in superstition and spellcasting became sensational. The first trending topic was not Lin Lu, but rather the police report from the Jing City precinct, revealing de Zhong's arrest for involvement in fraud. Upon seeing the news of his arrest, Lin Lu noted the explicit mention of de Zhong's scandalous act with a pig. Such bizarre occurrences were met with skepticism until someone claimed to be Aunt Li, residing behind the de Zhong household. She wept, proclaiming that she had finally discovered the cause of her family's pig's demise. Jiang Qiyu's dabbling in superstition was indisputable, as evidenced by the accompanying photographs. In a hotel room, she stood alongside a master in a robe, engaged in conversation. How malicious. Take away my Jiang Beimi. Seemingly kind and gentle, yet so cruel behind closed doors. Beware of retribution. The story begins with an image. Everything else is mere fabrication? Who knows if Jiang Qiyu is actually praying? Indeed, what can a mere photograph signify? Blogger, why don't you consider writing a novel with such fanciful tales? Lin Lu was taken aback by the fervent defense from Jiang Qiyu's fans and regretted not having recorded the exchange. Jiang Qiyu's behavior was utterly reprehensible, prompting Lin Lu to directly name names in her expose, also mentioning the victim, Jiang Qiyu. However, she refrained from discussing any benefits Jiang Qiyu might have gained. That was entirely what teacher Beimi deserved. Having changed rooms for sleep, Jiang Qiyu applied some ointment and intended to scroll through Weibo before retiring for the night. Yet, upon opening the app, she was met with trending topics and vitriol that nearly caused her to faint. Who had leaked her information? Everyone adored her. It must have been Jiang Qiyu's doing. That wretched girl. Master de Zhong must have been reported by her as well. Fortunately, the curse had already been cast. She was bound to suffer. Jiang Qiyu trembled with rage. At that moment, she received a call from Jiang Xihai. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Surely, her older brother was calling to comfort her. Answering the phone, she began to sob. Fourth brother Jiang Xihai furrowed his brow, his tone icy. Have you truly succumbed to superstition? Jiang Qiyu's expression darkened. Fourth brother, he interrupted her, speaking sternly for the first time. You're not a child anymore. Think before you act. Jiang Qiyu reported your superstitions and you, instead, squander money on rituals. Just as Jiang Qiyu was about to protest further, Jiang Xihai hung up. Seething with rage, she smashed everything in her room. Her team worked tirelessly overnight to manage public relations, suppressing the trending topics and expending a substantial sum in the process. Staring at her bank balance, sleep eluded Jiang Qiyu. In the dead of night, her phone vibrated. Glancing at the screen, her eyes brightened. It was a message from her third brother. A cold smirk crept onto her lips. Unlike her other brothers, he was the most ruthless. With affection solely for her and various animals, he would never show kindness to Jiang Qiyu. With his own company and ample resources, Jiang Qiyu felt a sense of relief wash over her, surrendering to sleep. Chapter 074. System Upgrade. The following day arrived swiftly. Jiang Qiyu received a call from Su Renmin early in the morning. Mom, what's the matter? Jiang Qiyu inquired, still groggy. I'm in Nan City. It's quite far. Su Renmin chuckled. No worries. Your father's private jet will pick you up tonight. Jiang Qiyu. Absolutely extravagant. I'm in love. Mentioning Das Hun triggered a mechanical voice in Jiang Qiyu's mind. System upgrade. Animal gossip functionality activated. Host, do not fret. Das Hun has merely experienced a heartbreak. Jiang Qiyu was taken aback. Who has he fallen for? Gossip. The goldfish named Xiaohong in the front yard pond. Jiang Qiyu. Dashuan's views on romance were rather avant-garde. She acquiesced. All right. On set, Jiang Qiyu, wearing a mask, addressed director Wang Jiawei. Director, my skin had an allergic reaction last night. Is it possible to avoid filming my face today? Lin Qi's lips had swollen to the size of sausages, yet she still arrived at the filming location. Director, my lips are infected. I can no longer shoot from the front. Wang Jiawei, observing the two with irritation, questioned. What do you expect to achieve if you can't even face the camera? If you don't wish to perform, then leave. However, murmurs began to circulate among the onlookers. Those who had missed out on the gossip the previous night were puzzled by Lin Qi's condition. What happened to her lips? Did she kiss Jiang Qiyu? Oh my! What germs could Jiang Qiyu possibly have?
How terrifying.
Let's keep our distance. Who knows if saliva could be contagious? Her mouth must be foul. I feel a bit sorry for the esteemed Mengingdi. After all, they have a kissing scene. Jiang Ziren was left speechless. Is this crowd out of their minds? Yet. In the next moment, her thoughts halted. Kissing scene. She hurriedly asked Wang Jiawei, "Director, is the kissing scene with Meng Yingdi scheduled for today?" Wang Jiawei shook his head.
No.
Jiang Ziren sighed with relief. Wang Jiawei continued, "The bed scene is today." Jiang Ziren. Her lips twitched slightly. "Director, in my current state, I certainly cannot film a bed scene. Perhaps we should postpone?" Opportunities to get close to Meng Qiyan were rare, and she had already overcome her obstacles. This time, she absolutely could not let it slip away. Wang Jiawei waved his hand. "You need not worry. It is not your bed scene with Meng Yingdi." Jiang Ziren's eyes widened in surprise. What? Wang Jiawei glanced at the script. The screenwriter revised it overnight, transforming it into a bed scene between Jiang Qiyu and Meng Yingdi. Jiang Ziren. Just as she approached, Jiang Qiyu overheard this line. Qiao Hua smirked slyly from the side. He had noticed Jiang Qiyu's aversion to contact with Meng Qiyan. Thus, he felt no remorse in crafting a scene of intimacy between the two. He had spent the entire night rewriting the script. His sole aim was to ensure Jiang Qiyu's discomfort. Seeing Jiang Qiyu's expression falter, Qiao Hua's heart rejoiced. Jiang Ziren furrowed her brow but soon relaxed, turning to Jiang Qiyu, "Sister, you surely won't agree to the bed scene, will you?" Then, both Qiao Hua and Jiang Ziren witnessed Jiang Qiyu's devilish smile. Such a benefit exists? Qiao Hua. Jiang Ziren. Guazi was left astounded by Jiang Qiyu's reaction. "Host, didn't you claim to dislike the antagonist? You wouldn't even engage in intimacy with him while gaming." Jiang Qiyu declared resolutely. "Guazi, your words misinterpret my intentions. I initially wished to avoid any close contact with him, but can I still do so now? Filming is an art. I am willing to dedicate myself to the craft." For a moment, Guazi was genuinely moved by Jiang Qiyu's dedication, but soon realized that Jiang Qiyu's true nature was one of lechery. Yet, with desire but no courage, she could only quench her thirst with poison. Wang Jiawei, incredulous, asked, "Can you truly perform?" Jiang Qiyu replied earnestly, "Director, you may insult me, but do not undermine my professional integrity." Wang Jiawei gave her a thumbs up. "Excellent. Jiang Qiyu, you are a remarkable actress." Lin Lu also believed Jiang Qiyu to be a talented performer.
Hey.
The renowned eccentric actress dedicates herself for the sake of art. How thrilling! Jiang Ziren's round face ached even more. Gritting her teeth, she thought, Director Meng, the esteemed actor, has never engaged in intimate scenes before. He simply cannot perform. Jiang Qiyu stroked her chin in agreement. Perhaps the lovely girl wished to reserve her first experience for Lin Daidai, who stood just behind them. Jiang Qiyu pulled her closer, suggesting, if it doesn't work out, let Lin Daidai take the role instead. I am magnanimous. I am resilient. Even if the handsome man slips away, I shall not weep. Lin Daidai, pale with fright, repeatedly declined. No, no, no. I have a phobia of men. Jiang Qiyu lamented. What a pity. The lovely girl has finally developed feelings for someone, only to be hindered by her aversion to men. Yet, the lovely girl is quite audacious. Might he consider transitioning for Lin Daidai? Meng Qiyuan, accompanied by Xiao Bao, appeared. He rubbed his temples and spoke with resignation. Do I lack professionalism? The group turned to see Meng Qiyuan. Today, he was scheduled to perform alongside Xiao Bao, and he had just been instructing the young one. Wang Jiawei's face radiated joy, exclaiming, "All right, let us commence filming." Xiao Hua scratched his head, sensing a peculiar feeling. It seemed as if vengeance had been exacted, yet not entirely fulfilled. Wang Jiawei set up the camera and was about to signal to start when his phone vibrated in his pocket. Glancing at it, his eyes lit up. It was a call from the funding sponsor. He raised his hand to signal a pause and respectfully addressed the caller. Not father. Mr. Ma. What is the matter? Mr. Ma, observing Jiang Yifan across from him, rubbed his nose and declared, I wish to withdraw my investment. Chapter 075. Free labor is simply out of the question. Wang Jiawei's eyes widened in shock. Ah, father, why is this happening? My father, Mr. Ma, momentarily speechless, replied, do not call me that so ambiguously. I have no peculiar preferences. Wang Jiawei's mind buzzed. Mr. Ma, surely you have a reason for withdrawing your investment. Clearing his throat, Mr. Ma stated, you are a monkey, and I am a dragon. Our collaboration would lead to sore throats. Wang Jiawei, bewildered, responded. Under the pressure of Jiang Yifan's gaze, Mr. Ma continued. Despite this, I still hold you in high regard. I have heard that General Jiang, that is, Jiang Yifan, is interested in investing in a film. You may wish to reach out. Furrowing his brow, Wang Jiawei thought, Jiang Yifan? How could I possibly contact such a high-ranking CEO? The grim news arrived too swiftly. And he had forgotten that Jiang Yifan was indeed Jiang Ziran's elder brother. Mr. Ma added, I shall send you General Jiang's phone number. You may get in touch. Wang Jiawei's expression shifted from exuberance to despair. Meng Qiyu inquired, Director, what is wrong? The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the group. It is well known that investment is paramount in filmmaking. Without funding, progress halts. Wang Jiawei's film boasted a remarkable cast, and the salaries alone were substantial. The cast and crew, numbering in the hundreds, faced sudden unemployment. The collective spirit plummeted. Jiang Ziran, seizing the moment, was the first to speak up. Director, I am willing to continue filming. I can forego my salary. As long as this film can be released on schedule, it will be my assent. Though she currently finds herself devoid of funds, her several affluent brothers alleviate any concerns regarding this modest remuneration. Upon hearing Jiang Ziran's words, Lin Qi and Zhao Jingnian promptly raised their hands in agreement to forego their payments. The remaining actors exchanged glances, and soon several others echoed this sentiment. Jiang Qiyu pouted, declaring, if Jiang Ziran isn't on the list of this year's top 10 influential figures in Asia, I shan't watch. Wang Jiawei felt a touch of emotion. However, foregoing payment was insufficient, as a film's pre-production demands substantial financial input. Jiang Ziran turned to the silent Jiang Qiyu and remarked, Sister, given the director's plight, you wouldn't still wish to be compensated, would you? All eyes turned towards Jiang Qiyu. She blinked, exuding an air of nonchalance. Of course, I demand payment. I entered this industry to earn a living. Attempting to morally bind me? Alas, I possess no morals. She owed the company a staggering 50 million in performance metrics. Having participated in a variety show, she had merely rectified 1 million, and that sum had yet to be received. She cared little for her own rise to fame. Her sole desire was to swiftly meet her performance obligations and retire in leisure. A flicker of delight crossed Jiang Ziran's eyes, though with a hint of regret she responded. Very well, then you shall not partake in this film. Jiang Qiyu felt no lingering attachment, her lips curling into a grin as she declared, well then, I shall clock out. Working for free is out of the question. It shall never happen in this lifetime. At that moment, others began to admire Jiang Qiyu's audacious spirit, resolutely refusing to compromise her worth, including those who had just joined her in declining remuneration. To refrain from following suit would render them outcasts, perceived as ill-natured. Wang Jiawei, however, found no fault in Jiang Qiyu's actions. Such sentiments were entirely natural. Without funds, he, too, lacked motivation to labor. The most prominent figure present, Meng Qian, remained notably silent. Jiang Ziran pressed her lips together and inquired, Meng, what have you? A shadow flickered in Meng Qian's eyes. After much anticipation for intimate scenes with Jiang Qiyu, the project was now in jeopardy. He lifted his eyelids, his voice subdued. I shall proceed. Jiang Ziran was elated. Surely, the primary antagonist had remained due to her influence? Jiang Qiyu, however, remained unfazed, already contacting her father's private jet. Wang Jiawei's eyes widened. Meng Qian, you too are willing to forego payment? In truth, he merely intended to temporarily pause, seeking discussions with Jiang Yifan. Perhaps an investment could be negotiated. However, as nothing was certain, he refrained from voicing this. Meng Qian regarded him. But do you not lack investment yourself? A trivial matter, I shall fund it. Wang Jiawei's mouth fell open in disbelief for a moment. He then slid before Meng Qian, clasping his leg. From this day forth, you shall be my Meng daddy. Meng Qian disdainfully pushed Wang Jiawei away. My assistant will discuss the details with you later. Now let us continue filming. This was the best possible outcome. All gazes upon Meng Qian resembled those of hopeful devotees. Jiang Ziran was no exception. Only Jiang Qiyu regarded him earnestly, stating, Meng Duyu, let it be clear. My remuneration is non-negotiable. Otherwise, I shall not participate. She had specifically chosen this film for its superior compensation compared to others. Meng Duyu gazed at her with his peach blossom eyes, his voice crisp and melodious.
Not falling.
Jiang Qiyu's fair and beautiful visage blossomed with a radiant smile. Wonderful. I adore my work.
My work adores me.
Thus, a formidable crisis was effortlessly navigated. Lung Ruoruo, employed at the hotel, remained blissfully unaware of the incident. Meanwhile, Jiang Yifan was beset by a restless agitation. He fixated on his mobile phone, his voice cold and low. "Have you perhaps misdialed my number? Why has that director yet to call me?" Once the director reached out, he would insist on dining with the principal actors, presenting himself with boldness before Lung Ruoruo, delivering a considerable shock. He was no mere pauper. He was their benefactor. However, he would not concede easily, for such acquiescence might lead the director to surmise his intentions. Should he inadvertently reveal his acquaintance with Lung Ruoruo, the director would undoubtedly summon her to him. Initially, he had not devised a plan, but upon consulting Jiang Sihai, he was presented with this strategy, which Jiang Sihai claimed was common in novels. Rather than blindly following Jiang Sihai's guidance, he contemplated the matter seriously and deemed the idea worthwhile. As for how he would interact with Lung Ruoruo upon her arrival, he had yet to decide. One thing was certain: he would not be the one to seek reconciliation. Manager Mari opened his phone, confirming, "Indeed, Jiang Zong. It seems the director is preoccupied and lacks time." Jiang Yifan's brow furrowed deeply, exclaiming, "The film's investment is at stake. What could be more pressing?" Manager Ma's lips twitched. Surely, the call would come soon. Half an hour elapsed without a single ring on Jiang Yifan's phone. His expression darkened to an extreme. Make a call and inquire. Given Jiang Yifan's status as a genius investor and commercial legend, Manager Ma dared not disregard his command, especially since he had exchanged a superior project for this opportunity. Everyone knew Wang Jiuwei's films were fraught with significant risk. He had only invested due to the lack of better prospects. Reluctantly, Manager Ma dialed Wang Jiuwei once more. Wang Jiuwei, engaged in rebooting the monitor, answered the call. "Xiao Ma, what can I do for you?" Chapter 076. Today S persona is a worthless wretch. Manager Ma fell silent for a moment before asking, "I just wanted to check in. Have you contacted Jiang Zong?" Wang Jiuwei chuckled, "No need. We already have investors." With that, he ended the call. Manager Ma was left stunned, glancing at Jiang Yifan, stammering they. The two were not far apart, and Jiang Yifan heard the exchange, his face darkening to a hue akin to a charred pot, gritting his teeth in fury. Who is it? No one could fathom Jiang Yifan's unraveling. On set, the filming resumed in an orderly fashion. This particular scene involved a bed scene between Jiang Qiyu and Meng Qi. Such content was not suitable for Xiaobao, prompting Wang Jiuwei to hand his phone to Xiaobao, equipping him with headphones to watch Ultraman dance beside him. Jiang Xiren stood nearby, her eyes rimmed with jealousy. This production was hardly worth the investment. Had there been none, Jiang Qiyu would have been sent packing. Moreover, what was the screenwriter thinking? Zhao Hua, being a professional screenwriter, does not make arbitrary changes. The overall narrative of the play has shifted slightly from its previous form. The character of the ex-wife, portrayed by Jiang Qiyu, has transformed completely. She is no longer submissive but has taken on a slightly deranged demeanor. Thus, Zhao Hua has added a scene that takes place on the day of their divorce. In this scene, the ex-wife shares a farewell meal with the male lead and subsequently spends a night with him. Her reasoning is that such a handsome man will undoubtedly be unattainable in the future, so she resolves to have one last encounter with him today. Wang Jiuwei recounted this scene to Jiang Qiyu, who found it quite reasonable. She glanced at Zhao Hua and teased, "Have you secretly gained some wisdom?" Zhao Hua, accustomed to Jiang Qiyu's teasing, felt a flicker of delight in his heart at her words, though he masked it with a cold huff, asserting, "I am a professional." You know, as filming commenced, the couple who had just received their marriage certificate stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The male lead lit a cigarette, taking a drag as the wind carried the smoke, obscuring his handsome features. Jiang Qiyu instantly immersed herself in the role, feeling a pang of reluctance. She then heard the male lead declare, "Xiao, I shall withdraw, and this withdrawal shall last a lifetime." Unable to contain herself, Jiang Qiyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Who wrote this ridiculous line?" Zhao Hua, standing nearby, explained, "The male lead is an artistic soul. You wouldn't understand." Jiang Qiyu took a deep breath, looking at Zhao Hua and retorting, all right, that line feels like a gentle kick to cotton, very warm, indeed." Zhao Hua was puzzled by her eccentricity, while Guazi inquired, "Host, what is wrong with you today?" Jiang Qiyu replied, "When out and about, one's identity is self-assigned. Today, my persona is that of a coward." Guazi asked, "Are you perhaps afraid of offending the writer and missing out on intimate scenes?" Jiang Qiyu vehemently denied, "Don't talk nonsense. That's not true. Utterly absurd." Regardless, Jiang Qiyu's mental state remained unstable, and others paid little heed to her antics. After regaining her composure, Jiang Qiyu continued her dialogue with Meng Qian. Xiao reached for the cigarette from the male lead's hand, taking a puff before suggesting, "Come, let us share a farewell meal." The meal took place at a restaurant familiar to both. It was where they had their first meal together after obtaining their marriage certificate. Overwhelmed by nostalgia, Xiao encouraged the male lead to drink a considerable amount of alcohol, successfully leading him to a hotel. She resolved to make this last encounter one to remember, to fully exhaust her ex-husband. As the male lead stumbled into the hotel, he was promptly pushed onto the bed by Xiao. Slightly intoxicated, he lay there with a flushed face, appearing inviting. Although Jiang Qiyu had been quite carefree, once she found herself atop Meng Qian, feeling the warmth of his body, her face flushed instantly. Her heart raced fiercely. After so many quick changes, this was the first time she was so close to him. It was truly hard not to feel nervous. He was, after all, incredibly handsome. His long lashes, high nose, and skin smooth as jade, accentuated by a small mole on his throat, rendered him irresistibly attractive. Jiang Qiyu was utterly at a loss, suddenly feeling a hand caressing her waist, pressing her down. She sprang up as if jolted by electricity.
Cut.
Wang Joe exclaimed, "Jiang Qiyu, what's wrong?" Glancing back at the person on the bed, she found Meng Qian lying comfortably, his hands resting peacefully. Could it be merely a figment of her imagination? She scratched her head, feeling a bit anxious. She turned to Guazi and inquired, "Did the antagonist just touch my waist?" Guazi, choosing to ignore such inappropriate moments, replied, "I didn't see anything." Jiang Qiyu touched her own waist. Guazi remained silent. When she resumed, Jiang Qiyu's mischievous hand reached for Meng Qian's slender waist. Wang Joe frowned. Hey, don't just jump in and remove his pants. Start with some foreplay." Jiang Qiyu simply responded. Nearby, Zhao Jingyan scoffed, "Jiang Qiyu, you surely don't lack experience, do you?" Jiang Qiyu retorted, "Who says I lack experience? Ha ha ha. You wretched blue-faced Do Erton, battling my red-faced Guangong." Zhao Jingyan fell silent. Everyone present could see that Jiang Qiyu was flustered. Not only was she flustered, but she also seemed to have lost her mind, glaring at Zhao Jingyan. "You have experience. You certainly know how to entice the assistant director." Bai Huaji interjected. The audience's attention shifted to Bai Huaji, who quickly waved his hands. "No, I didn't fall for it." Zhao Jingyan pressed on. "You're all conspiring to frame me, aren't you?" "I did nothing last night." Bai Huaji, reluctant to admit anything for fear of offending anyone, found his words slipping uncontrollably. Now regretting his earlier remarks, he corrected himself. "Right, nothing happened last night. I misspoke." Jiang Qiyu crossed her arms, and seeing Bai Huaji's stubbornness, Zhao Jingyan reached out and pinched Bai Huaji's backside, declaring, "Now there's a claw mark. Whether it's real or not, we'll know when you take off your pants." The two were left speechless. The onlookers were equally astonished, all eyes fixated on Bai Huaji's rear. Meng Qian, lying down, rubbed his temples. Was the focus misplaced? Wang Joe, eager for the drama, noticed Meng Qian's displeasure and promptly urged, "Stop the noise. Let us continue filming." A scene in bed was shot for an entire afternoon, repeated over 30 times. This left Jiang Qiyu, who initially had strong desires for Meng Qian, feeling quite deflated. After the director called cut, Jiang Qiyu, resembling a cat, adjusted her pants, exclaiming, "I'm exhausted. Really exhausted." Wang Joe reviewed the footage and mused, after all this, the first take was still the best. Jiang Qiyu's eyes widened. "Director, what did you say? After 30-some takes, you think the first one was the best?" Wang Joe nodded. "Yes." Jiang Qiyu gritted her teeth. "You must be joking." Wang Joe raised an eyebrow. Jiang Qiyu continued, "All right. The weather is poor. Tell Auntie to dress warmly." Chapter 077. What's bothering you? That evening, Meng Qian was also preparing to leave. Jiang Qiyu asked him, "Have you purchased your plane ticket?" Around Meng Qian's neck were the traces left by Jiang Qiyu's affectionate kisses. No one knows what Meng Qian was experiencing at that moment. His long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly, but he remained silent. Jiang Qiyu noticed the marks on his fair neck and felt a hint of embarrassment.
Fine.
She admitted her lack of experience. "A chaotic kiss here and there. My father's private jet is coming to pick me up. Would you like to join?" Meng Qian did not hesitate. "All right." Jiang Qiyu grinned. "The ticket will cost you 2,000. Not too pricey, right?" Meng Qian. He opened WeChat and transferred 10,000 to Jiang Qiyu. She flashed a toothy smile. With a resounding boom, the old servant makes a dazzling entrance. May I inquire if young Master Meng requires anything else? Jiang Xiren, observing Jiang Qiyu's behavior from the side, was thoroughly disdainful. She had never seen someone so blatantly money-oriented. Jiang Qiyu laughed. Of course, consider my treat. Isn't that generous? Meng Qian looked at her and replied, well then, I shall invite you to dinner next time. He took out his phone and sent a message to his assistant. Assistant Xiao He was puzzled. Brother Yan, your ticket has already been purchased. Are you not leaving? Standing not far away. Xiao He thought. That didn't seem to be the case, did it? Jiang Xiren was also aboard Jiang Nanshan's private jet. Jiang Qiyu fell asleep as soon as she boarded. Jiang Xiren attempted to get closer to Meng Qian, sitting beside him, and softly saying, Menging you. Before she could finish her sentence, she caught the usually gentle Meng Qian casting a cold glance in her direction. A chill ran down Jiang Xiren's spine. Her heart raced. And she said nothing, rising to leave. His gaze was too frigid. For the first time, she experienced the terror of a formidable antagonist. Yet, wasn't she supposed to be an exception to the villain? Jiang Xiren found it utterly perplexing. Upon returning to the Jiang family villa around 8 in the evening, Jiang Xiren hopped out of the car and dashed towards the villa. Third brother. Jiang Sanyun emerged from the villa, a faint smile breaking through his otherwise expressionless face as he watched the rushing Jiang Xiren. She embraced him, pouting, Third brother, I missed you so much. Jiang Sanyun awkwardly patted her back. I missed you too. Indeed, I missed you and your wallet. Jiang Sanyun furrowed his brow, releasing Jiang Xiren as he scanned the surroundings for the voice's owner but saw no one. Instead, he noticed 2 individuals entering through the main gate. The young woman was slender and strikingly beautiful, while the man was tall, with long legs and extraordinary handsomeness. Jiang Sanyun, disliking strangers, asked Jiang Xiren who they were. Understanding her brother's introverted nature and his preference for animal-related studies, Jiang Xiren thought for a moment and replied, It's my sister and her friend, the very famous film emperor, Meng Qian. Jiang Sanyun had no interest in the entertainment industry and was unfamiliar with Meng Qian. Hearing that Jiang Qiyu had invited them, he frowned slightly, displeased that she had invited friends over. Today was their family gathering, and he found it somewhat lacking in decorum. It appears that the previous discussions in the group regarding Jiang Qiyu's vulgarity hold some truth. Su Renmin and Jiang Wuhu have also made their entrance, and immediately, Jiang Qiyu's inner thoughts could be discerned. Su Renmin narrowed her eyes, pondering whether Jiang Xiren was truly in financial distress. Her brothers often provided her with monetary support, and Jiang Nanshan would occasionally transfer funds as well. She resolved to remind the third brother not to be duped out of his money. With her thoughts settled, Su Renmin turned to see Jiang Qiyu and Meng Qian, her lips curving into a radiant smile. Xiao Meng, you've arrived. Meng Qian politely replied, Anshu. I apologize for the intrusion. Su Renmin beamed. Not at all. You are always welcome at our home. Please come often. Meng Qian presented his gift, explaining, Since it is my first visit, I wasn't certain of your preferences, so I chose a set of jewelry. What woman could possibly resist jewelry? Although Su Renmin did not lack for such adornments, she was nonetheless delighted. It was a gracious gesture to arrive with a gift. Jiang Qiyu was pleasantly surprised by Meng Qian's thoughtfulness, as someone had been waiting with gifts for him upon his arrival. It was likely that he had arranged this prior to boarding the plane. Jiang Wuhu cast a discontented glance at his mother, feeling disgruntled. Why was she so fond of Meng Qian? They already had 5 sons in the family. Jiang Qiyu blinked and deftly slipped past Jiang Wuhu's arm. Jiang Wuhu exclaimed in frustration, Ugh. The corn princess is not at all affectionate towards him. Su Renmin seized the opportunity to introduce Jiang Qiyu, saying, Come, let me introduce you. This is your third brother. Jiang Qiyu looked up and casually regarded the man standing behind Jiang Xiren, who was gazing down. Hello, Su Renmin. Observing her third son, urged him forward, Meet your 6th brother. Jiang Qiyu introduced herself. I am Jiang Qiyu, but you may call me the Great Beauty. Jiang Sanyun merely nodded without lifting his gaze, muttering, Oh, this socially anxious third brother is truly remarkable. To avoid social interaction, he wore sunglasses for an entire year while living abroad, leading the neighbors to believe he was genuinely blind. Jiang Sanyun then heard a peculiar sound. It was Jiang Qiyu's. Instinctively, he looked up at her. Ha ha ha. This scene is nothing short of hellish. Better to just go in and eat. At that moment, Jiang Sanyun realized that Jiang Qiyu had not actually spoken. A sudden shock coursed through him. Could he hear her thoughts? And was he the only one capable of doing so? Soon he realized that was not the case. Su Runmin and Jiang Wuhu were regarding him with expressions of amusement, struggling to suppress their laughter. He lowered his head again. Was it not preferable to feign blindness and avoid conversation altogether? How did Jiang Qiyu come to know of this? Jiang Nanshan emerged from within, questioning. What are you all doing standing outside? Come in and eat. Jiang Qiyu leaped forward with enthusiasm. All right. Jiang Sanyan watched her movements, finding them strangely familiar. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that she resembled a monkey. Upon entering the dining hall, Su Runmin seated Meng Qiyan beside Jiang Qiyu. At the dining table, there were two strangers, and Jiang Sanyan felt exceedingly out of place. Observing his somewhat flustered demeanor, Jiang Ziran furrowed her brow slightly. It was quite perplexing for a man nearing 30 to exhibit such awkwardness. Nevertheless, she maintained a façade of warmth, saying, "Third brother, please sit beside me." Jiang Yifan had already taken his place at the table, exuding a heavy aura that suggested he was in a rather foul mood. Jiang Qiyu, seated directly across from him, cheerfully inquired, "Elder brother, what is the matter? Are you feeling down?" Jiang Yifan lifted his gaze, his tone chilly, as if to say, "Do you really need to ask?" As the eldest in the family, he commanded a certain respect, with only Jiang Ziran slightly less intimidated, while the other siblings were particularly wary of him, especially when his expression darkened. Even Jiang Nanshan sometimes hesitated to provoke him. A few of them silently worried for Jiang Qiyu. Inwardly, Jiang Sanyan deemed Jiang Qiyu rather audacious. Indeed, she was unperturbed, blinking innocently and asking, "What is troubling you, elder brother? Share it with us, and let's lighten your spirits." Jiang Yifan seriously suspected that Jiang Qiyu was being deliberately provocative. To be honest, I now believe that the pig head at the old summer palace is a fake. The real one is hanging around Jiang Yifan's neck. A chuckle escaped Jiang Wuhu, who struggled to contain his laughter. Su Runmin and Jiang Nanshan stifled their amusement with great effort. Jiang Qiyu turned to Jiang Wuhu. "What is the matter with you?" Jiang Wuhu's lips twitched as he replied, "I just thought of a rather corny joke, ha." Jiang Sanyan scratched his head, wondering if Jiang Qiyu was serious. He silently chastised his elder brother, hoping he could hear her as well. Jiang Yifan did hear, and with utmost clarity. His brow furrowed tightly, his expression frostier than ever. Just as he was about to reprimand Jiang Qiyu. "Can you believe that the investor pulled out just because Lung Ruoro knocked on the director's door? I truly do not understand how Jiang Yifan became the CEO. He hasn't even investigated the matter, and to this day, remains unaware that Lung Ruoro is not an actress. She is involved in the production solely because Xiao Bao is an actor. To call him a pig feels like an insult to pigs." Jiang Yifan, Chapter 078, What Happened to Your Neck? After finishing their gossip and berating Jiang Yifan, Jiang Qiyu inexplicably noted the sudden silence at the table. Tilting her head, she asked, "Why is everyone so quiet?" The butler and servants were serving dishes nearby, now hesitant to make any sudden movements. As Jiang Yifan's expression had shifted from gloomy to frigid, now even more so, Jiang Ziran sensed the icy aura emanating from Jiang Yifan. She looked at Jiang Qiyu and gently said, "Sister, elder brother is in a bad mood. Why are you still so cheerful? One might think you are reveling in his misfortune." Jiang Qiyu smiled. "Sister, isn't it obvious? I am indeed reveling in it." Jiang Ziran, if it weren't for you deliberately showing Jiang Yifan the photo of Lung Ruoro knocking on the director's door, he wouldn't be so impulsive. Jiang Ziran felt that Jiang Qiyu had completely lost her mind. Was she truly trying to make herself unwelcome in this family? The parents of the Jiang family hold a deep affection for their eldest son, harboring hopes that he will one day inherit the family business. Jiang Qiyu's actions towards him are likely to displease their parents. At that moment, Su Runmin turned to Jiang Yifan, inquiring why a family member could not share in the joys and burdens together. Jiang Nanshan remarked with a hint of curiosity, questioning why Jiang Yifan seldom smiled. Was it a natural disposition? Jiang Ziran was taken aback by the exchange. What was happening? This was her elder brother. Su Runmin and Jiang Nanshan were almost inclined to reprimand Jiang Yifan. After all, he had lost his wife and child for years, and now, upon finally grasping a lead, he acted impulsively, without thought. Finding a partner was no easy feat. He ought to be more prudent. Jiang Sanyan, having missed the earlier events, felt bewildered. Being absent from home previously, he was unaware of many developments. Yet, from the reactions of those around him, It was evident that his elder brother had committed a foolish act, one that involved his younger sister, Ranan. However, Ranan was undoubtedly innocent. She was the gentlest and kindest of souls, completely unintentional in any wrongdoing. Jiang Qiyu seemed to harbor considerable malice towards her. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yifan felt his appetite vanish. All he wished for was to confront Lung Ruoruo and seek clarification. He firmly believed she was not the type of person to engage in such behavior. Jiang Ziran furrowed her brow, about to offer comfort to Jiang Yifan, when he abruptly stood up, declaring he would not eat and that they could continue without him, as he had matters to attend to.
Hey!
What is Jiang Yifan off to do? Is he so upset he can't even eat? That's perfect. I can have more to eat. Food, here I come. Jiang Qiyu eagerly picked up her chopsticks, ready to dig in, when suddenly, Jiang Wuhu let out a startled exclamation. She turned to him, asking what was the matter. Jiang Wuhu, with a complex expression, stammered that it was nothing. No one attempted to stop Jiang Yifan, and everyone began to eat. Jiang Ziran wanted to intervene, but the look Jiang Yifan had cast her way was filled with rejection, prompting her to relent. The atmosphere in the family had grown increasingly peculiar of late. Jiang Wuhu pressed his lips together, glancing at Meng Qiyan, and whispered, "What are you doing? Why is your leg touching mine? Just so you know, I'm not into guys. I prefer girls." Though his voice was barely above a whisper, the others could sense he was speaking, piquing their curiosity. Su Runmin asked what they were discussing. Jiang Wuhu blinked, unsure how to respond. He was aware of his good looks, but never anticipated that even Meng Qiyan would harbor feelings for him. At that moment, all eyes fell upon the mark on Meng Qiyan's neck. Jiang Qiyu's face flushed crimson as she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Wuhu. Why is this silly dog so curious about everything? Jiang Wuhu protested his innocence, claiming he hadn't asked anything and hadn't even noticed. Su Runmin, spotting the mark on Meng Qian's neck, inquired, "What happened there?" Meng Qian's alluring eyes lowered slightly, seemingly embarrassed, as if Jiang Qiyu had been the one to leave that mark. Su Runmin, Jiang Nanshan, Jiang Wuhu, Jiang Qiyu. Chapter 079, I understand what needs to be done. The dining table once again fell into silence. All eyes fixed upon Jiang Qiyu. Even Jiang Sanyan, who had been avoiding eye contact, could not resist glancing up. Jiang Qiyu was indeed quite formidable.
Ah!
Social death again. Jiang Wuhu, I will not let this go. Jiang Wuhu cast a resentful look towards Meng Qiyan, insisting, I didn't ask. Where did I even inquire? Green tea. Deadly green tea. What did it mean that his leg had brushed against Jiang Qiyu's? Was it a deliberate attempt to draw attention to his neck? No one paid heed to Jiang Wuhu's words. Su Runmin couldn't help but smirk, beginning to serve dishes to Meng Qiyan. You've worked hard, Xiao Meng. Jiang Qiyu's eyelids twitched violently as she explained, well, it was during filming that we kissed, all for the sake of art for art. Soren min pauset, oh, ise. Jiang Qiyu frowned. Jiang Wuhu chuckled, casting a provocative glance at Meng Qiyan. I knew the corn princess could never truly kiss him. Jiang Nanshan felt a sudden tightening in his chest, only to relax thereafter. It wasn't that he disliked Meng Qiyan. Rather, Jiang Qiyu was still young, and it was best she avoided romantic entanglements for now. Su Renmin's perspective was quite the opposite. She believed in the importance of early romances and encouraged experiencing love as much as possible, regardless of marriage. For her, enjoying the process was paramount. Jiang Ziran felt as though she were sitting on needles. What was Meng Qiyan doing? Previously, she had always been the center of attention at the family dining table. She could hardly eat a bite now. Rising to her feet, her tone slightly displeased, she declared, I'm full. You all enjoy yourselves. As Jiang Ziran departed from the table, Jiang Sanyan immediately began to fidget. He realized that Ziran's standing in the family had significantly diminished, and she must be feeling particularly upset. However, since he was already seated, he felt it would be awkward to stand up. Once he did, the two strangers at the table would turn their gazes upon him, and the discomfort would be unbearable. Thus, Jiang Sanyan remained seated, his eyes downcast as he picked at the 2 plates of vegetables before him. Yet, Jiang Qiyu's cheerful voice echoed in his ears. Delicious. This abalone is so tender and delightful. This lamb chop is also tasty, diplomatic theory. The braised pork is simply exquisite. Sweet yet tender, not greasy at all. One bite feels like eating cotton candy, melting in your mouth. Before Jiang Sanyan lay only 2 plates of vegetarian dishes. Hearing Jiang Qiyu's enthusiastic praise, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Had the household changed chefs? Were those dishes truly that delectable? Yet they seemed just out of reach. And he felt too shy to stand and serve himself. Jiang Qiyu, reveling in her culinary showcase, inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jiang Sanyun's hesitant expression, as if he were gearing up for something. What is third brother up to? Does he want to eat meat but is too timid to grab any? I also suffer from social anxiety. I can understand him. Should I serve him a piece? The others turned to Jiang Qiyu in surprise. She, too, experienced social anxiety? It was hardly apparent. Su Runman glanced at Jiang Sanyun, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Despite the saying that a dragon begets 9 offspring, each one is distinct in their own right. However, the nature of Jiang Sanyun remains a mystery to her. She truly cannot discern from whom it derives. From an early age, she spoke later than her peers and consistently sought refuge behind her elder brother, too timid to voice her thoughts. She refrains from attending any gatherings and, even when present, prefers to retreat into a corner to engage with animals rather than converse with people. Indeed, she would rather interact with dogs than with humans. In public, she never befriends anyone, and at home, if others do not initiate conversation, she remains silent. While her other brothers are vibrant and extroverted, she stands out as the solitary figure of silence and introversion, her only companion being Jiang Ziren. Jiang Qiyu remains oblivious to the thoughts of others, yet she possesses a profound understanding of Jiang Sanyun. In a previous life within a fast-paced narrative, the original inhabitant of this body was plagued by extreme social anxiety. Upon entering this vessel, she inherited all of the original's memories and certain behavioral traits, many of which mirror Jiang Sanyun's subconscious actions. The child who cries receives sweets. Jiang Sanyun has always been the overlooked one in the family, and he has grown accustomed to it. However, it may not be appropriate for me to serve him food, as we are not well acquainted, and it might impose pressure on him. At this moment, Jiang Sanyun nervously fidgeted with his hands. He was taken aback by Jiang Qiyu's attentiveness. He indeed felt the weight of pressure, uncertain whether to eat or abstain. Simultaneously, Su Renmin and Jiang Nanshan felt a pang of guilt. Jiang Qiyu's silence prompted them to reflect. It seemed they had inadvertently neglected Jiang Sanyun, positioned neither as the eldest nor the youngest among siblings, but rather as a middle child. He shared a twin bond with his elder brother. From a young age, he was well-behaved, rarely crying or speaking out. Their busy lives meant limited time for nurturing, naturally leading them to attend to the more vocal children. A wave of remorse washed over both parents. Su Renmin hastily served a piece of lamb chop, while Jiang Nanshan accompanied it with a piece of braised pork, and Jiang Wuhu added an abalone. 3 dishes landed simultaneously in Jiang Sanyun's bowl. Jiang Sanyun touched his nose, murmuring gratitude to his parents and his 5th brother. This marked the first occasion they had served him food. Previously, the sole person to do so at the dining table was Ziren. Ziren was the one who treated him with utmost kindness, compelling him to do anything for her. The 3 of them smiled broadly, encouraging him to eat more. Yet, she found the situation amusing. She had no intention of pondering matters while dining. However, the fruit must still be consumed. Ha! Jiang Ziren sat by the pond, and Das Hun mistook her for a tree stump, urinating on her back. Oh, Das Hun. Luckily, Jiang Ziren did not notice. Otherwise, you would be the main course tomorrow. Jiang Ziren, indeed, was oblivious, seated by the pond, waiting for Jiang Sanyun to come for her. She intended to share her grievances and perhaps solicit some money from him. However, after waiting for an eternity, Jiang Sanyun did not appear, leaving her utterly exasperated. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind her. "Miss, it is chilly by the pond this evening." Following the incident involving her unscrupulous biological mother and the theft of gold, Butler Lee had also been dismissed. Butler Lee had always believed that she was his daughter, which led him to treat her with utmost kindness over the years. Before departing, he even called her to reassure her that it was of no concern, as Uncle Lu, a dear friend, would take care of her in his stead. A flicker of shadow passed through Jiang Ziren's eyes as she responded, "It's all right, Uncle Lu." Butler Lu gazed at Jiang Ziren, a twinge of sympathy stirring within him. As Old Lee had mentioned, she was not his biological child. Akin to living under someone else's roof, always needing to heed others' moods. Leaning closer, Butler Lu whispered, "Miss, if you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall assist you in every possible way." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of joy illuminated Jiang Ziren's eyes, yet her spoken words were laced with despair. "Alas! It is futile. As long as Jiang Qiyu is present, I remain an outsider. No one will care for my feelings." Uncle Lu's eyes darkened with a hint of ruthlessness as he replied, I comprehend what must be done. Mississippi Chapter 080. There's a caterpillar on your eyelid. After finishing the meal, Jiang Sanyun felt a tinge of reluctance. It had been the most enjoyable meal he had savored in years. Moments earlier, his parents had shown concern for his life. Not bad, quite satisfactory. Following the meal, they resumed their gathering in the living room, watching television and chatting. Just as he remembered that Jiang Ziran had been gone for quite some time, he was about to venture out to find her when Jiang Sanyun froze, paralyzed with apprehension. If he moved now, the man beside him would surely sense it, leading to an awkward situation. It felt akin to being in a vehicle when someone unexpectedly rests their head on your shoulder and drifts into slumber. Jiang Sanyun fiddled with his hands, too timid to speak or glance at Meng Qian. Meng Qian was deliberate in his actions, testing a certain hypothesis. The puppy was growing rapidly, changing almost daily. Jiang Qiyu cradled it in her arms, gently stroking its head. My wife has passed. I can understand why one might neglect to eat, but I cannot condone it. Several heads turned toward Jiang Qiyu. Wife passed. Whose wife is gone? There is no choice. My wife has been murdered. No matter how sorrowful it may be, it is of no avail. All present widened their eyes in shock. Murdered? A homicide. Su Renmin was taken aback, swiftly pulling out her phone to message Jiang Sihai. She suspected this news might pertain to someone in their vicinity. Could it be their neighbor? Professional matters should be handled by professionals. She dared not act rashly. Jiang Sihai had just wrapped up his day's work and was tidying up to leave when he received a message from his mother, furrowing his brow in concern. He had long recognized the accuracy of Jiang Qiyu's intuitions. He glanced around. It was late, and everyone had left work. Without a confirmed case or any reports of a crime, Jiang Sihai deemed it prudent to keep the matter discreet. He turned to the female officer accompanying him on the task, Nan Huan. You need to come with me. She had joined a gossip group under a pseudonym, where various rumors circulated daily. Her work was unconventional, leaving no room for idleness, so she indulged in the gossip after hours. She inquired of Jiang Sihai, Is there something amiss at this late hour? Jiang Sihai hesitated, unsure how to mention a potential homicide, especially without any evidence. However, he feared that he might not manage alone. Having at least two people on the scene was essential. When Jiang Sihai uttered these words, he felt a twinge of guilt and dared not meet Nan Huan's gaze. Yet, a sudden surge of emotion coursed through Nan Huan's heart. As Jiang Sihai busied himself tidying the table, he nodded affirmatively, asking, Shall we go? Nan Huan, known for her carefree demeanor, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Why was Jiang Sihai suddenly being so kind to her? Could it be that he harbored romantic intentions? The thought quickened her heartbeat. In truth, Jiang Sihai was quite popular at the police station, his striking appearance making him stand out. With rugged features, a buzz cut, and a sun-kissed complexion, he exuded a palpable sense of strength, lacking only in a hint of insensitivity. Lowering her head, she replied, All right. Wait for me a moment. Moments later, Jiang Sihai was taken aback. Nan Huan had shed her uniform, donning a dress that accentuated her slender, graceful legs. The station kept various outfits on hand for special assignments. Feeling a touch embarrassed under Jiang Sihai's gaze, she urged, Let's go. Jiang Sihai was puzzled by her choice of dress. Was it because she was meeting her idol, Jiang Qiyu? He could not comprehend the mindset of a young girl infatuated with a celebrity. After scrutinizing her for a few moments, he furrowed his brow and said, Wait a moment. Nan Huan looked up at him, inquiring, What is it? In the next instant, she felt a sharp sting on her eyelash. There's a caterpillar on your eyelid, Jiang Sihai remarked. Nan Huan. She nearly restrained herself from punching Jiang Sihai, gritting her teeth. That's my false eyelash. Jiang Sihai remained silent. At the Jiang family villa, everyone hoped to hear more from Jiang Qiyu. However, her thoughts had shifted, and she chose to discuss something else. The new butler, Liu, is good friends with the former butler, Li. Jiang Nanshan paused momentarily. Is that so? He queried. Having entrusted a reliable servant, Xiaoyu, with the recruitment, Xiaoyu has feelings for butler Li. After Wang Chunhua left, she even volunteered to share his bed. Unfortunately, butler Li has a peculiar preference. He only fancies plump women. Xiaoyu, weighing just 120 pounds, falls outside his criteria. Nevertheless, upon learning that Jiang Nanshan intended to replace him, he reluctantly accepted Xiaoyu. Then butler Liu was brought in. Sigh. This butler Liu is quite the romantic. Upon discovering that he would be caring for Jiang Ziran, He decisively resigned from another prestigious family as service, even incurring significant penalties for breaking his contract. Su Runmin and Jiang Nanshan exchanged glances. Could it be that butler Lu harbored feelings for Jiang Ziran? And Jiang Ziran, in turn, had a penchant for older men. The two certainly seemed to have potential. Under Su Runmin's urging, Jiang Nanshan had genuinely intended to introduce Tang Mingze to Jiang Ziran. Yet, Tang Mingze had become quite the catch. After his divorce, women flocked to him. Though his heart had been shattered, he was ultimately captured by a star from the entertainment industry. Thus, Jiang Ziran had lost her chance. Presently, butler Lu was several years her senior. However, upon investigation, it was revealed that he was an unmarried, childless man with a remarkably high salary. At that moment, steward Lu approached. "Sir, madam, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare some bird's nest for dessert. Shall I serve it now?" Both Su Runmin and Jiang Nanshan turned their gazes towards steward Lu, their eyes betraying a hint of scrutiny. Steward Lu was taken aback. Had he been discovered? Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Upon hearing about the bird's nest, Jiang Qiyu's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "I want to eat it, right now." Steward Lu has tampered with the bird's nest. Chapter 081. Are you alright? Are you fine? Jiang Qiyu's gaze also fell upon steward Lu. This steward Lu is truly audacious. For the sake of love, he is willing to risk everything. Such a precious delicacy being so carelessly sullied. What a wretched fellow. You are truly despicable. Initially, Su Runmin and Jiang Nanshan were merely assessing steward Lu, gauging his compatibility with Jiang Ziran. However, upon hearing Jiang Qiyu's unfiltered thoughts, their expressions darkened. Was steward Lu too impatient? Is this truly how one pursues a romantic interest? Jiang Wuhu furrowed his brows tightly. In the past, being unable to hear the thoughts of Princess Korn, he found the world to be exceedingly simple and beautiful. Yet now, he realized that the world was nothing but a vast garbage dump. So filthy. However, it was rather intriguing. Who exactly was steward Lu attempting to drug? Jiang Sanyan raised his head once more. Is the world truly this chaotic now? Even a steward dares to poison the bird's nest of his employers. Meng Qian, whose shoulder brushed against Jiang Sanyun's, narrowed his eyes slightly. Encountering Jiang Sanyan also allowed him to hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. Does this mean that anyone with a blood relation to Jiang Qiyu can hear her inner voice? What is the familial connection between Little Bao and Jiang Qiyu? Recalling Jiang Qiyu's scathing remarks towards Jiang Yifan at the dinner table, Meng Qian understood. Little Bao is Jiang Qiyu's nephew. Steward Lu noticed that everyone was looking at him with peculiar expressions. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and, steeling himself, declared, "Since Miss Qiyu wishes to eat, I shall serve it." She was eager to see how steward Lu would assist her. He directed the servants to bring the bird's nest to the table. "My mother's bird's nest. Perfectly normal. Mother, do indulge a bit more. It's great for beauty. Although you are already quite lovely." Su Runmin couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling. The more he spoke, the more she enjoyed it. "My father's bird's nest, that's rather abnormal." Jiang Nanshan's gaze faltered. What does that mean? Has steward Lu poisoned him? What is happening? I did not expect that. Despite my father appearing vigorous, he is actually not well. Jiang Nanshan was on the verge of breaking down. He is perfectly fine. He is in great health. My dear daughter, not everything can be openly discussed. There are still a few sons around. Where can he hide his old face? Su Runmin cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Nanshan. Her ears slightly flushed. This old rascal. However, some nourishment is indeed beneficial. Jiang Wuhu nearly burst into laughter. Jiang Sanyun's eyes widened, resembling copper bells. How could Jiang Qiyu speak so boldly? She must be unaware that they could hear her innermost thoughts. Upon hearing private matters regarding her parents for the first time, Jiang Sanyan felt an odd sensation in her heart. To her, her father had always been a stern, aloof figure, devoid of humor. She had not anticipated that he, too, possessed vulnerabilities. Meng Qian quietly took note of this revelation. He could discern that Jiang Nanshan and Su Runmin still treated Jiang Qiyu with kindness. If he wished to be with Jiang Qiyu, he would need to cater to her preferences. Meng Qian's bird's nest. Quite normal. It looks delightful. Meng Qian glanced at the bird's nest presented by the servant, his gaze slightly lowered. He generally did not have a penchant for sweets. Yet today he allowed himself a taste. Jiang Shaga's bird's nest. Goodness. This is not normal. It has been heavily dosed. Jiang Woohoo had already taken the bird's nest. But upon hearing Jiang Qiyu's thoughts, his hand trembled, causing the delicacy to tumble to the ground with a resounding thud. This startled Butler Lu. Not to worry. We shall have the kitchen prepare another. Butler Lu quickly reassured. Jiang Woohoo's expression darkened. He was perplexed. What had he done to offend Butler Lu to warrant such treatment? Angrily, he retorted, no need for that. At that moment, the large shun in Jiang Qiyu's arms suddenly leapt from her grasp. Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow and hurried to catch him. Shun, don't eat that. The dog, unable to restrain his instincts upon seeing the fallen food, dashed forward while Jiang Qiyu frantically pursued him. She managed to catch him, but inadvertently collided with Butler Lu, causing him to fall.
Ouch.
Butler Lu hit the ground, his back cracking painfully. Struggling to his feet, he glanced at the nearby servant, Qiyu. What are you dawdling for? Quickly clean up the mess. He rubbed his sore back and looked at Jiang Nanshan, exclaiming, Sir, my poor back. Miss Qiyu is far too reckless. Is this how children from affluent families behave? They cannot compare to old Li's daughter. Su Runmin and Jiang Nanshan generally treated the household staff with kindness, which emboldened Butler Lu to voice his grievances. He believed these two would surely side with him, for families of high status placed great importance on propriety. However, Jiang Nanshan merely shot a cold glance at Butler Lu. She did not do it intentionally. You were in her way while she was chasing the dog. I did it on purpose. Old fool. Jiang Qiyu's thoughts interjected. But Su Runmin disregarded them and sternly addressed Butler Lu. When did a steward ever have the audacity to speak ill of the family? If you are genuinely injured, you may seek medical attention. Butler Lu's heart sank, and he quickly replied, It is my fault, my fault. I apologize, madam. Su Runmin scoffed. She had initially thought the steward harbored ulterior motives towards Jiang Ziren, but now she realized he wished to harm the fifth child. Butler Lu continued, instructing the servants to bring forth more birds' nest. Jiang Sanyun's bird's nest. This too is abnormal.
It has been tampered with.
Jiang Sanyun was utterly stunned. How could she have offended Butler Lu? Surely that was not the case? In order to avoid causing trouble for others by sweeping the floor and attracting attention, Jiang Sanyu firmly held onto the bird's nest and expressed her gratitude to the servant. Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brow, perplexed by the intentions of Butler Lu. What was his aim in drugging Jiang Woohoo and Jiang Sanyu? Although Jiang Qiyu harbored no feelings for Jiang Sanyu, she could not stand idly by while he was drugged. She set Das Hun down and approached, saying, Third brother, hand over your bird's nest. Jiang Sanyu, unfamiliar with Jiang Qiyu, felt a wave of anxiety as she stood before him.
Especially with a strange man so close by.
He fidgeted, biting his lip. You want it? Jiang Ziren, slightly shifting her gaze, interjected, Sister. Why are you taking third brother's bird's nest? It's not like it's gone forever. It looks rather unseemly. Jiang Qiyu shot Jiang Ziren a disdainful glance. Unwilling to waste time on her, and directly seized the bird's nest from Jiang Sanyu's hands. Butler Lu, standing nearby, remarked, Miss Qiyu, you have your share, and yours is the largest. He accepted another portion from the servant and handed it to Jiang Qiyu, while yet another servant presented a bird's nest to Jiang Ziren. Jiang Ziren's bird's nest. The finest imported brand. Worth tens of thousands per gram. My bird's nest is from a budget brand. It's laced with 5 times the adult dosage of medication. Butler Lu aims to instigate something between me and my 2 brothers. Hoping my parents will expel me from the Jiang family. Jiang Qiyu was incensed. She snatched the bird's nest from Jiang Ziren's hands and gulped it down in 3 swift bites. Jiang Ziren. Butler Lu. Then, Jiang Qiyu seized Butler Lu by the neck and brought her bowl of bird's nest to his lips, insisting he drink. Butler Lu struggled, keeping his mouth tightly shut. Jiang Qiyu forcefully pushed him to the ground, sitting atop him, prying his mouth open to pour it in. Jiang Qiyu possessed considerable strength, and Butler Lu was utterly unable to escape. Su Runmin and Jiang Nanshan. Jiang Sanyu. This was the first time he had witnessed such a fierce girl. Butler Lu lay on the ground, gasping. Ah.
Gulp.
Gulp, gulp. Jiang Ziren shouted. Jiang Qiyu. What madness is this? What are you doing? Butler Lu, advanced in years, was on the verge of fainting. When Jiang Qiyu saw he had drunk enough, she released him. Smiling sweetly, Oh, it's nothing. I just thought Butler Lu seemed to be struggling, so I shared my bird's nest with him. Butler Lu's complexion turned a deep shade of purple as he staggered to his feet. Just as he attempted to rush outside to vomit, Jiang Woohoo caught hold of him. Inquiring with concern, Uncle Lu, are you alright? Are you okay? Are you fine? While speaking, Jiang Woohoo shook Butler Lu, causing any undigested bird's nest to dislodge from his throat. Chapter 82, Respecting the Elderly and Cherishing the Young. Jiang Ziran, witnessing the scene, was at a loss for words. She turned to Jiang Nanshan, Dad. Look at what they're doing. Jiang Nanshan replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. They are merely playing a game with Butler Lu. Jiang Ziran. Butler Lu was on the brink of collapse, and they still called it a game? Indeed, this family was far from virtuous. Upon encountering her destined male protagonist, this family shall undoubtedly face their reckoning. Butler Lu has finally been released, yet he feels as though he has lost half of his life. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware that today is destined to be a day of silent suffering. Jiang Nanshan is clearly favoring Jiang Qiyu. Is the bird's nest delicious?
Su renmin inquired.
Little Fish is the kind of child who quietly shows kindness to others, and she has given you such a large bowl of bird's nest. Butler Lu, listen. Is this how one speaks? Suddenly, Su Runmin realized there was another guest in the house. She turned to Meng Qian with a smile and said, Young Meng, I apologize for the spectacle. Our little fish simply has a great respect for her elders and a fondness for the young. Su Runmin appeared to forget that Meng Qian was someone who had recorded a variety show and filmed alongside Jiang Qiyu. What kind of madness had she not witnessed from Jiang Qiyu? Meng Qian smiled faintly. Yes, I can see that. The nearby servants, witnessing the entire scene, were astounded. Is this a veteran actress and a top-tier actor being serious? Jiang Ziran could no longer bear to witness the family's antics and said to Butler Lu, Uncle Lu, allow me to assist you outside. They exited together, drawing the attention of Su Runmin and Jiang Nanshan. It seemed that Jiang Ziran also held a fondness for Uncle Lu. However, Butler Lu had crossed the line and could not be kept any longer. Jiang Sanyan had never seen such chaos and was thoroughly frightened. As his heart rate steadied, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Ziran and Butler Lu. Could it be that Ziran truly harbored feelings for the elderly gentleman? The living room soon returned to tranquility as Su Runmin instructed the servants to dispose of the untouched bird's nest and prepare a fresh batch. Only Jiang Nanshan secretly indulged in the nourishing bird's nest. In the courtyard, Butler Lu's body grew increasingly heated. Jiang Ziran, oblivious to the underlying tension, supported Butler Lu and asked Uncle Lu, do you have any plans for tonight? She saw nothing amiss, only that Butler Lu was being bullied by Jiang Qiyu. Butler Lu sighed deeply. I had added a little something to the bird's nest, intending for Jiang Qiyu to consume it, but now it has all been ingested by me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziran immediately released Butler Lu and distanced herself considerably. Butler Lu chuckled. Rest assured, I hold no interest in you. Jiang Ziran, what nonsense is this old man spouting? At that moment, someone approached through the darkness. The newcomer addressed her with respect and warmth. Miss Ziran. Jiang Ziran managed to smile. Uncle Lu, please continue your conversation. I must take my leave. Butler Li observed Jiang Ziran's retreating figure for quite some time before realizing that someone had taken hold of his hand. Butler Lu's voice reached his ears. Old Li, see how well I take care of your daughter. Butler Li responded, yes, very well. Though he spoke thus, internally he was questioning what exactly Lu had taken care of. Butler Lu leaned in closer to Butler Li. Well then, Old Li, you must repay me. Butler Li furrowed his brow. How shall I repay you? Butler Lu directly wrapped his arms around Butler Li's waist. Sleep with me. Butler Li. Incredible. After 20 years of unrequited love, a confession at last. The ears of those present in the living room perked up. Butler Lu confessed to Jiang Ziran? But what on earth did 20 years mean? Jiang Ziran is merely 20 years old this year. Haha. Butler Lu embraced Butler Li, attempting to kiss him. Butler Li refused. Butler Lu was preparing to take forceful action. How thrilling! I long to witness it. Those who heard the thoughts. As Jiang Sihai entered the house, he immediately caught wind of Jiang Qiyu's musings, his eyes widening in surprise. Jiang Qiyu was already set to venture out to witness the spectacle, as it promised to yield double the excitement points.
Clutching the shell.
She announced, I'm heading out to walk the dog. Simultaneously, several voices called out, Don't go. There's nothing worthwhile to see. It's so sordid. Jiang Qiyu responded with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing that Jiang Qiyu intended to take it outside, Deshun tugged at its leash and headed for the door. Meng Qian approached, saying, I also bought you a piece of jewelry. Allow me to show you if you like it. The moment Jiang Qiyu heard jewelry, she immediately disregarded Deshun, exclaiming, Wonderful. Deshun thought, "There's no love left. My master cares nothing for me." Gwazi grew anxious, host. Watching the spectacle is of utmost importance. We must accumulate excitement points. The mere sight of dwindling excitement points sent Gwazi into a frenzy. Jiang Qiyu declared, "Making money is the top priority. The jewelry Meng Qian gifted me must be quite valuable. I'm on my way." Meng Qian led Jiang Qiyu upstairs. Downstairs, Su Renmin pointed at Jiang Sihai. "You go." Jiang Sihai protested. "Why should I go?" Su Renmin replied, "You must apprehend them. Butler Liu has committed a crime." Jiang Sihai frowned and leaned closer to Su Renmin, whispering, "Did he kill his own wife?" Su Renmin's lips twitched. "Not quite." Su Renmin continued, "Butler Liu just drugged the bird's nest soup we were eating. Isn't that a crime?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Sihai wasted no time and headed outside. Nan Huan followed closely behind. Teacher Bayami ascended the stairs, feeling quite awkward alone. Su Renmin, who was actually acquainted with Nan Huan, hurriedly called out, "Don't go. Don't go." Jiang Sihai reached the front yard alone and truly found two individuals by the pond. Butler Li was fleeing while Butler Liu was in pursuit. Jiang Sihai shouted, "What are you doing?" Hearing the clamor, Jiang Qiyu, who had been upstairs admiring jewelry, rushed downstairs. Jewelry was enticing, but so was the spectacle. As Jiang Qiyu descended, Su Renmin attempted to intervene but was utterly unsuccessful. Deshun also dashed out after her. By the pond, Jiang Sihai was seized by Butler Li, who cried out, "Fourth young master, save me. This man intends to assault me." Butler Liu, under the influence of the drug, was utterly out of control. Lunging at Butler Li, Jiang Sihai swiftly kicked Butler Liu, sending him tumbling into the pond. Jiang Qiyu, who had rushed over, witnessed this scene. Then she saw Deshun, as if possessed, leap into the pond, chasing after Butler Liu to bite him. Butler Liu, unable to swim, screamed, "Help! Don't come near me! Stay away!" Jiang Qiyu, enjoying the spectacle, pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and began to snack. The other onlookers also rushed out. Deshun is seeking vengeance.
Go, Deshun.
It was indeed Steward Liu who took the life of your wife. As Li Guanjiao was scouring the area, Jiang Sihai exclaimed, "Su Renmin, what on earth? Deshun's wife? How could Deshun, only a few months old, have a wife?" Su Renmin couldn't help but think of his several ineffectual sons, none of whom had found a partner as of yet. It was for the first time that Jiang Sanyun harbored a distinct animosity towards Steward Liu. He had even killed a dog. Little Hong was the most exquisite goldfish in this pond. How could Steward Liu turn her into roasted fish? He is truly a scoundrel. She ought to have been made into soup. Jiang Sanyun, this interspecies affection has truly captivated him. Su Renmin and Jiang Nanshan exchanged glances. Fortunately, Deshun was oblivious to Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been infuriated. Furthermore, the ornamental fish in the pond are hardly delectable. Jiang Sihai's heart raced in disbelief. Is this what his mother referred to as a homicide? Thankfully, he hadn't wasted police resources. Otherwise, he would have been the subject of ridicule for years. Jiang Wuhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Deshun is already in love, and he remains alone. Where is his wife? Steward Liu nearly drowned and was ultimately rescued by a servant. However, not a single piece of his clothing remained intact, having been thoroughly shredded by Deshun. He bore no wounds but continued to wail in pain. Deshun, you truly are wicked. You bit Steward Liu's brother. Steward Liu may not be human, but you are indeed a true dog. Everyone gazed at Deshun in astonishment. It seems unwise to offend this dog. He is perilous. With no one leaning towards Jiang Sanyun anymore, and Jiang Sanyun uninterested in the commotion, he sought out Jiang Ziren. It had been quite some time since he last engaged in a meaningful conversation with his sister. The only person at home with whom he could connect was Ziren. Jiang Ziren is in the backyard feeding stray cats. Upon hearing this thought, Jiang Sanyun's heart stirred. His sister is truly kind, gentle, and compassionate. The urge to smell cat excrement has resurfaced. After feeding the stray cats, she insists on keeping them from leaving, compelling them to relieve themselves. Jiang Sanyun, did he mishear? Everyone in the family is aware of Jiang Ziren's peculiar obsession, yet they remain indifferent. Jiang Sihai and Nan Huan each took hold of one and led them to the police station. This trip wasn't entirely in vain. At least they apprehended Steward Liu. Nan Huan, taken aback by the need to arrest someone, had no time to converse with Jiang Qiyu. She could only gesture encouragement to Jiang Qiyu. wishing her good luck for tomorrow's variety show. Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Sanyan quietly departed from the pond's edge, heading towards the backyard. The stray cat was truly unable to relieve itself, nor could it escape, meowing in distress. Jiang Xiren was about to drop the cat when a voice called from behind.
Xiren.
Jiang Xiren's eyes widened as she quickly cradled the stray cat in her arms, feigning affection. Brother, she called out. Jiang Sanyan glanced at her tenderly caressing the stray cat and instantly felt that Jiang Qiyu had been speaking nonsense. Ranran has a profound affection for little creatures. The stray cat struggled in Jiang Xiren's embrace, yet she did not insist, gently releasing it. With a blink, she inquired, "Third brother, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be spending time with sister?" This question sent a tremor through Jiang Sanyan's heart. The entire family was gathered around Jiang Qiyu, completely overlooking Ranran. He squatted down a short distance away, saying, "You are my sister. How could I always be by her side? Besides, I wasn't with her. I merely felt embarrassed to leave." Jiang Xiren held a sense of disdain within. At her age, it was truly baffling. Nevertheless, she spoke softly, "Third brother, it's all right. I understand. Sister is your biological sister, while I am just an outsider." As she spoke, her voice became choked with emotion. Jiang Xiren's eyes sparkled. "What is it?" Jiang Sanyan replied with a smile. 3 turtles. They're all quite rare species." Jiang Xiren. "What would I do with turtles? Are we competing over lifespans?" Noticing her silence, Jiang Sanyan bit his lip and asked, "Do you not like them, Ranran?" Jiang Xiren smiled. "How could I not? Third brother, I absolutely adore them. They are especially easy to care for." At last, Jiang Sanyan felt reassured. He had been worried that his gift might not please Ranran. At that moment, Jiang Xiren shifted her gaze. "Third brother, my family hasn't even been giving me pocket money lately. I'm out of funds." Given third brother's nature, it was unlikely he would ask. In truth, Jiang Nanshan had been directly transferring her monthly allowance from the company's finances. She still received it, but it was hardly sufficient. The expenses were simply too numerous. Jiang Sanyan, having few expenditures, chuckled. "How much do you need? I'll provide it." Just as he finished speaking, he recalled the first thought he had overheard from Jiang Qiyu at the villa entrance. "I really want it. I want your money back." Jiang Sanyan frowned slightly. Ranran must be casually asking him for money. It couldn't solely be for that. Jiang Xiren beamed with joy. "Third brother, could you possibly give me 30 million? 30 million? Jiang Sanyan furrowed his brow. He was not short on money, but much of it had been allocated to wildlife and endangered species rescue projects, leaving him without substantial cash at the moment. Nevertheless, Jiang Sanyan did not refuse. "All right, I'll give it to you later." Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, upon hearing this news, felt tears welling up in her eyes. 30 million. That could buy my life. Jiang Sanyan said he would give it to Jiang Xiren. Jealousy is truly as effortless as breathing. A group of people, having finished Lu Guanjiao's gossip, were heading towards the living room. Su Runmin frowned. What kind of fool was the third brother? It was already quite late. However, he did not hesitate. He asked Jiang Qiyu, "Do you have a guest room? May I stay here for a night?" Jiang Qiyu's smile soared into the heavens. Of course. Neither Su Runmin nor Jiang Nanshan objected. It was indeed late, and there were plenty of rooms available. "Give me your bank card number." Jiang Qiyu frowned. "How much will you pay for just one night? Why not just transfer it directly via WeChat?" Was his WeChat limit reached? Jiang Qiyu did not dwell on it for long and sent her bank account number to Meng Qian. Moment latte. A text message arrived on Jiang Qiyu's phone. The bank card ending in 2563 has received 3,000,000,000 yuan. Jiang Qiyu was taken aback, calling out to Guazi. "I think I just hallucinated. Count the zeros." Guazi meticulously counted and was utterly astonished. The villain must be trying to buy her life. Jiang Qiyu, now alert, asked, "Does he want to kill me?" Guazi remained speechless. Encountering someone as formidable as Jiang Qiyu was a calamity for the villain. Jiang Qiyu was tempted to accept the money, but it was simply too much. She suspected that Meng Qian had made a mistake. She messaged him, "Did you transfer the wrong amount?"
Meng Qian replied, "No."
Jiang Qiyu responded, "From now on, you shall be my fortune god. Greetings, Grandfather Meng." Meng Qian. He certainly did not wish to hear this after spending 30 million. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiren was fixated on her phone, eagerly awaiting a message from the bank. However, no notification arrived. Unbeknownst to her, inside Jiang Sanyan's room, Jiang Nanshan was present. Just as Jiang Nanshan was about to sit down, he heard Jiang Sanyun's faint voice. Dad, don't sit on my bed with dirty pants. Jiang Sanyun could endure many hardships and was not overly particular due to frequent interactions with animals. However, he did have a slight obsession with cleanliness regarding his bed. He would not lie down without showering and stood in his own room. Jiang Nanshan had a task to complete and smiled. Oh, I see. Then Jiang Sanyun watched as Jiang Nanshan unbuckled his belt, pulled down his trousers to his calves, and sat on his bed in red long johns. Jiang Sanyun. Chapter 084. I know what to do. Jiang Sanyun was astounded by his father's actions. Today was the day he had been most shocked throughout his life. The long johns were relatively clean, so Jiang Sanyun refrained from commenting, sheepishly asking, Dad, what do you need? Jiang Nanshan looked at his introverted third son, scratched his nose, and said, Well, your dad is a bit short on cash lately and would like to borrow some from you. Jiang Sanyun was shocked once more. Had the family gone bankrupt? How was he unaware of this? Jiang Nanshan noticed the change in Jiang Sanyun's expression and explained, It's not what you're thinking. It's just that I'm personally in a bit of a financial bind, but I can't let your mother find out. Jiang Sanyun frowned. He looked up at Jiang Nanshan and asked, Dad, do you have another family outside? Jiang Nanshan. What does that even mean? He was quite devoted, wasn't he? No, it's just rather difficult to articulate. Can you lend a little to your old man? Su Runmin intended to borrow the third son's money, so he would not be deceived by Jiang Ziran. He would pay him back later. Jiang Sanyun had never been so needed before. Although his father might be involved in unsavory dealings, he was still his father after all. He lowered his gaze and softly asked, Dad, how much do you need? Jiang Nanshan stroked his red thigh and chuckled, Whatever you have, that's what I need. Jiang Sanyun was taken aback.
Huh?
Jiang Nanshan blinked, reassuring him, Rest assured. I will certainly repay you once my financial situation improves. By the way, Dad, Ran is asking me for 30 million. I currently have no funds. Jiang Sanyun felt powerless, as he still needed to devise a way to gather this substantial sum. Jiang Nanshan grasped Jiang Sanyun's hand tightly. My son, you must assist me. It's a matter of life and death. Without this money, my life hangs by a thread. You are my only hope. You are my most trusted son. If you cannot accomplish such a simple task, your mother will not let me off easily. Jiang Sanyun found himself in a quandary. He suspected that his father might have incurred gambling debts outside, and failure to repay might attract trouble. Moreover, he certainly could not confide this to his mother. His other brothers were not as discreet. Jiang Sanyun was at a loss for what to do and murmured, But Dad, I have already promised Ran the 30 million. I cannot go back on my word. This was indeed a dilemma. The third son was the most honest, having never caused trouble throughout his life. And he always kept his promises. Jiang Nanshan was at a loss for how to persuade Jiang Sanyun and pulled out his phone to message his wife for assistance. Su Runmin was equally uncertain. She could not allow her third son to violate his principles. After some thought, she sent a WeChat message to Jiang Qiyu, My daughter. If I previously promised a friend 30 million but now wish to retract, while still wanting to uphold my commitment, what should I do? Jiang Qiyu was lying on her golden bed, engrossed in a game. To be honest, the golden bed was somewhat hard, making it uncomfortable to sleep on. Yet, Jiang Qiyu felt content in her heart, as she was on the verge of surpassing her peers. Su Renmin quickly clarified, No, just a regular friend. Jiang Qiyu, understanding, replied, Hee, I get it. I know what to do. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanshan chuckled at the messages. He extended his hand to Jiang Sanyun, Give me your phone. I will help you resolve this. After a long wait, Jiang Ziran finally received a message from Jiang Sanyun. Sister, I will give you 30 million. You must be happy. You must be joyful. You must be safe. Chapter 085. Jiang Yifan pursues his wife. Jiang Ziran could hardly believe the message before her. Her mind buzzed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Jiang Nanshan handed the phone back to Jiang Sanyun. See? It's resolved. Now, how much do you have left? Transfer all of it to me. Jiang Sanyun took the phone, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this even possible? Jiang Nanshan, rubbing his hands eagerly, urged, Hurry up. Your father is counting on you for his life. Jiang Sanyun let out a subtle sigh. He decided to prioritize his father. If necessary, he would explain to Ran later. She was so understanding, she surely wouldn't hold it against him. This was the first time his father had sought his help. Reluctantly, Jiang Sanyun initiated the transfer to Jiang Nanshan. Once the funds were received, Jiang Nanshan sprang to his feet, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Damn it! I forgot that I hadn't taken off my pants. Before his son, he felt utterly humiliated. Fortunately, it was the youngest who wouldn't spread the word. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, pulled up his trousers, and said, "I'm leaving now. Remember to keep this a secret, little brother." Observing his father's flustered retreat, Jiang Sanyan couldn't help but smile faintly. Perhaps his father regarded him as part of the family too? Jiang Ziran's mind buzzed with confusion. She sent a message to Jiang Sanyan. "What do you mean, third brother?" Jiang Sanyan had no intention of continuing the jest. Ran. "I'm not in a position to help right now. I don't have 30 million. Glancing at his bank card, he added, 300. "Would you like that?" Jiang Ziran was at her wit's end. What could 300 yuan possibly do? It wouldn't even buy a pair of socks. She sent a voice message. "Third brother. You're not keeping your word. I dislike you." Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Sanyun's heart trembled. How could Ran dislike him? She was his only friend. Panic set in. Ran, please don't say that. I will get you the money as soon as possible.
You can trust me.
She aimed to make Jiang Sanyan reflect on his actions. She knew his character better than anyone. He was exceedingly dependent on her. Among the family, she was the only one who truly cared for him. During their childhood, when his other brothers had their companions, she often spent her idle moments playing with Jiang Sanyan. 6 months ago, when she awakened her system, she realized that Jiang Sanyan was deeply introverted and melancholic. Once he became fixated on someone, he would become quite obsessive. Thus, she began to deliberately show him kindness and concern, rapidly raising his affection for her to 100%. His fate was equally straightforward. He would go to prison for her. Those who aspire to achieve great things inevitably tread upon some gray areas. Third brother was willing to do anything for her, leading him to take the fall in her stead. Thus, this 30 million was a necessity for her. If Jiang Sanyan failed to provide it within a day, she would refrain from speaking to him for that entire day. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu was preparing to sleep when Guazi reported that Jiang Nanshan had caught Jiang Sanyan in the act of disrobing. Jiang Qiyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "My dad is truly a genius." Suddenly, Jiang Qiyu recalled something and asked Guazi, "Why can't I see Jiang Sanyan's ending anymore?" Previously, she could see the endings of her other brothers. Guazi was on the verge of rolling her eyes. "Isn't it because you went on a rampage? Now everyone's fate has become uncertain." Jiang Qiyu pouted. "By heaven's conscience, I never went mad over Jiang Sanyan." Guazi was exasperated. "Host, do you understand the butterfly effect? Even the slightest alteration in the plot from you can trigger a chain reaction." Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes. "So, does that mean I could potentially become the world's richest person?" Guazi offered no mercy. "That's not even a possibility." Jiang Qiyu retorted, "Get lost." The night deepened. Some were in peaceful slumber, others tossed and turned, while some were on the move. Jiang Yifan was among those journeying. He drove through the night from Beijing to Nanshi, and after a long night on the road, he finally arrived at the set of A Filial Son. Although both the male and female leads are no longer present, the crew continues to work normally and can film other scenes. Wang Zhouwei was about to call for the shoot to commence when a staff member approached him, saying, "Director, someone is looking for you outside." Confused, Wang Zhouwei stepped outside and was met with the sight of a dapper gentleman stepping out of a luxury Bentley, worth millions. The man's visage was strikingly handsome, surpassing that of many actors, though his dark circles were rather pronounced. Wang Zhouwei felt an immediate attraction. How wonderful it would be if he were an actor in his crew. However, given the man's attire, it was evident he was unlikely to be an actor. Approaching him, Wang Zhouwei politely asked, "Hello, are you looking for me?" Jiang Yifan cast a cold glance at Wang Zhouwei and replied, "I am looking for Jiang Xiaobao." "Jiang Xiaobao?" Wang Zhouwei scratched his head, apologizing. "I'm afraid we do not have anyone by that name here." Jiang Yifan frowned, perplexed. "How could there be no one? A child who resembles me quite closely." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhouwei's expression soured. "We only have Ling Xiaobao here." Jiang Yifan, unwilling to waste any more words with the director, simply stated, "Bring him out." Wang Zhouwei's demeanor shifted. Was this irresponsible father attempting to take Xiaobao away? Yet today, that would be impossible. The child scenes were primarily with the male lead, Meng Qian, who was absent, leaving Xiaobao with no scenes to shoot. Jiang Yifan's face darkened. "Then where has he gone?" Wang Zhouwei shrugged. "I cannot say." The fact that this man found his way here indicated he had no contact with Xiaobao's mother. Indeed, he was a scoundrel. Perhaps he had seen Xiaobao online recently and had come to claim the child. Jiang Yifan was about to speak again when Wang Joe turned to leave. Jiang Yifan, exasperated, called after him, "Do you still want to secure investment for this film?" Wang Joe paused. Would he refuse investment? What film would shun additional funds? The more money he had, the greater his creative freedom. It must be said that his previous low-rated films were closely tied to their limited budgets. This film had already secured funding, meaning Jiang Yifan would not receive the lion's share but would only partake in the profits, especially if the film turned out to be a success. However, he had investigated and found that given Wang Joe's track record, the likelihood of failure was 99%. He surely did not wish to squander his money. Yet now there was no choice. One cannot be reluctant to part with money when it comes to securing a child and a spouse. A smaller share was quite acceptable, minimizing the loss. Jiang Yifan's expression remained calm. I can invest a little. Wang Joe turned to leave, dismissing the idea of a small investment. He was not Jiang Qiyu,
who would accept any sum.
Early in the morning, Jiang Qiyu, preparing for a variety show recording, sneezed. Jiang Yifan did not anticipate Wang Joe's stubbornness and inquired, "Who is your current investor? Do you treat money so lightly?" Jiang Yifan murmured to himself, "So it is him." He was well aware of this investor's cautious approach. Why then invest in such a poor-quality film? What was Meng Qian's motive? Uncertain, Jiang Yifan called out to Wang Joe, "We should sit down and discuss this." Wang Joe pondered for a moment before asking what he wished to gain. If it were another investor, he might exhibit a bit more enthusiasm. But this is Xiaobao's disreputable father, and he is unable to muster any warmth. The woman is a computer science major who has meticulously concealed her contact information online. No amount of effort from his assistant could uncover it. It seems she is deliberately guarding against him. Given such straightforward conditions, Wang Joe felt a flicker of temptation. After a brief sojourn in a nearby CAF, the investment deal was secured. Jiang Yifan's heart was bleeding. This was no insignificant sum. He added Wang Joe on WeChat, requesting his phone number. Wang Joe thought to himself, "I apologize, Miss Lung, but the offer from Xiaobao's disreputable father is simply too generous." Upon receiving the number, Jiang Yifan instructed Wang Joe to leave, assuring him that a dedicated person would follow up with him. Wang Joe left, grinning broadly. Initially, he felt a tinge of gloom due to Jiang Qiyu's absence, but now he was thoroughly elated. Indeed, money can cure all ailments. Jiang Yifan's fingers hovered over the digits of that phone number, his fingertips tightening slightly. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the number to dial. The phone rang a few times before it was quickly answered. A clear female voice greeted him, "Hello." Jiang Yifan swallowed hard. "Roro, this is Jiang Yifan." As soon as he uttered those words, the call was abruptly disconnected. Jiang Yifan. He dialed again. An automated voice responded. "The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." Jiang Yifan. Chapter 086. The recording of the second episode of the variety show commences. It was apparent that Jiang Yifan's phone number had been blocked. Frustrated, he seized his assistant's phone and dialed once more. The call rang once before being cut off again, and then he was blocked once more. Jiang Yifan's face darkened with anger. What a cold Roro. As for her whereabouts, he was entirely unaware. Jiang Yifan rubbed his temples. Now, as an investor in this film, he had a legitimate reason to approach her. Meanwhile, cold Roro was in sheer panic. Her funds were running low. Where would she find money to give Jiang Yifan? It was yet another early morning for the recording of the variety show. Jiang Qiyu and her companions were traveling together to the recording venue. On the way, Jiang Qiyu received a call from an unknown number. She answered, and the voice on the line asked, "Madam, do you require a loan?" It turned out to be a solicitation call. The caller inquired, "Can you provide collateral?" Jiang Qiyu replied, "There's a building on Chang'an Street in the capital." The caller asked, "Is it a mansion or an office building?" Jiang Qiyu proudly declared, "It's the Tiananmen Gate." After a moment of silence, the caller asked,
"Who are you?"
Jiang Qiyu responded, "I am the successor of communism." The scammer, caught off guard by such eccentricity so early in the morning, broke into a sweat and hung up. Jiang Qiyu shook her head, noting that this scammer's professional skills needed improvement. Jiang Wu, who was also in the car, utterly dumbfounded. It was his first time witnessing a scammer hang up voluntarily. Just as Jiang Qiyu prepared to catch another nap, her phone rang again. She answered, but this time her tone was less than cordial. "Who is it?" The individual over there remarked, "I am your boss." Jiang Qiyu smiled, her tone imbued with profound sadness.
"Boss.
I knew you couldn't let go of me. This trickster is rather amusing. Jiang Qiyu was taken aback. What are you talking about? Jiang Qiyu responded. The first to greet me on the 7th day, and you claim you can forget me. Jiang Qiyu exclaimed. I am your boss. I called you for an important matter. Despite hearing Jiang Qiyu's name, Jiang Qiyu remained skeptical. Let me see 1,000 to believe in your competence. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Jiang Qiyu was infuriated. He instructed Li Lin to contact Jiang Qiyu, but she was unwilling. When he attempted to reach out personally, he was met with scorn. With no alternative, Jiang Qiyu transferred 10,000 to Jiang Qiyu via WeChat. Jiang Qiyu was momentarily stunned, then instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Boss, how may I assist you? The last time she had called him boss was when he was dazed. Most of the time, she knew better than to offend him. Li Lin, however, was indifferent. Her situation was different, as she had a betting agreement. Jiang Jian's call came through again. A talent from the company is going to the same variety show as you. Please take care of them. Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow. Who is it? Jiang Jian replied, Shen Mingling. Jiang Qiyu chuckled. Certainly, boss. I shall take good care of him. That older sister with a tough guy persona. He was the talent of Li Lin's rival agent. No wonder she hadn't been the one to call. Jiang Jian had been persistently pursuing Li Lin lately, which was becoming quite an annoyance for her, as he frequently messaged her, insisting he would resign sooner or later. Jiang Qiyu pondered for a moment. Boss, considering you transferred me 10,000, I shall offer you a divination. Jiang Jian, aware of Jiang Qiyu's peculiar talents, was intrigued and inquired. What do you mean? Jiang Qiyu reclined lazily. You have 6 children, and one of them is not yours. Jiang Jian was left speechless. How did Jiang Qiyu know he had 6 children? More importantly, which one wasn't his? Jiang Qiyu, of course, would not provide the answer, deliberately stirring Jiang Jian's curiosity to reduce his harassment of Li Lin. Jiang Jian indeed became preoccupied, seeking to uncover which ex-girlfriend had deceived him. He was currently supporting all 6 children. He needed to identify the one who was a fraud. Jiang Qiyu, however, would not remain hidden in the shadows. She sent a WeChat message to Li Lin to share the news. Li Lin found it utterly amusing, only to see another message from Jiang Qiyu. Sister Lin, can you treat me to a cup of milk tea? I prefer not to spend my own money, as I need to save it for something useful. Li Lin responded with a silent disbelief. The recording of this variety show was not taking place in a distant city, but rather in a remote area of a vast wildlife park in the capital. Upon encountering Qin Xia, Jiang Qiyu greeted him warmly. Hello, Director. Qin Xia, suppressing his urge to curse, could only muster, hello. This time, he intended to embody a dual persona, outwardly sunny, yet secretly cunning. Chapter 087. It is advisable to consume some ginger prepared by Jiang Qiyu for better health. At the entrance of the zoo, the live broadcast had already commenced. Numerous viewers were eagerly awaiting the second episode. Finally, I've been waiting for the second episode. Teacher Bayami, it's been so long.
Wow.
Meng Qian and Teacher Bayami got out of the same car. Did they sleep together last night? You completely missed Jiang Ziren and Jiang Wuhu coming down behind them. According to the official account, several guests have changed this episode. Those who have fallen from grace are too embarrassed to return. He Duan is absent, and Yang Shufan did not come either. This episode features our beloved Dai Bao and our ruggedly handsome Ming Lang. The guests gradually arrived, and Lin Daidai felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Jiang Qiyu, yet hesitated to greet her, uncertain whether Jiang Qiyu liked her. She could only stand next to Jiang Wuhu. Upon seeing Lin Daidai, Jiang Wuhu recalled the last game where she had bear hugged him, and his ears turned slightly red. However, he had checked and found that Lin Daidai was only 23, the same age as him, not quite fitting his ideal sister type. Jiang Qiyu stood lazily, soon spotting Shin Mingling approaching in a black athletic outfit, his skin showing signs of a tan, radiating an aura of rugged masculinity. Well, isn't this a sight? A rugged man in red lace underwear. This remark caused Lin Daidai and Jiang Wuhu's eyes to widen in shock. They both instinctively glanced toward Shen Minglang's waist. The next moment, Lin Daidai realized she could almost hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts again. At that moment, a voice whispered in her ear, "Don't stand so close to me." It was Jiang Wuhu. Embarrassed, Lin Daidai shifted a step away. Meng Qian stood beside Jiang Qiyu, also hearing her thoughts without leaning on anyone. It seemed that last night had revealed something. He discovered that as long as he was in contact with someone related by blood to Jiang Qiyu, he could hear them. Did this mean that understanding this principle would allow him to listen at any time, anywhere? Meng Qiyan maintained his composure, yet his gaze darkened slightly. The rules governing this world were manifold. What a devoted husband. Yet behind the scenes, he is the most ruthless towards his wife. He even chooses places where outsiders cannot see. Lin Daidai realized that Jiang Qiyu relished spilling various secrets. When Zhang Yang appeared, she found herself unable to hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. Observing the intrigue in Jiang Qiyu's eyes, she knew there must be a significant revelation. She had missed out. What could she do to hear it? After pondering for a moment, Lin Daidai quietly leaned closer to Jiang Wuhu, her shoulder brushing against him. His wife was also an actress, raising children for him, and now rarely works. At home, she has to endure his iron fist. What a dog of a man.
Ugh.
There isn't a decent man among them. Jiang Wuhu pouted. He was a good man. Lin Daidai's eyes sparkled.
Aha.
She understood. Being close to Jiang Wuhu enabled her to hear. Jiang Wuhu soon noticed Lin Daidai leaning against him again, his brow furrowing. Could it be that Lin Daidai liked him? Jean Minmin, with her cascading waves and high heels, exuded a mature, sophisticated beauty that radiated from within. Upon seeing her, Jiang Wuhu's heart raced uncontrollably. She was stunning.
Just his type.
Jean Minmin is quite lovely. But Jiang Wuhu, but what? Jean Minmin is well aware that he is a renowned host within the industry, known for his lack of scandalous rumors. Perhaps this is indeed his true love. What has happened to his true love? Can Princess Korn finish her thoughts in one go? Jiang Qiyu remains oblivious to the fact that Jiang Wuhu has become infatuated upon seeing Jean Minmin, blissfully engrossed in the gossip. All the guests have arrived. Qinxia took a sip of black goji berry tea and cheerfully announced, "Hello everyone. Our second episode of New Expectations in Life Officially begins now. In this episode, we will experience the lives of zoo staff. Let us invite the director of this wildlife park to say a few words. This zoo is quite large. It has never been open to the public and seems to be a philanthropic project of a certain influential figure. Is the legendary mysterious director about to make an appearance?" Anticipation is palpable. Everyone turned their gaze towards a man emerging from within the zoo. Clad in a blue work uniform, his face bore a strikingly handsome yet aloof demeanor. Even in work attire, he exuded a unique charm. Jiang Ziran and Jiang Wuhu could not help but call out, "Third brother." Jiang Sanyan was not fond of such occasions and felt ill at ease. He was in dire need of money. However, upon seeing his familiar younger siblings, he suddenly realized that this variety show was funded by his elder brother. Ultimately, it was still his brother's money. Yet, asking his brother for financial assistance was something he could not bring himself to do. The sons of the Jiang family were all self-reliant, and though they rarely voiced it, they secretly compared themselves to one another, each desiring to outshine the others. It was the nature of men.
Wow.
It's actually our Ranji's third brother. Incredible. Ranji's family background is truly exceptional. What Ranji? Clearly, she is my sister-in-law. Qinxia's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that this director was actually related to Jiang Ziran. Does that mean he is also connected to Jiang Qiyu? Qinxia glanced at Jiang Qiyu, only to find her looking weary, showing no inclination to greet him. Perhaps their relationship was strained, he mused. "Director Jiang, please say a few words." A staff member handed Jiang Sanyan a microphone. After taking a deep breath, he accepted it and spoke. "Hello everyone. Thank you." The staff, the audience of guests, only 2 sentences. This third brother is unwilling to say more. How amusing. Is he perhaps a bit socially anxious? Confirmed. I can see sweat beading on his forehead. Perhaps he should consider some of Jiang Qiyu's remedies. Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Ziran felt a pang of embarrassment for Jiang Sanyan. How could one not see that he was the son of an illustrious family? It was utterly humiliating. Though she thought this, she still smiled and said, "Please forgive me. My third brother is rather introverted, but he is a wonderful person, especially in caring for various animals. He spends an unfathomable amount each year on this." Jiang Ziran genuinely believed that Jiang Sanyan had lost his mind. What connection did he have with these animals to help them? Jiang Sanyan lifted his head, gratefully glancing at Jiang Ziran. Thank goodness for Ranji's presence. Jiang Ziran harbors a distinct aversion towards animals, save for her peculiar fondness for the scent of cat excrement. When Jiang Sanyan gifted her 3 exquisite Carolina box turtles that morning, she callously discarded them upon his departure. Jiang Sanyan was momentarily taken aback. Those turtles were carefully selected and valued at hundreds of thousands, with the female turtle alone priced at a staggering 1 million. How could she have thrown them away? Where had they ended up? After assisting Jiang Sanyan in articulating his thoughts, Jiang Ziran recalled her prior resolve to ignore him unless he offered her money, leading her to regret her decision to speak on his behalf. Qin Xie did not anticipate Jiang Sanyan's succinctness and smiled, expressing gratitude for the headmaster's remarks. He proposed a game where participants would pair off by gender and the team with the best performance would receive superior tasks. The participants were free to form their own teams. Lin Daidai, eager for the spectacle, immediately raised her hand, declaring, "I will team up with Jiang Wuhu." Jiang Wuhu, caught off guard, looked at her, wishing to refuse. Lin Daidai swiftly covered his mouth, insisting, "You don't want to?" Jiang Wuhu, still adamant, proclaimed, "I wish to partner with Jin Minmin." Lin Daidai's spirits plummeted. Doesn't she have misandry? Although Jiang Wuhu possesses a feminine demeanor, he is undeniably male, embodying all the traits expected of a man. Jiang Wuhu felt exasperated, on the verge of tears, asserting that he, too, was masculine. Upon hearing her name, Jin Minmin glanced his way, encouragingly acknowledging him. Shen Minglang harbored a dislike for Jiang Qiyu, sensing a disconcerting change in her demeanor compared to the person he once knew. Thus, he turned to Jiang Ziran and asked, "Teacher Jiang, may we form a team?" Jiang Ziran nodded in agreement. Shen Minglang, with his handsome, rugged appearance, provided her with a sense of security. Meng Qian was about to speak when Jiang Qiyu smiled at him, suggesting he pair with Lin Daidai instead. Meng Qian, left with no choice, reluctantly joined Lin Daidai's team. Jiang Qiyu has her own agenda. The thought of Meng Qian's inevitable frustration is already amusing. Wu Shuang, sister. Your husband has caught Jiang Qiyu's attention. Jiang Wuhu felt elated, as if he were walking on air. Jin Minmin remained single, and he mused that if he earnestly pursued her this time, perhaps a genuine romance could blossom. Qin Xie instructed the staff to bring out the game props. The rules were thus. The female contestants would hold a plank position on the ground while the male contestants dashed to retrieve balloons placed a short distance away. The duration of the female contestants' plank would determine how long the males had to collect balloons, with the team accumulating the most balloons declared the winner. Upon hearing the game rules, Jiang Qiyu felt despondent. Must there be physical exertion? I would rather be eliminated. Zhang Yang, unfamiliar with Jiang Qiyu, found her appearance promising and, with a hint of patience, encouraged her. Focus on your task, leave the rest to me, and we shall undoubtedly prevail. Jiang Qiyu smiled, retorting, less boasting, please. Due to the constraints of the camera, the scenes were captured in groups. First to appear were Lin Daidai and Meng Qian. Jiang Sanyan stood nearby, hesitant to leave, and cautiously approached Jiang Ziran. Upon seeing him, Jiang Ziran furrowed her brows. Jiang Sanyan softly inquired, "Ranfan, did you feed the turtle I gave you this morning?" He had delivered the gift to Jiang Ziran's room early that day. Jiang Ziran's irritation flared at the sight of Jiang Sanyan. She huffed softly and retorted, "Third brother. You are untrustworthy, and I have no desire to converse with you. As for feeding it, I discarded that wretched turtle from the window long ago." Feeling guilty, Jiang Ziran turned away, ignoring Jiang Sanyan. A mix of anger and regret washed over Jiang Sanyan. Regret for having broken his promise. What should he do if Ranfan refused to acknowledge him? Those turtles were indeed precious. Surely, she wouldn't he have truly thrown them away? Jiang Sanyan wandered to the side and pulled out his phone to call his father. He seldom contacted his family, except for Ranfan. Jiang Nanshan had yet to go to the office that day. He often enjoyed weekends with his wife, relishing their time together, particularly since Su Renmin had no work commitments that week. When Jiang Nanshan answered the call, he said hello. Jiang Sanyan urgently replied, "Dad, are you at home?" Relieved, he continued, "Could you check Ranfan's room to see if the 3 turtles are there?" Knowing that his youngest son cared more for animals than people, Jiang Nanshan promptly ascended to Jiang Ziran's room. After surveying her space, he discovered only a transparent box, devoid of turtles. "There's nothing here." "Just the box for the turtles," Jiang Nanshan reported. Jiang Sanyan felt a shiver run through him. Had Ranfan truly discarded the turtles? She hadn't gone far this morning. Perhaps she had disposed of them nearby. Jiang Sanyan hurriedly urged, "Dad, please have someone search the house and the yard for the 3 turtles." Without further inquiry, Jiang Nanshan agreed, "All right, I will look." The balloons were not far off. Lin Daidai possessed commendable stamina, managing to endure for 5 minutes. Jiang Qiyu admired the duo's cooperation, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. These two have comparable endurance. They could easily last 7 days and nights. Meng Qian remarked, sometimes, hearing Jiang Qiyu's inner thoughts at any moment isn't necessarily a blessing. The second pair featured Jiang Qiyu and Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled at Jiang Qiyu, encouraging her. You can do it. Jiang Qiyu responded, a gentleman knows his limits. I like that. With her hands placed firmly on the yoga mat, Jiang Qiyu took a deep breath and commenced a plank hold. Yet, within 3 minutes, she was drenched in sweat, trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. In the next moment, she could no longer sustain her position, collapsing weakly onto the mat. Qin Xie was poised to chuckle at her, but heard her lament. Oh, director, I shall never mock you again. I was mistaken. 3 minutes is truly an eternity. Chapter 089. The boss asked me to look after things. I must keep my word. Qin Xie. Ha ha. Today's first uproarious laugh has been successfully elicited. This is hilarious. Memories from the last episode are flooding back. Director Zhao. Just apologize. Who could possibly compete with you, my biological father? After a week of accumulating merits, I finally came to see Teacher Bayami today. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't dare to show up. Qin Xie rolled his eyes to the heavens. However, he had resolved not to offend Jiang Qiyu openly this time, as it would yield no fruitful outcome. Zhang Yang had not even completed his second round when it all came to an end. Jiang Qiyu shrugged, I may lack stamina, but you possess an abundance. So much, so that you have none left to take out on your wife. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Jiang Qiyu, exclaiming in anger, what nonsense are you spouting?
Ah.
I knew that wherever Teacher Bayami is, the gossip would follow. The two of them often flaunt their affection on Weibo. Jiang Qiyu certainly knows how to spread rumors. Wu Shuang, sister. Someone is slandering your dear husband here. He was well aware of Jiang Qiyu's propensity for words, as nearly everything she uttered held a kernel of truth. This episode featured stars meticulously chosen for their lack of scandals and negative reviews. Was it already time for one to fall from grace? Oh heavens, how unfortunate. Perhaps he should seek divine intervention for a blessing. However, upon reflection, Qin Xie found it implausible that Zhang Yang would strike his wife. Wu Shuang, his spouse, was also from the industry. If such an incident truly occurred, how could it possibly remain concealed? Quietly, Qin Xie prayed that Jiang Qiyu had misspoken, hastily adding, please, stop your bickering. Your group has obtained 4 balloons. She sensed that there must be more to the story. Eager for gossip, she moved closer to Jiang Wuhu, resting her arm against his. Initially, Jiang Wuhu was oblivious, captivated by the radiant Minmin Jin bathed in sunlight. His gaze held a hint of infatuation. For the sake of their son, his wife endured time and again. Unfortunately, the scoundrel only became more brazen. Lin Daidai's fists tightened as she delivered a punch to Jiang Wuhu. He gasped in pain, turning in disbelief to Lin Daidai. Why did you hit me? Realizing her impulsive action, Lin Daidai quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, I made a mistake. Jiang Wuhu instinctively moved a bit farther away. Could it be that Lin Daidai was jealous of his gaze lingering on Minmin Jin? Qin Xie shouted through a megaphone, Jin Minmin and Jiang Wuhu's group, begin. Minmin Jin positioned herself on the yoga mat, her graceful arm lines distinctly showcased. Jiang Wuhu's heart raced once more. At that moment, Minmin Jin flashed him a smile. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength, dashing forward with wild abandon. Jiang Qiyu frowned at the sight. Does Jiang Wuhu resemble an infatuated husky? Jiang Wuhu, fueled by determination, soon faltered. He nearly stumbled. He wanted to cry. Couldn't he, the princess of Corn, say something more flattering? Ultimately, Minmin Jin persevered for 6 minutes. And Jiang Wuhu, living up to expectations, secured 8 balloons. Proudly brandishing the balloons before Minmin Jin, he proclaimed, Sister Minmin, look, I got 8 balloons. Minmin Jin smiled at him. You're truly impressive. Jiang Wuhu, can this pair of siblings really be shipped? I find myself unable to resist. The mature and charming host paired with the lively little puppy. I shall ship them as a sign of respect. Let's wait and see before we ship. I fear for Jin Minmin's reputation. Isn't Lin Daidai fond of Jiang Wuhu? She is always so close to him. Soon, it was Jiang Ziren and Shen Mingling's turn. Shen Mingling maintained his tough guy image as Jiang Ziren flashed him a gentle smile. Come on, Teacher Mingling. Jiang Ziren was diligent about her fitness. This time, her goal was to surpass Jiang Qiyu's 3 minutes no matter what. Before running, Shen Mingling provocatively glanced at Jiang Qiyu. The boss had instructed Jiang Qiyu to take care of him. To him, Jiang Qiyu seemed like a troublemaker. Jiang Qiyu noticed Shen Minglang's gaze and flashed him a grin. You've got this, sister. The boss has asked me to look after you. I must fulfill my promise. Shen Minglang? What does that mean? I can't help but overthink. It's definitely not what you all think. Jiang Qiyu is encouraging Jiang Ziran. Jiang Ziran frowned, wondering what nonsense this reckless Jiang Qiyu was spouting again. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hands on the yoga mat and declared, I can run now.
Then,
she saw Shen Minglang awkwardly darting out. Jiang Ziran's eyes widened. That running style, I must say, it deflated me immediately. Why does it resemble a clumsy ant? Could they truly be sisters? Perhaps Jiang Qiyu should offer some advice. Jiang Qiyu. Shen Minglang had never run in public before and was unaware of his awkward running style. As he continued, his graceful fingers involuntarily lifted. Panting, he barely reached the finish line when he heard the director announce, It's over. Jiang Ziran was furious. How did the tough guy turn into an ant? With the live broadcast, there was little she could say. Jiang Ziran could only endure, thinking it was her own fault for not being able to handle it. Shen Minglang wiped his sweat with 2 fingers, conceding, All right. Jiang Ziran, Shen Minglang, be mindful of your behavior. Another crumbling reputation. I must admit, it's better to be a fan of Jiang Qiyu. She's the one whose persona has completely collapsed. At that moment, the trending topics were ablaze. 3 minutes truly felt like an eternity. Shen Minglang's sister, Shen Minglang's agent, Zhao Qin, saw the third trending topic and furiously sought out Zhang Jian. Didn't Zhang Jian say he would have Jiang Qiyu look after Shen Minglang? Is this how he cares for him? However, upon reaching Zhang Jian's office, she found it empty.
Zhao Qin irritably exclaimed, Liela.
Can you control your artist's mouth? Li Lin chuckled. The mouth is on her. How can I control it? You know your artist's true character better than anyone. Zhao Qin's nostrils flared in anger. Don't think that just because President Zhang has been nice to you lately, you can ride over me. Li Lin shrugged. Don't think I fear you just because you call for daddy in bed. I'm not afraid of dogs. Zhao Qin was infuriated, but she dared not act on it. Because Li Lin truly strikes. She even dares to hit the boss. She has become notorious alongside Jiang Qiyu within the company. With a fierce glare directed at Li Lin, it is clear that whatever troubles Shen Minglang faces, Jiang Qiyu will not escape unscathed. Li Lin narrowed her eyes. There seems to be something particularly special between Zhao Qin and Shen Minglang. She should inquire with Jiang Qiyu to see if there is any underlying connection between the two. If it is broadcasted, it will undoubtedly trend on social media. And it would be a scandalous trend at that. At the scene, Qin Xie was announcing the results. Since the scores of Jiang Wuhu's group and Meng Qian's group were tied, another round of competition was necessary. Jiang Sanyun, standing nearby, was in a state of anxious turmoil. He was deeply concerned about the 3 little turtles. His heart sank as he thought, Father, please send more people to search thoroughly. The Jiang family villa spans over 1,000 acres. It is no easy task to locate 3 little turtles, especially since they are capable of moving. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nanshan suggested, Why not ask Xiaoyu? She might have some insight. Jiang Sanyun immediately grasped his father's implication. Given Jiang Qiyu's ability to foresee the future, she might indeed know the whereabouts of the 3 turtles. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Qiyu, only to find her casually squatting with a piece of grass in her mouth, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. The camera was not focused on her at the moment, as other guests were engaged in a game. After a long hesitation, Jiang Sanyun approached her and softly called out, Jiang Qiyu. She remained unresponsive, as if she had not heard him. This was Jiang Sanyun's first attempt to initiate a conversation with Jiang Qiyu, and his nerves were already frayed. When she ignored him, his anxiety only intensified. However, he had no choice but to call out again, Beautiful lady. Jiang Qiyu lifted her head. Did you call me? Jiang Sanyun. Jiang Qiyu had been conversing with a sunflower seed and truly hadn't he heard anyone address her. Jiang Sanyun bit his lip and quietly explained, My 3 turtles are missing at home. I wanted to ask if you've seen them. Jiang Qiyu shook her head. I haven't seen them. Didn't the turtle get given to Jiang Ziran? Who could possibly find it if it was discarded? The house is so large. Jiang Sanyun was not particularly talkative, but he had a penchant for observation. The previous night, Jiang Qiyu had planned to go out for snacks, but Meng Qian had persuaded her to view a set of jewelry, which was why she hadn't gone. Jiang Sanyun squeezed his hands together, somewhat regretfully stating, I really liked those 3 turtles. I was thinking that whoever finds them would receive a set of exquisite jewelry as a token of gratitude. He had previously purchased it, intending to gift it to Ranan for her birthday next month. However, the situation with the turtles was more pressing. He could always buy another set later. Jiang Qiyu's eyes sparkled with interest, and she quickly revised her response. Although I haven't seen them, I can have my brother look for them. Chapter 090. Is this possible? Jiang Sanyan, perplexed, asked, your brother? It seems there isn't a brother in your household. Jiang Qiyu smiled. There is. I'll make a phone call. She pulled out her phone and dialed Su Renmin. She had just seen her mother post on social media, mentioning that she was enjoying a lovely time at home. The camera was currently focused on the two groups engaged in games, capturing only fleeting glimpses of Jiang Qiyu. Numerous enthusiastic netizens remain attentive to her movements. Did Director Jiang take the initiative to converse with Jiang Qiyu? Director Jiang possesses remarkable discernment. She has chosen the most eccentric one.
What are you all saying?
How would Meng Qian react if he saw this? Meng Qian is present. He must have noticed by now. Indeed, Meng Qian had seen it, yet it was tolerable. After all, Jiang Sanyan was Jiang Qiyu's elder brother. However, Jiang Ziran was exceedingly furious. What was Jiang Sanyan thinking? He actually initiated a conversation with Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Ziran clenched her fist, her nails digging into her palm. What exactly did Jiang Qiyu desire? The main antagonist had been taken away, and now even fifth brother had been snatched. Was third brother also to be seized? Jiang Qiyu remained oblivious to Jiang Ziran's tumultuous thoughts. As she dialed Su Renmin's phone number, she engaged in a mental dialogue with Guazi. Purchase a beast language communicator. Guazi replied, host, do you still remember your mission? Accumulate 100,000 explosive points. Do you know how many you have now? Jiang Qiyu casually inquired, how many? Guazi responded, only 6,000 explosive points. You squander them on trivial matters. When will you ever save up? Jiang Qiyu was taken aback. There are actually 6,000. Guazi remained silent. Jiang Qiyu glanced at the system mall. Oh.
Perfect.
The beast language communicator costs exactly 6,000.
Link it.
I'll purchase it. Guazi exclaimed. Destruction awaits. The system was unable to thwart the host's desires, and Jiang Qiyu ultimately acquired the beast language communicator. Su Renmin blinked. Who are you looking for? Jiang Qiyu reiterated, Dajing. My younger brother, Dajing. Jiang Sanyan scratched his head. Since when was Dajing on par with them? Su Renmin's mouth twitched, yet she eventually brought Dajing over, placing the phone on speaker and holding it to Dajing's ear. Little fish, you speak. Dajing is listening. Jiang Sanyan understood. If a dog is trained well, it can comprehend its owner's words. However, Su Renmin was aware that Jiang Qiyu had not spent much time with Dajing. Could Dajing truly understand her words? The two held differing thoughts but awaited Jiang Qiyu's utterance. They soon heard Jiang Qiyu exclaim, woof 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 woof. Both were stunned. They believed Dajing could understand human speech, only to realize it was Jiang Qiyu speaking dog language. But could Dajing comprehend her canine tongue? They continued to listen. They then heard Dajing bark in response, woof 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 woof. The two exchanged incredulous glances, watching as the human and dog engaged in an extended exchange of barks. After hanging up, Jiang Sanyan could not help but ask, can this really work? Jiang Qiyu smiled. Rest assured, my brother will take care of it. I have promised to find him a wife. He will certainly be diligent in his endeavors. Chapter 091. Sending Dajing to launch a surprise attack. Jiang Sanyan suddenly recalled that Dajing's previous mate was a goldfish. Could it be that Jiang Qiyu had introduced it to him? Such an absurdity. It indeed felt like something Jiang Qiyu could accomplish. He whispered, you should find a female dog for Dasan. Jiang Qiyu was well aware that interspecies love would lead to naught. She nodded, contemplating whether the neighbors had a female dog, suggesting Dasan might launch a surprise. Jiang Sanyan remained silent. Jiang Ziran truly wished to avoid conversing with Jiang Sanyan. However, seeing him engaged in cheerful banter with Jiang Qiyu ignited her ire. Taking a deep breath, she approached and inquired, third brother, what are you discussing? Upon noticing Jiang Ziran's arrival, Jiang Qiyu rose to leave. Jiang Sanyan shook his head. We weren't discussing anything. Jiang Ziran felt momentarily stifled, expressing her displeasure. Third brother, you no longer share anything with me. After a brief silence, Jiang Sanyan replied, I was just looking for you, but you ignored me. Jiang Ziran's lips twitched. I was unhappy, but now I'm willing to converse with you again. Jiang Sanyan scratched his nose. I currently have nothing to say. Why does Director Jiang seem more enthusiastic about Jiang Qiyu than his own sister?
How could that be?
Ziran is Director Jiang's sister. What is Jiang Qiyu in comparison? It seems Jiang Qiyu is related to Jiang Ziran. Surely, she must also be related to director Jiang. Those are distant relatives. How can you compare them to a biological sister? You are truly amusing. The game results were finally announced. Although Jiang Wuhu was somewhat younger, he lacked endurance. Ultimately, he lost to Lin Daidai and Meng Qian. Lin Daidai turned to Jiang Qiyu, teacher Bami. We won. Jiang Qiyu gave Lin Daidai a thumbs up. Lin Daidai was overjoyed. Surely, Jiang Qiyu did not dislike her? Now it was time to collect the task cards. The less time taken to complete the tasks, the more sumptuous the lunch would be. Meng Qian's group was assigned to feed the ostriches. Jiang Wuhu's group was tasked with bathing the gorillas. Zhang Yang's group had to clean the monkey enclosure. Shen Minglang's group was responsible for shoveling hippopotamus waste. Ha ha ha. Did you know that hippos have a nickname as poop machines? Feeding ostriches is indeed the simplest. They won't eat people. Just peck. Gorillas look rather terrifying. I hope they don't harm Wuhu. Cleaning the monkey's habitat seems rather daunting. Those monkeys are a handful. Initially, everyone assumed they would be separated for filming again. Unexpectedly, Qin Xie cheerfully announced, "Our task this time is to complete every assignment together, united in our efforts." However, the time taken for each task will count against the task group leader. It seems the director is subtly scheming. This means if one wishes to hinder another from completing their task quickly, they can drag them down. The time has come to test human nature and stir up conflict. I relish this. I don't watch variety shows to see everyone get along. I tune in to witness the intrigue. The gates of the wildlife park swung open. Jiang Sanyan found himself, once again, directed by the producer. Director Jiang, please guide us in. Jiang Sanyan was preoccupied with thoughts of the three turtles but had no choice but to engage. He nodded slightly and strode into the zoo, a private establishment that remained closed to the public, ensuring a pristine environment nestled against a grand mountain. Numerous wild animals roamed freely, without enclosures, allowing them to thrive in their natural habitat. However, plans for public opening were in the works, as substantial funds were required to sustain this wildlife sanctuary. Thus, this visit also served as a promotional endeavor. The zoo housed a variety of common animals. A group of guests followed Jiang Sanyan, and Qin Xie spoke up. Director, could you introduce us to the animals here? Jiang Sanyan rubbed his nose and approached an alpaca, saying, "This is an alpaca." Jiang Qiyu raised her hand, exclaiming, "I know this one. It's nicknamed the grass mud horse." Jiang Sanyan corrected, "No, it's an alpaca." Although Jiang Sanyan uttered only 4 words, Qin Xie felt quite satisfied. Jiang Wuhu approached, exclaiming, "Wow, the alpaca is adorable." Suddenly, the alpaca spat, hitting Jiang Wuhu squarely in the face. Jiang Wuhu was taken aback. Jiang Qiyu couldn't hold back her laughter. Haha. Alpacas love to spit at people. At that moment, another alpaca turned towards Jiang Qiyu and spat again. Jiang Qiyu's eyes widened, and she nimbly dodged. Zhang Yang's face turned pale. Beneath his gentle demeanor lay an increasingly irritable temperament. As he wiped his face, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Qiyu, deliberately pushing her towards the alpaca enclosure. Jiang Qiyu nearly found herself living among the alpacas. Just then, one of the alpacas aimed at her, preparing to spit. Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes. Moo 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 moo. You dare spit at me? You're doomed. The alpaca blinked, but the saliva was already at the edge of its mouth, forcing it to rise on its toes. Zhang Yang, now visibly irritated, exclaimed, "This alpaca is intolerable." He reached out to grab the alpaca by the neck. Jiang Sanyan shot him a stern look, coldly admonishing, "Do not harm it. I will have the staff discipline it." Fortunately, the alpaca reacted swiftly, darting away. Moo moo moo. I'm terrified. Moo moo. Everyone. Spit at him. A group of alpacas stood still, initially confused, but soon realized that this human spoke alpaca language. They obediently gathered around. Zhang Yang, a grown man, felt utterly suppressed by Jiang Qiyu and could hardly lift his head. He shouted, "Let me go. Please let me go." He then found himself subjected to a veritable shower of alpaca saliva. Tui, tui, tui. When the alpaca keeper arrived, this was the scene that greeted him, leaving him utterly astounded. Previously, only one large alpaca had been known for spitting. Why now did all the alpacas seem to have taken it up? The staff hurriedly scolded the alpacas, whose sensitivity to reprimands prompted them to retreat inside. Chapter 092. Jiang Bami understands the chaos of read receipts. Upon witnessing this, the online audience erupted. Am I experiencing some sort of illusion? What a shock. witnessing the alpaca and Jiang Qiyu going wild together. Is there anyone who remains sane in this world? Even the alpacas have lost their minds. How I long to be an alpaca, spitting at anyone who displeases me. Has he not provoked? I saw him deliberately nudging Jiang Qiyu and planning to strike the alpaca. I have a small question. Those mooing sounds from Jiang Qiyu? Is she conversing with the alpaca? Not only the netizens, but all the guests were left utterly dumbfounded. Qin Xia never anticipated that Jiang Qiyu's madness would infect the alpaca. Zhang Yang was on the verge of losing control and striking Jiang Qiyu, but with the live broadcast ongoing, any act of aggression would spell disaster for him. He suppressed his urges, ultimately restraining himself. He must not allow himself the chance. He would not spare Jiang Qiyu. With a demeanor akin to a patriarch, he leaped into the alpaca enclosure, seizing the head of the large alpaca and delivering several hefty slaps. That'll teach you to spit. You too, other alpacas. Are you learning from him? Quite the instructor you are. The large alpaca and its companions turned their big eyes toward Jiang Qiyu. She blinked and flashed them a radiant smile. The herd of alpacas was entranced. Moo moo moo. Pretty sister. Jiang Qiyu felt a rush of bashfulness. Moo moo. Thank you. Jiang Sanyan, with the increase in alpacas, we have divided them into 2 enclosures. Who would have thought such a thing could occur? But is this truly real? Does Jiang Qiyu now possess knowledge of the animal kingdom? Jiang Wuhu, damn it. Even the alpacas have romantic interests and I do not. Qin Xia felt compelled to leave the alpaca enclosure, suggesting they hasten to complete their tasks. He sensed that lingering any longer might lead to his own spitting. A group of them headed toward the ostrich enclosure. Jiang Sanyan, now a caretaker of a large group of alpacas, told the alpaca keeper, "Do not strike the large alpaca. It has suffered from emotional wounds." Alpaca keeper? ? Jiang Sanyan pondered for a moment, then stated, "Put the large alpaca in enclosure number 2. Let us see if it still spits at people." In his daily life, Jiang Sanyan might not utter many words, yet he was quite loquacious in chat. The alpaca keeper, having read Jiang Sanyan's message, glanced at the large alpaca, then tugged its ear, leading it to enclosure number 2. The large alpaca, unable to comprehend the keeper's words, felt the painful tug on its ear and protested, "Moo moo moo. Let go of me." Not far off, Jiang Qiyu overheard this and glanced back at the large alpaca. Could it be? The large alpaca is going to face punishment?
Poor thing.
It's still young. It doesn't he realize that love is like leaves, either yellow or green? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Daidai had inched closer to Jiang Wuhu, secretly leaning against him. This caused her to overhear as well. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Jiang Wuhu, only then noticing her, furrowed his brows. Is this girl peculiar? Laughing while leaning against him? Jiang Wuhu recoiled slightly, distancing himself from Lin Daidai. Lin Daidai must have developed feelings for that rascal Jiang Wu, who, unfortunately, it seems Jiang Wu who is enamored with Jin Min Min. Who doesn't love a love triangle? Let the games begin.
Folks.
This isn't a dating show, it's a madcap variety program. Jiang Sanyan succinctly introduced several other animals along the way. Eventually, they arrived at the enclosure of the ostrich. The ostrich stood tall, boasting a long neck and a sharp, pointed beak. Upon seeing it, Jiang Ziran felt a wave of fear. Sangge, that ostrich won't bite, will it? Jiang Sanyan shook his head. No, it won't. Just then, the ostrich keeper, a cheerful young man, approached and explained, "As long as we don't make any aggressive movements towards the ostrich, it generally won't bite." Generally won't bite, Jiang Ziran noted, which implied it could still bite. She instantly lost the desire to enter. After all, this task wasn't hers to undertake. However, if everyone else went in and she stayed out, it would seem as though she was unwilling to help. She glanced at Lin Daidai and said, "Daidai, it's not that I don't want to assist you. I've had a fear of birds since childhood. Even chickens terrify me. So, I think I'll sit this one out. My apologies." Jiang Qiyu looked at her with a hint of disdain. "You've never shied away from fried chicken or roasted chicken." Jiang Zi ran. Given that she had made her stance clear, Lin Daidai felt it was unreasonable to press her further. "All right then, you wait outside." Shen Minglang glanced at the filthy ostrich enclosure and was equally reluctant to go in. "I think feeding a few ostriches should be enough for you 6. I won't be joining either. This group isn't helping others, so don't complain later when others don't assist them." Rand is afraid. It's not like she's intentionally refusing to help. The tough guy Shen Minglang is becoming softer by the day. "I can't take it." The other 6 ventured into the ostrich enclosure. The keeper handed each guest a large cabbage and thick gloves, stating that each ostrich would only need 2 pieces, making them easy to feed. Lin Dai Dai held out the cabbage to an ostrich. The bird, towering over her, pecked at her hand. "Ostrich big brother, please don't peck me," she exclaimed softly. Jiang Qiyu passed by and offered a reminder. "Lift it higher. That ostrich is nearsighted." Lin Dai Dai was astonished. "Teacher Bao Mi, how could you tell?" Jiang Qiyu chuckled. "That cabbage looks quite appetizing." Lin Dai Dai, "Wait, how does she know? Does the ostrich have no secrets in front of her?" Qin Xie, standing nearby, inquired of the ostrich keeper, which ostrich is the most difficult to feed. The keeper, thinking the director was merely curious, pointed to the tallest and stoutest one. "That one, called heiress. It has a bad temper and is hard to feed. I often have to chase it for ages." Qin Xie immediately turned to Jiang Qiyu. "Jiang Qiyu, you go feed that one." Jiang Qiyu had also set her sights on that particular ostrich and approached it. Just as heiress attempted to flee, Jiang Qiyu swiftly leaped onto its back and sternly whispered in its ear, "Gaga, show me what you've got." Chapter 093. Is this normal?
Adhai.
Heiress was taken aback by Jiang Qiyu's tone, standing frozen for quite some time.
Oh.
Why does it feel like Jiang Qiyu is fluent in the language of ostriches? Fluent? She was just mooing, probably conversing with the alpaca, right? I'm dying of laughter. Others, fluent in Mandarin, English, and French. Jiang Qiyu, fluent in Mandarin, alpaca, and ostrich. No way. Has she started to establish such a persona? Jiang Qiyu, don't be so outrageous. But seriously, how did she manage to sit on the ostrich's back so suddenly? The zookeeper just mentioned that this heiress has a bad temper. Just wait and see her get thrown off. Jiang Ziran did not enter, but stood outside with Qin Xie. She, of course, heard the zookeeper's words, and a smile crept onto her lips. Ostriches are not gentle creatures. The zookeeper, now anxious, shouted, Miss.
Get down.
Don't sit on its back. If you fall, it could be quite dangerous." Jiang Qiyu heard this and blinked, saying, "If I don't sit on it, standing is too tiring." Zookeeper, that's true, but this is perilous. Could it actually understand her words? Heiress was perplexed, but disliked having anyone on its back. It began to sway, attempting to throw off the burden it carried. Jiang Qiyu, clutching a cabbage, swayed along with it, showing no intention of falling off, even closing her eyes and becoming somewhat lost in the moment. Zookeeper, Qin Xie, Jiang Senyun, is this something a normal person would do? Lin Dai Dai, holding a large cabbage, couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher Bao Mi, are you dancing? Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Wherever it throws her off, that's where the dance party will be. Play them some music. Isn't this more entertaining than the Spring Festival Gala? I've already recorded it. I'll play it at home on New Year's Eve." After a while, Jiang Qiyu felt a bit dizzy and sternly commanded, "Ga. Stop." Heiress ignored her. It believed this was a sign of impending victory. However, the very next moment, it heard a chilling voice near its ear.
Ga 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 ga.
"If you don't stop, I'll inform Sanhei and see by that you often sneakily peck their behinds at night." Heiress, the ostrich, trembled all over, immediately ceasing its movements, becoming obedient to a fault, even rubbing its head against Jiang Qiyu.
Ga 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 ga.
"Sister, whatever you want Heiress to do."
Just say it.
Why does it feel like the ostrich's voice suddenly became more affectionate? "Ostrich, do you have no dignity? How can you rub against Jiang Qiyu? I'm dying of laughter. Is it acting cute?" Qin Xie was also dumbfounded, asking the zookeeper whether this was a male or female ostrich. Zookeeper, male. This heiress has a gender identity disorder. It thinks it's female and often steals other ostriches' eggs. Once they hatch, it insists they are its own. It has always believed that Sanhei and Sibai stole its children, hence its nightly acts of revenge. But despite its large size, it's actually quite timid. It doesn't dare let Sanhei and Sibai find out. Jiang Senyun, Jiang Qiyu was not mistaken. Indeed, this ostrich had a penchant for incubating eggs. Little did he realize that there was a misunderstanding regarding its gender identity. He resolved to delve deeper into this matter later. Jiang Wuhu was in high spirits, remarking that the fruits of the animal kingdom were quite delectable. Ariai had quieted down, and Jiang Qiyu flashed a grin, exclaiming, "Ga," as he took off running. Although the ostrich could not fly, it was remarkably swift on the ground, reaching speeds of 50 to 70 kilometers per hour, faster than an ordinary e-scooter. Ariai obediently stretched its long legs, startling the other guests. However, Jiang Qiyu managed to grasp one of the ostrich's wings with one hand while the other was outstretched, exclaiming woohoo. Jiang Woohoo inquired, Teacher Bayami, did you call for me? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Jiang Qiyu was not calling him. Rather, he was celebrating. This was Jiang Qiyu's first experience riding an ostrich in all his lifetimes. And he declared loudly, Ga, 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 Ga. I hereby appoint you as my general of the escort flag. From now on, you shall be my noble steed. Why does it seem that this ostrich is quite obedient to Jiang Qiyu? If you were being ridden by him, would you dare to disobey? That question is better directed at Meng Qian. Meng Xiaochu, this is beyond the syllabus. Isn't this just a bus to kindergarten? Meng Qian stood off to the side, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Qiyu, anxious that he might fall. Simultaneously, he found it perplexing that while Jiang Qiyu could communicate with animals, there were still moments when he failed to understand his words. It was indeed an enigma. If Arai could comprehend Jiang Qiyu's words, then it followed that other ostriches could as well. They abandoned their cabbage and flocked towards Jiang Qiyu. Ga, Ga, ride with me. I can run faster than him.
Ga 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 ga.
Sister, look at me. I am gentler. I can guarantee your comfort.
Ga 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 ga.
Arai is no good. Arai is the silliest. I can do it. I have the stamina. I can carry sister and run forever. A cacophony of squawking erupted among the ostriches, even prompting one to bump into Arai. Arai retorted, Ga, Ga, Ga. Silence. I am the general of the escort flag. After enjoying the ride, Jiang Qiyu instructed Arai to halt and offered the cabbage for Arai to eat. The other ostriches, realizing they could not compete for attention, grumbled and wandered away. During mealtime, everyone was famished, and the guests began feeding again. Jiang Qiyu's arm grew weary from the effort. Yet Qin Xia insisted that the food be fed to the ostriches and not discarded on the ground. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Jiang Qiyu turned towards the other two ostriches, calling out, Ga, Ga. Come here. Ga. Sister. Ga, Ga. Beautiful sister. Jiang Qiyu proudly raised his chin, telepathically communicating with Guazi. TSK. My beauty appeals to all, both men and women, even the ostriches. Such allure can be a double-edged sword. Guazi, irritated by Jiang Qiyu's extravagant display of points, maintained a stoic expression, stating, Host, please exercise restraint. Jiang Qiyu responded, Huh? You want me to stop exuding charm? Guazi. Jiang Qiyu gazed at the two ostriches before him, exclaiming, Ga, 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 Ga. You two, hold this cabbage in your beaks until Arai finishes eating. No one knew what Jiang Qiyu was up to, but they witnessed two ostriches snatching the cabbage from her hands to feed the ostrich she was seated upon. The onlookers exclaimed, Is Jiang Qiyu still human? Employing ostriches as her workers? Laughter erupted. The life of an ostrich is still a life. Qin Xia, upon observing this scene, was infuriated. He turned to the ostrich keeper and stated with gravity, I now harbor serious doubts regarding the mental state of these ostriches. I suggest you take them for an examination. I am not jesting. The ostrich keeper glanced at Jiang Sanyun, the head of the garden. Jiang Sanyun's lips twitched slightly. Isn't this all perfectly normal? Chapter 094, Exposing the Domestic Abuser. After learning just how absurd Jiang Qiyu was, Jiang Sanyun felt that the current antics of Jiang Qiyu were hardly outlandish. Suddenly struck by a thought, he stepped aside to check his phone for messages from his mother. Upon opening his device, he indeed found 2 messages from Su Renmin. Little 3, good news. Deshun has located all 3 turtles. They were hidden among the rocks of the backyard's artificial hill. Only Deshun could find them in such nooks and crannies. Jiang Sanyun's anxious heart finally found relief. Great, please feed them something. A tremor ran through him. What? Su Renmin replied. It seems Deshun has fallen in love with the female turtle, staying by her side and not allowing us to approach. Jiang Sanyun was taken aback. Deshun's notions of romance were truly perplexing. He once again glanced at Jiang Qiyu, discovering that she had fallen asleep atop the ostrich, her posture stiff and unwavering. Jiang Sanyun couldn't help but smile helplessly. This sister of his was rather endearing. However, his gaze turned icy as he regarded Jiang Qiyu. How could she fall asleep like this? If the ostrich were to be startled and run, the unguarded Jiang Qiyu would surely fall and injure herself. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered with coldness as he suddenly hurled 2 cabbages towards Erhe. Erhe, thoroughly engrossed in its meal, quickly dodged as something came flying toward it. However, it did not move its body, merely twisting its neck. It evaded the projectiles. Jiang Qiyu did not fall, but she did awaken. There are always schemers seeking to harm me. Zhang Yang immediately regretted throwing the cabbages, as they did not yield the desired effect and had instead startled Jiang Qiyu. Then, he witnessed her bellow, "Charge."
Gah.
Zhang Yang trembled in fear and turned to flee. The ostrich keeper furrowed his brow in concern. He had already warned that one must not provoke the ostriches. He attempted to intervene, but Jiang Sanyan restrained him. "Do not approach. It is easy to get trampled." The keeper, panicked, queried, "Then what shall we do now? It would be disastrous if someone got hurt." Jiang Sanyan's expression was complex. She had a sense of control. The keeper was dumbfounded. Who had the sense of control? An ostrich possesses no such restraint. It was an animal. Did he mean Jiang Qiyu? The keeper looked ahead, only to see 3 ostriches pursuing a fleeing figure, yet they did not peck at anyone. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. He then heard Jiang Sanyan add 2 words, "should be." The zookeeper remarked that the fence was quite high, and typically, ostriches could not escape. However, it was evident that these 3 ostriches were anything but ordinary. The zookeeper questioned, "Is this reasonable?" Lin Dai was taken aback, realizing they were capable of escaping. "Why don't they come out usually?" she asked. Jiang Wuhu looked at her and replied, "In there, they are fed 3 meals a day.
Outside.
They must forage for themselves. If it were you, would you want to go out?" Lin Dai exclaimed, "Qin Xie is going to lose his mind. He is the director of the show, and he is responsible for any mishap involving the guests." What a hilarious scene. I'm rolling on the ground laughing. Director, if I had known, I would have refused to arrange the 2nd episode at the zoo, even if it meant death. Jiang Qiyu looks so innocent. She's being chased by an ostrich. She doesn't want this. The person above is right, but let us be honest. Teacher Baomi's behind is quite sturdy. Jiang Qiyu, perched atop Erhe, wished she could wield a chess piece and shout, "Tremble, you domestic abuser." Zhang Yang, running ahead, felt his scalp tingle. Yet, how could he outrun an ostrich? The 3 ostriches quickly caught up to him, and he stumbled and fell to the ground in sheer fright. Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes, cackling, "Peck him. But don't injure him." The 3 ostriches squawked in response. Their pecking was surprisingly forceful, and upon closer inspection, it appeared that a sizable patch of his hair had been pecked away. Qin Xie felt a tightness in his scalp, wondering how painful that must be. What a misfortune. Jiang Qiyu snorted. "It doesn't hurt at all. He's wearing a wig." Without the wig, he appeared to have aged 20 years. Who is this old man? Quite bald, indeed. Zhang Yang, cradling his head, quickly stood up. "Jiang Qiyu, don't go too far." His fists were nearly bursting with restraint. Zhang Yang fiercely snatched the wig from Erhe's beak. Jiang Xie commanded Erhe to turn around. "So filthy. So disgusting. I need to look at some handsome abs to cleanse my eyes." The others rushed over as well. Jiang Wuhu and Lin Dai could no longer stifle their laughter. He touched his head and turned pale, then shouted, "Jiang Qiyu." At that moment, Jiang Qiyu was already riding Erhe, bouncing along. Jiang Wuhu looked over, excitedly exclaiming, "Princess Baomi, that silhouette is so striking." Lin Dai gazed at Jiang Qiyu's figure with starry eyes, thinking, "I have fallen in love." Jiang Wuhu wondered, is this woman confessing her feelings to him? Chapter 095. It must be a mistake.
Bao Huan.
My eyes. My eyes. Honestly, the ostriches do have a sense of propriety. If it weren't for Jiang Qiyu's instigation, I'd never believe it. Wu Shuang, my dear sister, your beloved husband is being bullied on the show. Wu Shuang, at home feeding her child medicine and coaxing them to sleep a little longer, finally had a moment to check her phone. The screen displayed numerous notifications from Weibo, and upon clicking, she found that many netizens were discussing how her husband was being mistreated on the show. Zhang Yang was bullied on a variety show? Wu Shuang could not help but let a long-lost smile grace her lips. However, it quickly faded. After all, it was merely a variety show. Scripted and likely a light-hearted jest among industry insiders, harmless in nature. Just as she was about to exit Weibo, she noticed an influx of unsolicited private messages. Driven by curiosity, she opened them. "Sister, someone said you are a victim of domestic violence. Is it true? Sister, you can stand up, you have fans too. If you are facing domestic violence, please contact us." This message was sent by the Public Security Bureau of Jing City. Wu Shuang was unaware that it was sent by Nan Huan, a devoted fan of Jiang Qiyu. Nan Huan was not idly watching the show. While managing the account, She had come across numerous official fan pages of Jiang Qiyu. She had not overlooked anything that Jiang Qiyu had said. After some contemplation, Nan Huan decided to send Wu Shuang a private message on Weibo. Upon reading those messages, Wu Shuang's body began to tremble, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. It was astonishing that someone knew about her situation and cared for her. Wu Shuang opened the trending topics on Weibo and broke into a smile through her tears. What a refreshing feeling. It had been ages since she felt this way. Was this variety show the work of a benevolent deity, punishing the scoundrel on her behalf? No. It was the beautiful girl sitting on the ostrich. Scanning the comments, she learned the girl's name was Jiang Qiyu. A warmth enveloped Wu Shuang's heart as she searched for Jiang Qiyu's Weibo account and followed her. Jiang Qiyu had frequently referred to her abuser, leading many to pay attention to Wu Shuang as well. Zhang Yang often showcased their affection on Weibo, boasting about cooking for his wife. During events, he never failed to mention her. Thus, Wu Shuang's following of Jiang Qiyu quickly garnered attention on the trending topics. The discussions proliferated. This must be a sign, right? Following her surely indicates affection? Not necessarily. Jiang Qiyu might have set it up, so she can criticize her. No, I haven't followed her, yet I can criticize her daily. Can Sister Wu Shuang please clarify? We are genuinely concerned for you. The topic's popularity soared, swiftly landing it among the top trends. Wu Shuang's heart raced with excitement. She yearned to reveal everything. Yet, as her gaze drifted to her daughter's bedroom, she restrained herself, merely dabbing at her tears. At that moment, her manager sent a WeChat message. What are you doing? Hurry and unfollow. Post a clarifying message. Little did she know, this was merely a tactic to exert better control over her. A second message from her manager followed. Wu Shuang. Think carefully about the consequences. Do not overstep your bounds. The manager soon called, but Wu Shuang chose not to answer. Her hand trembled, yet instinctively, she picked up the call. Wu Shuang's body quaked with anxiety. Meanwhile, the chaotic variety show set gradually regained its composure. Zhang Yang changed into a new pair of trousers and a wig, reappearing on screen with a gentle, gentlemanly demeanor. Moments ago, his agent called to inform him that he had ascended to the top of trending searches. This presented a golden opportunity. If he could perform admirably in the coming days and conceal his true character, Jiang Qiyu would become the target of public scorn. Meanwhile, he could ride this wave to fame. As for Wu Shuang, she would surely refrain from voicing any criticisms online. Zhang Yang, with a gentle demeanor, remarked, "It's nothing. Let the fans have their laughs. It has indeed been quite arduous taking care of the children these past few years, and I've lost some hair." Qin Xie blinked, questioning, taking care of children? Are you certain? It must be said, Qin Xie leaned toward believing Jiang Qiyu. Yet, as a seasoned director, he kept his composure, knowing the fans would certainly understand. I'm in tears. Where can one find a husband like this? Lost all your hair from raising children? How so? Did you give birth to them? With such acting skills, if you don't win the Golden Flower Award for Best Actor this year, I won't watch. Jiang Qiyu's fans are utterly ridiculous. Just wait for the lawyer's letter, Jiang Qiyu. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, but he masked it with a smile, saying, Jiang Qiyu, I do not know where I have offended you, but please refrain from mentioning my daughter. She is my most treasured possession, and I hope you will not harm her. Jiang Qiyu felt utterly disgusted. How could such a shameless man exist in the world? She approached him, and Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Surely, she wouldn't resort to violence? Such an act could only worsen her predicament. Qin Xie, taken aback, hurriedly intervened, urging, please, do not resort to violence. Jiang Qiyu glanced at Qin Xie, replying, Director, what do you take me for? Am I some sort of brute? Over the past week, Qin Xie had witnessed Jiang Qiyu trending online, and he sincerely nodded, affirming her point. Chapter 096. My eyes are truly filthy. Jiang Qiyu. A shadow flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes, rendering him momentarily motionless. In the next instant, he felt a chill on his scalp. Damn it! Jiang Qiyu had removed his wig. She regarded him coolly, stating, if you cherish your daughter so deeply, then do not hide it. Flaunt the evidence of your affection. Zhang Yang's expression twisted in fury. This is truly hideous. I can no longer feel affection. Such a husband is suited for my best friend. Zhang Yang lunged to snatch the wig from Jiang Qiyu's grasp, but she hurled it with force, sending it soaring into the ostrich enclosure. The mere sight of ostriches now instilled a profound fear within Zhang Yang. He gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Jiang Qiyu, do you possess any decency? Jiang Qiyu laughed, declaring, Decency is ambiguous. I become stronger in the face of adversity. Zhang Yang had only brought 2 wigs that day. One was ruined by an ostrich, and the other had been discarded. Now he was left with a bald head. Taking a deep breath, he chose to endure. Jiang Qiyu would undoubtedly be mercilessly criticized. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qiyu was utterly indifferent to the backlash. This behavior is truly excessive. But seeing it's Jiang Qiyu, it's understandable. You fans should not indulge Jiang Qiyu too much. Is this even human behavior? Trending online. Jiang Qiyu had once again lost her composure. The tumultuous winds of the internet would not reach the recording site. After a painstaking hour and a half, the first group finally accomplished their task. It was truly no easy feat. Qin Xia wiped the perspiration from his forehead and remarked, "Next, let us proceed to complete the second group's assignment, bathing the gorillas." The gorilla enclosure was rather distant, and the group could utilize the shared bicycles within the park to ride over. This zoo was expansive. Relying solely on foot would not allow them to explore even half of it in a day. Jiang Qiyu took out her phone to scan for a bike. Upon viewing the details, she noted a deposit of 199 yuan and a rental fee of 2 yuan per hour. She tucked her phone away and inquired of Qin Xia, "Director, will this expense be reimbursed?" Qin Xia frowned, "No reimbursement. It's a trivial amount." Jiang Qiyu tossed her long hair playfully. "The wind is quite strong today. I wonder if a bill might blow into my face." Meng Qian and Jiang Wuhu spoke in unison. "I'll scan for you." Jiang Qiyu shook her head, "No need. You all can ride on your own." Qin Xia was incredulous. "You intend to walk?" Jiang Qiyu smiled. "I'll ride an ostrich." Qin Xia was at a loss for words. An ostrich belongs to the zoo. The curator would never permit that. Zhang Sanyan's calm voice interjected. "It is permissible to ride." Qin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? The curator? Surely the ostrich would not consent." Jiang Qiyu called out to the ostrich enclosure, and a flock of ostriches hurried over, honking enthusiastically as if to say, "Sister, ride me. Sister, ride me." Qin Xia exclaimed, "Ah. No one can comprehend how indulgent it is to say one can ride. I must admit, that is rather charming. So adorable." Meng Qian expressed, "I wish to acquire this zoo." Jiang Qiyu has gone a bit too far, hasn't she? Have you considered the ostrich's feelings? The ones not ridden must be terribly jealous. I feel utterly lost. I wish to be an ostrich myself. In reality, there were shuttle buses within the park. But Qin Xia was reluctant to let the guests have it too easy. Yet in the end, he found that he had not ensnared the very individuals he had intended to trick. Soon, the scene within the park unfolded as such. Jiang Qiyu rode at the forefront on an ostrich, followed by the director, staff, and Jiang Sanyan on the shuttle bus. Behind them trailed a group of star guests riding bicycles. The entire scene was utterly comical, resembling an ostrich leading an army to conquer the zoo. Jiang Sanyan, sitting in a vehicle, took out her phone once more to check messages. She noticed the alpaca caretaker had posted in the group chat. "The large alpaca at pen number 2 has indeed stopped spitting at people, but it has taken to targeting a particular male alpaca, even kicking it. 2 alpacas are now engaged in a scuffle." Jiang Sanyan mused. "It seems the large alpaca is venting all its frustrations on that little male alpaca. There's not much I can do now. After all, matters of the heart among alpacas are not mine to meddle in." Meanwhile, Jiang Wuhu pedaled his bicycle closely behind Jin Minmin, searching for conversation. Lin Daidai pedaled vigorously, catching up to the shuttle bus, and then to Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Wuhu observed from behind, his brow slightly furrowed. Was Lin Daidai feeling a tinge of jealousy? Jiang Qiyu ensured the ostrich did not run too swiftly, its speed barely exceeding that of a shuttle bus. Fatigued, Lin Daidai spoke with a hint of breathlessness. Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. She settled onto the back of the ostrich and began to engage with her phone. When she opened Weibo and beheld her follower count, she was taken aback. To her astonishment, her account boasted 8 million followers. Yet, Jiang Qiyu mused, perhaps 90% were likely trolls. Curious. She searched for Wu Shuang's Weibo and casually browsed through it. It's all because of that scoundrel who insisted on a marriage after the pregnancy. Her health has been frail since childhood. The doctor warned her that if she terminated, she might never conceive again. That time, the scoundrel had consumed excessive alcohol and insisted that there was no need for protection during the so-called safe period, assuring her she couldn't possibly get pregnant.
And yet she did.
In this world, the notion of a safe period is a mere fallacy. One must always take precautions.
Ah.
My eyes are truly tainted. I must search for a handsome man with abs to cleanse my vision. At that moment, Meng Qian, cycling behind, felt a shadow descend over his gaze. For the entirety of the morning, Jiang Qiyu had not spared him a glance, and now she was ogling someone else's abs. With one hand on the handlebars, Meng Qian retrieved his phone from his pocket. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu was about to initiate a search on Baidu when a chat box popped up on her screen. It was a message from Meng Qian. She opened it to discover a half-nude photo of him. Chapter 097. This gossip is absolutely shocking. Jiang Qiyu frowned, swiftly turning off her phone and instinctively scanning her surroundings for prying eyes. Lin Daidai, having caught up, was now lagging behind. Jiang Qiyu finally exhaled, though her heart raced. What was Meng Qian thinking? Had he sent it by mistake? He was usually quite the serious individual. Surely, it was an error. But then, wasn't he at a waste not to take a peek? Jiang Qiyu reopened her phone, enlarging the image to reveal a man with pale, flawless skin and prominently defined abs. Below that, a taut and powerful physique, with a perfectly sculpted V-line. Jiang Qiyu's eyes sparkled. Jiang Qiyu. Whether rich or poor, I shall indulge. Whether mighty or humble, I shall still indulge.
Guazi.
2 minutes later, Jiang Qiyu received another message from Meng Qian. Sent by mistake. I intended it for my manager. He needs it for promotional materials. Jiang Qiyu wore an expression of feigned nonchalance, wiping away a hint of drool. I know, it's fine. I didn't look at your abs. Meng Qian, you can look. Jiang Qiyu, feeling somewhat guilty, blinked. I'm not looking if you don't believe me. Send me more photos, and see if I take a glance. Meng Qian. He merely wanted to assess which aspects of his physique might require improvement. Casually snapping a picture. He harbored no peculiar obsession with showcasing his body. However, if she enjoyed viewing it, he wouldn't mind indulging her. But perhaps that was a bit too ambiguous. However, Jiang Qiyu's face flushed slightly. Jiang Qiyu, don't get too comfortable. Riding a free ostrich while playing on your phone.
No.
It seems her smile is rather unsettling. What on earth is she looking at? I just noticed that Meng Qian is also on his phone, writing with one hand while typing with the other. This raises my suspicions. Could these two be chatting with each other? They talk without uttering a single word. Ha ha ha. A beautiful sight indeed. What could they possibly be discussing that I cannot see? Early director, can you manage this? Instead, she opened the chat with Li Lin. Li Lin had sent her a WeChat message. Does Zhao Qin have some other relationship with Xin Mingling? Upon seeing the message, Li Lin thought, my goodness. This gossip is utterly explosive. Zhao Qin is truly adept at concealing her secrets. Does Zhang Jian know about this? Oh, it doesn't matter. Zhang Jian is just a rotten cucumber at this point. She felt a twinge of shame for having been with him. After sharing the gossip about Xin Mingling, Jiang Qiyu sent another message to Li Lin. Wu Shuang's acting skills are quite commendable. Why not reach out to her about a comeback? Yet, from these two statements, it was evident that Wu Shuang's choice to endure domestic violence was undoubtedly linked to her ailing daughter. It was astonishing that she had never heard a whisper of this matter. Zhang Yang's confidentiality measures were truly impressive. Just as Li Lin was about to investigate Wu Shuang's background, the office door swung open. Zhao Qin entered with a sinister smile, tossing a document onto Li Lin's desk. Look, what is this? A lawyer's letter from Mingyang Entertainment. Your Jiang Qiyu is truly formidable. Li Lin frowned slightly. Mingyang's actions were indeed swift. They were forcing her side to apologize. Mingyang Entertainment was located right next to her company, and their legal team could draft a letter in no time. They had engaged in such shameless tactics before, asserting their dominance. Li Lin glanced at Zhao Qin. Since when did you become a courier? And you brought a little harlot too. Zhao Qin, gritting her teeth, replied, I will eventually drive you out of the company. Zhao Qin paused, then walked away, while saying, I don't understand what you're talking about. Li Lin coolly retorted from behind, take good care of your eldest son. Stop bringing me bad luck. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu put away her phone. There was little else she could do. Whether someone trapped in the mire could escape ultimately depended on their own resolve. Jiang Qiyu was not the type to meddle in others' affairs, but she felt a measure of sympathy for Wu Shuang. In her previous life, she had encountered a husband who was abusive. The original host was ingrained with fear of him, trembling at his sight. Despite multiple calls to the police, no action was taken. The scoundrel refused to agree to a divorce. After her arrival, instead of immediately opting for divorce, she diligently trained in Muay Thai for several months. When the scoundrel attempted to strike her again, she retaliated, leaving him on the ground searching for his teeth. Eventually, the scoundrel, unable to bear it any longer, called the police, clamoring for a divorce. When the police arrived to mediate, they praised her as a true hero. Ultimately, the cad, unable to endure any longer, found himself hospitalized 10 times, with 8 broken arms, 9 fractured legs, and 10 concussions, pleading on his knees for her to grant him a divorce. This was her way of addressing issues. She had always believed in the philosophy of an eye for an eye. Yet perhaps Wu Shuang could not embody this sentiment, and she could only hope that a semblance of courage remained within her. A throng of individuals finally arrived in front of the gorilla enclosure. The task of bathing the gorillas fell to Jiang Wuhu and Jin Minmin's group. Upon seeing several gorillas far more robust than himself, Jiang Wuhu felt a twinge of fear and turned to Qinxia, the director, inquiring how they were to proceed. "They won't attack me, will they?" he asked anxiously. Unlike ostriches, gorillas possess a far greater propensity for aggression. Qinxia shook his head, reassuring him, "No, we will not enter. We will wash them from outside using hoses." Jiang Sanyan trailed behind the group, but Qinxia knew he would not be the one to initiate conversation. The gorilla caretaker approached, enthusiastically introducing the primates they would be bathing that day. "These chimpanzees are quite intelligent. Look, this one even clips its own nails." The group leaned in, and through the thick glass, they indeed witnessed a gorilla attending to its grooming. Jiang Wuhu felt a wave of nostalgia, thinking it could easily be mistaken for a human. Jiang Qiyu glanced over and remarked nonchalantly, "They wouldn't want to be human. Being human means having to work. I feel a bit unwell. I'll step out for a moment," came the voice of Jiang Baimi. "Jiang Baimi, remain still. I'll find someone to assist you," replied another. Chapter 098. Is it really that painful? Within the enclosure, there were 4 gorillas, meaning each group would be responsible for washing one. However, they could not enter the enclosure and had to stand outside, spraying water through the bars. The challenge was that the enclosure was quite high, necessitating the use of ladders to reach the gorillas. Qinxia smiled and said, "Everyone can come to me for a ladder, but you must complete a few tasks first." Jiang Wuhu realized that this challenge would not be easy. All eyes turned toward Qinxia as the staff presented the props on the ground. With a cheerful demeanor, Qinxia explained, "It's quite simple. You just need to jump rope on this pressure board, with 2 members from each group totaling 50 jumps." Everyone stood in stunned silence. 50 jumps? Just standing on the pressure board was painful enough, let alone jumping rope. Jiang Wuhu contemplated abandoning the task entirely. However, Jin Minmin stepped forward, decisively stating, "I'll jump first." Jiang Wuhu's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister, you're so cool." Qinxia glanced at Jiang Wuhu as if to convey, "Are you really letting the girl go first? What sort of man are you?" Although Jiang Wuhu wished to evade the task, he recognized his duty as a man and felt compelled to set an example. With determination, he resolved to jump as much as he could, hoping to spare the girl some hardship. With a deep breath, he declared, "I'll go first. After all, I am a man. It's all right. It doesn't matter who goes first, as both of you are men," came the voice, leaving Jiang Wuhu agape, his mouth open wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Lin Dada had long since realized that Jiang Wuhu could also hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. At this moment, upon witnessing the drastic change in Jiang Wuhu's expression, her eyes sparkled with excitement. A scoop. This was undoubtedly a sensational revelation. She hurried to Jiang Wuhu's side, her shoulder brushing against his. Just then, Qinxia approached with a jump rope, handing it to Jiang Wuhu while giving him a supportive pat on the shoulder. "You can do it." Jin Minmin had always felt like a girl since childhood, which led her to undergo gender reassignment surgery upon reaching adulthood.
"Now,
"I'm just like any woman, except for the inability to bear children," she remarked. Jiang Wuhu was taken aback. Lin Dada exclaimed, "What an astonishing secret. A renowned host is actually a transgender person." Qinxia, who also heard the thoughts, widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Qiyu. She hadn't even spoken. Could it be that he heard Jiang Qiyu's thoughts? Jin Minmin glanced at Jiang Wuhu, smiling brightly, encouraging him.
Come on, little ache.
Jiang Wuhu quickly took the jump rope from Qinxia and stepped onto the acupressure mat, starting to jump. As long as he jumped quickly enough, no one would notice the reason behind his tears. However, with his very first jump, he burst into tears.
Ah!
Is it that painful? Someone exclaimed. How tragic. Jiang Wuhu is crying so pitifully. Another commented. My heart aches for him. Director, how could you be so cruel? Jiang Qiyu, frowning from the sidelines, couldn't help but ask. Is it really that painful? Locked away in his heart was a vow of love lost, a resolute declaration never to love again. Jiang Qiyu pouted, feeling a sense of pity. Jiang Ziran interjected, "Please don't speak ill of my brother, Wuhu. This acupressure mat is indeed very painful." Despite Jiang Wuhu's low opinion of her, Jiang Ziran felt it was necessary to come to his aid. Jiang Wuhu wept, tears streaming down his face as he cried out,
Ah,
"Corn Princess, you're absolutely right. Just scold me to death, Corn Princess." Jiang Qiyu looked over at Meng Qian, who seemed to have lost his mind. Meng Qian's alluring eyes sparkled with amusement. Is it any wonder? Who wouldn't go mad upon discovering that the person they like is transgender? At that moment, Jin Minmin found Jiang Wuhu rather intriguing. He jumped as if possessed, completing 10 jumps in one breath before collapsing from exhaustion, as crying was equally taxing. Qin Xie was speechless. She had expected him to manage at least 30 or 40 jumps with such fervor. The responsibility then fell to Jin Minmin. With her long-standing discipline and rigorous training, she faced no pressure and completed her task of 40 jumps effortlessly, not even breaking a sweat. After finishing, she turned to Jiang Wuhu. "Little Lake, could you hand me a tissue?" Amused, someone remarked, "Haha, a woman post-exercise is the most beautiful." It seems Jiang Wuhu has captured Jin Minmin's interest. It was rare for anyone to pique her curiosity. Jiang Wuhu was the 99th to do so. Grateful that he still ranked among the elite, Jiang Wuhu, ever polite, handed Jin Minmin a tissue and stepped away, deliberately avoiding her gaze. He does not harbor prejudice against transgender individuals. Rather, he simply lacks the capacity for acceptance. He respects them, but does not seek to pursue them. Turning around, Jiang Wuhu discovered that Lin Dai was once again close by. Jiang Wuhu had made a resolute decision. He would refrain from engaging in matters of love for the next few days. He looked at Lin Dai and sincerely stated, "Your affection for me will yield no results." Lin Dai, having not fully grasped Jiang Wuhu's words, was instead attuned to the thoughts of Jiang Qiyu. She casually responded, "It's nothing." Jiang Wuhu thought to himself, this woman is far too infatuated. He witnessed a scene of unrestrained madness. Why does it seem that Jiang Wuhu is deliberately avoiding Jin Minmin? Perhaps he is simply shy. Go for it, Lin Dai. One day, you will undoubtedly win over Jiang Wuhu. Soon it was time for the next group. Qin Xie called out, "Jiang Qiyu, your group, come forth." Now he could no longer hear Jiang Qiyu's thoughts. It was quite peculiar. He felt compelled to listen again. Zhang Yang had never gone this long without hair, feeling a persistent chill on his scalp. Nevertheless, he had to perform well during the live broadcast. He raised his hand, proclaiming, "I'll jump first." At home, I always enjoy jumping rope with my wife. Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes dramatically. Jiang Ziruan narrowed her eyes. Zhang Yang must surely harbor resentment towards Jiang Qiyu at this moment. Chapter 099. Is this green tea deliberate? Zhang Yang was elated by the praise. Jiang Qiyu shared in his joy. The few strands of hair atop his head bobbed up and down, his expression quite grotesque, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Qin Xie struggled to suppress his laughter, trembling in the process. Of course, Zhang Yang would not finish the entire jump. He wasn't foolish enough for that. He only needed to jump a few more times. No, I can only manage this many. The remaining 20 are for Jiang Qiyu. He glanced at Jiang Qiyu, asking, "You won't be able to jump all 20, will you?" Zhang Yang handed the jump rope to Jiang Qiyu but purposefully let it fall to the ground as she reached out to take it. He quickly added, "My apologies. I jumped too much, and my hands are a bit shaky." Jiang Qiyu shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "It's fine. I didn't plan on jumping anyway." Zhang Yang was taken aback. "What? You're not jumping? Don't you wish to help my brother and the others complete their task quickly?" Ignoring Jiang Ziruan, Jiang Qiyu turned and swiftly began to ascend, using both her hands and feet to climb. She soon reached a large tree beside the gorilla enclosure. "Do you think I need a ladder?" Jiang Ziruan, Qin Xie, Zhang Yang, infuriated, felt the hairs on his head stand on end. "Why didn't you say so sooner? Was this deliberate?" Jiang Qiyu clung to the tree trunk, her body swaying in midair. "Indeed, it was intentional. Come and hit me if you dare." Zhang Yang, having never before been so exasperated, his eyes reddened with fury. He turned to Qin Xie, exclaiming, "Director, look at this." Qin Xie directed his gaze towards Jiang Qiyu. "Oh, I see." Zhang Yang, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, shouted, "And you aren't going to intervene?" Qin Xie blinked, replying, "Oh, I think this tree seems quite robust." Zhang Yang, Jiang Qiyu truly cannot bear to be without causing a stir. Qin Xie questioned Jiang Qiyu, sought to comprehend Jiang Qiyu, and ultimately became Jiang Qiyu. The gorillas within the enclosure were left astounded. Even the one that had been trimming its nails ceased its activity, bellowing towards Jiang Qiyu. Who? Are you the monkey next door? Jiang Qiyu cast it a sidelong glance, retorting, Who. I am a magnificent human beauty. I can see that your gaze is rather unseemly. The gorilla stood silent. The zookeeper, noticing the commotion from the gorilla, inquired, Hey there, what's the matter? The young female gorilla, unable to comprehend the zookeeper's words, nonetheless recognized his concern. She pointed towards Jiang Qiyu, exclaiming, Who. She insulted me. The zookeeper glanced at Jiang Qiyu and shook his head. Even the gorilla found Jiang Qiyu's behavior absurd. Guazi was at a loss for words. Host, truly, you are something else. Now, even gorillas are subject to your scolding. Jiang Qiyu replied, What is so strange about that? When I get angry, I scold even myself. Guazi was speechless.
Oh,
Could it be that Jiang Qiyu can speak gorilla as well? That gorilla seems genuinely agitated. It even tossed aside its nail clippers. Ha. Jiang Qiyu treats all beings with equality. Honestly, Jiang Qiyu is my sole connection in the animal kingdom. Jiang Qiyu, might I hire you to reprimand my troublesome dog? He is always out drinking. Qin Xie contemplated intervening but wondered if he appeared capable of managing someone like Jiang Qiyu. He felt utterly frazzled, having just experienced auditory hallucinations. Qin Xie declared, Since Jiang Qiyu's group does not require a ladder, let us proceed to the next group. Lin Dai, upon seeing the acupressure board, felt her scalp tingle with discomfort even before attempting it. Wearing a mask of anguish, she glanced at Meng Qian. Come on, Meng the movie emperor. Women in motion are captivating, and so are men. Especially men in gray pants. It's no different from someone dancing in front of me without pants. Meng Qian assessed his attire. Jiang Qiyu's remarks had prompted him to consider that perhaps his clothing was a tad too form-fitting. However, aside from Jiang Qiyu's wandering gaze, no one else seemed to notice. Jiang Wuhu also picked up on the unspoken thoughts, but had little interest. He, being a man himself, shared similar attributes with Meng Qian, finding nothing particularly noteworthy to observe. Moreover, he was beginning to struggle with direct eye contact with men. No one noticed the tips of Meng Qian's ears turn faintly red as he picked up the rope and approached the acupressure board. The discomfort in his soul surged, compelling him to leap up quickly. He endeavored to control his height, wary of jumping too high, both from pain and the possibility of drawing attention. Jiang Qiyu, perched in the tree, observed from above, her perspective affording her a more discerning view. Unseen by others, her gaze roamed freely. Jiang Qiyu mused, Guazi, do you think the villain is 18 centimeters? Guazi, if capable of blushing, surely would have. Is this something a minor system like mine should be privy to? Jiang Qiyu quipped, They're all lecherous old fools. Stop pretending. Guazi, life holds no allure for me, yet the thought of death is equally uninviting. Suddenly, Jiang Qiyu recalled something. Why have you never shared any scandals about the main antagonist with me? Guazi replied, That's simply because he has no scandals to speak of. He has maintained a reputable image, and throughout his years in the industry, there have been no rumors surrounding him. He has always been exceptional, without any hidden vices. Jiang Qiyu narrowed her eyes. Could it be that you are unable to uncover any scandals about the antagonist? Surely, no one is devoid of secrets.
Guazi hurier asserted, impossible.
I possess extraordinary abilities. I can uncover any scandal. Jiang Qiyu detected a hint of insecurity in Guazi's tone. This was understandable, as every individual or system has its limitations. What about the antagonist's family? Are there any scandals involving his relatives? It seemed that the antagonist hailed from a wealthy family. The dramas of affluent families abound, and there must be numerous secrets. Guazi searched and exclaimed, Yes, there are plenty. The host had finally shown interest in uncovering sensational stories, and Guazi was thrilled. Just as Guazi was about to report, Jiang Qiyu interjected, I'm busy today. Let us save it for another time. I want to watch handsome men jump rope first. Guazi was left speechless. Indeed, she was prone to intermittent enthusiasm for gossip while persistently indulging in chaos. Jiang Qiyu remained keenly aware. This is delightful. I relish it. Jiang Wuhu glared fiercely at Meng Qian. Was this green tea intentionally trying to seduce the corn princess? Chapter 100. Do not compel me to strike you in your own home. Is it normal for a man to turn beet red while listening? Does anyone realize the temptation this poses for a college student spending winter break at home? I've captured Meng Qian's allure for the 10,000th time. When sweat glides over the mole on his Adam's apple, I confess, I've even thought of a name for my future child. Turns out Jiang Qiyu has been indulging herself quite well behind the scenes. Look at Jiang Qiyu in the tree. Her eyes are gleaming. At this moment, Shun Minglang's heart raced. Meng Qian was impressive in his performance. Lin Daidai dared not gaze at Meng Qian for long. One must not betray a friend's spouse. Regardless of how Jiang Qiyu perceives her, Lin Daidai regards Jiang Qiyu as a friend. Therefore, she would never steal a glance at Meng Qian. With nowhere to direct her gaze, Lin Daidai turned her attention to Jiang Wuhu. Jiang Wuhu quickly turned away, presenting his back to Lin Daidai. This woman is far too infatuated. Meng Qian was quite the gentleman, completing 45 jumps. He left 5 for Lin Daidai to experience. As she jumped and called out, Lin Daidai felt as though she had traversed the gates of hell. The director was truly tormenting them. Soon it was time for the final group, comprising Jiang Ziruan and Shin Mingling. Jiang Ziruan looked at Shin Mingling, her big eyes sparkling. Mingling, I believe in you. Typically, when a girl speaks to a boy in such a manner, it would inspire him. However, Shin Mingling frowned, his eyes widening. Was Jiang Ziruan attempting to compete with him for who had the bigger eyes? Jiang Ziruan was at a loss for words and candidly remarked, "If you jump a few more times, I fear I won't be able to endure this pressure board." Shin Mingling reassured her, "Don't worry, I excel at this." He picked up the jump rope, removed his shoes, revealing a pair of pink socks. As he stepped onto the pressure board, he couldn't help but cry out, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Without even jumping, he had already exclaimed 3 times. The ominous aura surrounding Shin Mingling in this variety show is truly overwhelming. Return to us the tough Shin Mingling. My ears are bleeding. As I've said before, a bit of ginger fish to balance things out wouldn't hurt. Once he began to jump, after just 1 leap, Shin Mingling hastily ran off, exclaiming, "Ah, no, it's too painful, it's killing me." The burden of completing 50 jumps fell entirely upon Jiang Ziruan. Jiang Ziruan could hardly fathom how excruciating it would be. She looked up at Jiang Sanyan with wide eyes. "Third brother, I'm afraid of the pain." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Sanyan's heart softened instantly. He stepped forward, saying, "Let me take your place." Jiang Ziruan's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, third brother, I love you." With someone willing to substitute, Qin Xia naturally had no objections. Wow. So pampered. This sibling duo is truly making me emotional. Third brother is so wonderful, although socially anxious. He truly loves his sister. Ranziran is so lucky. Let Jiang Qiyu feel envious and jealous. Jiang Qiyu remained expressionless, finding it unsurprising that Jiang Sanyan doted on Jiang Ziruan. After all, Jiang Ziruan was the protagonist, blessed with the aura of a leading lady. Oh. It's a pity for those 3 little turtles so ruthlessly discarded, one even having a leg broken. Jiang Sanyan, keep spoiling her. One pampering, and she won't utter a word. Jiang Sanyan had already picked up the jump rope and stood on the pressure board, but upon sensing Jiang Qiyu's thoughts, he found himself unable to jump. Why would Ranziran do such a thing? Those little turtles are so adorable. How could she commit such an act? Jiang Ziruan noticed Jiang Sanyan's stillness and inquired, "Third brother, what is wrong?" Upon lifting his gaze to Jiang Ziruan's face, Jiang Sanyan suddenly felt invigorated again. Ranziran surely did not mean it. He was at fault last night. Ranziran simply acted on impulse. She must have liked those 3 turtles. With a gentle smile, Jiang Sanyan replied, "It's nothing." Jumping on the pressure board was indeed painful. After completing 50 jumps, Jiang Sanyan felt utterly drained, as if his very being was about to collapse, and the soles of his feet burned as if aflame. Jiang Ziruan gleefully exclaimed, "Director, I've completed it too." She showed no inclination to express concern for Jiang Sanyan. He remained silent, his legs trembling slightly as he moved aside. Jiang Qiyu, with a twig in his mouth, mused internally, "Enduring hardships today, my sister drives a Land Rover tomorrow." Jiang Sanyan, it feels like Jiang Ziruan is treating third brother as a mere tool. "Are you jealous upstairs?" Third brother volunteered. The task finally concluded. Each group received a ladder, and every team of caretakers was assigned a gorilla, tasked with washing just one. "Be cautious with the water pressure. Take your time and exercise some patience," the caretaker reminded. This could indeed be considered a laborious task, requiring one to climb high while continuously wielding a water hose. Jean Minmin glanced at Jiang Wuhu and asked, "Little Hu, shall you go or shall I?" Jiang Wuhu, unable to meet her gaze, lowered his head and replied, "You go. Just go." Jean Minmin, not one to linger, took hold of the water hose and ascended. Lin Dai wished to partake in the cleaning, yet her profound fear of heights confined her to Meng Qian's side. Zhang Yang looked up at Jiang Qiyu, who sat leisurely atop a tree, and irritably remarked, "You should wash. You are so capable." Jiang Qiyu descended to retrieve the water hose, which was designated for her, the one she had previously scolded, named Little Niu. Upon connecting the water, Jiang Qiyu called out, "Little Niu, it's time for your bath." This was a female gorilla, quite enamored with her appearance, fond of manicuring her nails, and often adorning her lips with tree sap. Gorillas are particularly sensitive to their names, yet Little Niu ignored Jiang Qiyu, engrossed in her own antics. Jiang Qiyu, not wishing to waste words, directed the water hose towards her. Jiang Qiyu was quite precise, but Little Niu was swift, engaging in a playful chase within the enclosure. The other gorillas behaved rather well, while this one ran amok. Jiang Qiyu felt a spark of annoyance and exclaimed, "Roar, roar, roar. Do not compel me to discipline you in your own territory." Little Niu remained unperturbed. Shun Minglang ascended, displaying a rugged demeanor, likely having just received a stern reprimand from his manager, Zhao Qin. Zhang Ziren remained seated below. The camera now focused primarily on the gorilla enclosure. Zhang Yang, as if finding a kindred spirit, whispered, "This is too much. She deserves no mercy." Jiang Ziren blinked, pondering aloud, if Jiang Qiyu were to visit your room tonight, would not everyone assume her daytime antics were merely to capture your attention? Would they not conclude that she sought to disrupt your family, leaving her no refuge in the entertainment industry? Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was a splendid idea. He contemplated how to summon Jiang Qiyu to his room that evening. However, at that moment, a powerful jet of water surged toward him and Jiang Ziren. They looked up to see Jiang Qiyu, furiously spraying them with the hose. Chapter 101. Surely, Jiang Qiyu had her reasons for such behavior? Jiang Ziren remarked. But the quick-witted cameraman had already captured the scene. The seasoned cameraman, well-versed in creating buzz, knew precisely what to film to stir discussion. The sight was both unflattering and chaotic. Zhang Yang, fuming, nearly ground his teeth, standing up in a fit of rage, as if he could climb the tree to exact revenge on Jiang Qiyu. He pointed accusingly at her. "You are going too far." Jiang Ziren realized that any words she might utter now would pale in comparison to simply bursting into tears. Her shoulders trembled slightly as tears brimmed in her eyes, evoking sympathy from anyone who beheld her. Once Jiang Qiyu opened her mouth, "I could not contain myself. Ha ha ha, you truly are insatiable." Surely, Jiang Qiyu had her reasons for such behavior? Ziren is far too pitiful. Jiang Qiyu deserves to be reprimanded. Jiang Sanyun, witnessing Jiang Ziren drenched, felt his heart tremble. Forgetting the pain in his feet, he rushed over. "Ziren, are you all right?" Jiang Ziren's tears flowed more abundantly. "Third brother, I cannot fathom why sister treats me this way,"
she sobbed.
Jiang Sanyun lifted her gaze towards Jiang Qiyu, awaiting a response. Jiang Ziren clenched her fist, exclaiming, "I did not." However, the two had been off camera, leaving the online audience in the dark about the unfolding events. Jiang Sanyun furrowed her brows, pondering if Jiang Ziren's preferences had shifted once more. Was she now attracted to balding men? Jiang Ziren found it challenging to articulate her feelings. Do they still intend to conspire against me? Just wait and see if I endure this. Jiang Sanyun felt a weight in her heart. How could Ranfan possibly harm Jiang Qiyu? Ranfan was inherently kind. Yet, the truth of Jiang Qiyu's sentiments had proven accurate, even extending to matters concerning animals. Jiang Sanyun now found herself uncertain of whom to trust. Zhang Yang shouted, "You speak nonsense. You simply cannot stand me." Zhang Yang assumed that by exposing Jiang Qiyu, she would feel guilty. In a fit of rage, Zhang Yang rushed towards a tree, frantically climbing it. Jiang Qiyu. After expending tremendous effort, Zhang Yang reached halfway up the trunk. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu effortlessly swung from the tree trunk to another nearby tree. Zhang Yang, feeling dizzy with anger, retorted, "If you have the ability, don't let me catch you." Jiang Qiyu feigned terror. If you catch me, you won't resort to hitting me, will you? Just like you did with your wife?" Zhang Yang's eyes turned fierce, yet he managed to retain a semblance of composure. "I did not strike my wife. Cease your slander." Zhang Yang, overwhelmed with rage, descended the tree, turning to Qin Xie, "Director, will you not intervene?" Qin Xie's lips twitched as he glanced at Jiang Qiyu, who was holding a water hose with a smile, seemingly ready to spray anyone who displeased her. "Well, Jiang Qiyu merely had a shaky hand and accidentally aimed at you. Perhaps you should change your clothes, he suggested. Zhang Yang had never encountered such a biased director before, gritting his teeth. Director, you are exceedingly partial. So many witnesses are present. Qin Xie surveyed the other participants. Do you believe I am biased? Meng Qiyan was the first to shake her head. Lin Daidai and Jiang Wuhu followed suit. Shen Minglang initially considered nodding but, upon noticing the water hose aimed at him, shook his head instead. Jean Minmin, perceptive of the situation, also shook her head.
Zhang Yang exclaimed, Director.
Qin Xie turned to Jiang Ziran, who remained silent. Your sister genuinely has your best interests at heart, he stated earnestly. Jiang Ziran replied, who could witness Jiang Qiyu's madness and not shake their head. I dare not even breathe in front of the screen. Meng Qiyan, you may indulge her. Early director, do you think I am uninterested in managing this? The little girl, frightened by Jiang Qiyu's demeanor, stood frozen, no longer daring to flee. Presently, Jiang Qiyu perched upon a tree within the gorilla enclosure, dangerously close. Initially, she believed she could not reach it, but now, if she descended, she could deliver a slap. After a bout of madness, Jiang Qiyu's spirits lifted considerably as she searched for the little girl. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the little girl is already seated beneath her tree. As she lowers her head, the girl gazes upward, and their eyes meet, hers sparkling with a broad smile, exclaiming joyfully, I adore bathing. My skin feels splendid. Jiang Qiyu, representing the Hami Melon Entertainment Company, delves into Wu Shuang's background online. At that time, she had already become a rising star in the entertainment realm, having starred in several hit period dramas. Zhang Yang had seemingly ascended to prominence by stepping on Wu Shuang's shoulders, which made Li Lin seethe with frustration. After inquiring among acquaintances, she managed to procure Wu Shuang's phone number and made a call. At that moment, Wu Shuang stood before the mirror in her bathroom, staring at her haggard reflection, unable to recall the last time she had indulged in proper skincare or had a restful sleep. The phone nestled in her pocket buzzed once more. Instinctively, Wu Shuang flinched. Did Zhang Yang call again? Despite having unfollowed Jiang Qiyu, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Jiang Qiyu's features, which seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of someone she had encountered in the past, though the memory eluded her. Taking a deep breath, Wu Shuang wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, steeling herself mentally before retrieving her phone. Exhaling heavily, she muttered, as long as it's not him. With pale fingertips, she pressed the button to answer, and a composed voice greeted her. Hello, is this Wu Shuang? I am Li Lin, Jiang Qiyu's manager. The unexpected call from Jiang Qiyu's manager left Wu Shuang bewildered. Could this be a scam? Li Lin succinctly inquired. Have you considered making a comeback? Wu Shuang's eyes, swollen from crying, narrowed slightly, her voice trembling as she questioned. A comeback? How could Zhang Yang possibly allow that? And what of my daughter? Who would care for her? Without waiting for Li Lin to respond, Wu Shuang replied. I haven't considered it, thank you. With that, she promptly ended the call. Now at 30, the prospect of a comeback seemed futile. The entertainment industry was inundated with fresh faces, leaving no space for her. Most importantly, her daughter could not be separated from her. Her daughter was her entire world. Li Lin had not expected Wu Shuang to acquiesce immediately. She refrained from calling again, opting instead to send a text message. Please take some time to consider. If you're interested, feel free to reach out. Jiang Qiyu recommended you, stating that your acting skills are exceptional. In chapter 102, I am but a girl, and I cannot endure. The two had been playing beneath, completing their task within an hour. The gorillas were quite well behaved. Bathing proved to be a rather pleasant affair, and they were cooperative. The little girl yielded to Jiang Qiyu's authoritative presence, effortlessly locating the water hose on her own. After the bath, Jiang Qiyu smiled at her and cheered, wishing you success on your evening date. Every night, the little girl escapes to go on dates. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sanyun furrowed her brow slightly. Despite the high glass enclosure, it had proven insufficient to contain her. No, what kind of animal is it dating? After discovering that Deshun has fallen in love with a goldfish and subsequently with a turtle, Jiang Sanyun has become quite accustomed to interspecies affection. The little girl understands office romances. During the day, she never utters a word to her boyfriend, treating him as if they were strangers when they cross paths. This has led the zookeeper to believe that there is some discord between the two gorillas. The little girl is astoundingly intelligent. I reasonably suspect her IQ surpasses that of Jiang Wuhu. Jiang Sanyun. No wonder the zookeeper previously remarked that the little girl seems to harbor animosity towards another male gorilla, always avoiding it. He even asked him to come take a look. How could he have guessed the nature of their relationship? As Jiang Woohoo descended, Lin Dai quickly approached, eager to hear the gossip.
Wow.
How thrilling! They may appear unfamiliar with one another, yet secretly, they are rendezvousing affectionately at night. She is utterly fascinated. Upon hearing Jiang Qiyu's words, the little girl's face flushed. She lowered her head and retrieved a mirror from beneath her bottom to check her appearance. Indeed, she looked splendid. But the next moment, she lifted her head in shock, staring at Jiang Qiyu, letting out a playful roar. You won't tell our meal ticket, will you? Jiang Qiyu was in stitches. Does the zookeeper realize he is referred to as a meal ticket by the gorilla? Jiang Qiyu. Roar. Of course not. Then she walked over to the base of a tree, tossed something upward, and roared, this is for you. Jiang Qiyu's eyes sparkled as she reached out and caught what turned out to be a pear. After rinsing it with a hose, she took a hearty bite. The little girl is so kind. She actually treated me to a pear. I shall certainly keep her secret. No one must ever learn of her office romance. Jiang Woohoo, Jiang Sanyan, the two exchanged glances. Jiang Sanyan rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. For the safety of both the staff and the gorillas, he would undoubtedly raise the fencing and enhance the security measures. There is no rule in the park prohibiting romantic relationships within the same enclosure. Why not engage in an open courtship? Jiang Sanyan, who has never been in love, cannot comprehend why the little girl chooses to pursue her affections in secret. Jiang Woohoo is equally perplexed. Could it be more exhilarating? Netizens are astounded by the little girl's antics. This truly is a beauty-loving gorilla. I feel inferior to gorillas now. I am merely a Zhang Fei who experiences menstruation. The gorilla actually treated Jiang Qiyu to a pear? What could they possibly be discussing? Can someone provide a translation? Jiang Qiyu, surrender the food or face the wrath of the gorilla. Could you refrain from extolling Jiang Qiyu so excessively? It's merely a coincidence. After recording all morning, neither of them had eaten anything. Jiang Zeruan extended her hand towards the director. Director, I too wish to have a pear. Qin Xie smiled. I wish for one as well. Could you ask the gorilla for a piece on my behalf? Jiang Zeruan, how is it that animals are so fond of Jiang Qiyu? With no other option, she turned to Jiang Sanyan, third brother. Is there anything to eat at the zoo? I am quite hungry. The zoo is abundant in fruits and vegetables, as many of the animals are herbivorous. Jiang Sanyan nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Xie hurriedly said, you must refrain from consuming the food provided by the zoo. If you diligently complete your tasks, a sumptuous feast shall await you. They proceeded towards the hippopotamus enclosure, which was not far away. This time, the task group comprised Jiang Ziren and Xin Mingling, whose assignment was to clear the hippopotamus dung. Upon arrival, the hippo keeper approached to provide an introduction. The hippopotamus, a member of the order Artiodactyla and family Hippopotamidae, is a semi-aquatic mammal. It is the largest herbivorous mammal found in freshwater. Currently, the hippos were resting in the water, and trained staff would accompany them to assist in the dung removal. Jiang Ziren lifted her gaze and was met with the sight of the riverbank strewn with hippopotamus excrement. However, she remained unfazed. Considering there were 8 of them, cleaning would surely be swift. Yet, once they ventured inside, the stench of the dung was overwhelming. Even with masks, the odor was pungent. Having been pampered since childhood, this was the most arduous task Jiang Ziren had ever undertaken. She stepped back outside almost immediately, exclaiming, I cannot endure this. Turning her gaze toward the camera, she added, it is far too foul. As a girl, I simply cannot handle it. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, who had not entered, rolled her eyes and retorted, and you think you're the only girl here? Lin Dai is also picking up dung, isn't she? Hurry up and get to work. You useless thing.